The mysterious online game, Eternal, suddenly descended, claiming at its launch to be a 100 real world where game items can be brought into reality. Players can obtain extraordinary powers and even immortality. Lin Ye obtained the unique talent 100x reward at the start. Haizhou University Express Station. After waiting for more than 3 months, the helmet has finally arrived. Zhou Heng held the express box in both hands, almost wanting to kiss it. Lin Ye also got the helmet, but was more composed. Eternal. It opened 3 months ago, publicly claiming to be 100 real game items can be brought into reality. Players can obtain extraordinary powers and even immortality. At first everyone thought it was a joke, until someone got the helmet and entered the game. Soon the whole world changed. All major corporations invested like crazy, pouring hundreds of billions. All nations began large-scale deployments. From that day on, online purchases of helmets were always sold out in seconds. The black market had stock, but prices started at tens of millions, far beyond ordinary people's reach. A month later, the helmet price dropped to millions. Lin Ye still couldn't afford it. Until recently, the market price suddenly plummeted to around 3,000. Lin Ye and Zhou Heng discussed and gritted their teeth, maxed out all online loans, and finally bought the helmets. The helmets are cheap. Recently, when we go online later, the beginner village will definitely be packed. Saying this, Lin Ye quickened his pace towards the dormitory. The day before yesterday, that guy Zhao Jijia sold a rare weapon for 3,000, and a necklace allowed him to invite Hu Lily out for 3 days. Zhou Heng patted his chest and said confidently, "Today Zhou Heng will go online and drop a legendary weapon, sell it for 5 million, no problem." Lin Ye was about to speak, but they arrived at the dormitory. Zhou Heng roared and pushed the door open. "Charge, don't log off until level 10. In the dormitory, the two former roommates, because their family conditions were good, their families bought them helmets, and they went back home last month to play games full-time. Even though they didn't start as early as Zhao Jijia and their earnings weren't as exaggerated from occasional chats, it was known that they were making money, at least a few thousand a day. The helmet installed, plugged in. Lin Ye suppressed his excitement and entered the game. In an instant, Lin Ye felt as if he had entered another world. An unprecedented experience. Boundless universe, vast nebula, a magnificent temple in the void suddenly sucked Lin Ye in. Landing. Lin Ye stood in the center of the temple, facing a white misty ball of light. What is this? Lin Ye had seen the opening animation, but it seemed a bit different. Curiously, he reached out and touched it. Boom. The entire temple trembled violently. "Congratulations, you have drawn the eternal unique talent." What? Lin Ye didn't hear clearly, so he casually opened the description. 100x reward, all rewards increased by 100 times. Simple. A description so simple it couldn't be simpler. Lin Ye was completely stunned. In Eternal, the worst talent grade is F, the highest currently known as S, but that was news from a month ago. After the helmet price drop, no S grade has been reported online. Online, everyone said that the reason helmets were expensive was that those who entered the game early had better talents. But his was the unique grade. All rewards can be increased by 100 times. The effect is heaven-defying. Lin Ye was undeniably excited, but he quickly calmed down. Let's enter the game first. Please create your character. Human race, archer name. Mo Tianzuan. Modify appearance to the maximum extent. Lin Ye deliberately modified his appearance to be somewhat sinister so no one would recognize him. Right. Please choose a beginner village. Random. Ding, teleporting to beginner village number 9527000. A flash of white light and Lin Ye appeared by the fountain in the center of the beginner village. Looking around, teleportation lights flashed continuously. It seemed that this batch of players was really large. Call panel. Lin Ye softly called, and a personal attribute panel materialized out of thin air. Character Mo Tianzuan, level 0, class archer, HB 100, MP 30, attack 10, defense 5, spell damage 5, spell resistance 1, attack speed 0, SIXS movement speed 7, M max sprint speed strength 10, 1.1 attack agility 10, 1.0, 0, 1 attack speed 0, 1 movement speed intelligence 10, 1.0, 5 magic attack constitution 10, 1.10 HP 0, 5 defense 0, 1 spell resistance, talent 100x reward, equipment none, skills none. Let's get the weapon first. Lin Ye opened the map, followed the guidance, and soon arrived at the village chief's house. Young adventurer, the future of the village depends on you. I hope these can help you. The village chief stroked his white beard and said earnestly, "You have received long wooden bow X1, worn quiver X1, worn leather armor X1, arrows X50. At the same time, 2 options appeared before Lin Ye. 1 at double quantity, 2 double quality. Can I actually choose? Lin Ye thought to himself, how convenient. This time, let's choose quality first. Novice weapons are worthless, even 10,000 of them wouldn't be worth much, better to get one with good quality. You have received Blazing Flame Bow X1, Blazing Flame Quiver X1, Blazing Flame Leather Armor X1, Flame Arrows X50. Blazing Flame Bow quality rare durability, 500 requirement level 0, attack 30, agility 30, additional fire damage 30, attack speed 30. Blazing Flame Quiver quality rare durability, 500 requirement level 0, max arrow storage, 500 arrow attack 30, E-arrow additional fire damage 30, E-arrow attack range 30 m. Blazing Flame leather armor quality rare durability, 500 requirement level 0, defense 30, agility 30, HP 100, deals 100 fire damage per second to surrounding enemies. Flame arrow quality rare requirement level 0, attack 30, armor pierce 30, additional fire damage 30. Rare, Lin Ye praised. The quality grades in Eternal are poor, common, fine, rare, legendary, epic. Poor and common have only one attribute with low base values. Fine adds one more attribute. Rare adds one more. Normally rare is not something that common monsters drop, it's top tier. However, it's impossible to sell these for millions now, since they are beginner items with low level. But Lin Ye was just testing if future quests and rewards could all be increased 100-fold, then rare would be the lowest quality for him. Should I go out and try killing monsters? Lin Ye thought for a moment, then held back. He decided to complete the training first and get the first skill. Speaking of quests, the Eternal is an immensely vast real world with content to explore that is truly limitless, and there are naturally many hidden quests. Alright, Lin Ye suddenly remembered something and turned to run towards the well behind the village. Sure enough, when he arrived, he saw a ragged, homeless man sleeping soundly against the well. According to online sources, besides the village chief, only this homeless man in the newbie village is most likely to have a hidden quest. Just one roast chicken can awaken him. But the village tavern doesn't sell this kind of food. You must go to the tavern owner's youngest daughter Shasha and help her find a rabbit of a special color to get the roast chicken. However, since this clue is publicly available online, it's definitely not that simple. It is said that even after you wake the homeless man with the roast chicken, he will only ask for more. Exactly 100 roast chickens. Given the current number of players in the newbie village, even the preliminary rabbit quest alone would take at least 1 or 2 hours to complete. 100 roast chickens. No idea how many days that would take. By the time you actually complete it, the homeless man will still renege, giving no reward at all, and even continue to demand more roast chickens. This outrageously difficult quest had once made a player rant wildly on the forums, even threatening to call the police. Lin Ye is not sure if this is a hidden quest, but with his 100-fold returns, he could really get a lot of roast chickens. I'll try it later. He turned around. First, complete the training quest. Find the hunter, the mentor NPC. Young man, being an archer is a profession that requires talent and effort. Only through day and night practice of archery can you possibly catch prey. Yes, I know, Lin Ye replied. Good, then let me see your talent first. Go over there and practice shooting at the targets. Come back to me after hitting them 10 times in a row. There were 5 targets in the training ground. Many players were practicing, but many failed. After all, the archer's training quest was considered one of the more difficult among the professions. But Lin Ye was well prepared. He had chosen his profession 2 months ago and practiced for a long time in the school's archery club. Although the weapon was different, as long as he adapted a little, he quickly found the feel. Continuous bending of the bow and knocking arrows. Arrow after arrow hit. Completed quickly. The hunter nodded with satisfaction. You have some talent, but effort is also essential. Go ahead, never forget to practice every day. Ding, quest completed. You have received 50 experience points. You have received the skill basic shooting. A choice appeared again before Lin Ye. Can I choose separately? 100 times experience and quantity, 100 times skill and quality. Can I? Lin Ye immediately chose to separate. Ding, you have received 5,000 experience points. You have received the skill Gorgeous Shooting. He opened the skill. Gorgeous Shooting quality rare requirements. None. Current level 1 requires a bow weapon. Attack speed 30, movement speed 30. Moving shot can attack while moving with the same accuracy as normal attacks. The attributes at level 1 are already this high, and there's also moving shot. Awesome. Lin Ye had studied archers before. Being able to have the moving shot skill required at least reaching the first class change, and the skill book was also very expensive. Ding, you have leveled up. You have received 5 free attribute points. A prompt appeared again before Lin Ye. What attribute points from leveling up also count as benefits? I can only say, it's godly. Lin Ye hesitated for a moment, then finally chose quantity. After all, when it comes to attributes, multiplying quality by 100, 1 point equals 100 points, so it's no different from quantity, right? Ding, you have received 500 free attribute points. Ding, you have leveled up. You have received 500 free attribute points. You have leveled up. You have received. Lin Ye watched the prompts flash continuously, feeling as if struck by lightning. Exaggerated. Originally only 50 experience points, not even enough to level up a single level, now multiplied by 100, he skyrocketed 7 levels in place. Of course, that's not important. Compared to the 100-fold attribute points, what is this experience? Ordinary players need level 100 to get the attributes, and I got them at level 1. He opened the panel, looking at the level 7 and a full 3,500 attribute points. Lin Ye could say with certainty, I am terrifyingly powerful right now. But how to allocate points? Lin Ye truly scratched his head. He felt like suddenly becoming rich overnight with so much money that he had no idea how to spend it. Calm down. For an archer, depending on the subsequent class change, there are several ways to allocate points. Standard 3 strength, 2 agility, 2 strength, 3 agility, nothing special. Agility archer 4 agility, 1 strength, or all agility. Attack relies entirely on equipment. The advantage is fast attack speed. The disadvantage is that it requires money, a lot of money, to compensate for the lack of attack from equipment. Intelligence archer 3 intelligence, 2 constitution, 4 intelligence, 1 constitution, or all intelligence. Output relies entirely on skills lacking the agility characteristic of an archer, unable to quickly reposition and dodge, similar to a stationary mage. Whatever, I can respec later anyway. Let's go for a tycoon mode and add everything. 500 strength, 500 agility, 500 intelligence, 500 constitution. Still 1,500 left. Lin Ye's hand went numb from clicking, and there was still so much left. Add more. Strength, 1,000, agility, 500. Finally finished adding. He called up the panel. Character Mo Tianzuan, level 7 class archer, HP 5200 MP, 1530 attack, 1600 defense, 285 magic damage, 255 magic resist, 51 attack speed, 17. 92 seconds movement speed, 146. 90 milliseconds strength, 1510 agility, 1070 intelligence, 510 constitution, 510 talent, hundredfold returns equipment, chi, yen quiver chi, yen leather armor skill, gorgeous shooting. Brutal. As an unpretentious young man, Lin Ye never modified his game this brutally, even when using cheats starting with thousands of attribute points. Even though Lin Ye has a relatively calm personality, not as noisy as Zhou Hong, he couldn't help but want to shout invincible at this moment. Truly invincible. HP, defense, attack, speed, movement speed, physical, and magical. All invincible. This is truly a god-level talent fun from the start. Lin Ye thought. Even if I had drawn a god-level talent, it might not be this brutal. Let's go out and fight some monsters. Lin Ye had no interest in the small monsters at the entrance, so he went to the blacksmith shop to accept the difficult quest. Young man, you seem quite skilled. Can you help me with something? The blacksmith greeted as usual. Ding, you have received a new quest. The blacksmith's trouble, a pack of wolves has occupied the gray-brown hills to the east, preventing or mining. Objective wolves 050, reward weapon or equipment, choose one fine quality. Originally fine quality weapons, how strong will they be after enhancement? Lin Ye looked forward to it. He left the newbie village. At the entrance were the spawn areas for slimes and magic rabbits, crowded with players, a sea of heads. Not only was it hard to level up, but it was also difficult to even grab monsters. Heading east, arriving at the gray-brown hills. The number of players here was fewer, but they still occupied all the spawn areas. Hey, are you blind? Can't you see someone is already here? Before Lin Ye could even step forward, he noticed a group arguing in the distance over a monster spawning area. Such conflicts were commonplace in the game, especially during the early stages. When there were far more players than monsters, one had to be assertive. Otherwise, not even a single strand of monster fur would be within reach. But if one could secure the spawns, their leveling speed would surpass everyone else's. The higher the level, the greater the rewards. At the current exchange rate of in-game currency, those monsters were no mere creatures. They were walking fortunes. No one in their right mind would yield. What's with the aggression, eh? This place doesn't bear your names. The team that had been yelled at appeared to consist entirely of girls, yet they showed no fear, standing their ground in immediate defiance. Oh, the team that had been farming the wild wolves halted their attack at the sound of someone talking back, swiftly gathering into formation. Their coordination spoke of long-practiced experience. Among them stood a warrior, broad-shouldered and brawny, his head shaved bald, his face scarred with deliberate slashes. He gave the massive cleaver in his hand a casual swing, his bulky frame trembling with menace. Every inch of him radiated the aura of a dangerous thug. The girl who had spoken out earlier remained unafraid, but one of her companions, a younger girl behind her, persisted with timid insistence. People should be reasonable, right? Everyone needs to level up and farm monsters. How can you just hog everything? Damn. The bald, muscular brute didn't even wait for her to finish before cursing her out. You little, I've already taken this spot. So what are you going to do about it? The moment his words fell, his gaze locked onto the girls standing across from him. Oh ho, beauties. No wait, super beauties. Upon a closer look, 4 girls, each with a figure of the finest caliber, their beauty diverse, and each possessing her own distinct charm. There was the innocent maiden, the aloof and elegant mature beauty, the gentle and seductive one, and a short-haired girl dressed in an androgynous style, radiating dashing heroism. Truly like spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each possessing her own unique allure. Whoa. The men ogled them with glazed eyes, letting out wolf whistles and jeering. So that's what the magpies were chirping about this morning. Turns out Lady Luck's come knocking at our door. Hey, if you gorgeous ladies wanted to hunt monsters, you should have said so earlier. We're experts at treating girls right. Come on, let Big Brother carry you through the grind. The tallest of the girls, the aloof mature beauty, immediately flared with indignation. Watch your filthy mouths. Why don't you go look in a mirror? What do you even count as? Oh, I like this feisty one. The bald man let out a lecherous grin, his excitement palpable. We've been camping these wild wolves all day, but we've never camped wild beauties before. Looks like today we're finally gonna get a taste, another piped up. Seventh brother, I've heard that in Eternal there's no protection system. Playing here is pure bliss. Plus they're mostly fresh goods. Absolutely thrilling. Hee, well, we've got to test it out then. Their laughter grew increasingly lewd. The girl's eyes blazing with fury struck without hesitation. Whoosh, a magic orb was the first to fly. Smack. The bald man didn't even have time to react. The spell slammed right into his face. A spray of fresh blood burst forth, his health bar plummeting by more than half. He nearly got one shot. Lin Ye clicked his tongue inwardly. That mage's attack power isn't low, huh? Meanwhile, the bald man, his face now streaked with blood, somehow looked even more ferocious. He immediately downed a health potion and called his brothers to charge. Damn, asking for a beating. Across the field, the four girls hadn't hesitated to strike first, but they remained rooted in place. Whether from inexperience or sheer audacity, it was hard to tell. Meanwhile, the bald man's gang each raised shields to the front, waiting to weather the magic and arrows. Once they closed the distance, their gleaming cleavers would be able to slash down directly. Those razor-sharp blades were clearly far from ordinary. Just then a dark shadow suddenly darted out from behind the girl's dagger and hand, lunging for a backstab. An assassinate. The girls reacted swiftly, realizing they'd been played. All that bluster earlier had merely been stalling for time. But it was already too late. Among them, only one was a warrior holding the front line, while the mage, priest, and archer behind her were all squishy targets. So if that assassin managed to slip behind them, they were all but finished. Whoosh, a streak of crimson flame suddenly streaked across the sky at tremendous speed. Boom. A direct hit. The arrow lodged squarely into the assassin's skull. Minus 1,622. The iron helmet offered no protection whatsoever, as fragile as a sheet of paper. But it didn't end there. The force contained within the arrow was simply too overwhelming. After punching clean through it, directly detonated the assassin's head, blood, brain matter sparks, all mixing together and spraying everywhere in a grotesque fountain. Aya! One of the girls screamed on the spot, terrified by the exploding head. The others, though not as dramatic, wore no less unpleasant expressions. Eternal. Its signature was realism. 100% realism. The metallic scent of blood drifted with the wind, carrying with it even the faint lingering warmth of flame. Damn it, who just ambushed us? The bald man's words had barely fallen, when before he could even turn to locate his attacker, an arrow struck him square in the chest. Thwack, a flaming arrow pierced straight through his heavy armor. Minus 1,540. Another one-shot kill. Holy shit, there's a pro around. The remaining few finally realized they'd crossed a true tough opponent, and they locked onto Lin Ye's position. Don't panic, he's just a lone archer. His attack speed is limited. He absolutely can't kill us all. Boom. An arrow slammed into one's forehead. Another explosive kill. The last two exchanged glances and turned to flee. Whoosh, 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 3 arrows loosed. Between each shot, there was virtually no pause at all. Total annihilation. In the span of mere breaths, an entire veteran squad that had been camping the hill's wolf spawn was completely wiped out. The girls were still struggling to fully process what had just happened. That strong. The leader, the aloof mature beauty, revealed a look of genuine astonishment. It was unbelievable. Could someone this powerful really exist in a mere beginner village? They all turned to look at Lin Ye simultaneously, but his face remained utterly expressionless, as if none of this had anything to do with him. He didn't even spare them a single extra glance. Right before their eyes, he walked to the highest point of the hill. Then, he drew his bow and knocked an arrow loose. Whoosh, the arrow transformed into a streak of cold light as it left the string. A distant wild wolf let out a single howl before collapsing dead on the spot. Every shot a one-hit kill. And the crucial part, his attack speed was absurdly fast. The arrows in his hands couldn't be called a sniper rifle anymore. They were a machine gun. The crisp twang of bowstrings, the whistling howl of arrows cutting through air, the piercing cries of wolves. One after another, the sounds rose and fell, echoing across the entire hill. The other teams witnessing this felt their scalps tingling with dread. Is this even human? He's a bona fide demon king. Compete for spawns. Don't even joke about it. Once that big shot finishes off all the wolves, he might just casually one-shot you like you were a monster. Holy crap, holy crap. Big brother, I'm leaving right now. Take it easy, please don't hit me by accident. The surrounding teams wished they could sprout 2 extra legs to flee. Leveling wasn't easy these days. Dying once meant losing 3 levels. One might not even recover that in an entire day. And if a piece or two of equipment dropped on top of that, the loss would be absolutely devastating. Sister, by what kind of attack power does he have? Su Wanting watched utterly dumbfounded. This is my first time playing a game, and I've never seen anyone this powerful. Is this even normal? Hiss by Shuya drew a sharp breath, her proud figure on full display. And your sister's been playing for over 2 months now. I've never seen anything like this either. Basic attacks equate to instant annihilation. An ultra-high frequency of dozens of strikes per second, combined with the archer's maximum attack range of 50 meters. No, now it extends an additional 30 meters beyond that. To speak plainly, Lin Ye alone could dominate this entire stretch of hills. Ding. You have gained 40 experience points. Selecting quantity. Ding. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Let me try quality instead. Ding. You have gained 40 skill proficiency points. So that's how it works? Then quantity it is. Lin Ye tested it on currency too, only to find that 1 copper coin became 1 silver coin. No difference whatsoever. Set it to default. Attribute points and game coins will all default to doubled quantity. Lin Ye had no intention of clicking through the options every single time. Ding. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. You have gained 500 free attribute points. Exhilarating. This leveling speed is absurdly fast. After Lin Ye finished off an entire pack of wolves in one rotation, he had already reached level 10, with tens of thousands of excess experience points to spare. A few more kills and his arrows ran dry. The quest, however, still required several more. After all, he had used some during that earlier skirmish. Turning his head, he looked over. Hey archer over there, do you have any arrows? Su Wanting pointed at her own nose in bewilderment. Why, you're calling me? Lin Ye replied. Is there a third archer here? Ah. Su Wanting caught on at once and hurried forward to hand over her arrows, producing 10 quivers in one breath. A grand total of 1,000. Iron arrows. A notch above the inferior arrows, though they cost a little more. You have obtained Iron Arrow X 1000. Lin Ye deliberately waited a moment, yet no notification prompt appeared before him. It seemed rewards from player interactions fell outside the scope of his talent's doubling effect. Is that enough? Su Wanting inquired with cautious deference. Lin Ye gave a slight nod. Plenty. With those words, he promptly left her standing where she was and went off to collect the loot himself. You have obtained Copper Coin X 1500. You have obtained Copper Coin X 2300. You have obtained Copper Coin X 2100. At the current market rate, 1 gold coin, 100 silver coins, 1000 copper coins, roughly 180 yuan. A quick calculation. This single farming rotation yielded around 10 gold, 2,000 yuan. That much. Granted, Lin Ye had slain several dozen wolves just now, but the entire affair had barely lasted a minute or two had it. At a conservative estimate, 1,000 yuan per minute. Wouldn't that mean 60,000 yuan per hour? However, this revenue rests upon several prerequisites. First, the monsters must be plentiful enough. Second, looting the spoils must not eat up too much of the time. As things stood, so long as he claimed the entirety of these hills for himself, the monster population was more than sufficient. Collecting loot, though, was less certain, but it mattered little. Close enough would do. You have obtained Wolf Fong X2. Shall he try selecting quality? You have obtained Rare Wolf Fong X2. Accumulating materials is pointless and merely weighs down the pack. Default to quality. As for equipment, default to quality as well. Once Lin Ye had configured everything to default his efficiency sword. You have obtained Rare Wolf Fong X1. You have obtained Copper Coin X 2100. You have obtained Wind Chasing Boots. After clearing the entire field, he had managed to acquire but a single piece of equipment. Wind Chasing Boots. Quality Rare. Durability 500. Requirement level 0. Defense 50. Agility 50. Movement speed 50. A masterpiece. Let's try them on. Lin Ye had always been swift on his feet, but now clad in these extraordinary movement speed boots, he felt as though he were about to take flight. Wait, no. Perhaps it was no longer merely a feeling. A speed exceeding 200 meters per second meant a velocity of over 700 kilometers per hour. If this was not flight, then what was? The quest still requires a few more wolves. Yet what occupied Lin Ye's thoughts was not the quest, but whether he ought to continue farming. The quest rewards needed to be claimed. Besides, higher-level monsters awaited beyond. But after all, this was 60,000 yuan an hour. Just 1,000 more. I'll wrap it up after that. Lin Ye had to talk himself into it for quite a while before he refrained from simply leaving. He turned and made his way back up the hills. Drawing his bow, nocking an arrow, he resumed his slaughter. Su Wanting stood beside him, utterly spellbound. He was impossibly handsome. She could not look away. It was at this moment that Bai Shuya approached with her companions. Hello. Thank you for your timely assistance earlier. Lin Ye cast her a sidelong glance. The regal statuesque beauty of this aloof older sister was indeed captivating, but it was her figure that truly stole the show. Even the loose mage's robe she wore clung to her curves like a body-hugging pencil skirt. It was nothing, just a passing favor. Bai Shuya smiled and seized the opportunity to ask, "Might I add you as a friend? I am Bai Shuya, the founder of the Hundredfold Club." Before entering the game, Lin Ye had actually applied to several clubs only to receive no response once they learned he lacked a gaming helmet. As for her ANG club, they had apparently even handed out flyers on campus, so it was certainly a place he had applied to before. "Not interested," Lin Ye replied curtly. His words struck Bai Shuya dumb on the spot, her pupils dilating as she stood there in stunned silence. Not interested? Could it even be a hint of aversion? What was going on? Could her newly created avatar's charm really be that low? It was at this very moment. A girl with a soft, gentle voice spoke up. "I'm Yin Yin. I was wondering if I might add you on WeChat. If you have time, we could have dinner together tonight. Just a small gesture of our gratitude." As she spoke, Yin Yin stepped directly before Lin Ye, their gazes meeting. Her deep, enchanting eyes shimmered with stardust ripples of light dancing within, truly enough to ensnare any soul. "Just a simple dinner, please." A tender voice, gentle and honeyed. A warm, fragrant presence. Truth be told, Lin Ye was susceptible to such charm, though his face betrayed nothing. Instead, he shifted his gaze away and said, "No need. It's too far. That's fine. We can come to you instead." Yin Yin did not mind in the slightest. "I don't use WeChat. A phone number works too." Yin Yin gazed at him with unmistakable hope in her eyes. Any ordinary man would have hesitated to break her heart. But alas, today the one they had encountered was Lin Ye. "I merely lent you a hand a moment ago. I owe you nothing. Say no more." Cold, merciless. Yet Yin Yin felt no disgust, only greater fondness welling in her gaze. Only the pressed curve of her lips and the slight furrow of her brow betrayed a wistful melancholy at loving what she could not have. "I truly apologize for troubling you." The moment those words fell, the last of the three, a short-haired beauty with an androgynous, handsomely roguish air, could no longer contain herself. "Hey, are you even a man? Miss Yin herself invited you to dinner, and you keep making excuses. Who do you think you're looking down on?" Before Lin Ye could respond, Bai Shuya stepped forward first and rebuked her sharply. "Xiaomo, get back here now." "But boss Bai." Xiaomo furrowed her brow and stamped her foot, clearly fuming. But she could not defy the censure in Bai Shuya's eyes, and so she had no choice but to retreat. "My apologies, she didn't mean any harm. She's simply too impetuous. Please don't take it to heart. Should you need anything, you may contact the Hundredfold Club directly. We're available at any time." With those words, she turned and dragged Xiaomo away with her. For a club owner to humble herself to such an extent was already her absolute limit. When others showed no regard, she had nothing more to say, but she would absolutely not brazenly linger on. Yin Yin cast one last lingering glance back, her reluctance plain to see, yet she followed the others all the same. The three of them returned to the newbie village in a foul mood. "Boss, by that guy is seriously clueless, isn't he?" Xiaomo could not help but complain. "And Sis Yin, why did you also? Is that guy really that handsome? Enough to captivate you so completely? What on earth do you see in him?" Yin Yin could not help but smile. "You tomboy, whatever would you know? As for power, is he lacking? As for wealth, I lack for nothing myself. As for temperament, this cold, domineering type, that's exactly my type. What's wrong with that?" "You. Fine then." Xiaomo was left utterly speechless. Bai Shuya could not resist adding her own jab. "He's displaying this kind of power right in the newbie village. His talent must be extraordinarily heaven-defying. He might well be S rank, or even higher. This guy is most likely leveling an alt. Also, his refusal to add friends or accept Yan's invitation is probably just a desire to conceal his identity lest he be recognized the moment they meet. That's perfectly normal." "All right." Xiaomo conceded she had not thought things through enough. "Boss Bai, what do we do now?" "Keep leveling." "Level." Bai Shuya answered decisively. "We're not competing with him. We'll switch locations. Head to the marshes to farm crocodiles." "Wanting you." Wanting. Gray-brown hills. Lin Ye finished a full sweep before noticing someone had remained behind. "Why haven't you left?" "Ah." Su Wanting let out a startled cry, her delicate face flushing crimson in an instant. She had been watching too intently earlier. Why hadn't her sisters called her when they departed? I'll leave right now." Su Wanting was so shy she couldn't even lift her face. But just now Lin Ye had suddenly found her oddly familiar. He looked more carefully. She bore at least a 90% resemblance to the school beauty in his memory. Su Wanting. The campus belle of High University for 2 consecutive years, a legendary figure on campus, the pure goddess in the eyes of countless boys. Lin Ye was in the same department as her, yet they had never spoken. He knew who she was, but she certainly had no idea who he was. No need for concern there. "Wait. You called me." Su Wanting turned around abruptly, the bashful flush still lingering on her cheeks, her bewildered expression utterly adorable. "Who else would I call? There's no one else here." A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lin Ye's lips. So the unapproachable campus belle could be this shy and endearing. Are you free? Me? I have a little bit of time, Su Wanting replied after a moment's hesitation. There are quite a lot of loot drops here. Help me collect them, and I can take you along to grind some experience. Lin Ye proposed, finding someone to help. Not because he wanted to slack off, but as a test. Since he killed two quickly juggling combat, and looting simultaneously proved far too much work. If it worked, then wouldn't he be able to slack off in the future? Oh, that's not right. The improvement in efficiency would simply be tremendous. Okay. Su Wanting lowered her head, humming a soft reply, though in truth, she was desperately suppressing the smile tugging at her lips. Wow. Just now Sister Bai and Sister Yin had been rebuffed when trying to add him as a friend or get his number. Yet now he wanted to team up with her. Could it be that he has even the tiniest bit of a crush on me? At the mere possibility of this, a little deer began bounding about madly within Su Wanting's chest. Lin Ye watched her standing motionless. No way, right? The campus belle certainly isn't dumb. She doesn't seem stupid at all. Hey Su. You little glutton, did you forget something? Lin Ye pointed at the loot scattered not far away, reminding her. Su Wanting came back to her senses with a start, so embarrassed she wished she could dig a hole right there and bury her head in it. She didn't dare look at Lin Ye. She spun around and ran off to collect the loot. Su Wanting, oh Su Wanting, are you lovesick, or what? He invited you to the party to work. How could you let your thoughts run wild? Elsewhere, Lin Ye changed the loot mode to leader takes all. Ding. You obtained copper coins X 2300. You obtained rare wolf Fong X1. You obtained. Excellent. Lin Ye gazed at the soaring game currency with great satisfaction. As for experience, more than enough. Far more than he could ever use. Giving away a bit wouldn't matter at all. Meanwhile, Su Wanting was happily collecting loot when Bai Shiya's voice call came through. Where are you? Didn't I tell you to stick close to me and not fall behind once you entered the game? Quit stalling and hurry back to the starter village. But Sister Bai, I'm in a party, grinding levels. What? Bai Shiya was stunned. You're alone. How are you grinding levels? No, wait, you said you're in a party. Who are you partying with? Who do you even know here? It's just that Su Wanting had no idea how to answer for the moment. Bai Shiya saw her stammering and seemed to guess something. You wouldn't be partying with him, would you? I guess probably so. Su Wanting found it somewhat difficult to say. Bai Shiya nearly choked. She had imagined every possibility. Her cousin getting lost, even her cousin being killed by monsters. But never in her wildest dreams had she imagined Su Wanting partying with that person. So it turned out. She and Yin had tried together, pleading until their throats were raw, only to get a cold rebuff. Yet her little cousin made one move and sealed the deal. Wanting you. You're really something. No, it's not like that, sister. He was the one who invited me. Bai Shiya listened and immediately recognized it as pure showing off, hastily cutting in. Alright, I get it. You two enjoy your sweet duo Q, I won't interfere. Oh, and the party shows names. What's his name? Su Wanting was utterly flustered, unable to find words, as though she had suddenly forgotten how to speak, and could only obediently report the name. He's called Demon Heaven Sovereign. Good heavens. Even the name is this arrogant. But, such an arrogant person. Why did he set his sights on Wanting of all people? Bai Shiya couldn't help grinding her teeth. You just focus on grinding levels. Don't worry about us sisters feeling lonely. Su Wanting tried to explain, but Bai Shiya had already hung up the voice call. Elsewhere, Bai Shiya looked at Yin helplessly. You should have persisted longer. Now look. It ended up being that little brat Wanting who got the better deal. Yin's beautiful eyes flickered, surprise, confusion. Then acceptance settled in, and the corners of her lips even curved slightly upward. Wanting. Just a little girl. What was there to worry about? As long as that guy isn't made of stone, she'd have her chance. What's his name? Demon Heaven Sovereign. I'll have someone investigate. Bai Shiya gave a slight shake of her head. Probably a dead end. Since he deliberately hid his identity, his username certainly won't leave any clues. The name probably offers no leads. Yin crossed her arms, lost in contemplation. S-rank talent, and above. Apart from those with the tightest security, all other candidates can be tracked down. There must be someone around the right age and appearance. As she spoke, Yin suddenly paused. But he looks so young. Among known S-rank or higher talent holders, there shouldn't be anyone of this age. Xiaomo was puzzled and asked, Sister Yin Eternal can modify appearance, so how can the age be real? That's not right. Yin's beautiful eyes gleamed with confidence. He's definitely not old. He should be around Wanting's age. How do you know? Xiaomo exclaimed. Yin smiled seductively. Woman's intuition. Looking at him, he can't be over 20, definitely a college student. Since he kept Wanting around, he might know her. You can tell that too. Xiaomo was thoroughly shocked. That's impossible. We're all women. Why don't I have this kind of perception? You. He. Yin covered her mouth and laughed softly, shaking her head without a word. Bai Shiya believed her, but some questions remained. If he's a college student, someone from wanting circle. How did he obtain S rank or higher talent? In this past month, not even a single S rank has appeared, has it? If he drew it earlier then with his talent, he should have risen to fame long ago. There's no reason to stay hidden until now, right? Lin Ye remained unshaken, asserting with certainty, I won't be wrong about this. So there's only one possibility, that he's actually a newcomer who just drew his talent. Xiaomo was half convinced. Sister Yin, if you actually guess right this time, I really will be in awe of you. It's not guessing, it's deduction. Lin Ye immediately had someone launch an investigation. Meanwhile, Lin Ye had nearly finished his sweep. 1,000 arrows. Others might spend an entire day, but at full firepower he burned through them in barely a minute. Even at a normal pace with insufficient monsters spawning, they would have been exhausted within minutes. Now, the entire hill was littered with dropped loot. Su Wanting looked up, gazing at Lin Ye with a hint of grievance. I wasn't slacking off there, really, it's just too much. It's fine, I've finished clearing. Let's collect it together. Lin Ye certainly couldn't waste it. This was all money. Su Wanting immediately broke into a sweet smile, nodding emphatically. But the next moment, she came to her senses and asked tentatively, how about I call my sisters over to help out? Lin Ye shook his head. Never mind, no need. I've already finished my sweep here. Once we clean up, we'll head back. Oh. Su Wanting's spirits instantly sank at those words. Happiness. It comes quickly and leaves just as fast. Just a few minutes. And it's over already. Killing monsters took 5 minutes. Cleaning up the battlefield took 10. Looks like I was killing a bit slowly before, and from the current outlook, there's still plenty of room for improvement. The key issue is that collecting loot is such a hassle. Too few people. At the very least, we need a full party of 4 collectors to make it feasible. I'll have to keep that in mind for next time. Looking at the rest of the gains. The largest was experience. Over 3 million. Currently bottlenecked and unusable, but once I change class it should be enough to level up over a dozen times at once. And when it truly becomes more than I can use, I can prioritize quality and grind for proficiency instead. Perfect. The rest includes quite a few materials, all of rare quality. They should be worth something, though their value is uncertain for now. Then there was equipment. 2 pieces were dropped in total. The rare equipment's attributes are truly satisfying to behold. Lin Ye now had enough in-game currency to settle his debt. He needn't sell off his equipment, he only had to return and complete the quest. Alright, let's head back. Su Wanting softly acknowledged with a gentle hum, trailing quietly behind. Upon their return to the novice village, by Shuya and Yin Yin were huddled together deep in animated discussion. Look, there are my sisters. Excited Su Wanting instinctively grabbed Lin Ye's hand and ran over. I don't think this one resembles him. No way. That gaze is far too sleazy. Definitely not him. Xia Mo exasperated remarked. My 2 dear sisters, are you selecting a partner or conducting an investigation? They amount to the same thing. Yin Yin replied with deadpan seriousness. Any man who doesn't spark something in me is automatically disqualified. Huh. Is that even a valid criterion? Xiaomo scratched her head vigorously. Have you considered that he may have deliberately altered his appearance to look nothing like himself? Oomph. Yin Yin grew visibly irritated. Do you really think I'm someone who judges solely by looks? Instinct. Do you comprehend instinct? Sigh. Why am I even explaining this to a tomboy like you? She turned around. Bai Shuya suddenly locked onto a target. Come. Take a look at this one. Do you feel anything? Yin barely glanced before she was instantly captivated. She took a closer look. He's adjusted his eyebrows, the corners of his eyes, and deliberately reshaped his face structure quite a bit. His aura has shifted somewhat, but that particular look in his eyes, it's unmistakable. The feeling aligns perfectly. It's definitely him. So fast. Xiaomo immediately leaned in to take a peek. Lin Ye. Well, if you put it that way, he does share about 30% resemblance to him. And he's just as annoying. Bai Shuya suddenly burst into soft laughter. So little Xiaoma has her own intuition after all. Not bad. Now both of you have identified him, and my instinct concurs. I'd say we've got him. Lin Ye. Let's see how you managed to escape my grasp. Lin Ye, listening nearby, felt as though he might cough up blood. What on earth was happening? Had his carefully disguised appearance been crafted from paper, exposed in mere minutes? This couldn't be right. Wasn't there something deeply suspicious going on here? He immediately shot a glare toward the side. Su Wanting, did you recognize me? What? Su Wanting froze, her eyes brimming with bewilderment. I recognized you. Not at all. Though the campus beauty's gaze was extraordinarily pure and clear as crystal in that moment, Lin Ye genuinely couldn't conceive of anyone else who might have figured it out. If you didn't recognize me, then how did they know who I am? Su Wanting glanced between her sisters and Lin Ye. Even I didn't know? How could my sisters? Bai Shuya, watching the two of them in their standoff, simply couldn't contain herself. Pressing a hand to her stomach, she giggled uncontrollably. Yin Yan's eyes were fixed entirely on Lin Ye's surprise mingled with delight. I knew I hadn't mistaken him. Xiaomo was thoroughly impressed. She immediately gave a thumbs up. Respect, respect. I'm genuinely convinced. In just one glance from a single look you deduced his approximate age, surmised he might know wanting, and could even identify his true self despite the altered appearance. That's incredibly impressive. I want to learn from you. Is this for real, eh? Lin Ye asked in utter disbelief. May I ask, are you named Renjia or Sherlock Holmes? Yin Yin responded with a gentle smile, stepping forward to link her arm through his. Let's go. This isn't the place for conversation. Shall we find a seat at the tavern and talk things over properly? On the way, Lin Ye felt completely dazed. After sampling some dark barley ale at the tavern and hearing their explanations, he felt even more bewildered. Guessing his age purely by instinct, then tracking down Haijiu University because of Su Wanning's party membership, and finally pinpointing his identity within mere minutes. Is this even reasonable? This was absolutely outrageous. Unless one were actually Sherlock Holmes wielding deductive reasoning, he found it nearly impossible to believe. I'm saying hypothetically, if I hadn't joined Su Wanning's party earlier, could you still have found me? Yin Yin nodded affirmatively without the slightest hesitation. Finding someone from scratch is difficult, but locating someone you've already encountered, that's straightforward. You were probably assigned to a randomized novice village, weren't you? Though technically randomized people from the same region tend to be grouped together. Wanting was also randomly assigned, and since we were searching for her specifically geographically speaking and she must have been placed relatively close. Starting from Haijiu to look for college students would naturally prioritize checking the nearest university first, so there shouldn't be much time difference. Holy crap, she really was Sherlock Holmes. Lin Ye rubbed his forehead. If it's convenient, would you mind keeping this confidential? Yin Yan's warm palm rested gently over Lin Ye's hand as she spoke softly. Don't worry. Trust me. I won't permit anyone beyond today to learn your information. Hearing this, Bai Shiya's delicate frame trembled slightly. She knew her sister was incredibly capable, but she had never witnessed her in matters of the heart. Never would she have imagined that the moment her sister took action, it would already reach such heights. All right, I believe you. Lin Ye naturally had no choice but to agree. Refusing now would only court exposure. Then, are you free tonight? Yin Yan's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of cunning as she asked. College students rarely attend classes at this point, do they? 7 o'clock tonight. I'll come pick you up at school. It's settled, shall we? Lin Ye glanced at Su Wanting. Could he really bluff his way out by claiming there was evening study session at school? Never mind. Being straightforward wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, there wasn't much he stood to lose financially, as long as his talent remained concealed. He nodded in agreement. No problem. Yin Yan's satisfied smile deepened at his response. Bai Shiya noticed her hand still lingering and quickly tugged it back discreetly. Cough, cough. It's still rather early. What are your plans? Lin Ye took a deep breath, composing his thoughts. First, I need to turn in a quest, then continue with advanced training. After that's done, I'll probably leave the novice village. Bai Shiya blinked in surprise. You're already level 10. Almost there. Lin Ye realized his slip and quickly sought to cover it. But Su Wanting meanwhile opened the party interface. Wait. I just checked, and you're already level 10. Lin Ye glanced across at Bai Shiya and Yin Yin, forcing composure. He must have leveled up too quickly. I didn't notice. Whether they believed him or not, it was his only recourse. Bai Shiya and Yin Yin exchanged a glance and smiled as though they hadn't laughed this genuinely in years. Bai Shiya laughed for quite a while before managing to compose herself. Lin. Oh no, Lord Demon Venerable, rest assured we will absolutely not pry into your affairs. There's no need for tension. Yin Yan's beautiful eyes shimmered with reverence as she pressed a hand to her chest. Indeed, indeed. Lord Demon Venerable is our supreme master. All information concerning you shall remain forever sealed within our hearts. We would never betray even a single word to outsiders. Xiaomo was the first to burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. Only Su Wanting didn't laugh, but seeing her face turn crimson from holding it in, she was clearly on the verge of breaking too. Goodbye. Lin Ye rose and departed immediately. Lord Demon Venerable, will you be returning later? Yin Yin quickly rose to ask. Yes, I'll be right back. Lin Ye gritted his teeth as he finished speaking, then headed out to the blacksmith's to complete his quest. Ding, quest complete. Lin Ye checked his equipment. Without any jewelry slots, he could only select weapons which doubled the quality. Ding, you have obtained the Death Whisper loot. Lin Ye took it in hand and was immediately captivated by its radiant golden luster. A golden legendary. Elegy string bow. Quality legendary. Durability 1000. Requirement level 10. Attack 75. Attack speed 30. Critical hit damage 50. Can fire an additional 2 arrows. What a golden legendary item. And it also has the most precious attribute for archers, extra arrows. Lin Ye's hands trembled slightly. He had been researching archers for a month. No one understood the value of this legendary bow better than him. Not even now. 3 months after the server launched. The stats on this legendary weapon were still the dream bow that countless archers yearned for. An extremely powerful attack boost, rare critical hit damage, and the most elusive extra arrows. Although it was only level 10, its price would be astronomical. If he posted it on the forum, now someone would surely beg to buy it within moments. This was no joke. Even experts after the second job advancement might not find anything better. In the end, the extra arrows attribute was truly extraordinary. The gap between firing 1 arrow and 3 arrows was like heaven and earth. Even if archers could learn multi-arrow skills after job advancement, the significance and value of adding 2 extra arrows remained profound. An absolute masterpiece. Lin Ye gently stroked the dark metallic bow body, dotted with spots of crimson that resembled bloodstains. The bow featured multiple arrow slots along its length, spreading naturally like fish scales. 3 nearly imperceptible blood-red string lines stood vertically at the center, with a translucent pale golden glow emanating from the entire structure. The quality of a legendary weapon was indescribable the moment you held it. Pure satisfaction. Lin Ye composed himself after a while, and finally stowed the elegy-stringed bow into his backpack. Ordinary scenes wouldn't require it. Ordinary monsters were hardly worthy of it. Leaving the blacksmith shop, he headed straight for the hunter NPC. Passing by the water well, Lin Ye suddenly remembered. Should I do this quest? It was already difficult, and Bai Shuya and the others were around. Forget it. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. His identity was already known. There was no point dwelling on those thoughts. One could only gather what he could. He immediately turned back toward the tavern. Already done? Bai Shuya asked with a smile. That's perfect. I have a boss quest here. Would you like to kill it before you leave? We need to kill it. With a boss and a quest, there would be double rewards. Absolutely worth it. Lin Ye nodded. I can carry you through as long as I know the level and boss details. But in return, you need to help me catch a few blue-eyed demon rabbits. Oh, Bai Shuya's eyebrows lifted, and she immediately realized. You want to do the vagrant's quest? Xia Mo shook her head directly, the corners of her mouth turning downward. That quest is incredibly troublesome unless you grasp the key clues. Otherwise, it's not worth doing. Whether I can complete it is my own concern. Just tell me if you can catch them. Lin Ye was determined to try. Yin smiled lightly. They're not easy to catch, but since you've asked, I'd even help you catch the moon. Lin Ye was nearly rendered speechless. Su Wanning watched beside him in a daze. Seeing your sister, Yin, is so amazing. How can she be so skilled? Xia Mo truly couldn't bear it. She felt like vomiting, but dared not vomit in front of others, so she turned away. Even Bai Shuya found black lines forming on her forehead. I thought only foolish men could speak such cheesy pickup lines. I didn't expect the well-read you to be just as bad. Lin Ye could no longer stay. If there's no problem, let's split up. I have another quest. Stepping outside, he found the hunter NPC and accepted the advanced quest. Young man, your progress is remarkable. Good. Now go over there and fire continuously 100 times at high speed with an accuracy rate exceeding 60%. Any pause counts as failure. The hunter instructed. Lin Ye moved to the side. The advanced training targets were farther, over 50 meters away, and the targets were smaller. 60% accuracy was truly not easy. Begin. Lin Ye drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Twang. The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow flew. Lin Ye accelerated his movements. Drawing, knocking, shooting. All in one fluid motion, nearly forming afterimages. In the air, the arrows followed one after another, nearly forming a straight line. Though some arrows missed, the accuracy stabilized well above 80%. The novice players training nearby were dumbfounded. What the hell? Is that a bow or a Gatling gun? Am I playing a fake class? Why am I different from him? Insane. Don't ask me why I'm kneeling while playing. You'd kneel too. A group of archers gazing at that attack speed could only feel shock, envy, and jealousy. Oh heavens, why must I witness such extreme attack speed? What if I can never achieve it? Wouldn't that drive me mad? Lin Ye turned and returned to hand in the quest. The hunter's expression was equally stunned. After a long moment, he snapped back and roared, excellent. As I thought, you are 1 in 10,000 and naturally gifted archer. Only you are qualified to inherit the ancient legacy. What? Everyone present had heard it clearly. Ancient legacy. Could it be a hidden class? It must be. You sneaky hunter with your thick eyebrows and big eyes. I always thought we were close. Sending you meat and wine, and you took everything without ever telling me about the ancient legacy. I think I'm the 1 in 10,000 naturally gifted hunter. No, it should be me. A group of archers went completely wild. But the hunter ignored them entirely. He took an ancient-looking arrowhead from his chest and solemnly placed it into Lin Ye's hands. Ding, you have received a new quest. Ancient Legacy Archer. Follow the guidance of the arrowhead and seek the ruins of the ancient archers. Objective: Ancient Ruins 01. Reward: Legacy Class, Archer. A Legacy Class. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. This was the rarest existence among all classes in eternity. The hunter instructor wore an expression of relief, his eyes filled with expectation. Go, young man. I believe that with your abilities you will surely find the ancient ruins and restore the glory of the archers. Ding, advanced training quest completed. Lin Ye saw the rewards and skillfully selected the experience gain over quantity for his skills. Your brilliant shot has gained 10000 proficiency points. Skill leveled up. Skill leveled up. The skill. Ding, you have acquired a new skill. Ding. You have obtained a new skill, Elemental Blast Arrow. Lin Ye opened his panel to check his newly upgraded skills. Gorgeous shot. Quality rare. Requirements none. Current level 10 max. Requires bow class weapon. Attack speed 60. Movement speed 60. Moving shot. Allows attacks while moving with hit rate identical to normal attacks. Max level stats doubled, truly fast. Elemental Blast Arrow. Quality rare. Requirements none. Level 1. Active skill. Limited to bow class weapons. Cost 15 mana. Cooldown 5 seconds. Channels elemental power through magical force into the arrow, dealing 120 physical damage and 200 elemental damage. Upon impact, the arrow detonates, dealing 70 secondary damage to all targets within a 3-meter radius. Fire damage triggers. Explosion has a 30 chance to inflict a burning effect on the target. Frost damage triggers. Explosion has a 30 chance to inflict a slowing effect on the target. Lightning damage triggers. Explosion has a 30 chance to inflict a shock effect on the target. Wind blade damage triggers. Explosion has a 30 chance to inflict a bleeding effect on the target. A 2-stage damage skill. Not bad at all, and it even comes with bonus elemental effects. Lin Ye stowed away the quest items and returned to the tavern. Only Bai Shuya and Su Wanting remained. Hunting rabbits will probably take them quite a while. Should we go pick up the boss quest first? Lin Ye asked. If a few will suffice, then we'll only need to wait a short while, Bai Shuya replied. That quick? Lin Ye had read online that it was supposed to be very difficult. Bai Shuya fixed her gaze upon Lin Ye, her eyes blazing with fervor. Difficult it may be, but since you asked, no matter how impossible, we will find every means to see it done. For a moment Lin Ye did not even know whether to offer thanks. Genuinely concerned, she might yet unleash another outrageous remark. Noticing Lin Ye's silence, Bai Shuya turned and poked the Su Wanting beside her. Look, the great demon venerable seems a tad shy now. Sis. Whether Lin Ye was shy or not, Su Wanting could not say. But she herself was utterly flustered, a crimson flush spreading from her cheeks all the way down her slender neck. Lin Ye, thick-skinned as ever, pretended he had heard nothing. Just in time. Yin and the others had also returned. Trait. A total of 9 blue-eyed demon rabbits. These are quest mobs. There are very few of them, and their respawn rate is painfully slow. We've gathered every last one just now. If you need more, we'll likely have to wait over an hour. Xiaimo spoke up by way of explanation. That's fine, 9 should be enough. Lin Ye rose to undertake the quest, calling back over his shoulder. Wait here a moment. I'll be back shortly. 9 then. Success or no, it would have to do. Lin Ye had originally budgeted for 10, to make it a clean round 1,000, and see if the quest changed. With no time to spare now, he could not afford to waste any. The backyard. He found Sasha, the proprietor's little daughter. Big brother, my little bunny went missing. Can you help me find it? Lin Ye accepted the quest and turned it in on the spot. Wow, thank you so much, big brother. Sasha leapt up with pure delight. Wait right here. I'll treat you to my mama's secret recipe, roast chicken. Ding. You have obtained roast chicken X100. Repeat the quest. Repeat the task. 900 roast chickens were swiftly secured. He headed straight for the well to seek out the vagrant. Sniff, sniff. The vagrant caught the scent of roast chicken. His nostrils twitched, and in an instant he scrambled to his feet, snatching the chicken without ceremony and digging in. Between ravenous bites, he rambled on. Not bad, delicious. That's the flavor. A whole roast chicken was reduced to bare bones in just a few bites. TCH, pity there isn't more. If you could bring me another 99. Burp, I could let you in on a secret. Lin Ye, knowing the quest routine, promptly shoved 99 roast chickens into his hands. His appetite was clearly abnormal. 100 roast chickens devoured in mere minutes, the pile of bones beside him stacked taller than he stood. Burp, not bad, but still far too few. If you could bring me another 100 roast chickens, I swear on my honor, I'll really tell you a secret. Just as expected. Still begging for more. Clearly nothing but a swindler. Lin Ye had no patience to squander further and said bluntly, spit it out. How many more chickens do you want? The vagrant sprang to his feet in sudden excitement. Young man, I see exceptional talent in you. If you could bring me 300. Oh no, 500, I swear on the glory of Sturbs, I shall certainly. Before he could finish, Lin Ye dumped the remaining 800 roast chickens from his pack. Speak. Hee. The vagrant was momentarily stunned. When he finally came back to his senses, he was in no hurry to eat the chicken. Young man, you've just obtained an ancient inheritance, haven't you? How did you know? Lin Ye saw no reason to hide it, and asked in return. The thing that old hunter treasured his whole life. Now it rests upon you. From 800 li away, I could still smell the blood upon those arrowheads. The vagrant's manner was no longer crazed. One greasy hand reached directly into his tattered, ragged clothes, seemingly fumbling for something with great effort. Young man, your talent is extraordinary. Through your own strength, you have earned the old hunter's recognition, and you still possess the patience to keep an old vagrant company. He, a man who should have descended to hell long ago, shamelessly clinging to life these few thousand years. It seems it was not all for nothing. As he spoke, the vagrant drew from his bosom a pristine, translucent, hexagonal crystal. Lin Ye's gaze fell into it. He felt as though he had been plunged into a vast cosmos surrounded by boundless starlight, flowing radiant, dazzling beyond compare. Take it. This should be a quest, but I have no right to demand that you do it. How you choose hereafter lies entirely with you. Lin Ye did not fully understand, but he reached out and took the crystal. Crack! The crystal shattered. It dissolved into streams of starlight that merged into Lin Ye's heart. He looked before him once more. The vagrant who had seemed so vigorous moments ago had withered in an instant. His black hair turned white, his body shriveled and gaunt as though all his youth and lifespan had drained away at once. Only at the corner of his lips lingered a smile, untouched by any regret. At that very moment, across the millions upon millions of beginner villages that existed for all eternity, every vagrant aged, in unison, dissolving into dust that scattered upon the wind. Bai Shuya and the others rested within the tavern, wondering why so quiet. What is the demon venerable like at school? Is he handsome in real life? Sis, I don't even know him. How am I supposed to answer that? You truly don't know him. Then what on earth do you do at school? I have to study, sis. Bai Shuya was about to reply when Xia Imo interrupted, her face aghast. President by every vagrant in every beginner village has vanished. Thump! Bai Shuya's heart seized, her eyes brimming with disbelief. He succeeded? What? Do all the beggars in the beginner village vanish domestically and internationally? Investigate. Look into it immediately. This must be an epic tier quest. Earth. Every powerful guild and faction launched urgent operations. An epic tier quest. In the game of Eternal, where one could attain transcendent power and achieve immortality, its significance was unparalleled. Even the military establishments of various nations could no longer remain idle. Huaxia, I don't care how much money it costs. I don't care what resources are deployed. I only demand one outcome: secure that epic quest. Sakura State. Gentlemen, if we are to become the first faction to transcend mortality, we must surely also be the first to attain immortality. America. Gentlemen, the uniqueness of this quest is too potent. It almost certainly transcends the epic tier. To maintain our hegemony in both reality and the game, we must spare no effort to trace its origin. Even if we cannot claim it for ourselves, we will destroy it. Eternal. Beginner Village. Lin Ye watched as the beggar dissolved into dust before his eyes, while the crystal in his hand had similarly vanished into thin air. Ding. You have obtained the Chronostar key, unlocking the hidden quest chain, the Forgotten Civilization. Quest chain first ring. Follow the guidance of Starlight to find the lost star river hidden within the crevices of time. Reward unknown. Penalty: due to the unique nature of this quest, failure will result in its permanent disappearance, deletion of your player character, and a complete reset to 0. Higher rewards naturally come with greater difficulty. That's fine, but the key issue is that this quest deletes your character upon failure. Besides, since he already gave me the quest, why does he need to beg me to complete it? Lin Ye's mind raced, quickly deducing several key points. First, the quest's difficulty was absurd. The beggar required someone strong enough to earn the hunter's approval. Second, the quest process was extremely intricate and left no room for error. Therefore, the individual had to possess considerable patience and astonishing perseverance. Taken individually, countless players could surely fulfill each demand over the past few months. But combined, that was pure nonsense. Would a player with an S-rank talent really spend their days in the beginner village catching rabbits and delivering roasted chickens to him? Impossible. Not even for a few dozen hours. That was time. The new server had just launched. Every moment was precious. An inch of time was worth an inch of gold, yet gold could not buy back a single instant. If Lin Ye were forced to camp in the beginner village for a month, he wouldn't attempt this quest, even if he knew every step by heart. For now, he had accepted the quest, but the real question remained how. Worse still, whether to even attempt it was uncertain. He would cross that bridge later. After all, with 0 clues currently, what was the point of obsessing over difficulty? Back at the tavern, Bai Shuya and the others immediately seated him. They leaned in eagerly. Bai Shuya ultimately swallowed her myriad questions and finally said, "We won't ask about the quest clues or process. If you need assistance, we'll help without expecting anything in return." No return. That hardly seems appropriate. Lin Ye could already feel the task's abysmal difficulty and lacked even a single clue. If he asked for their help, he'd undoubtedly have to pay. It's perfectly appropriate, very appropriate. Yin grasped Lin Ye's hand, her eyes shining with adoration. To serve His Majesty the Demon Heavenly Venerable is our supreme honor. How could we ever demand compensation? Bai Xia turned around, a trace of pride in her tone. This isn't technically a hidden quest. It's merely a small information gap. Yet even if ordinary players knew about it, they'd struggle to accept it. The complete set of fine-grade equipment includes 4 jewelry pieces. Without spending a fortune, you simply couldn't assemble them. A necklace, 2 rings, and a belt all counted as jewelry. Speaking of others, even Lin Ye up to this point owned not a single piece. Is jewelry really that expensive? Weren't they just over 10,000? Bai Xia nodded. Those were common-grade items. A fine-grade ring in the beginner village spawns only a handful daily. If one were listed at over 100,000, you certainly wouldn't be able to secure it. No wonder. Lin Ye understood and chuckled. I was just wondering why the boss quest rewards seemed so poor. Poor. Bai Xia and Yin and the others were utterly stunned. The bounty mission can only be attempted once. It must succeed on the first try, or it's game over. The difficulty is absolutely not low. Bai Xia spoke with barely contained excitement. And the rewards are even more impressive, a ring worth over 100,000 enhancement stones going for 30,000, and most importantly, a letter of recommendation. Only with that can you possibly reach the main city and receive a hidden class quest. If you say this is the prerequisite for a hidden class, then it makes sense. However, Lin Ye showed little interest as he still had an inheritance class quest waiting for him. By the way, is a hidden class better, or an inheritance class? Inheritance. Bai Xia answered without hesitation. Why? Lin Ye had searched online before. Some said inheritance was better, others said hidden classes were superior. But really they were all just people who'd never driven a luxury car bragging nonsense. He couldn't take it all at face value. How should I explain this? Bai Xia thought for a moment. Actually, whether a class is strong or not ultimately depends on the individual and on the mentor. If you have to compare. A normal class is like attending a regular university. A hidden class is like having an academician from a research institute as your mentor. As for inheritance class, it means inheriting the legacy of the strongest figures in history. Xia Mo added, no need to overthink it. Inheritance is definitely superior, but it's far more difficult to advance. Moreover, obtaining an inheritance class is absurdly hard. You need to demonstrate strength worthy of an NPC mentor's recognition during the newbie village phase. Apart from those absolute monsters, no one could possibly pull it off. Right? Halfway through her words, Xia Mo, Bai Xia, and Yin all turned to look at Lin Ye simultaneously. What? Do I look like a monster to you? Lin Ye rolled his eyes. You do. Or rather, you don't. But that's not important now. Bai Xia clicked her tongue. You should hurry up and find a mentor. I'm guessing you can snag an inheritance class. Lin Ye nodded. Already done. Just as expected. Xia Mo wore an expression of, I knew it. Wow, you really are a monster. Uffed. Even Yin was amused, covering her mouth as she said, Xia Mo, don't talk nonsense. If even Lord Mo Tianzun couldn't obtain an inheritance class, that would be the most unreasonable thing of all. Lin Ye turned away, selectively blocking their messages. Let's go, we're heading out. Wait, let me stock up on potions first. Don't you need to replenish your arrows? Bai Xia said. Then let's go together. The eternal inventory was generous, 100 slots. Weapons and equipment occupied only 1 slot each, while materials and potions could stack up to 100. Lin Ye purchased 50 stacks of iron arrows and picked up some red and blue potions to top off his supplies. After all, this was a boss hunt. Better to keep them handy for emergencies. He casually sold the wolf fangs. No options appeared. He wasn't sure if it was because those wolf fangs had already appreciated 100-fold, or because trading type income couldn't trigger his talent. Ding. You have obtained 1020 gold. How much? Lin Ye counted several times, making sure he wasn't seeing things. 1,000 gold. Earlier he and the school beauty had worked hard picking up coins together and only earned 200 gold. Now just by selling materials, he got 1,000 gold. Are materials really this valuable? Or is it? Only rare materials are worth this much. 1,000 gold. Nearly 200,000 in real money. The mainstream commuter cars on the market cost about that much, and those are the higher-end configurations. Absurd. The hundredfold returns talent was truly absurd. If Lin Ye didn't level up or do quests just farming monsters alone, he could earn several million a day. And if he happened to drop some top-tier accessories, he'd be well on his way to 10 million, wouldn't he? What a terrifying money-making speed. Grind. Today's monsters, I'm definitely grinding them. With everything prepared, Bai Xia led the team out. Besides crocodiles, the swamp also has poisonous frogs, venomous snakes, and some disgusting little bugs. But we have a priest who can dispel them. Here are a few antidotes. Take them immediately if poisoned, then chug a couple of health potions, and you'll be fine. She had done this quest before, so naturally, she knew the area like the back of her hand. They left the village, heading west all the way. After crossing several streams through the woods, they saw the marshland thick with reeds in the distance. The newbie village only had 2 level 10 zones. The swamp crocodiles to the west and the canyon rock wolves to the east. So there were quite a few players here, but one central area was conspicuously left empty with people standing around chatting and idling nearby without farming any monsters. Not good. This area has been claimed by another team. The zone they've cordoned off is the boss spawn point. Bai Shia swept her gaze across and immediately sensed something was off. At the same time, the team at the swamp's edge also noticed Lin Ye and his group, but only cast them a few contemptuous glances. Newcomers. Hey, go stand over there. If there are monsters, farm them. Don't come near the center, or our crocodile gang will kill you back to level 0 in a single day. Bastards. Bai Shia's face instantly chilled, and she was about to lose her temper on the spot. Su Wanting hurriedly stepped forward and tugged at her sister by. It's fine. We can grind some experience on the outskirts just the same. Before she could finish her sentence, an arrow wreathed in flames shot forth with devastating speed. Whoosh crack. The piercing shriek of the arrow tearing through the air and the sound of a player getting headshot rang out almost simultaneously. 3702. One-shot kill. Su Wanting turned her head in shock only to see Lin Ye already pulling his bowstring into afterimages. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows fired in relentless succession, and every single one claimed a player's life, sending them crashing to the ground. Beautifully done. Xiao Mo was the first to speak. These bastards, the moment they have a little power, they start throwing their weight around, as if they want to monopolize every resource in all of Eternal. The fury that had just surged up in Bai Shia instantly died down. Because if she got angry, the most that would happen was a fight with this crocodile gang. But when Mo Tianzun got angry, that was indiscriminate. Whether you're part of the crocodile gang or not, anyone who dares to stand here today is already in the wrong. In the distance, the crocodile gang members also noticed the anomaly. They had no time to be shocked. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen of their own had already dropped dead. Bastards. Who the hell has a death wish daring to crash the crocodile gang's territory? Damn it, get him. A horde of crocodile gang members roared as they charged forward. At a glance, there appeared to be 100 or 200 of them. This was the newbie village where top-tier equipment was scarce and levels were capped. Anyone who dared to throw their weight around here was relying on sheer numbers, weren't they? But do numbers even matter? Did the 2-3 attack speed sound like a joke to them? Lin Ye's arrows fired without pause, each one igniting as he channeled fire elemental energy into them. Continuous fire. In an instant, a blazing rain of fire descended upon the swamp. But this rain of fire was falling sideways. Lin Ye simply stopped aiming altogether. His left hand held the bow aloft, slowly sweeping horizontally, firing all the way from the leftmost edge of the swamp to the rightmost. Within 100 meters, whether human or monster, anything taller than 1 meter would inevitably have a burning arrow lodged in its body. Such a terrifying scene instantly drained the color from the crocodile gang members' faces. What's happening? Is that guy using a sewing machine or a Gatling gun? Damn, isn't this freaking meteor rain? It's almost on par with a military helicopter's rocket launcher. Shit. I came here to play games, not to be used for bullet practice, you hear me? Boss. Staring at the rain of fire before him, the leader of the crocodile gang was on the verge of losing his mind. He ground his teeth fiercely and bellowed, "BB brother, if you're a real man, give me your name. Sooner or later we'll settle this debt of blood and gratitude one way or another." Lin Ye glanced at the distance between them. Well over 100 meters now. "Who's your brother?" he scoffed. Bodies lying on the ground shouldn't be running their mouths. Bang. The instant Lin Ye's toes touched the ground, his entire form dissolved into a blur of afterimages as he launched himself forward. The swamp's U-shaped terrain came with a staggering 50% movement slowdown effect. But for Lin Ye, whose base movement speed bordered on flight, having that 200 meters per second reduced to merely 100 was still faster than anything beneath the heavens. In the next heartbeat, Lin Ye materialized before the crocodile gang's leader, an arrowhead pressed directly against his forehead. Bang! The arrow flew, his skull exploded. Every crocodile gang player present fell into stunned silence. What just happened? He had the barrel pressed right against the guy's forehead. An archer dares to kill like that. Holy, isn't this just outright brutality? Boss, I'm still a student. Bang! Another headshot. Lin Ye had absolutely no patience for their endless groveling. One word: kill. A relentless barrage of arrows followed. The meteor fire rain erupted once more. Only this time the crocodile gang members actually tried to run. But no matter how fast a man flees, he can never outrun an arrow in flight. Let alone the fact that this was the deepest part of the swamp, where their movement speed was slashed to almost nothing. They simply couldn't gain any traction. Within mere moments, over 100 members of the crocodile gang collapsed into pools of their own blood. Not a single survivor. The players who had gathered around the swamp's perimeter stood rooted to the spot, struck utterly dumb. Holy, he wiped them all out. Terrifying. Is this what a top-tier player looks like? So damn satisfying. I'm deleting my account and re-rolling. I want to be an archer. Big Bro's legendary. What a beautiful slaughter. These Crocodile Gang scumbags have been monopolizing boss spawn points and bullying us solo players for ages. Now they've finally received their just deserts. Big Bro, on behalf of every player in Newbie Village, I thank you. The surrounding spectators erupted in applause, clapping with everything they had. For they all knew, if their palms weren't loud enough, now the next sound they'd hear would be the crack of their own skulls being split open. Lin Ye paid them no heed so long as they didn't disturb him. He immediately activated his grinding mode. Any swamp crocodile foolish enough to surface instantly met an arrow that ended it in one shot. Ding. You have gained 210 proficiency points. You have gained 210 proficiency points. The experience was more than sufficient for now. Just grinding some proficiency to level up his skills. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lin Ye watched utterly captivated. Ripples shimmered in her eyes as she murmured, "Our Lord Demon Sovereign is way too overpowered, isn't he? He's so manly." Boyfriend material exploding everywhere. Puffed by Shia covered her forehead with a laugh. "Sure, you're being a bit love-struck. But this time I'll admit you're right. The Demon Sovereign's dominance simply defied all logic. To one's enemies, it was pure terror. But to those at his side, it was absolute bliss. Truly absolute bliss." Su Wanting watched with her heart fluttering, wildly nibbling at her lip as she secretly resolved, "No, this time I absolutely have to learn from Sister Yin. If you like someone, you go after them. Never just sit and wait." Xia Mo gazed at the lovesick expressions on their faces and could only rub her temples in exasperation. "President, did we come here to level up or to ogle men?" "Huh. Oh, right. Bai Shia finally snapped out of it and led the others to regroup with Lin Ye. "When does the boss spawn?" Lin Ye inquired. Bai Shia knitted her brows. "Normally it spawns twice a day, but judging by how they've already gathered their members to wait, it should be soon." "No worries." Lin Ye could afford to wait. He needed to grind some proficiency for upgrades anyway. If we're waiting for the boss, why did they leave this area completely empty before? Lin Ye noticed the central zone was teeming with monsters. No logic in just leaving them there for show, was there? "Insufficient strength," Bai Shia answered bluntly. "Generally, once you kill enough normal monsters, elites start appearing. And even if you wipe out every elite, they'll all resurrect when the boss spawns. Boss zones normally require crowd control," she continued. "Otherwise, when the boss appears alongside a swarm of elites, the difficulty skyrockets with zero bonus rewards to show for it." "I see. Just a little trick for boss hunting then." Not that it mattered. He paid difficulty no mind whatsoever. The experience is flying in so fast. Xiaomo didn't exactly see eye to eye with Lin Ye, but she had to admit, when the Demon Sovereign went to work, he was utterly invincible. At this pace and efficiency, they didn't even need to lift a finger themselves. Meanwhile, Su Wanting had already sensibly taken it upon herself to go pick up the loot. "Oh my, our Wanting truly is gentle and virtuous. Already knows how to manage the household. Whoever marries you in the future will be incredibly fortunate," Bai Shia teased with a grin. Su Wanting's ears instantly flared crimson. "Sis, what are you even saying?" She stammered in embarrassment. Hee, don't be shy. Every girl has to get married someday after all." As she spoke, Bai Shia shot a deliberately provocative glance toward Lin Ye. "Tell me, does the great Demon Sovereign still need a wife? How about I set you up with Wanting? Look, our university's campus beauty has the figure, the looks, the innocence, the charm, and she's so wonderfully domesticated. If you've got extra space on your bed at home, why not just take her in? Whose side are you even on?" Lin Ye was utterly speechless. He shot her a sideways glare. "I killed too fast for her to collect everything alone." Collect it all. It wasn't that Xia Mo had money to burn. She just looked over the scattered copper coins and crocodile skins and genuinely didn't think they were worth picking up. "Yes, everything," Lin Ye confirmed. Lin Ye was here specifically to farm money. Of course he had to take everything. "The Demon Sovereign's will is our will." Yin smiled faintly and immediately ran off to help. "Oh my." Xia Mo stared blankly. "No way, right? The dignified eldest miss of the Yin family, and she's willingly doing this sort of grunt work now. That's right. Everything for Lord Demon Sovereign." Bai Shia playfully joined in as well. With no way out, the reluctant Xia Mo could only grumble and get to work. "Ding. You obtained 4200 copper coins. You obtained rare crocodile hide X1. You obtained the ring of strangulation." "Wait." Lin Ye thought he spotted an accessory and immediately opened his inventory. "Ring of strangulation, quality, rare, durability, 500 level requirement, 10 critical rate, 5 attack, 50 attacks, have a 10 chance to trigger level 1 skill strangulation. Strangulation attack speed 30, attack 30, a duration 1 second. A critical rate ring with an on-trigger skill attached. Not bad at all." Lin Ye equipped it on the spot. No wonder rings sold for such ridiculous prices. Their stats were genuinely top tier. 5% critical rate. That was no small number. Critical hits. The absolute core stat for boosting damage output. For any attack speed focus class, 100% crit was the ultimate in-game goal. Ding. Skill level up. Lin Ye glanced over. At this pace, he'd max it out in just a few more minutes. Active skills cost 1 proficiency point per use. Passive skills cost 1 proficiency point per kill. Following this rule, accumulating 1,000 proficiency points would take at least a full month. Though Lin Ye's current proficiency grinding wasn't as fast as quest rewards, it still far outpaced any normal player. Besides, he was simultaneously farming gold materials and gear. TCH, still not enough, way too slow. Lin Ye had only been grinding for a short while before he started complaining about the monster density. His gaze swept outward and landed on the swamp's perimeter. Monsters spawned there too, just fewer of them. That was fine. With his movement speed, Lin Ye could come and go freely, grind a spot, and leave without wasting any time. As for the increased loot pickup radius, he wasn't picking anything up anyway. What did that have to do with him? Engaged. Lin Ye's form flickered and he charged toward the perimeter, clearing an entire zone's monsters in a single breath. Right? I have mobile shot, no need to stop at all. Lin Ye realized and began grinding on the move. One full lap took barely 7 or 8 breaths, perfectly timed with the central zone's monsters respawning. Good. Efficiency fully maxed out now. As for the surrounding players, they had all retreated to the distant tree line, watching from afar with their jaws hanging open. Holy crap. This big bro is absolutely insane. Solo monopolizing the entire field, total clear, not letting a single monster slip through. I'm so jealous. If I could grind like this, I'd leap tears in just a few days, right? That's some serious money. Hundreds of crocodiles across the whole swamp. Even if each one's worth just 1 silver coin, 1 lap would be over 100. How are you calculating that? Each crocodile drops at least 30 copper coins, materials around 160 copper. That's already 2 silvers. Add the occasional gear drop, and 1 lap easily clears 500. Dude, and what if rings or necklaces drop? Obviously count it. At his pace, 5 or 6 laps per minute. 1 lap per minute means a few ring drops per day guaranteed, right? 500 per lap, 5,000 per minute, 50 million per day. That's a fortune. Brother, did your math teacher get eaten by your PE teacher? Monster respawns take time, you know. Watching his efficiency grinding all day probably nets around 1 million at most. Even counting the bosses, there's no way he's crossing 3 million. The players around them argued endlessly. But by the time Lin Ye finished grinding between his gold and materials, he had genuinely hit the 1 million mark. First million achieved. In one full sweep across the entire swamp, he could slay roughly 500 swamp crocodiles. Excluding materials and equipment, the coin drops alone amounted to 200 gold. At peak speed, he could clear 5 sweeps per minute. However, monsters didn't respawn that quickly, only once every minute. So at most 200 gold per minute, just over 1 million gold per hour. In just 1 hour, Lin Ye could earn 1 million. Insane profits. Farming here is absolutely insane. The wolf packs in the hills were few in number, nowhere near comparable, and their drop rates were far lower as well. Indeed. From now on, he should prioritize higher level zones whenever possible. The returns were clearly on another level. Lin Ye farmed with such fervor that he simply couldn't stop. It was the first time he discovered the addiction of earning money. Truly exhilarating. Who wouldn't get swept up in the heat of the moment with 1 million rolling in every hour? But then, after over an hour of continuous grinding, Lin Ye remained full of vigor, radiating enthusiasm. But the 4 women who had been sprinting across the field gathering loot were drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, barely able to hold on any longer. Doesn't he ever get tired? Xiaomo couldn't help but shoot Lin Ye a sidelong glance as she complained. Probably not. Bai Shuya braced her waist, gasping for breath. In eternal fatigue scales with your stats. Want him to tire out. Huh. That would probably be harder than working a ox to death. What were Imozune's stats anyway? Nobody knew. But one thing was certain. They had to be absolutely monstrous. Xiaomo wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. The swamp terrain here is brutal. Even I, a warrior, can barely handle it. I really don't know how you all managed to keep going. No, I really can't anymore. Let me catch my breath. With that, Bai Shuya flopped down with a splash into the swamp's grassy shallows. Yan couldn't hold on any longer either, but Su Wanting had yet to rest. She resolved to push through a little longer. The 2 women trudged through the swamp with ragged breaths, each step a laborious struggle. What's going on? Lin Ye only noticed something was wrong when his gold stopped increasing. He glanced around. Why are there only 3 of you? Where's the 4th? Xiaomo pointed toward the collapsed Bai Shuya with a helpless sigh. Lord Imozune, please have mercy. Give them a moment to breathe. If you must vent your fury, then unleash it all upon me. But their bodies are frail. If this continues, they'll truly be worked to death by you. Lin Ye hadn't expected their fatigue stats to be so terribly low. He turned his gaze back to Bai Shuya, the dignified president of the ANG club, exhausted by his relentless grinding until she lay sprawled in the mud, unable to even pick herself up. Lin Ye's heart softened somewhat. All right, let's take a 10-minute break then. What? 10 minutes? Xiaomo had assumed he was finally done. Little did she expect that this barely qualified as halftime. Elsewhere, upon hearing that they could finally rest, Su Wanting, and Yin simultaneously fell backward with a splash into the swamp. Lin Ye, is it really that dramatic? Xiaomo rolled her eyes. What did you expect? This is a swamp. Movement speed is halved, stamina consumption is doubled. Eternal's terrain penalties are absolutely terrifying. Forget it, you'll understand eventually. That made some sense. Lin Ye wasn't feeling anything yet, but just to be safe he opened his panel and allocated another 500 points to Constitution, 500 to Agility, and 500 to Strength. There. With this he should be able to farm for an entire day, right? Continue. An eternal loot wouldn't disappear if left on the ground. He could simply retrieve it after the girls finished their rest. Seeing that Lin Ye was still in combat, Xiaomo gritted her teeth and prepared to push on. But behind her, dark shadows beneath the swamp's waters suddenly began to stir. The boss has spawned. Xiaomo immediately cried out in warning, drawing her shield for defense as she shouted, "Clear the elites first. If we can't kill them all within 60 seconds, the boss's power will double." Elites. Lin Ye had been slicing through them so quickly earlier that he hadn't even noticed where they were. He glanced back. One by one swamp crocodiles surfaced from the water, rising onto their hind legs. Elite monsters. Twice the size of ordinary crocodiles. Combined with their ever-increasing numbers, they formed a dark oppressive mass, utterly intimidating. Especially with the largest shadow lurking beneath the water's surface as though it could surge forth at any moment and snap at them with a single bite. Damn it, too many elites just spawned. Xiaomo's brows knitted tightly together as she spoke. The swamp crocodile boss enters a frenzied state. Its berserk attributes keep stacking as time goes on. With this many elite minions around, if it rages to its limit, we're probably... Before she could finish, 3 flaming arrows streaked past her in a parallel line, each striking a different elite monster. -6,000 and 10 -6,000 and 22 -6,050. Bang. 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 The 3 elite monsters had barely risen to their feet before they were obliterated by the arrows. Xiaomo fell into stunned silence. Elites one-shot too. 6,000 damage. Where did a newbie like you get such devastating damage? Xiaomo distinctly remembered Mo Zun's attacks being only in the 2,000 to 3,000 range before. Did he use a skill? It didn't look like it. Wait, why had 3 arrows appeared in a perfect parallel just now? Xiaomo had just turned her head when, whoosh, another 3 arrows zipped past her. And then, whoosh whoosh whoosh, row upon row of arrows launched forth from Lin Ye's hands. Multi-shot triggered. A faint crimson glow ignited around Lin Ye's entire being. Both attack speed and damage surged once more. And then, a meteor shower even more ferocious than before descended upon the swamp center in an indiscriminate barrage. What had once been a watery terrain was transformed into a sea of flames in the blink of an eye. Over 100 elite monsters couldn't even emit a death cry before they were wiped out in a single wave. 60 seconds. Far too long. From the moment the elites spawned to their total annihilation, Lin Ye had needed only a single second. Xiaomo stared dumbfounded. Not because of that terrifying meteor shower, but because of the bow in Lin Ye's hands. A legendary bow. It looks like Whisper of the Dead. His Xiaomo sharply drew in a cold breath, her eyes instantly filling with shock. Wasn't he just a college student? How could he possibly afford a legendary weapon like that? Isn't this the beginner village? How could such a legendary weapon possibly drop here? It made no sense. President Bai looked quickly. He's holding Whisper of the Dead. Xiaomo helped Bai Shuya back to her feet. Don't. Bai Shuya let out a weary whimper, utterly drained of strength. But the very next second, she caught sight of Lin Ye and the bow in his hands. What is that? Xiaomo, Whisper of the Dead, a legendary bow. Huh, where did that come from? Xiaomo rolled her eyes. President Bai, that's exactly what I want to know. Hiss, a sharp intake of cold air shot through Bai Shuya's throat, and she was instantly jolted awake, springing upright. At that very moment, a thunderous explosion erupted beneath the swamp's surface as the swamp behemoth Grom finally emerged. A creature exceeding 10 meters in length, its entire form cloaked in a faint crimson radiance. With all elites slain, the boss had been forced into an early appearance, entering in a frenzied state from the outset. The swamp behemoth Grom launched its attack directly from beneath the water, its massive form bursting from the surface and lunging straight toward Bai Shuya and Xiaomo. Its gaping maw, over 3 meters wide, yawned open in midair. Beneath those 2 rows of densely packed fangs, even a small car could be crushed to pieces in an instant. Elemental Burst Arrow. A skill Lin Ye had just maxed out now wielded in his hands. Thwack, the arrow left the string. 3 arrows wreathed in blazing crimson flames traversed dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, all plunging into the horrifying maw of the swamp behemoth Grom. 13500 critical hit. -7,200 -7,720. The boss's health bar plunged violently, losing nearly a fifth of its total in an instant. Boom. The arrows detonated, and all 3 exploded simultaneously. minus 6,200, minus 6,430, minus 12,020 critical hit. The swamp behemoth Grom's maw was blown into a mangled mess of flesh and blood on the spot, its massive body sent hurtling backward through the air by the blast. But before it could even touch ground, dozens of arrows arrived in unison. Thud, thud, thud. Still suspended midair, the boss's stiffened body was riddled through and through like a hornet's nest. Minus 4,820, minus 9,855 critical hit. Minus 4,700, minus 4,699, a cascade of damage numbers erupted above the boss's head in rapid succession. Xiaomo had merely blinked, and then heard a soft ding by her ear. Your party has slain the swamp behemoth Grom. Your party has completed the quest to defeat the boss. It's over. Xiaomo stared blankly, utterly unable to believe it. Even the swamp behemoth Grom itself couldn't comprehend how its shift today had ended so absurdly early. From the moment it launched its attack to being sent flying and violently slain. Had there even been 3 seconds in between? No. Even counting from when the elites first spawned, whether it had reached 3 seconds was highly debatable. What on earth had just happened? I couldn't even hold out for 3 seconds. What? The boss came. Su Wanting heard the notification and immediately struggled to crawl up from the swamp, patting her weary cheeks as she anxiously scanned for the boss. Where's the boss? Dead. Su Wanting was first stunned with surprise, then a flicker of regret crossed her face. This is my first time playing a game, my first time fighting a BOSS, and I didn't even get to see what the boss looked like before it was over. In truth, the players gathered in the distant grove to watch were thinking the very same thing. They had been standing far away to begin with. All they saw was a dark shadow lunging out from beneath the water, only to be blasted away in the blink of an eye and die on the spot. What a clean slash. Usually the Crocodile Gang needs at least half an hour of grinding before they can take down a boss. But look at that big shot. Finished it off in an instant with a single opening move. Damage over 10,000. Dozens of attacks per second means hundreds of thousands of damage output. Damn it, who could possibly withstand that? Further still, the members of the Crocodile Gang felt their legs go weak beneath them. Boss, isn't there something wrong with our plan? We agreed to strike while he was busy with the BOSS, but now. Damn it, the Crocodile Gang leader truly wished to say. How the hell would I know? If I had known he could one-shot a BOSS, would I have even come here? Freak. That guy must be S-rank. No, wait. He must have an SSS rank talent. Otherwise, there's no way he could be this monstrous. Everyone unanimously voiced their agreement. Exactly. Anyone with an SSS rank talent is a true big shot. Can the Crocodile Gang afford to mess with someone like that? The top-tier talents of Eternity were all claimed within that very first month. Anyone willing to spend tens of millions, even hundreds of millions on a helmet is certainly not someone the Crocodile Gang can afford to provoke. But at this point, it's truly hard to say for certain. What if he isn't? A scheme instantly formed in the Crocodile Gang leader's mind. Fall back for now. Wait until I find someone to ask about this. Meanwhile, Lin Ye had already arrived beside the boss's corpse. One crucial loot. And give me something gold this time. All rewards. Quality doubled across the board. Ding. You obtained Gold X122. You obtained the Wild Growth Belt. You obtained the Rhapsody of Mana. You obtained the Wild Growth Leather Armor. You obtained the skill Frenzied Strangle. You obtained the skill Deadly Assault. You obtained Rare Giant Crocodile Hide X1. You obtained Rare Giant Crocodile Fong X3. You obtained Giant Crocodile Heart imbued with Stardust X1. So many things. There's over 100 gold pieces alone. Lin Ye inspected each item one by one. Wild Growth Belt. Quality Rare. Durability 1000. Requirement Level 10. Constitution 50. Health 300. Body size increased 10. It can even increase body size. How interesting. Lin Ye equipped it on the spot, and his height suddenly shot up. Originally a little over 1.8 meters, he was now nearly 2 meters tall. Every part of his body had grown in proportion by a tenth, yet his presence had intensified by far more than that. Not bad. Let's keep going. Is this a magic tome? Gold. Legendary. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Rhapsody of Mana. Quality Legendary. Durability 1000. Requirement Level 10 Mage. Spell damage 70. Intelligence 30. Spell cooldown reduction 30. 30 chance to recast the spell once when casting a single target spell. My luck isn't bad. Last time I fought a boss, I got something gold too. Though that was with the 100x quality boost, but at the very least it dropped fine-grade equipment. Lin Ye was no mage and couldn't use it himself, but he could turn it into money. Even at a low level, even if it wasn't some special weapon like the Death Whisper bow, a legendary grade piece of equipment should still fetch a good price. And a substantial one at that. Moving on. Wild Growth Leather Armor. Quality Rare. Durability 1000. Requirement Level 10. Constitution 60. Health 400. Body size increase 15. Even better than the belt. Lin Ye truly couldn't tell what effect the body size increase had, but the other stats were decent enough. He swapped it in. Next came 2 skills. Frenzied Strangle. Quality Rare. Requirement Level 10, Warrior. Attack Power 30. Attack Speed 30. For every 10 targets killed, gain 1 stack of Frenzy, increasing attack power and attack speed by an additional 3, up to a maximum of 10 stacks. Deadly Assault. Quality Rare. Requirement Level 10, Warrior. Active Skill. Cooldown 30 seconds. Cost 25 mana. Spin your body to launch 1 assault at a target within 10 meters, dealing 70 physical damage to enemies along the path. Upon landing, you may launch 1 additional assault. The passive is similar to Strangle, but with an extra stacked buff, and the assault is a mobility skill. Looks incredibly useful. Lin Ye felt a twinge of envy. But he wasn't a warrior, so he could only watch helplessly. Finally, there were a few materials left. Giant crocodile heart imbued with stardust. What is this thing? Lin Ye couldn't make sense of it, nor was there any description. Meanwhile, behind him, Baixia and the others watched in stunned silence as Lin Ye's stature rose past 2 meters on the spot, his frame suddenly ballooning several times over. Is magic venerable about to mutate or something? Su Wanting hurried over, her expression full of shock. No, that's the effect of a rare-grade piece of equipment. Baixia bit her crimson lip, frowning. But as far as I remember, equipment from the beginner village shouldn't be able to roll such god-tier stats. Humph. Xiaomo let out a cold snort and rolled her eyes. You can only say that his luck is just as freakish. Lin Ye didn't hear any of it. Unable to contain herself any longer, Xiaomo raised her voice once more. Hey, even though we didn't help fight the BOSS, and we won't ask for a share of the loot, you could at least show us what dropped, couldn't you? Curiosity. She wanted to know what that equipment was too. Lin Ye finished packing up his things and finally heard her this time. He turned around. The wild growth equipment was already equipped on his body, and its effects were far too obvious to hide. As for the rest, there weren't many items left anyway. They were all meant to be sold, so he might as well display them all. Xiaomo stared at the lone gold legendary item nestled among the row of purple pieces before her, and her entire being felt unwell. In the end, she could only grit her teeth and say, "You bastard, your luck is really freaking monstrous." Is that the Rhapsody of Mana? Baixia spotted the legendary weapon at a glance, and both her eyes gleamed at once. And it's a perfect 30 roll. This is way too god tier, isn't it? She wanted it. Baishia's main character was also a mage, but she had been stuck at the second awakening trial and couldn't get past it. So she had started a new alt. On one hand, it was to help lead her cousin along. On the other hand, she also wanted to try out another magic specialization. The Rhapsody of Mana was an absolutely perfect fit for her current character. She had been trying to collect one recently, but the market had little to offer. Either the rolls weren't maxed or the price wasn't quite right. Yin took one look at her friend's expression and immediately knew what she was thinking. She stepped forward and looped her arm through Lin Ye's, her voice soft and gentle. Look, you've got boss by practically biting at the hook here. Don't tease her anymore. If you're not going to use this piece, why not just sell it to her? Lin Ye was speechless. You were the ones who insisted on seeing it. How is that my fault for baiting her? But selling. Of course he was going to sell it. Fine, but I'm not sure about the price. No need to look it up. I know it. Baixia jolted to attention, immediately stepped forward and grabbed Lin Ye's other hand. And I don't even want the party member discount. Straight up, 30 million. How much? 30 million. When equipment drops within a party, members had priority purchase rights at a 20% discount. That was the established rule. Lin Ye was well aware of this. But 30 million. Could a legendary weapon truly command such a price? Based on what Lin Ye knew, rare weapons from a single class change ranged from tens of thousands to several 100,000, but legendary weapons were far more costly, typically priced around several million, with some exceeding 10 million. The Death Whisper Bow had sold for over 10 million only because of one extraordinarily rare attribute. Yet this weapon was even more expensive than the Death Whisper Bow. Baixia, seeing his silence, assumed he found the price too low and hastily explained. Lord Demon Venerate, everything I've said is true and my offer is genuine. Though a max roll Rhapsody of Mana is indeed unavailable, I've added a 10 million premium. Putting it up for auction wouldn't fetch much more. So it was about the roll value. Lin Ye understood, yet he pressed his fingers against his brow with even greater exasperation. The price isn't the issue, but could you all act normal? Just call me by my name. Please stop throwing random titles around. He had chosen the name Demon Venerate with every intention of avoiding social contact. Yet now death by social awkwardness struck again and again. Even Lin Ye's thick skin could barely hold together. Understood, Lord Demon Venerate. The moment Baixia heard a deal was possible, she beamed and nodded eagerly. Cash transaction. Game currency works too, though we'll need to wait until we reach the main city. Cash. Lin Ye had no need for game currency. His own inventory was brimming with it, which he intended to sell anyway. Wait. Xiaomo suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to look as she hesitantly leaned toward Bai Shiya's ear, whispering a few words. Bai Shiya's eyes lit up with understanding. Lord Demon Venerate is an archer. You probably don't need skills either, do you? Skills are required too, Lin Ye asked. Bai Shiya nodded. Xiaoma is pursuing the Berserker path, so she definitely needs them. These 2 skill books are quite sought after. 2 million for the bundle, would that work? Fine. Lin Ye had no objections. Eternity's system was remarkably convenient. The trade interface allowed direct cash transfer, and withdrawals to a linked bank card were instantaneous. Ding. Transaction successful. 32 million. The withdrawal arrived in seconds. Lin Ye gazed at the 8-digit figure in his account and felt an immediate surge of security. This step alone, while it might not represent a leap across social classes or true financial freedom, could certainly be called overnight wealth. Such bliss. From now on, when it comes to soy milk, I'll drink 1 bowl and pour out another. Before them, Bai Shiya held a magic tome emanating a soft golden glow in her left hand, her lips moving silently through an incantation. Whoosh. A magic orb shot forth, and the rhapsody effect triggered instantaneously. A second orb followed almost without pause. Spellchain casting. Lin Ye's eyes widened with sudden realization, and he finally understood why this legendary weapon commanded such an astronomical price. Even rangers struggled to chain attacks. How could magic achieve such rapid-fire casting? An attribute like this would be considered an ultimate technique even in the late stages of ordinary games. Yet here and now, a single legendary weapon had granted this capability during the early game. In a title like Eternity, one poised to reshape the world's landscape, where ordinary weapons already sold for over 1,000. A legendary weapon with such game-breaking effects for merely 30 million. How could that possibly be expensive? Bai Shiya turned abruptly, tossing her hair over her ear with practiced grace, a confident smile playing at her lips. Well, impressed, sis. MHM. Su Wanting couldn't comprehend the technicalities, but she was thoroughly impressed. Elsewhere, Xia Mo had also mastered her skill. Each rotational charge sent sprays of swamp water flying, carrying her 10 meters away in an instant. Reversing into another charge, she immediately returned to the group's side. Her expression made it abundantly clear. She was thrilled. Enough, you two. Stop showing off. Yin teased with a grin. The boss has been defeated, and we're all around level 10, right? Let's head back, turn in the quest, and we can call it a day. Lin Ye checked the time. Just past 5. How about we grind a bit longer? Splash. Bai Shiya flopped backward into the swamp, once more rolling about in dramatic protest. New Lord Demon Venerate, I beg of you. Have mercy. I really can't anymore. Not even a minute more. Su Wanting burst into laughter, never having witnessed her usually aloof cousin reduced to such helpless, coquettish antics on the ground. The contrast. Was it really not a bit too dramatic? Lin Ye now had money to spare, but he couldn't forget his roots. After all, an hour of grinding here was worth 1 million. Even without anyone helping to collect the loot, a few 100,000 should still be guaranteed. Then you all head back first, I'll just... Before he could finish, Yin Yan's delicate hand was already pressed against his lips, her beautiful eyes brimming with entreaty. My Lord Demon Venerate, this time. This time I truly can't go on. Next time, please. Next time for sure. Su Wanting nodded vigorously in agreement. Don't you need to eat? If we hit traffic tonight, it won't be pleasant. Yin Yan's eyes brightened, and she smoothly continued. Right? I'm heading out now. Thump. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. They were actually serious? Just as he was about to refuse, Yin Yan's expectant gaze appeared before him. Name a place, and I'll head there on my own. No need for you all to make the trip. Yin Yan clung to Lin Ye's arm, her voice coquettish. Wanting is at Haijiao University too. Let's all go together. Lin Ye found himself somewhat amenable. After all, a familiar face would be present, wouldn't it? Though they weren't exactly close either. Yet Su Wanting's face flushed crimson in an instant, her lips trembling involuntarily. Is that appropriate? Sister Yin, I have evening study hall tonight. As she spoke to Yin, her voice grew smaller and smaller. Turning her head hopefully toward Bai Shiya for rescue, she was instead pulled to the woman's side. Everyone together. Today's on me. The bund. Bai Shiya grabbed Su Wanting and headed back, moving as though terrified of being called upon to resume labor. Ever since grabbing Lin Ye earlier, Yin had refused to release him, dragging him all the way back to the newcomer village. Village entrance. The leader of the crocodile gang was now trailing behind a newcomer dressed entirely in white, bowing obsequiously like a mere underling. Young Master Feng, it's him. Chief Feng said nothing, offering only a slight nod. The crocodile gang leader immediately rallied his subordinates to surround the village entrance, blocking Lin Ye's group. Where did these mutts come from? Lin Ye pushed Yin aside and drew the death whisper bow from his back, ready for combat. Hold on. Chief Feng's lips curved upward, radiating immeasurable confidence as he spoke leisurely. Your Demon Venerate, I presume. I represent the Chitian Guild. Whoosh. 3 blazing arrows shot forth. Bang. Chief Feng's head exploded on the spot. The Crocodile Gang leader and those beside him suffered the same fiery fate. You? The remaining Crocodile Gang members stood dumbfounded. Holy! Do you even know who that was? Lin Ye's expression remained impassive. A dead man. Does he still need a name? Before the words finished echoing, the death whisper bow erupted with dozens of blazing tongues of flame. Arrows fell like rain. Bolts blazed like falling stars. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of Crocodile Gang members guarding the entrance were utterly annihilated. Bai Shuya and the others stood there utterly stunned. Xiaomo pressed a hand to her forehead and spoke with weary resignation. That man was Qi Feng, the second young master of the Qitian Corporation. So, Lin Ye countered. Xiaomo pressed a hand to her forehead and spoke with weary resignation. That man was Qi Feng, the second young master of the Qitian Corporation. So, Lin Ye countered. Xiaomo assumed he hadn't understood, so she elaborated. The Qitian group is immensely powerful. They established a presence in Yongheng very early on. As for this young Master Feng, if I recall correctly, his main account reached level 100 last month, and by now he's probably on the verge of breaking through to the third awakening, wouldn't you say? Yongheng. When a character is first created, they receive their initial class. This constitutes the first awakening. However, not all skills can be learned at this stage. One must journey to the principal city and seek out an instructor to continue their class training. Even hidden or hereditary classes remain branches within the existing class system. There is no warrior who magically transforms into a mage. Players undergo their second awakening at level 50 and their third at level 100. With each class advancement, they receive additional enhancements and supplementary stat points upon leveling. Second awakening players gain 6 stat points per level. Third awakening yields 7. Consequently, the higher the awakening, the greater one's strength. Of course, the difficulty of class advancement quests is exceedingly high. I recall reading online that many players become stuck even on standard difficulty quests at level 10, let alone the second or third awakening trials, which are rumored to be nothing short of infernal in their difficulty. However, Yongheng maintains no level rankings. Therefore, no one truly knows just how high the strongest players have risen. Judging solely from whispered rumors, some elite players appear to have already surpassed level 100. A third awakening is impressive indeed, but what of it? Lin Ye still failed to grasp what they were driving at. It's merely a game. What concern is it of mine what others do? I'll play my own way. However powerful he may be, what does it have to do with me? Yongheng is no ordinary game, Xia Mo gritted out. It is a living world, and those with resources have countless methods to deal with you. Even if they simply post a bounty upon your head, players and NPCs alike would hunt you down without cease. Lin Ye could not help but laugh. Are you suggesting that had I not killed him, he would have walked over and handed us money? A moment ago, when you went to level in the hills, would mere words have persuaded anyone to yield their territory to you? Xiaomo's pupils contracted sharply, and she was rendered utterly speechless. Bai Shuya had remained silent because she had yet to fully consider the ramifications of this affair, or how to bring it to a graceful conclusion. But now it appeared she had erred just as Xiaomo had. Yin Yan's eyes shimmered with unwavering conviction. Lord Demon Sovereign is infallible. Since these people dared to blockade us, and alongside the Crocodile Gang, no less, it is evident they harbored no goodwill from the very start. Of course, even if they meant well, they should never have stood in Lord Demon Sovereign's path. How utterly clueless. Meanwhile, Qi Feng had already sprinted over from the resurrection point, cursing furiously as he ran. Demon Sovereign, are you absolutely insane? I came to find you as a courtesy, but if you can't appreciate the favor, this young master can squash you with a single finger. Lin Ye allowed him to spout his bile, without interruption, waiting only for the precise second his foot crossed the village threshold. Whoosh! A blazing arrow shot from the bowstring with blinding velocity. Bang, a pinpoint strike. Once again a headshot. There. Now we have some peace and quiet. 2 consecutive deaths, Yin Yin remarked with a radiant smile, mean his entire account is locked out for the rest of the day. Lin Ye scarcely spared Qi Feng's corpse a second glance, striding past it as he made his way toward the village elder's residence. Haijo, number 1 manor. Bang. Bang bang bang. Qi Feng, like a man possessed, swung a baseball bat wildly at the gaming pod. Beside him, a female secretary clad in black stockings and a miniskirt spoke timidly. Young Master Feng, please don't be so angry. It's only a day without logging in. You haven't rested in over a month. Why not take today to go out and enjoy yourself? Crack. This particular swing was so vicious that Qi Feng actually broke the baseball bat. The corner of his eye twitched as he hissed, a whole day, an entire day. I brought an assault team of over 1,000 players to attempt the third awakening quest. Do you have any idea how much money I'll be hemorrhaging in a single day? 30 million. The female secretary was too frightened to speak. Qi Feng hurled the bat aside, his fury far from spent. Money is not the issue. 30 million is pocket change for me. I can afford to lose it. But time is what matters now. Go. I give you 24 hours find out who this demon sovereign truly is. Also have the Crocodile Gang investigate whether he's connected to that unique quest. And post a bounty across the entire network. 30 million unlimited kills. Yes, the female secretary acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Damn bastard. You'd better hope I never find you or else. A vicious gleam flashed in Shi Feng's eyes. Having located the village elder, they turned in their quest. Splendid. You've truly vanquished that monster. The village elder beamed as he produced the rewards. You are the most exceptional young adventurers I've ever encountered. Here, take this letter and present it at the Adventurers Association. It should prove most useful to you. Lin Ye examined the items and made his selections. Ding, you have obtained the Ring of Swiftness. You have obtained Enhancement Stones X100. You have obtained Gold Coins X100. You have obtained the Village Elder's Token X1. A letter of recommendation can actually upgrade into a token. Lin Ye was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed the recommendation letter had served its purpose, never expecting it to undergo such a transformation. He tapped open the ring's description. Ring of Swiftness, quality rare, durability, 500 required, level 10 agility, 60 movement speed, 30 swift action capability, enhanced by 30, a reaction speed increased by 30, swiftness. What an exquisite attribute. Lin Ye had initially hoped for a legendary item, yet no such enhancement manifested. But upon closer inspection, the ring's attributes were hardly inferior. Yongheng, modeled upon an authentic world, possessed many unconventional attributes that simply did not display numerically. Take accuracy and evasion for instance. Neither shows on any stat sheet, both are determined entirely by skill and execution. Swiftness in essence enhances one's control over movement and hastens reaction speed. It bolsters both accuracy and evasion, a prized attribute cherished by archers. After the second awakening, one may acquire corresponding skills through class quests, but beforehand equipment is the sole avenue. Such items command steep prices. This ring alone could easily fetch 3 million. Musing on these attributes, Lin Ye suddenly spoke up. Are you familiar with the attribute that increases body size? Of course, Xia responded. And what exactly does it do? Lin Ye pressed. Body size plays a tremendous role in melee combat. It affects attack range and reach, which are the most critical limitations in close quarters. Halfway through her explanation, a mischievous glint flickered in Xia's eyes. She promptly reached over and seized Yin, her voice laden with implication. However, when this attribute belongs to Lord Demon Sovereign, someone is in for a rather fortunate evening. A flicker of confusion crossed Yan's face. Then understanding dawned, and a crimson blush instantly bloomed across her cheeks. It was almost impossible to imagine such a sight. The beguiling, the bashful, and the shy all intertwined within a single frame. Yan lowered her gaze, her luminous eyes stealing a cautious glance at Lin Ye. Seeing that he appeared to have missed the implication, she immediately turned, seized Xia by the arms, and hissed with feigned indignation. You wretched white bear. I wager you're the one hoping to enjoy such fortune, aren't you? Su Wanting, who failed to grasp the innuendo, asked with innocent curiosity. Sister, why would Lord Demon Sovereign's body size be a blessing for the sisters? Xia paused for a beat, then promptly cupped Wanting's face and turned her away. That's grown-up business, little one. No asking. Logging off. Lin Ye carefully stowed his helmet, took a shower, and changed into a fresh set of clothes. 32 million. He gazed at his account balance. Lin Ye deliberated for a moment, ultimately deciding to repay his loans first. As for the remaining sum, should he buy a house or a car? After exiting eternity, as a world with 100 immersive realism, whether natural landscapes or residential architecture, everything vastly surpassed reality. Although there were no technological products, magic artifacts more than compensated. The quality of life and convenience had not declined, but rather risen dramatically. A house in eternity is essential, but it requires gold coins and considerable reputation. The key issue is that housing in the main city is currently limited, with prices only expected to rise. Buying one guarantees a profit. As for reality, it seems I still need to buy, and sooner rather than later. Lin Ye estimated that continuing his studies would be unlikely in the future, making a house an absolute necessity. The house in eternity could wait. Game currency could be farmed, reputation could be accumulated. There was no need to dip into cash for now. Reality, however, remained an urgent need. Let's look around first. If nothing suitable appears, renting would also work. Lin Ye browsed on his phone for quite a while. He did find some options, but Haizhou's housing prices were, as expected, utterly outrageous. Even with 30 million in hand, he could only afford a slightly larger unit near campus. Wait, perhaps he should look somewhere farther out. If Yin could deduce his approximate location from his newbie village ID number, and then uncover his identity, then others, even without Su Wanting as an auxiliary clue, should be able to piece together something equally close to the truth. Anyone with real money and determination could find a person if they truly wished to. With sufficient influence perhaps, just one phone call would suffice. Fortunately, body type was also considered an appearance modification. With both my appearance and physique modified, theoretically, I shouldn't be recognized anymore, right? Still, safety had to be taken into account. Therefore, the house absolutely had to be located in the inner ring, specifically in an exceptionally upscale residential community. Looking at it this way, 30 million would barely cover a down payment. Ding! A notification popped up on his phone from Su Wanting. Sister Yin is arriving soon, but the car can't easily enter. Shall we wait for her outside? Sure, I'll wait for you at the school gate. No, I've already come down. Which building are you in? Building 8. Oh, it's right next to me then. I'll wait for you downstairs. That quick. Lin Ye rose and headed downstairs. The moment he stepped out, he spotted Su Wanting standing by the flower bed. A flowing white dress accentuated her slender figure. Bathed in sunlight, her complexion resembled jade, and congealed cream radiating a luminous glow. Her raven black hair was gathered into a high ponytail, and her features exuded an ethereal grace, the very embodiment of purity. Upon seeing Lin Ye, Su Wanting offered a gentle wave, a faint smile revealing dimples tinged with bashfulness. Let's go. It wasn't Lin Ye's first time seeing her, but they had never spoken before. To avoid awkwardness, he spoke first. Su Wanting softly hummed in reply, slowing her pace slightly to walk beside Lin Ye. Boss Bai is the owner of ENG Club and entered the game early on. But why do you look like you just started playing? Lin Ye asked casually. The helmets used to be very expensive, and I was busy with cousin Shia's matters. It wasn't until last month when the club needed to recruit that she reached out to me. Su Wanting explained softly. Lin Ye, is Summer a member of the club? Su Wanting, yes she is. Lin Ye, Yin probably I send is she. Is she a partner? In a way, Su Wanting replied. Sister Yin is cousin Shia's classmate. They were both stuck on their second advancement quest and couldn't progress, so they had already planned to level all the counts. That's how they happened to be able to help me catch up. Along the way, the two chatted casually, yet they still attracted quite a few astonished gazes from fellow students. The blush on Su Wanting's ears never faded from beginning to end. Seeing her like this, the surrounding students immediately cried out that the world was ending. No good, the school beauty has a boyfriend. Who is that guy? Which department is he from? Let me see if he's even more handsome than Haijiu's Wu Yanzu. Finally reaching the school gate, by the bus stop. It wasn't long before a purple Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulled over by the curb. Bai Shia was driving. The rear door opened. Yin wore a black embroidered blouse up top, paired with black silk stockings, and a short skirt finished off with red-soled Valentino stilettos, causing Lin Ye to pause momentarily. Yin was also gazing at Lin Ye, her beautiful eyes involuntarily brightening. Lord Demon Sovereign looks even more handsome in reality. Keep it down. Lin Ye was genuinely afraid that if she raised her voice any louder, the people beside them would overhear everything. He hurriedly got in and shut it. On my mistake. Yin quickly apologized. But what should I call you in reality? My name is fine. That won't do. Yan's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer. How about this? We'll each call each other our own way. In the game you're my Lord Demon Sovereign, but in reality you're my little brother Lin. Is little brother thirsty? Big sis will get you some milk, okay? Lin Ye was speechless. Bai Shia, listening from the front, trembled all over. Can you two tone it down a bit? My goosebumps are falling off all over the floor. By the way, Wanting, why are you standing there spacing out? Get in the car. Su Wanting pressed her thin lips together, hesitated for a moment, and finally took the front seat. Yin was anything but reserved. She looped her arm through Lin Ye's and suddenly asked, does little brother have a girlfriend at school? No. Our Wanting is so adorable and her temperament is so pure. Doesn't little brother like her? Lin Ye was rendered speechless once again. Su Wanting hurriedly explained from the front seat. It's not like that, Sister Yin. The campus is huge, and there are so many people. Even though we're in the same department, we don't actually know each other. Oh, Yin revealed an enlightened expression. So one walks left, the other walks right. Close in distance, yet never crossing paths. What a pity, but it doesn't matter now, hasn't the path finally crossed? So, Lin Ye looked at her, inquiring gaze, bewildered. So what? Yan's eyes twinkled. Of course, how about Wanting? Do you like her? A fatal question. Like or dislike, neither answer seemed right, did it? Lin Ye chose silence. But Yin had no intention of letting him off. A glint of mischief flashed in her eyes, hesitating. That means you like her, but find it hard to say it. It's fine, big sis is here to take charge today. Just say the word, little brother. I'm sure Wanting will agree. Su Wanting was on the verge of breaking down. Although she had met Yin many times and knew this elder sister was formidable, she had never imagined she could be this formidable. Sister Yin, please spare me. I still have to study. Yin nodded. Studying doesn't conflict with dating. Your mom sent you to school hoping you'd pick out a good son-in-law. Now that opportunity has presented itself, agree first. Then after graduation you can get married. See, what a perfect schedule. When I was in college back then, I only focused on studying. As a result, after graduation, I couldn't even find someone I fancied, and have been single ever since. Wanting you don't want to end up like your two sisters forced to stay single for 5 or 6 years after graduation, do you? Su Wanting was instantly struck dumb, unable to utter a single word. Bai Shia, however, snorted lightly. You wanting to get out of being single doesn't mean you have to drag me along. I'm single, I'm proud, I'm reducing the burden on the nation. Hearing this, Yan Yan's brows immediately knitted together as she complained, it's all your fault. You clearly love being single yourself, but you're afraid of being single alone, so you insist on dragging me into staying single with you. Huh, my fault now. Bai Shia couldn't help but grit her teeth and fume. Fine, you really are some best friend. A friendship of over a dozen years, and the very first day you find a man you start looking down on me. Fine, you started it so I'll finish it. Then I'm not single anymore now. Not only am I not single, I'm going to steal your little brother Lin away. Humph, let's see if you can still laugh. Yan Yan's delicate frame trembled. Her grip on Lin Ye's arm tightened slightly, but a confident faint smile graced her face. Big white bear, I saw through your impure intentions long ago, humph. Since you want to fight for him, come on then. Bring your little wanting along too. Sisters united, let's go. Lin Ye listened until his head was spinning. All to keep his identity secret. He was truly bearing a pressure one shouldn't have to bear at this age. 3 women make a whole show. The ancients spoke no lies. Lin Ye would have preferred to be riding a public bus right now instead of a colonnade, because none of the outside noise could penetrate in. His ears were filled entirely with the chatter of 3 women. Speaking of outside the window, although it was dusk and the light was poor, he could still tell that the car had driven into a residential compound. If it were any other compound, Lin Ye might not have recognized it. But the Bun Thompson Riviera before his eyes was far too famous. Didn't we agree we were going out to eat? We are eating. But that Italian restaurant Big White Bear mentioned has no seats. Besides, eating out can never compare to eating at home. Yin Yin replied with perfect seriousness. The elevator led directly to a duplex penthouse. Setting aside the lavish interior decoration alone, such an apartment could not be acquired for less than 100 million. In the past, that is. Lin Ye wouldn't have dared to even glance at such a place. But now with his pockets considerably fuller, he naturally wouldn't be overly concerned. Though he still couldn't afford to buy it, of course. He could afford to rent it, however. And given a bit more time to grind out some extra coins, even purchasing it would be within reach. Right. This residential complex truly matched his every requirement. Far from the school, yet situated at the very heart of the city with security that left nothing to be desired. The property's chief selling points being safety and privacy. The environment here is quite lovely. Are there any apartments available for rent within the complex? Lin Ye asked casually. You need one. Bai Shia replied directly. How convenient. The unit right next door is currently on the market. The owners are quite eager to sell. Only 120 million. 120 million. You say only. Not buying. Lin Ye quickly declined. Not only was the price unsuitable, but having her so close by was far too dangerous. I'll look into an agent later and just rent a place. Worried about price drops. Bai Shia speculated. That won't happen. The current situation is simply due to Yongheng Group's recent funding shortage. Property in this location, barring global catastrophe, will never depreciate no matter when you purchase. Before Bai Shia could finish, she was pulled aside by Yin Yin. Better not to buy. There's no need to purchase now. If you like it, I have 4 or 5 empty rooms. Little brother may pick anyone he likes. In an instant, Lin Ye felt even more endangered. I think what President Bai said makes sense. Buying is probably the better option. Then today it is. I'll reach out on your behalf. Bai Shia was uncharacteristically enthusiastic. She shook off Yin Yan's hand and pulled out her phone ready to make the call. Thud. Lin Ye's heart jolted. Surely they couldn't be serious. No way. Buying something worth over 100 million just like that. So effortlessly. In the brief moment Lin Ye was lost in thought, Bai Shia had already negotiated everything with the neighboring owner in just a few sentences. All settled. What? Lin Ye's vision darkened. What did you settle? The apartment, of course. It's all arranged, Bai Shia replied. Hold on. Lin Ye felt light-headed, supporting his forehead and pinching his brow. Is there perhaps a possibility that I'm the one buying the apartment? I hadn't said a word. How exactly did you negotiate it? You said to buy, so I negotiated. Simple as that, Bai Shia replied matter-of-factly. It's already purchased. The seller was very pleasant. She covered all the fees, knocked off 5 million, and even arranged for a notary. They'll come by shortly to sign the agreement. Pay a 30 million deposit first, and settle the remainder within a week. Wait a moment. Lin Ye's pupils contracted in shock. You're saying we sign the agreement today? Yes. We'll just notarize the transfer rights. You can complete the property registration whenever is convenient for you. Bai Shia spoke as though it were the most natural thing in the world. And indeed the matter truly proved as simple as she had described. A property worth over 100 million. She had concluded it all in just a few sentences. Such astonishing efficiency. Lin Ye couldn't help, even since he'd been swindled by some elaborate con. But then again, where would he find the money? He had only some 30 million in his account, all of it just transferred to him by her moments ago. Lin Ye sighed. The matter was handled remarkably fast, but did it never occur to you that I might lack the funds to pay? No worries. We still have our Miss Yin, aren't we? I imagine she'd be quite willing to cover it, wouldn't she? A hint of triumph flickered through Bai Shuya's smile. Yin nodded affirmatively, though the look she directed at Bai Shuya now carried a dangerous edge. There had been no need to buy anything in the first place. Now not only had Lin Ye's money been wasted, but her carefully laid plans had been thoroughly disrupted. Infuriating. This woman. Utterly, completely infuriating. Ding-dong, the doorbell rang. Su Wanting went to answer it, only to find over a dozen servants wheeling in carts. In no time at all, an opulent feast had been arranged across an enormous table. Once the servants departed, Lin Ye rubbed his brow and gritted his teeth. You just said eating out wasn't as good as home cooking, so what is this? A restaurant's head chef? The atmosphere is different, isn't it? Home is simply more comfortable, Yin explained in earnest. Yes, comfortable. Then why don't you take off those high heels? Bai Shuya seemed determined to provoke today, offering her sister no quarter whatsoever. Yin regarded her with a cold, piercing glare. For the first time, a flicker of genuine anger surfaced. Great White Bear, are you picking a fight for real? You started it. Fine, then you take yours off first. I never even put any on. Lin Ye glanced down. Indeed, Bai Shuya's bare feet rested upon the carpet. He had to admit, the shape of her feet was exquisite, her toes perfectly rounded, and the tomato-red polish gleamed so brightly it stirred an unexpected appetite. Ding-dong, the doorbell rang once more. The neighboring owner had arrived, accompanied by the notary. From beginning to end, Lin Ye's sole responsibility was to sign and transfer the funds. Everything else was handled without his involvement. In barely 10 minutes, it was all concluded. When the notarized documents were placed in his hands, Lin Ye still felt somewhat dazed. He had just bought a house. And a top-floor duplex in Thompson, Riviera, no less. Total price, 115 million. To be honest, it had been faster and simpler than ordering a meal. The only issue was that he needed to scrape together the remaining 85 million within a week. There was some pressure, but not much. Lin Ye mused to himself. Even at a rate of merely 1 million per hour a week would be enough to grind out 100 million, wouldn't it? Let's eat. Lin Ye had already resolved to make his escape after the meal, but Bai Shuya slid a glass of red wine toward him. I suppose Lord Mosen wouldn't claim he can't handle his liquor. You certainly know how to talk. Lin Ye certainly couldn't back down now, though he wasn't about to be intimidated either. As a man, even if he lacked tolerance, surely he could outlast a woman. What a joke. I may not understand your rules, but if you want me to drink, we'll do it by mine. Lin Ye reached for the decanter and poured himself a full measure without hesitation. Bai Shuya smiled faintly and arched a brow. By all means. No problem. Go ahead and state them. Our rules are simple. First meeting, 3 glasses bottoms up, no half sipping. Lin Ye lifted his glass of red wine and downed it in one gulp. Bai Shuya was undaunted. Filling her own glass, she tilted her head back and finished it in one go. No games. No tricks. Lin Ye found himself somewhat surprised. These were standard red wine glasses. A shallow pour barely amounted to anything, but filled to the brim, each held at least 150 milliliters. 3 glasses meant nearly half a liter. Even rice wine half a liter straight would be no easy feat. I refused to believe it. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The two of them each drained 3 glasses in succession. Bai Shuya's face flushed crimson, all at once a rosy warmth spreading across her entire body. She had truly gone red from head to toe in one breath. Lin Ye was somewhat dizzy, but he held steady. Just then Yin beside them suddenly laughed, 2 bottles of red wine in hand as she approached. Little brother Lin, by your rules this is also our first meeting. No problem, 1 bottle each. Lin Ye had, after all, weathered his share of drinking bouts. When one's capacity was lacking and one faced seasoned veterans, there was only one way to victory. Drink fast. No matter how great one's tolerance, downing it too quickly brought on drunkenness, all the same. Gulp. Lin Ye's body swayed slightly. His stomach had begun to revolt. By contrast, Yin now appeared glassy-eyed, propped against the table, her body swaying unsteadily, yet still somewhat defiant. Wanting. Bai Shuya was thoroughly flushed, but hadn't collapsed yet. Particularly upon seeing Lin Ye still standing, she felt she absolutely couldn't be the first to fall. She's one of our girls. She'll stand and fight him to the bitter end. Lin Ye was speechless. They wanted to win that badly. He glanced down at Su Wanting. She hadn't drunk anything yet her cheeks had already taken on a rosy hue. Su, the campus belle, we are classmates. The moment Lin Ye spoke, Su Wanting rose to her feet, grabbed 2 bottles of red wine from the side, and walked over. Su, the campus belle, are you certain? Su Wanting extended 1 bottle toward him, her gaze unwavering. I can't lose face for my sisters. Finish it all, no half sipping. With that she prepared to open the bottle and begin. But her clumsy fumbling made it obvious she didn't even know how to uncork it. She intended to compete too. Here, let big sister help. Bai Shuya knew how, but her hands were trembling too. The two of them struggled for ages before finally getting the bottle open. Lin Ye was utterly speechless. Hey, are you two even going to be alright? Don't cause such a scene that we'd need to call emergency services and still not make it in time. Su Wanting was truly an earnest young woman. Tilting her head back, squeezing her delicate brows shut, she began to drink with vigorous gulps. Lin Ye was at a loss. He looked at the red wine in his hand. Bottoms up. This time Lin Ye truly could drink no more. Even 4 caddies of fruit juice chugged down like that would make anyone retch. After considerable struggle to finish, he lifted his head. To his astonishment, Su Wanting had finished before him, and her face wasn't even that flushed. Not even as red as when she'd been embarrassed earlier. What the hell? What was happening? Lin Ye was stunned. Good girl Wanting. Big sis loves you. By she is seeing this immediately pulled Su Wanting into her arms and planted a firm kiss on her cheek. After a moment's pause, Yin seemed to have sobered slightly. Little brother's tolerance seems rather lacking too. If you can't even outdrink little Wanting, then you'll never be able to best big sister. With those words, Lin Ye's blood surged instantly. He turned, grabbed 2 bottles of red wine, uncorked them, and thrust one toward her. Come, I'll drink first. Yin, however, only made it halfway before she couldn't continue. She staggered to her feet, swayed twice, then collapsed onto it, knocking over her bottle and staining a large patch of the carpet crimson. First one down. The moment Lin Ye finished speaking, the scene before his eyes began to spin erratically. He couldn't hold on. His alcohol tolerance had never been particularly strong to begin with, and he had come on an empty stomach, supposed to be eating dinner. Yet not a single bite had passed his lips before the drinking contest began. Even an immortal of wine would have succumbed. Drunk, consciousness faded. He didn't know how much time had passed. Lin Ye's stomach, churning uncomfortably, suddenly awoke. Beneath him was something soft. He had to admit, this luxurious Simmons mattress was truly exceptional. He turned over to rise, only to find a crimson, blushing face before him. President Bai. What was she doing here? He looked down at himself. Lin Ye's clothes had long since vanished to who knows where. Fortunately, however, his underwear remained. At least his dignity had been preserved. President Bai had also changed into sleepwear. No issue there. He had just begun to tiptoe off the bed when a hand suddenly shot out from beside him, seizing him and pulling him back. Across from him, Yan's beautiful visage hovered barely a centimeter from his own. The fragrance of her body mingled with the scent of wine nearly sent Lin Ye tumbling back into the bed. He couldn't stay. He truly had to leave. Not that Lin Ye was any less than a beast. It was simply that his body absolutely could not hold out any longer. Carefully, he disentangled himself and rolled out of bed. A casual glance revealed that the bedroom contained only a bathtub, its partition fashioned of transparent glass. He stepped out, found a washroom at random, and was just about to relieve himself. Urgent. Phew. Lin Ye let out a long exhale, his entire person revitalized. Looking up, he noticed the washroom shrouded in a hazy mist with a thick layer of bubbles piled high in the bathtub beside him. Lin Ye reached out to test the water temperature, perfectly warm. So what was there to wait for? Wash. Splash. With a single fluid motion, Lin Ye flipped over and sank into the water. He felt the soothing warmth of the water against his back along with the gentle, perfectly aimed massage jets. Bliss. Lin Ye couldn't help but admit, truly a mansion was a mansion. Every washroom came equipped with a bathtub and a massaging one at that. Truly top tier. Just look at this, multi-directional jets that didn't feel mechanical in the slightest. Absolutely first class. Just as Lin Ye was settling into blissful comfort, his body tilted from the current and he was pushed to the side. Then, a small head crowned with a mass of foamy bubbles suddenly popped up from the water. Hiss, puff, puff, puff. Watching the other person gasping for breath in great gulps, Lin Ye finally understood who had been massaging him earlier. Sue the campus belle. You? Why aren't you saying anything? No matter how spacious the luxurious bathtub was, it was still meant for one. Su Wanting had barely caught her breath when she turned her head and saw Lin Ye. In his eyes, there was nothing but innocence, helplessness. Plunk. Su Wanting simply buried her head back into the water. Lin Ye had truly drunk too much tonight, and for a moment he wasn't sure whether this was an illusion or not. He reached his hand beneath the water and felt around, and sure enough he found her. Sigh. Lin Ye let out a breath, steadied her upright, and wiped away the foam. In an instant, their eyes met. Even if you want to kill yourself, you don't have to do it right in front of me, do you? As she spoke, Su Wanting's eyes reddened and a sob rose from her throat. It was clearly you who came in without knocking, and Lin Ye rolled his eyes. Whose rule is it that you have to knock before going to the bathroom at night? Su Wanting's gaze became even more pitiful. Well, no one said you have to close the door when taking a bath at home either. Fair point. Lin Ye decided not to dwell on it any longer. Then you keep soaking. I'll just rinse off and get up. As soon as he finished speaking, just as Lin Ye was about to rise, Su Wanting reached out and pulled him back down. What are you doing? How could you just leave like that? Su Wanting's eyes reddened with urgency, looking as though she was about to burst into tears. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. If I don't leave like this, how else am I supposed to leave? Whoa, Su Wanting had already drunk quite a bit, and now overcome with distress, she could no longer hold herself together. Tears fell one after another. Lin Ye was at a loss. He had no idea how to comfort a girl. Seeing that he still said nothing, Su Wanting felt even more aggrieved. She threw herself at him without hesitation and sank her teeth hard into Lin Ye's shoulder. Lin Ye sharply sucked in a breath of cold air. After quite a long while, Su Wanting finally loosened her bite slightly, but her head remained pressed against Lin Ye's ear as she murmured softly, "Does it hurt?" "Obviously. Then why didn't you cry out?" Lin Ye sighed inwardly, then pulled Su Wanting into his arms and lay back into the bathtub. Su Wanting let out a startled yelp, but she did not struggle free. "Don't move, or I won't be responsible for the consequences." With just one sentence from Lin Ye, Su Wanting was instantly so frightened that she dared not move again. What do we do now? Lin Ye, things are already this way. What else can we do? Su Wanting frowned, huffing softly. What do you mean things are already this way? Lin Ye, I mean unless you know some great oblivion art you have no choice but to be my girlfriend, don't you? Su Wanting stubbornly struggled at once. That's not necessarily true. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Ye's lips as he challenged her. Look into my eyes and answer me. Is it definitely true? Su Wanting's face flushed crimson, her delicate frame trembling faintly, her long lashes quivering. She had to summon every ounce of strength just to utter a single word. It is definitely true. Good girl. Call me brother. The moment Su Wanting heard this, she wanted to bury her head underwater, but her body no longer obeyed her. She didn't dare refuse and could only plead, "Bro. Brother." Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, finally satisfied as he released her. Looking down again. Though Su Wanting's gaze was hazy and her body had stopped struggling, she still bit her lip, her heart seemingly wavering. Lin Ye didn't rush her. After soaking for a while, he held her and rose. "Brother, get up and eat. I'm hungry." Oh, Su Wanting lowered her head, burying it against Lin Ye's chest, her hands gripping tightly, too afraid to let go, or even to look. Ha ha ha! Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh, then reached back and took a bath towel. "Now at a moment like this, if you don't move, then I'm going to start moving." Su Wanting's delicate frame trembled sharply, yet she didn't dare release her grip. She let Lin Ye take care of everything from start to finish, drying her off, changing her into a bathrobe, and finally setting her down on the living room sofa before letting go. The dining room. The lavish dinner on the table sat untouched, now completely cold. Lin Ye casually reheated 2 dishes and sat down with Su Wanting to eat. Of course, most of it was eaten by Lin Ye alone. Su Wanting was extremely slow, the kind who could hold a piece of yellow croquer in her mouth, smacking her lips dozens of times. "Take your time. Do you know where my clothes are?" Su Wanting nodded. "Your clothes are by the sofa. I gathered them for you. You helped." Lin Ye glanced back over his shoulder. Well, so you're the one who stripped my clothes off." In an instant. Very quickly. The color that had just faded from Su Wanting's face returned once more. No, I was just helping the sisters." All right, I see it clearly now. Even if you weren't the mastermind, you were certainly an accomplice." Lin Ye tossed the line back in a teasing tone. He turned and got dressed, slipped on his shoes. Su Wanting was genuinely nervous now. She trotted over in quick small steps, her face flushed bright red, her eyes brimming with panic. "Brother, are you angry?" "No." "Then why are you?" "I'm going back to the dorm. I can't really sleep here tonight, can I?" Su Wanting pressed her crimson lips together, glancing to the side. "Actually, there's another bedroom over there." "Then are you coming?" Lin Ye asked with a smile, turning the question back on her. "There are 2 bedrooms over there." Su Wanting trailed off, then paused. She turned slightly to the side, her small hands clasped behind her back, her face burning with shyness as she gave a soft hum. If brother really insists on telling me to go, then I'll go, huh?" Just now Lin Ye had assumed she was unwilling, and remembering that he still needed to earn money to pay off debts, he hadn't been in any hurry to make a move. But he hadn't expected that this bright-eyed, fresh-faced, charmingly bashful campus beauty would actually invite him to start a round of her own. Last night's drinking, he only vaguely remembered. She could hold her liquor well. Everyone else had probably passed out in the end, and only she was still standing. Fine. Lin Ye inwardly cried out that he'd been had. But he did have things to do, so he decided not to trouble her further. He'd keep a tally for now. Next time they'd settle the score slowly. "No, I'll still head back to the dorm. I didn't bring my helmet out either." Lin Ye had woken from his sleep, taken a shower, and being a true night owl by nature, he was now wide awake and brimming with energy. He needed to hurry up and grind levels, hunt monsters. "All right, then I'll come with you." Su Wanting seemed worried about something. She bent down, grabbed her shoes, and tried to slip them onto her still damp little feet. How could Lin Ye possibly agree? He crouched down, took her right foot into his palm, and gently patted it. "In your state, you still want to run around. Be good and listen. Staying at your sister's place for a few days. Is that really such a big deal?" Lin Ye said with a smile. "In a few days, once the place next door is sorted out, even if you want to stay here, you won't get the chance." Ugh. The moment Su Wanting heard this, her pretty face flushed even redder. But what was even more mortifying was that her foot was still held in his hand. She couldn't stand steady, nor could she sit comfortably. With a single pull from Lin Ye, she lost her balance and tumbled backward, landing directly into Lin Ye's arms. Back at the sofa. Only then did Lin Ye set her down, yet that little foot. He was rather reluctant to let go. Unlike Baishiya's long, rounded jade-like feet, Su Wanting's were a touch more petite, with veins clearly visible beneath the skin, delicate and exquisite. Now her toes struggled slightly apart, each one distinct and well-defined pink, threaded with red like cherries. No, one absolutely must pluck one and taste it. A soft moan escaped from deep within her throat. Su Wanting's entire body instantly went rigid as a board, then abruptly curled up on the sofa, trembling slightly. A long while passed. Even after Lin Ye had departed, Su Wanting still hadn't recovered. Little girl, he's already gone. No need to keep savoring the memory, alright. Su Wanting gave a start and sprang up from the sofa in an instant. Before her, Baishiya and Yin stood with teasing expressions, gazing at her. Ah, sister by sister Yin, when did you two wake up? Sigh. Baishiya let out a gentle breath and draped herself over Yin-Yan's shoulder. My home has already been stolen by you, little imp. If I kept pretending any longer, I'd probably end up fooling myself into a complete idiot, wouldn't I? Pretending. Su Wanting gasped as realization dawned. No wonder sister got drunk so fast tonight. She normally holds her liquor so well. What else could I do? Baishiya gave her a look of sheer exasperation. Was I supposed to really pour him until his stomach ruptured and landed him in the hospital? Yin-Yan's beautiful eyes flickered with interest as she asked eagerly, let's get to the real question. How did it feel? Su Wanting's delicate cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly turned her head aside. Actually, it wasn't anything special. He's a good person, and it wasn't intentional on his part. No, you seduced him masterfully. Baishiya nodded repeatedly, then laughed bitterly at her own misfortune. So it turns out there's a reason I've been single all these years. Now I can't even compete with you. Looks like I'm doomed to stay single forever, doesn't it? How pitiful, how utterly pitiful. Su Wanting pressed her lips together, sitting up obediently like a good child. Her large eyes blinked again and again, utterly at a loss for words. Yin couldn't help but laugh at the sight. I was asking how it felt for you just now. As for whether he's any good, do you really think I wouldn't already know that? With that kind of question, Su Wanting was even more lost for words. On the contrary, Baishiya also seethed with frustration. Yin, tell me. Two great beauties lying in bed plus a little girl burning up on the sofa, and he still managed to slip away. Care to explain just where exactly the problem lies? Yin rolled her eyes at her. If you hadn't caused trouble today, I never would have let him get away. Blaming me again. Baishiya was thoroughly riled now. She immediately grabbed Su Wanting, huffing, fine. Next time I won't lift a finger. Though I fear you might not even be able to compete with our little Wanting. Yin smiled with quiet confidence. Then let's just try, shall we? Taking a cab back to campus. Zhou Heng was still grinding away, though judging by the wreckage on his desk, he must have logged off at some point for a meal. Logging on, Lin Ye had no intention of waiting for them to head to the main city together. After all, if he arrived first, he could start grinding quests and earning money ahead of them. The starter village. Even in the depths of night, people still came and went, perhaps even more lively than during the day. Gazing upward, upon the eternal night sky hung 3 moons. The largest was a deep azure, the smallest a crimson red, while the one in the middle shone a pristine white. According to expert calculations, the size ratio of these 3 moons should actually be reversed. It's only due to their varying distances that they appear different sizes to the naked eye. Meanwhile, the orbital ellipses of all 3 moons were highly elongated. In other words, their apparent sizes would fluctuate dramatically with changes in distance. According to the lore, the people of eternity believed that magical power emanated from the azure moon, while evil forces originated from the crimson moon. As for the white one, it represented the guardian of order, restraining the 2 extreme moons, preventing the world from collapsing into chaos. From this belief emerged the 3 most powerful factions in the world of eternity, each commanding the largest number of adherents. The Arcane Association, the Order Alliance, and the Crimson Sect. Lin Ye gazed at the starry sky, momentarily lost in thought, then turned to seek the village elder and depart from this place. Just then, a violent tremor struck Lin Ye's chest. It was as though something within his body was pulsating with a steady rhythmic vibration. At that very moment, a dim star in the heavens seemed to sense it as well, flickering in response and bursting forth with a brilliance far surpassing its usual glow. However, to the untrained eye the change remained imperceptible, but Lin Ye was thoroughly startled. He turned to gaze up at the sky. Strangely enough, he could have sworn he saw that star, countless light years away, winking at him. Yes, winking. Simply winking. Is it trying to communicate with me in Morse code? That doesn't make any sense. Lin Ye drew a deep breath, stilled his mind, and recalled the vagrant's final words. Follow the starlight. Lin Ye didn't overthink it. Simply following where the light led would suffice. A moment later, Lin Ye seemed to find his rhythm, able to discern the meaning behind the star's winks. Forward, ever forward, until the ground beneath his feet grew thick with reeds and water plants. Lin Ye realized he had somehow arrived once more at the heart of the swamp, where he had battled the boss that very afternoon. Originally, the giant crocodile that should have respawned here had vanished without a trace. The still water's surface mirrored the starry sky above, and only the ripples stirred by his own arrival caused that celestial painting to waver and blur. However, that star which had winked at him remained just as conspicuous as ever. This is it. This is the place. Lin Ye detected the change in the star's winking rhythm and confirmed. But what's the point of being here? We came to this place during the day too, didn't we? Lin Ye reached out and tapped the star's reflection on the water's surface. Only concentric ripples spread outward. Nothing else changed. Boss spawn point. Quest location. So the quest requires slaying the boss. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Ye, and he immediately retrieved the giant crocodile's heart, still dusted with stardust, from his bag. The next instant, the crystal which had long since dissolved into starlight coalesced once more at Lin Ye's chest. The Chronostarchy. As Lin Ye marveled aloud, the giant crocodile's heart in his hand crumbled to drifting ash, yet left behind specks of starlight. Bathed in the flowing radiance of the Chronostarchy, these two transformed into a key of identical design. At this moment, Lin Ye naturally understood how to use them. The Chronostarchy at his chest was the thread of the quest chain, while the one in his hand was the key for each individual quest. He bent down, aiming the key at the radiant star mirrored on the water's surface. Click. Lin Ye felt the world before his eyes instantly invert in a dizzying blur. Heaven and earth overturned. In an instant, Lin Ye found himself transported into an entirely different world. Ding. You have followed the guidance of starlight and discovered a fragment of space hidden within the river of time. Please find a way to escape before the temporal effect dissipates, or you will be forever trapped within the time fragment. Quest chain first ring initiated. Time limit 24 hours. Reward unknown. Penalty character deletion. It's already open. Lin Ye's heart jolted. He hadn't yet decided whether to accept this quest. The penalty for deleting a character was far too severe. If it weren't for the several tens of millions in debt weighing upon him, Lin Ye could afford not to care. Even if his account were deleted and his talent lost, he still had 30 million to fall back on. Things wouldn't be that tragic. But now, the pressure was utterly maxed out. Before his eyes stretched an expanse of darkness illuminated only by scattered points of starlight in the distance. Above him hung a broken and incomplete starry sky. Beneath his feet lay a fractured, shattered ground. Looking more closely by the starlight, the broken earth was not composed of pits and craters. Within it seemed to flow the waters of a river. However, those river waters conveyed but two words directly: danger. Lin Ye did not believe this had anything to do with the star river mentioned in the quest. This must be a fragment of space-time, and the only thing that comes after such fragmentation is a space-time torrent, isn't it? Even with all his attributes maxed out, Lin Ye had no intention of venturing into such spatio-temporal fragment terrain. Status panel. Character Demon Heaven Venerable. Level 10. Class Archer. HP 12,000. MP 1,530. Attack 5,693. Defense 715. Magic damage 255. Magic resistance 118. Attack speed 33. 6 seconds. Movement speed 427 m per SEC. Critical rate 10 base 5. Critical damage 200 base 150. Strength 2010. Agility 1,720. Intelligence 510. Constitution 1,130. Talent Hundredfold returns. Equipment Death Whisper String Blazing Arrow Quiver Strangler Ring Swiftness Ring Wild Growth Belt Wild Growth Leather Armor Wind Hunter Bracers Wind Hunter Leggings Wind Hunter Boots. Skills Splendid Shot Elemental Burst Arrow. After reviewing his attributes, Lin Ye felt his racing heart settle somewhat. At the very least, this status panel was reassuring. In terms of raw attribute points alone, even a level 100 player could not compare. Whoosh whoosh. From afar came the rhythmic sound of water like ocean waves. Let's begin. Lin Ye decided to head toward the sea first. He walked slowly, keeping as far from the spatio-temporal fragments as possible. Fortunately, no monsters appeared at present. Before long, Lin Ye caught sight of the sea. But it was a sea of stars. Each and every star swept along by the space-time torrent glittered like crystalline glass marbles, drifting through the stellar sea as the tides of time and space swelled and receded. Occasionally, when two stars collided, they would instantly erupt in blinding radiance. Terrifying energy exploded in an instant, spewing forth ribbons of light and scorching streams of matter, staging a spectacular fireworks display. Lin Ye knew exactly how catastrophic the collision of two suns would be, yet he could sense no energy whatsoever emanating from them, because the space-time torrent could encompass and conceal everything. Only the stars that were occasionally tossed beyond the torrent by the waves briefly breaking free would reveal their original, formidable countenance. Lin Ye dared approach no further. Any random wave in this sea of stars could claim his life in an instant. Even a single splash of seawater striking him would be devastating, let alone the stars carried within those waves. If such a thing were to fall upon him, who could possibly endure it? Just as he was about to turn away, the distant sea of stars gradually began to recede. A tide, Lin Ye murmured in puzzlement. Immediately afterward, the beach newly exposed began to shimmer with brilliant starlight. It was dust left behind after countless impacts within the star sea. After who knew how many stars had collided and shattered. This thing must be an extraordinary material. Though Lin Ye had never seen such a thing before, anything left behind after stardust had collided and shattered then washed by the space-time torrent ought to be of exceptional quality. But how was one to collect such a thing? Though the beach now lay exposed, traces of the space-time torrent still lingered upon it. Even if it was only the faintest remnant, Lin Ye felt he had no chance of stepping onto it to try. Yet before his eyes a new change appeared. From beneath the beach strewn with stardust, creatures clad in thick, heavy carapaces suddenly burrowed forth one after another. Starship Beetle. Level 30. HP 28,000. Physical attack 1700, magic damage 850. Defense 2200, magic resistance 3500. Lin Ye glanced at its attributes and inwardly exclaimed at how grotesque they were. This beetle's stats were countless times stronger than a level 10 boss. And the numbers. Looking out across the expanse, the entire beach was densely packed with them. Within this single patch alone there were no fewer than 1,000. They had not noticed Lin Ye, or perhaps held no interest in him. They merely took advantage of the space-time tide's retreat to forage through the remnants of stardust, chewing ravenously bite after bite. Kill them I certainly must, but the arrows I brought are limited. Lin Ye felt a headache coming on. He had come out for this quest with absolutely no preparation whatsoever. The arrows in his hand were leftovers from grinding monsters previously. Their total numbered only just over 1,000. Try it first and see. Lin Ye first gripped an arrow in his hand. Whoosh! The flaming radiance upon the arrow tore through the night sky, striking the starship beetle and sending sparks of starlight scattering. Minus 3,720. The damage number leapt forth. The starship beetle also noticed Lin Ye. Whether or not there were eyes upon its head was indiscernible, but from its movements one could tell. It was enraged. Skitter skitter. A dozen or so of its legs scrambled across the stardust as it charged toward Lin Ye. It moved swiftly. This thing's attack power was by no means low. Moreover, the detection ability could only display the basic panel. Lin Ye had no way of knowing whether this monster possessed skills. He turned to scout a route, retreating slowly, waiting until the beetle had left the beach still dusted with stardust. Only then did he make his move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows flew forth at once. Bang bang bang. Minus 3,155. Minus 3,408. Minus 7,002 critical hit. The starship beetle was blasted, tumbling in place, its legs flailing wildly in the air. Just as it was about to flip itself back over, Lin Ye's lips curved upward in a slight smile. Arrows flew in rapid succession from his bow, and within a few shots the creature was finished off. No experience gained. But at the spot where the starship beetle had died, some materials shimmering with starlight remained. Lin Ye had deliberately lured it out before killing it. First, the space-time torrent in that beach area was far too dangerous to approach. Second, he had feared these monsters might launch group attacks. Now he had confirmation. They could be killed. Ding. You obtained Time Fragment X1. You obtained Stardust Coin X1. That's it. Lin Ye recalled that materials should be automatically quality selected, and yet it amounted to just this. He opened his inventory. Neither material bore any description nor any explanation. Searching the forums turned up no information whatsoever. If this quest has never been completed before, then the related materials are most likely items that have never appeared at all. Lin Ye knew the materials must be useful. He just wasn't sure what they were for. Let me try doubling again. He knocked an arrow to his bowstring. Lure another one out and kill it. Efficiency was poor, the pace slow, but it was safe. Bang. The starship beetle was shot dead from afar by an arrow. Ding. You obtained Time Shard X100. You obtained Stardust Coin Shard X100. Seems there's no difference. Then I'll prioritize quantity for now. Lin Ye continued killing them one by one. Before long, as the sound of waves grew louder beside him, the stellar sea tide returned, and all the starship beetles that had been feeding moments before were flailing their legs, frantically burying themselves back beneath the sand. If these materials are quest items, then by killing 10 of them now, I've effectively harvested what would take others 1,000. That should be enough. Lin Ye prepared to leave. But this time the tide surged with extraordinary violence. The colliding stars multiplied, and the energy released by their impacts seemed to have attracted something. They tumbled freely amid the tide's waves and chaotic currents of space-time, casually seizing the fragments and dust left behind by the colliding stars. Stardust Jellyfish. Level 30. HP 8600. Physical attack 1200, magic damage 3850. Defense 600, magic resistance 800. Higher magic damage, sure, but its HP and defense are drastically reduced. Simple enough. But how does one even kill these monsters within the Star Sea? Lin Ye conjured an arrow and let it fly. Pop. The flaming arrow seemed to pierce through as effortlessly as if it had struck water. Yet once it entered the river of time and space, the arrow vanished as though it had never existed, dissolving into thin air. Just as I suspected. It's no use. Lin Ye refused to give up. Instead, he observed carefully. This quest demanded patience above all else. Without it, completion was impossible. As the tide surged and churned, Lin Ye steadily retreated. When the Star Sea reached its most tumultuous swell, the crashing waves finally hurled several stardust jellyfish ashore, slamming them against the ground. Lin Ye had been waiting half a day precisely for this opportunity. Whoosh! Another arrow shot forth. This time it pierced straight through an entire stardust jellyfish, its arrowhead embedding itself at an angle into the unyielding earth. Yet the stardust jellyfish continued its languid drift as though nothing had happened, its translucent form dragging slowly back toward the tide. No damage dealt. Physical immunity. But my attacks aren't purely physical. Lin Ye examined the monster's attributes once more. It possessed both defense and magic resistance, proving it should take damage from all sources. Could the timing of the attack be wrong? Within the river of time and space, attacks couldn't reach it. Once grounded, attacks still couldn't reach it. Then there was only one possibility. A flicker of insight crossed Lin Ye's gaze as he recalled the moment the jellyfish had been flung out by the waves, when for the briefest instant its body had appeared solid and opaque. So I can only strike it midair. Lin Ye knocked his arrow, focused his spirit, and let his gaze sweep across the cresting waves. Crack! A stardust jellyfish was hurled forth by the waves. Suspended in midair, its body assumed a solid, opaque form. Timing. There was only a single instant. Thrum. 3 arrows clutched in Lin Ye's hand suddenly left the bowstring flames tearing through the night sky. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The arrows struck with precision while the jellyfish hung, suspended in the air. 4622-4500-4701. Air/successful. Instant kill. Lin Ye spotted the materials the monster had dropped, but he made no rush to collect them. The tides followed a pattern. But in this chaotic realm of temporal fragments, one could hardly expect the tides to operate on any fixed frequency, nor could one expect every surge to summon these stardust jellyfish. Kill first, ask questions later. Lin Ye seized every opportunity, targeting each jellyfish hurled forth by the waves, striking them with precision mid-flight and claiming them one by one. But the numbers were far too few. The tides had to crash against the scattered rubble to generate waves large enough to fling the jellyfish ashore. Out of 10 attempts, perhaps only 1 or 2 would succeed. Despite Lin Ye's skill in letting not a single one escape, he had only managed to slay a dozen or so. As the roar of the Star Sea gradually subsided and the crashing waves ceased, the stardust jellyfish vanished along with the waters. Lin Ye seized the window as the tide receded, darting forward swiftly to claim his spoils. Ding! You obtained void shards, x 1300. You obtained stardust coin fragments, x 1300. That should be enough. Lin Ye absolutely had to conserve his arrows. Otherwise he truly might never find his way out. He pressed onward along the Star Sea, following the path toward where the starlight burned brightest. After several minutes, ahead a towering cliff face rose before him, holding back the vast Star Sea like a dam. Circling around to its front, Lin Ye discovered a narrow path winding up the cliff. Meanwhile, to his left, another path appeared, paved with slabs of stardust fragments stretching onward toward distant hillsides. Looking closer, there seemed to be a faint light flickering in the distance. People. Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat in silent astonishment. NPCs in a place like this. Let's take a look. Following the stardust path to its end, a small village lay before him, enclosed by walls of hewn stone with what appeared to be only a handful of structures within. The great gate was sealed shut. Beside the path, 2 colossal stone statues stood guard, their weapons indecipherable, resembling staves, yet bearing a passing resemblance to firearms. Lin Ye had barely moved to knock on the gate. Clack, clack. The 2 stone statues suddenly stirred. Their tightly shut eyes flew open, blazing with resplendent starlight. Retreat. With a single bound, Lin Ye retreated over 100 meters. Scouting once more. Colossal stone golem. Level 50. HP 500000. Physical attack 3000, magic damage 3000. Defense 3000, magic resistance 3000. This fierce. Lin Ye couldn't help clicking his tongue in astonishment at the attributes. He knocked his arrow, poised to strike. But the left golem's eyes suddenly shifted hue, blazing a searing crimson. In the next instant, the war construct raised its armaments and took aim. Boom. A searing torrent of flame erupted forth. Lin Ye's pupils contracted. He twisted aside on pure instinct, barely evading the killing strike. Terrifying. The searing flame torrent measured nearly 3 meters in diameter, its velocity blistering fast. And the temperature, even more horrifying. Though it merely grazed past him, Lin Ye's skin prickled with a searing sting. Had I failed to dodge that instant, I would have been instant killed. Lin Ye's heart stuttered, skipping half a beat. No jest. This colossal stone golem was even more monstrous than any boss. Its attributes were already aberrant. Its abilities even more so. Before Lin Ye could fully process his shock, the golem on the right also stirred. Its eyes shifted to a pale blue, while frosty air streamed forth from its weapon. Tap tap tap. Lin Ye retreated with a succession of evasive maneuvers. Relying on his movement speed exceeding 400 meters, he instantly widened the gap between himself and the freezing torrent. Raising his gaze once more, wherever the frost streamed past, all things were encased in ice. A chilling miasma drifted slowly through the starlit night, sending gooseflesh rippling across Lin Ye's entire body. One flame, one frost. Splendid. Two colossal stone sentinels coordinating together. Was this the legendary fusion of ice and fire? Lin Ye roughly estimated the distance. A 500-meter attack range, several times farther than even this archer can reach. Truly monstrous. Lin Ye ground his teeth in silent frustration. What was the procedure for this quest? Had he simply failed to acquire some crucial item? Retreat first. Lin Ye had but one life, one account. He had no intention of clashing head-on with them. But there was no path back. The Starsea shoreline harbored monsters he could slay, but they were useless to him. No experience gained, nor any gear drops. If he bypassed the village and monsters appeared further out, should he fight them or not? Every arrow spent was one less remaining. If he fought monsters along the way only to find no key items dropped, and still couldn't enter the village, then without any means of resupply, he would be utterly finished. To hell with it. Lin Ye still had over 700 arrows remaining. Calculating his output, it should be sufficient to kill them, provided he didn't die in the process. Lin Ye drew a deep breath. Without resupply, there was no retreat. Die early or die late. Death awaited either way. Charge. With a single burst of motion, Lin Ye surged forward, covering 100 meters in a single stride. But the colossal stone golem's alert radius extended far wider. Searing flame torrent. Frost stream. Both erupted simultaneously, their attacks weaving into a crossfire. Pinpoint accuracy. Even at speeds that left only afterimages, the golems tracked him with eerie precision, their weapons pivoting in pursuit. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Lin Ye pushed his speed to its absolute limit. 3 strides brought him within attack range. Knocking his bow, he fired while on the move. 3 arrows released in unison, slamming directly into the right golem's chest. 2850-2911-6200 critical hit. Boom. Elemental detonation. Flames erupted outward, triggering a secondary explosion. Lin Ye had no time to observe the results. While maintaining constant vigilance against incoming threats, he had to sustain an unbroken barrage of fire. Fortunately, his speed was sufficient. Fortunately, he possessed swiftness. It not only allowed him to sustain this velocity, but also enabled evasive maneuvers. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Ye's bow released an unceasing volley. At 30 shots per second, his barrage resembled nothing less than a river of molten metal. In the blink of an eye, the colossal stone golem's health bar plummeted, past the halfway mark. Crack, crack, crack. The colossal stone golem ceased its assault. Its weapon seemed almost mechanical, reassembling within its grasp, while its eyes blazed with an uncanny azure radiance. Crackle. Lightning erupted from the depths of the golem's torso. A second phase transformation. Perish. Lin Ye roared low. His attack speed maxed out, arrows becoming a torrent that in the span of a breath blasted the construct into fragments. Absolute devastation. Even against its monstrous resilience, a single second was enough to unleash DPS exceeding 100,000. No frost interference to impede him. Lin Ye wheeled about to unleash upon the flame golem. The pressure diminished considerably. After completing a circuit in the span of a breath, he watched the construct crumble beneath the arrow storm. Ding! You have destroyed the guardian of the Forgotten Lands. Still no reward. What was happening? While Lin Ye stood perplexed, a voice suddenly rang out from atop the village wall. Oh no, a mutant demon. Demon. Or a variant. Lin Ye swept his gaze left and right. Nothing. Lin Ye furrowed his brow, lifted his head toward the little girl atop the wall, and asked in return, You're not talking about me, are you? Wow, I can even talk. The little girl on the wall was terrified. Uncle said demons that can speak are really scary. Oh no, little Dowdu is going to die, sob, sob. Lin Ye felt a twinge of awkwardness. Little girl. A little Dowdu, is it? How about this? Is there any chance I might be a good person? Daodu's crying came to an abrupt halt. She covered her face, peeked through her fingers for a glance, then burst into even louder sobs. Boo-hoo, that's impossible. You don't look like a good person at all. And Uncle also said there aren't any good people left outside the village. Not a single one, not one of them can be trusted. Sigh. Lin Ye let out a breath. Then where's your uncle? I'll go talk to him directly. Little Daodu's eyes went wide, and she shrank back at once, then immediately puffed herself up and mustered her courage. Don't come any closer, okay? My uncle is really powerful. If you don't want to die fast, you'd better run. Lin Ye wasn't foolish. Even now, no adult had shown themselves in this village. Where could anyone possibly be? The gate, it couldn't be opened. But the wall, truly not very high. Lin Ye sprinted forward and leaped up in one bound. Lucky this was a fully realistic virtual game, otherwise this place would absolutely have an invisible wall blocking you dead. Little Daodu saw Lin Ye mount the wall, and was so frightened she forgot how to speak. A girl of 7 or 8, barely over a meter tall, with a few stone blocks stacked beneath her feet, just so she could lift her little head high enough to peek over and survey the situation. Lin Ye stepped forward. He reached out intending to pat her head, but his palm passed right through her, as if she were made of nothing. No, it was like the invincible state of the stellar jellyfish. A spatial type spell? Don't be afraid, I'm truly not a bad person. Where is your uncle? I'll go find him. But, little Daodu's eyes brimmed with doubt. But Uncle said there aren't any good people outside. I am not a person from outside. Lin Ye smiled. Little Daodu tilted her head, clearly unable to grasp the meaning of those words. Lin Ye didn't want to waste any more time. With a single bound, he leaped back down from the wall. The entire village was built against the mountain and truly tiny. Only a handful of houses in total. At its center stood a massive stone monument tens of meters tall, with a dim yellow lantern hanging from its peak, visible from far away. Compared to this place, a starter village might as well be considered a bustling little town. Not far off, a stone house stood with its door open, and from within came an aged voice. Ahem. Little Daodu, have the monsters outside been driven back? Boo-hoo. Little Daodu scrambled after him, crying as she ran, Uncle, run. The demon shattered the stone guardian and broke in. What? Before the person inside could react, Lin Ye had already walked in and explained preemptively. Don't be so quick to fight. I am an adventurer from the eternal world. Adventurer? Eternal. The old man, lying on the bed, his body worn by illness and on the verge of death, struggled to prop himself up and stared at Lin Ye in utter astonishment. Heh, outside. Outside there's still an eternal. Obviously. The old man did not believe Lin Ye's words. He let out a cold laugh. Demon, if you want to kill me, then do it. There's no need to put on an act, because that hypocritical eternal world, no one from it could ever possibly get in here. Lin Ye felt this quest was a bit twisted. The flow was vague and unclear. Now facing an NPC, you couldn't tell whether they were friend or foe. Suddenly, Lin Ye recalled the stone monument he had seen earlier. That shape. It had to be the Time Wheel Star key, right? He retreated outside and took a careful look. No doubt about it. This place was indeed a friendly NPC outpost. At the same moment, little Daodu blocked the doorway, crying as she shouted, Bad guy, don't hurt my uncle. Lin Ye smiled. I hold the Time Wheel Star key. Who exactly are you people? Uffed. The old man inside suddenly sputtered. You have what? The Time Wheel Star key. Do you know what that is? Before the words were finished, Lin Ye glanced up at the broken canopy of stars, focused his mind, and tried to reshape the key resting against his chest. It won't work. Lin Ye had never tried this before, so he couldn't help feeling a little nervous now. But the key had to be brought out. There was no way around it. Thump. The ground beneath his feet shuddered violently. No way. It's making this much of a commotion. In his astonishment, a beam of starlight descended from the heavens, falling perfectly vertical onto the stone monument at the village center. Thump. The monument trembled once more. At the same time, Lin Ye felt a tremor against his chest as well. The Time Wheel Star key coalesced once again, radiating streaks of resplendent starlight. See, I wasn't lying, was I? As Lin Ye spoke, the white-haired old man and little Daodu were already struck speechless with shock. The next instant, the starlight gathered upon the monument transformed into a beam of aurora, streaking straight toward Lin Ye. Too fast. No time to react. But the Time Wheel Star key absorbed the beam entirely. The crystal key grew even more dazzlingly brilliant, and in turn reflected a beam of aurora crashing back onto the monument. Crash! The lantern hanging from the monument shattered on the spot. Immediately after, the top of the monument seemed to coalesce a resplendent star. Boom! Starlight bloomed. It transformed into a canopy of firmament, descending slowly to enfold the entire village within itself. Ding! You have rekindled the star torch in the Forgotten Lands. Under the illumination of the starlight, the entire shattered world seemed to have been granted daylight. The star sea, which had been churning moments ago, now gradually calmed beneath the soothing glow of the stars. Ding. You have discovered a star river lost within the seams of time. Quest the Forgotten Civilization. Phase 1 complete. Complete already. Lin Ye's heart jolted. He hurriedly closed all the default pop-ups to check his rewards. Ding. You have obtained ownership of the Forgotten Lands. That's it. Lin Ye hadn't received any rewards since entering, and now upon completing the quest, all he had gained was ownership of a tiny village. What the hell? A quest this difficult. Send anyone else over, and they probably wouldn't even get a single glance in. And now you're telling me the quest reward is just this shabby little village. Lin Ye nearly cursed it out loud. What am I supposed to do with this village? Getting here once is hard enough. Every time you'd have to fight a boss just to craft a key, and on top of that the key location is in the starter village. It's basically a one-use only thing. System announcement. The Demon Lord has located the Forgotten Lands within the seams of time and erected a star tower in the space-time. Starter village No. 952-7000 drifting within the seams of time has received the star tower's guidance. Within 24 hours, it shall be embedded into the eternal world and become a permanent part of the eternal world. During this period, the starter village will no longer accept new players. Existing players may log off at will, but may not leave. The Demon Lord has completed an epic quest. Reward 10000 personal reputation points. Reward epic treasure chest X1. Hiss. Lin Ye felt his head spin just hearing the announcement. Have I not sobered up yet? So it's not that this place is linking to the eternal, but the starter village is being embedded into the eternal. What kind of move is this? Does that mean the starter village is no longer an independent space? No. Lin Ye had no mind to dwell on it now. Better check the rewards first. The reputation points were certainly multiplied in amount. But the treasure chest. Lin Ye hesitated. 100 epic treasure chests, surely precious enough to easily wipe out tens of millions in debt with plenty to spare. But now it wasn't about the money. It was about the fact that an epic treasure chest opportunity like this was exceedingly rare. If one could go a step further, one might reach a height that no one in the entire eternal world could ever hope to touch. Two choices. 1. Solve the present problem money. That Lin Ye had his own ways to earn. The other. Solve the future problem whether he could become stronger. One had to remember. The eternal world could bring items back into reality. If this feature were to activate, would it be better to bring back an epic grade piece of equipment or one of an even higher grade? No need to ask. Lin Ye already had his answer. Ding. You have obtained 100 personal reputation points. You have obtained a mythic treasure chest X1. Phew. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This was what a true reward should feel like. Fame. It could be used to purchase residences in the main city with different levels demanding varying amounts of reputation. If one's fame was sufficiently high, there was also a path to obtain an official position. In short, to thrive in eternal fame was an indispensable asset. The more the better. Lin Ye had seen forums flooded with teams offering fame farming services for a price. 100 points cost 10,000 yuan. 1 million points. That amounted to 100 million yuan. And that was only the beginning. The fame quest could only be completed once per day. With his 1 million points, even if he handed them over to other players, it would take them months to farm such an enormous sum. As for the treasure chest, Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. That was a mythic grade item. System announcement. Due to the correction of spatio-temporal coordinates, Eternal can no longer maintain its current time flow ratio and will immediately enter a server maintaining update. Estimated update time. 24 hours. Update contents 1. The time flow ratio between the real world and Eternal will be adjusted from 1:1 to 1:2. 2. Dungeon functionality has been unlocked. 3. A new dungeon, the Forgotten Lands, has been added. The forums erupted instantly with posts flooding the screens non-stop. The dungeons are finally open. Sweet. I've been frantically hunting monsters every day with nothing to show for it. If the dungeons don't open soon, I'm done with this game. Holy shit, Lord Demon Sovereign is incredible. Countless guilds have been running themselves ragged trying to find the dungeons, and this one guy just unlocked them all by himself. I'm losing my mind. That epic level treasure chest is exactly what I want. None of that matters. The real game changer is the doubled time. You play for one night in reality, and it counts as playing all day on vacation. That's basically getting paid to game every single day, haha. Us office workers are finally saved. Meanwhile, the United States. Who the hell is Lord Demon Sovereign? Just who is he? Someone give me an answer. What the fuck? An epic quest actually altered the flow of time itself, and you're telling me you had absolutely no intel on such a massive update beforehand? No. We cannot afford to fall behind in this global transformation. The United States will not be left behind. By any means necessary, find Lord Demon Sovereign. I don't care if you steal him, kidnap him, or con him out of it. Get that quest from him at all costs. Jingzhou, China. Military base. Is it really that difficult to track down a single person? Reporting, sir. The novice village referenced in the system announcement has been located. The default random region is Haizhou. Through photographic analysis cross-referenced with forum information, experts estimate the target is no older than 22 and likely a university student. Our supercomputing model is currently matching against personnel databases and should yield results shortly. Hurry it up. Also immediately deploy personnel to monitor all entry and exit points. Anyone with suspected espionage ties is to be barred from entry. Yes, sir. Additionally, send someone to make contact with him immediately. We cannot afford to lag behind in something of this epic scale. Understood. Understood. We'll get it done. Japan. It seems our assessment was correct. Lord Demon Sovereign triggered an epic quest, and it is clearly tied to space and time. Therefore, we can now conclude that this quest likely involves crossing boundaries and immortality. Therefore, the only thing that matters today is finding Lord Demon Sovereign. Gentlemen, this may be our one and only chance in this lifetime. Even if we wager the nation's fortune, we must seize the quest leads from Lord Demon Sovereign. In Eternal, the dungeon feature has been activated. Guilds were caught completely off guard, and all their original plans have been thrown into disarray. What? There's no dungeon for the Forgotten Lands. Then what dungeon can we unlock right now, eh? No way, What do you mean we need to complete prerequisites first before unlocking the dungeon? Damn it, contact Lord Demon Sovereign immediately. We don't even need the epic equipment. Just let us into the dungeon. And immediately mobilize all our resources to uncover every prerequisite quest related to the dungeons. I said immediately, understood? Hi Joe, Fengshuniping. Baishuya was lounging on the sofa scrolling through her phone when she suddenly jolted upright. Lord Demon Sovereign completed an epic quest. Yin Yin leaning against the opposite wall poked Baishuya's lower abdomen with her foot. Are you drunk? Didn't he just leave a while ago? It's true. Baishuya flipped over and shoved her phone toward Yin Yan's face. Look, your brother Lin is incredibly impressive. He went back to game in the middle of the night and literally shook the whole world. The massive Eternal update changed the time flow, and there's even an epic level treasure chest. Come on, Baishuya lifted Yin Yan's chin with one hand. Come on, beautiful, it's time to put your charm to the test. Honestly, I really want that epic level treasure chest. Yin Yan covered her mouth and laughed softly, her beautiful eyes rising with amusement. The great CEO Bai of Anji, why would you need to beg me? With your charm you could sweep Lord Demon Sovereign off his feet in no time. Or better yet, don't you have that cousin of yours? Come on, you two sisters, team up. I think no man could resist both of you together. Huh? Baishuya looked at her in disbelief. Wait, did you two approach him separately yesterday? Did it work? I don't care. This time you have to help me, bestie. I still believe in you. Yesterday's failure was definitely because you didn't give it your all. And I swear I won't sabotage you this time. At the very least, even if we skip the epic equipment we have to get into the dungeon. It's Eternal's very first dungeon. Exclusive materials, exclusive gear, so many amazing things. Yin Yan's beautiful eyes flickered as she pondered. Helping you isn't impossible, but don't you think you should pay off the remaining balance on my brother's house first? It's a deal. Baishuya agreed without hesitation. I want the entire dungeon cleared. Not just the prerequisite quests and walkthrough guides, but also the sales and operations of all the drops. In short, I want everything. Yin Yan deflected the question and replied, transfer the money first, and then we'll talk. The Forgotten Lands. Lin Ye took a deep breath and opened the crimson gold treasure chest before him. Mythic-grade equipment surpassing even the epic tier. This was likely the most prestigious item currently available in Eternal. To be honest, Lin Ye had never seen the stats of an epic tier item online before. Now, a mythic item lay within his grasp. Due to the significant level gap between you and this treasure chest, you may choose from the following two methods to open it. 1. Open directly to receive equipment or items corresponding to the chest's tier. 2. Specify to open receiving equipment or items tailored to your level. This equipment will be bound to you and cannot be traded. If the chest tier exceeds epic, the equipment may also be upgradable. One could only be sold for money. The other could only be used personally. Specify to open. If selling was the goal, why would Lin Ye settle for just a mythic chest when an epic one might yield greater profits? After all, opening a single chest was too much of a gamble. If the stats turned out bizarre and the required level far exceeded what current players could handle, it might not fetch a good price anyway. Didn't you have obtained mythic equipment Hand of Reverse Time? Hissed Lin Ye took a deep breath before opening the stats. Hand of Reverse Time, quality mythic, durability 1000, upgrade crystal of time, 0 requirements, none, all attributes, 10 chronos flow upon activation, consumes 1 max HP per second, while boosting attack and movement speed by 100. Chronos return costs 50, durability to revive to the state 30 seconds before death unaffected by any penalty mechanics. Chronos theft costs 10, durability to steal up to 1 second from the target's timeline. Chronos distortion costs 10, durability to distort one's own timeline by up to 1 second. Chronos stacking the temporal properties of this item can be layered onto similar equipment. Is this the attribute of a mythical item? Lin Ye was stunned. All attributes. An exceptionally superior trait, yet it was merely the most basic one among the item's many effects. A 100% haste state lasting over a minute. Resurrection. Such an effect had appeared on a pair of gloves. Moreover, it also possessed a control skill. Even the foremost time-based control ability 1 second. It truly controlled its target for 1 full second, just as it declared. No equipment or modifier could render it immune, nor could anything shorten its duration. As for reversing his own time, it must amount to absolute evasion, mustn't it? No matter how lethal an enemy's attack, any damage dealt within that 1 second could be evaded through this ability. If the attack was sustained, he could even resurrect and return to a point 30 seconds earlier. Invincible. With these gloves, Lin Ye truly felt as though he had become invincible. As for this final attribute, thump. Lin Ye's heart suddenly clenched. Could it be the effect I have in mind? He did not remove his original gloves, directly equipping the time-reversing hand instead. As expected, there was no conflict warning, it was equipped seamlessly. 2 gloves. An additional piece of equipment. Hiss. Lin Ye was certain of it. Even among mythical-grade equipment, the time-reversing hand was undoubtedly the finest of the finest. Any equipment capable of granting resurrection was already a treasure. One possessing absolute control was even more extraordinary. Moreover, it did not occupy an equipment slot, allowing him to wear an additional item. And most terrifying of all, it could also be upgraded. 1,000 time crystals. Lin Ye had never seen this material, but that mattered not. He would certainly find it in the future. At the same moment, the white-haired old man had already been moved to tears of exhilaration at the sight of the descending starlight. Scrambling from his bed without a care for himself, he crawled to Lin Ye's side and prostrated himself before him. Sovereign above the stars, Emperor, who commands eternity, you have finally returned. Through the ages we have never forsaken your will. We have always believed that the eternal Emperor would never abandon his most loyal subjects. Little Daodu was utterly bewildered. She could not understand why her uncle was so overcome with emotion. Yet the old man pulled her to his side and urged in a low voice, Dao, to come quickly. The light of the eternal Emperor shall shelter you. Lin Ye understood no more of it than she did. Are all the NPCs here somewhat deranged? I know not whether the eternal Emperor is here, but I must know whether you possess a means of leaving this place. The old man lowered his head still further and replied with fervent devotion. The Emperor is eternal and imperishable. Wherever the subjects of the Empire dwell, they remain beneath the radiance of the Emperor's light. You who wield the starry wheel key are the spokesperson of the eternal Emperor, the imperishable guardian of the Empire, and the heir of the Sturbeth family. Please forgive my agitation. We wanderers have exhausted every resource and can truly endure no longer. Lord Sturbeth, permit me to offer you my unconditional loyalty, however presumptuous it may be. At present, only you can save us, these wandering homeless souls, and only you can lead us toward the path back to the Empire. Sturbeth. The name struck Lin Ye as vaguely familiar. If he remembered correctly, the vagrant had mentioned this name before his death. He must have been the heir of the Sturbeth family. But that mattered little. He was dead after all. The important question was this: had I not come seeking a way to leave, only for you to end up asking me to lead the way? Ding. You have gained the allegiance of the Forgotten. Quest chain, second stage unlocked. Rebuild the other shore ferry at the Forgotten Land. Follow the direction indicated by the River of Stars, and seek the final fortress of the Sturbeth family. Reward unknown. Penalty unknown. A new quest had arrived. Lin Ye had no interest in it whatsoever. The crucial matter now was how to leave. Rise and speak with me first. Thank you for your kindness. Only after saying this did the old man slowly and unsteadily rise with little Daodu's support. If you do not disdain our humble dwelling, you may come inside and sit for a while. He had not taken a close look before. Though the stone house was simply constructed, its furnishings were surprisingly complete. Even the weapons used as decorations were exquisitely crafted. Wait. Lin Ye noticed the faint golden radiance upon the decorative weapons. They seemed to be genuine. Legendary weapons. And you simply hung them on the wall. Then what is that hammer beside your table radiating a dark golden light? It cannot be an epic weapon, can it? Little Daodu, hurry, and pour Lord Sturbeth a cup of stardew. After giving the instruction, the old man turned away and began coughing violently. Judging by his condition, Lin Ye did not care what he chose to call him. Let him call him whatever he wished. Just do not let him die after speaking a few more words, or the situation would become unbearably awkward. After his condition eased somewhat, little Daodu entered carrying a cup of stardew. Judging by the way she swallowed, the drink must have been exceedingly precious. Lin Ye pushed it back toward her at once. You drink it. I will not. Turning to the old man, he continued. Time is limited, so I shall keep this brief. First, since I have come, I will certainly take responsibility for your affairs here. Second, you should understand the peculiar circumstances of this place. If we do not seek a way to leave soon, once we are all trapped here, there will be no possibility of resolving anything. A look of profound emotion crossed the old man's face. I heard Tucius offer thanks on behalf of my people for your benevolence and for sheltering these homeless wanderers. According to the records of our clan, we have wandered through this fragment of time and space for centuries. We are doomed never to leave, but you can, for you still carry the coordinates of that world-defiling place. If I gather enough time shards and void shards, I can forge a spatial time key for you and send you directly back to the place from which you came. You should have said so earlier. Lin Ye did possess those materials. With a turn of his hand, he produced everything he had collected moments before. See if this is enough. Enough, more than enough. The old man nodded gently and said with a smile, the stellar jellyfish are terribly troublesome creatures. It must have taken you a considerable amount of time to gather so many. Alas, had you arrived earlier, I possessed a spatial restraint net. It would have been most effective for capturing those jellyfish. Huh. Lin Ye was stunned. He was not concerned with how effective the spatial restraint net might have been. Rather, he realized that the sequence of his quest seemed to have been reversed. Normally, players would be unable to slay those monsters no matter what they tried. They would have no choice but to find the village, first obtain the old man's assistance, and only then hunt the beetles and jellyfish, deliver the materials, and leave this place. So the guards at the entrance do not need to be killed. Lin Ye sighed. A trace of helplessness entered the old man's expression. If I could still rise to my feet, there might not have been any misunderstanding today. Lin Ye did not believe a word of it. If this obstinate old man had not directly summoned the Starry Wheel key, would he ever have submitted? Thus, there had only ever been one way past the village guards, a forced breach. With that thought, Lin Ye felt considerably better. At the very least, he had not wasted his strength. Moreover, he had gathered the materials in advance, so nothing had been delayed. Please wait a moment. I shall begin forging it at once. Tucius barely had the strength to speak. Expecting him to forge anything, he would probably exhaust himself to death before finishing. Is there any way to treat your illness? Lin Ye ventured. Would an ordinary healing potion have any effect? It will not. Tucius shook his head helplessly. We live within this fragment of time and space. Every injury sustained here is permanent. Stardew has some effect only on a little fellow like Dowdew. Drinking it would be wasted on me. Uncle should drink it first. Dowdew is very healthy. I will be all right. She had not drunk the Stardew that Lin Ye had refused moments before. Yet, she looked at Lin Ye, then at Tucius before tears began pattering down once more. But Uncle is lying. You clearly said that if the Eternal Emperor returned, he would shelter us, and even lead us all into immortality. Immortality? Lin Ye was inclined to doubt it. This quest concerned a forgotten civilization. Even the Eternal Emperor himself might no longer be alive, let alone capable of sheltering them and granting them immortality. But Tucius clearly believed otherwise. Yes, of course. I have grown senile in my old age. Did you obtain any star coins just now? I did. Lin Ye produced all the star coin fragments in his possession. After examining them, Tucius frowned slightly. It appears insufficient. If I had 1,000 star coins, I could beseech the Eternal Emperor to heal some of my wounds and extend my life a little. Esteemed Lord Sturbeth, as your loyal subject, I dare not ask anything of you. But now, my body can truly be of no further service to you. You have left me no choice but to give them to you, haven't you? Lin Ye rose. I shall go and obtain the star coins now, but I do not have enough arrows. The weapons here seem decent enough. Choose a few good ones for me. Tucius smiled and shook his head. The weapons here are all mere ornaments, so I suppose none will catch your eye. Still, I have a few materials in reserve, and they are exceptionally rare. If you need arrows, I can expend the last of my strength to forge you a quiver. A look of worry crossed little Dowdew's face. Uncle, will you be all right? I will. So long as Lord Sturbeth agrees, drinking this cup of Stardew should restore my strength. Tucius answered with firm conviction. Very well, then begin. Lin Ye did not particularly desire the item. He merely wished to see what sort of superior merchandise the old man could produce. Tucius accepted the Stardew and swallowed it in one gulp. A trace of color immediately returned to his pallid face. He then lifted the epic-grade hammer beside the table and opened the back door. Lin Ye followed him outside. Only then did he discover a forging furnace shining with starlight and fashioned in a most distinctive shape. All manner of smithing tools surrounded it. Tucius set the hammer aside and opened a chest in search of materials. With but a single glance, Lin Ye saw the chest gleaming with golden light. Those materials were at the very least legendary grade. Many were dark gold, epic grade. Absurd. He had misunderstood everything. Little Dowdew. While Tuxius was forging the equipment, Lin Ye pulled Dowdew to his side and asked with a smile, "Are there any other people in the village?" "There are." Dowdew nodded at first, then shook her head and said, "But the uncles and aunties are all asleep. They can't move or speak." If there were even a single soul in the village who could still move, they would never have let this little girl stand watch on the city wall alone. "Are these people dead?" Not necessarily. Do these people possess strength comparable to Tuxius as well? Very likely. But there is no rush to investigate now. After all, the Forgotten Lands already belong to him. Moreover, the second phase of the mission is to rebuild the ferry crossing here. The people of this place will surely prove useful. Otherwise, relying solely on himself and a single Tuxius, how many years would reconstruction take? Once the ferry crossing is established, there will also need to be a ship. A vessel capable of sailing through the river of time and space will certainly not be easy to build. Therefore, Tuxius, this core NPC, is the linchpin of all linchpins. He absolutely cannot perish. Doubted, do you have any more Stardew? Fetch a few more cups for your uncle. There isn't any more. Doubted shook her head sorrowfully. The place where the Stardew condenses has a very terrifying monster. The auntie who used to gather Stardew every day fell asleep not long ago. Woo, it's all because Doubdew is useless. If I were as powerful as the auntie, able to dodge attacks and gather Stardew at the same time. A BOSS perhaps. There is no time to deal with it now. Furthermore, little Doubdew did indeed employ a spatial ability earlier. Is this their exclusive skill, or can players learn it as well? Lin Ye was only now beginning to realize. There is still so much of the Forgotten Lands left to explore. However, that all belongs to the future. What matters most now is to obtain the equipment and go grind materials sustaining Tuxius's life. Before him, Tuxius's craftsmanship remained highly proficient. Having now gambled his final breath, the man's entire aura had transformed. It was as though, so long as he stood beside the forge, he was the absolute sovereign of this place. Especially as his hammer fell blow after blow, even space itself seemed to reshape itself according to his will. Lin Ye watched utterly transfixed. Only when Tuxius handed him a quiver crafted from dark violet leather did he finally stir. Many thanks. Lin Ye turned to leave after speaking, then suddenly sensed something was amiss. Wait, what? I'm short of our arrows. What good is a quiver to me? Ha ha. Tuxius burst into hearty laughter. My lord, rest assured. In this place where time and space lie shattered, it is far more useful than 1,000,000 arrows. Lin Ye opened its attributes. Tuxius's Void Quiver. Quality Epic. Durability 5,000. Requirement none. Maximum arrow storage 100000. Arrow attack 300. Arrow skill damage 100. Arrow attack range 100 meters. Consumes void arrows when attacking or using ranged skills. Void arrow count 30. Gains 1 void arrow every 0.1 seconds. Condensation speed increases in environments rich with spatial energy. Void arrow condensed from the hide of the special spatial creature Kekito. Its trajectory toward its target is extremely unstable, and it detonates upon impact, dealing 50 area of effect damage. Incredible. Lin Ye was left utterly speechless. Formidable indeed. An epic-grade piece of equipment forged in a single attempt. And a special piece capable of infinite arrows at that. Cough cough. Tuxius stepped away from his forging state. With that final breath spent, his entire being visibly withered, his condition far worse than before. It seemed he could drop dead at any moment. Uncle. Little Doubdew anxiously stepped forward to support him, then turned to look at Lin Ye. Big brother, will you come back quickly? I'm scared. This old man can still hold on. Cough. Tuxius raised his head, gritting his teeth as he said, At least I can hold out until the next spacetime storm. Doubdew, go fetch that jellyfish catching net for my lord. A spacetime storm? When is that? Lin Ye asked. I know. It's about the time it takes for the stars to revolve once around the obelisk, roughly 12 hours or so. Little Doubdew replied as she turned to fetch the capture net. Ha ha ha, it won't take that long. Lin Ye laughed as he ruffled her little head, then turned and departed. He streaked across the city wall at blinding speed, arriving at the beach in what seemed like a mere flash. The stellar sea tide was currently in a state of calm. He waited. Before long, as the tide receded, star dust beetles began emerging one after another from the sand. Begin. Lin Ye drew the strings of his Whisper of the Dead harp. Streams of dim blue-gray luminescence wove through space, tracing out an array of meandering serpentine lines. Void arrows, with flight trajectories utterly impossible to predict. Even Lin Ye himself, having just loosed them, could not discern their true path. Yet their point of impact remained precise. Poo-poo. One by one, void arrows slammed into the star dust beetles. Minus 4,880. Minus 4,707. Minus 9,250 critical hit. Boom, boom, boom. Upon impact, the void arrows detonated, unleashing a secondary wave of area of effect damage. Though the damage was only half. Though the blast radius barely exceeded a meter. It was still an explosion, still the noble area of effect damage. Especially in this environment. The monsters clustered together. The area damage wrought by the explosions far surpassed that of the arrows themselves. After just a few detonations, the surrounding star dust beetles were all crippled. A single finishing arrow would suffice to slay them. Excellent. Lin Ye was merely testing the waters for now. To truly begin grinding, he would first need to lure such monsters beyond the beach. 1,000 star coins. Just 1,000 beetles slain will suffice. Having made up his mind, he checked the quiver once more. The void arrows have replenished already. Lin Ye had only just ceased his attack and opened the attribute panel when the void arrows had already returned to a full count of 30. This speed, far exceeding 10 per second. It must be several times faster, perhaps even a dozen times faster. Tuxius spoke true. In this realm where time and space lie shattered, the void quiver is unmatched in utility. Gazing at the swarm, Lin Ye was suddenly struck by inspiration. He raised his firing angle and unleashed a scattered volley of arrows at the beetles on the beach. Scree. The star-dust beetles immediately began to stir into a frenzy. The attacked beetles sought to find their assailant, but they were surrounded by their own kind. Unable to locate the enemy, unable to escape. They then began to furiously attack one another. In the span of a single breath, the entire swarm of star-dust beetles seemed to have turned on itself. Is this how it works? Lin Ye had expected the beetles to swarm and attack him. But the next moment, every single star-dust beetle ceased its attacks, simultaneously pivoting as one toward Lin Ye's direction. Then, kakaka. The carapaces upon the beetles' backs suddenly burst open, revealing pairs upon pairs of starlight glittering cicada wings. Air. Lin Ye truly had not anticipated this. But the flying beetles did indeed surge straight toward him. The swarm numbered well over 1,000. A teeming mass of winged beetles, countless beyond reckoning. Die. Lin Ye unleashed his full firepower, his arrows transforming into a torrential downpour that crashed against the swarm. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Successive detonations of void arrows sent the beetles plummeting in droves. Yet sheer numbers remained their greatest advantage. Even if Lin Ye could slay hundreds per second, to the swarm it represented no more than a small fraction lost. Now endowed with the ability to fly, Lin Ye had merely stood still for 1 second before the swarm had already engulfed him. Hissing. Lin Ye drew a sharp, involuntary breath. He truly had not foreseen such a scenario. He wheeled and fired. The void arrows carved a breach through the swarm. Lin Ye darted into the clearing carved by the explosion, beginning his breakout. Shooting on the move. He needn't even bother with aiming. The explosions of the void arrows were the true core of his damage output. Yet the frenzied swarm was also frenziedly tearing into Lin Ye. 820. Minus 1,055. Minus 1,102. Each bite dealt a substantial amount of damage, and Lin Ye's health bar plummeted at a furious pace. He downed a health potion. Useless. The red potions from the starter village restore a mere 500 HP, at most with a per second regen of just 100. Drinking it was as good as drinking nothing. Explosive arrow. Lin Ye activated his skill. 2 overlapping explosions finally blasted open a gap for him. He caught his breath for a moment. Movement speed is useless, I cannot break out. Agility is useless too, for there is no room to dodge. Lin Ye realized he had been driven into a corner from which there was no escape. The swarm could not be slain, and he would perish. I knew full well this mission was fraught with danger, that I had to exercise utmost caution. Yet still, I let my guard down. Lin Ye heaved a sigh. With the mission complete and the divine artifact in hand. Honestly speaking, Lin Ye had grown overconfident. Faced with a swarm of thousands, he had still dared to draw the collective aggro and resolve them in a single sweep. Had the star-dust beetles been incapable of flight, this plan would have been flawless. But therein lay the rub. How could one have known the swarm possessed wings? Right there's still my skill. Timeshare. Lin Ye suddenly recalled. He was the bearer of a divine-grade piece of equipment. A 100 boost to attack speed. The number of void arrows unleashed in a single instant surged dramatically. Their unstable trajectories coalesced within Lin Ye's hands into a roiling vortex of chaotic gray void waves. Boom. A cataclysmic explosion. Over 100 beetles perished on the spot within the void detonation. Lin Ye whirled the whisper bow sweeping wide in his hands. Boom, boom, boom. Ring after ring of detonations erupted around Lin Ye. Any swarm that dared draw near would be instantly annihilated by the void explosion waves. But eternity was after all a true 3D game. If Lin Ye's spinning barrage could not cover every angle, the swarm would inevitably find a gap and strike. His health bar continued its relentless descent. Soon it would bottom out entirely. Yet Lin Ye's assault did not pause for even a heartbeat, as though he were wholly unaware. Ding! You have been slain by the star-dust beetle. Reverse time. Lin Ye had long prepared this skill and activated it without hesitation. Before his eyes, the world that had just faded to gray suddenly became illusory. Like a video rewinding frame by stuttering frame. Time itself flowed backwards second by second. At last, Lin Ye returned to where he had been 30 seconds prior, still upon the shore. Yet the swarm remained. Time reversal had only reversed Lin Ye's own timeline. Resurrection successful. The remaining durability, however, was no longer sufficient for another revival. Even the normal use of equipment consumed durability. Even a single point of expenditure meant there was not enough left to employ the reverse time skill a second time for resurrection. Fight. Lin Ye had no choice. If he could not cut through the swarm, he would truly perish here today. Though reverse time had not separated Lin Ye from the creature's position, his current location was no longer at the center of their encirclement. Boom. Lin Ye unleashed an explosive arrow to carve open a path tearing through with gale-like momentum, and in the blink of an eye he had broken free beyond the shore. Had I not been so careless, had I been even slightly more cautious, I would never have been surrounded. Lin Ye cursed silently within his heart. He then raised his weapon backward and unleashed moving fire upon his pursuers. Forward time. Full assault speed. Full movement speed. This time, Lin Ye was genuinely kiting his foes. The swarm of thousands of stardust insects had already been cut down by more than half earlier. Now with even a brief period of kiting they fell in droves, exploding into oblivion within the void. In the span of a few breaths, Lin Ye had annihilated the entire swarm. Phew. Lin Ye drew in a deep breath. Had it not been for his mythic equipment, he would have truly died just now. But then again, had it not been for the safety net of mythic resurrection, would he himself have grown so reckless? He gathered his spoils. Star coins, over 4,000 of them, along with a similar number of time shards. Besides these, there was one additional material. Time worm remnant wing. Tuxius should know how to use this thing right. Lin Ye returned to the village. Tuxius with little Daodu in tow had just arrived at the stone monument, not yet having the chance to sit. Big brother, did you encounter some problem? Daodu asked anxiously. No problem, it's handled. Lin Ye produced 1,000 star coins. Tuxius revealed a look of astonishment, as expected of the heir of the Sturbs family. Only those of you who command time itself could possibly disregard the encirclement of the flying insect swarm. You knew this from the start. Then why didn't you say so? Did you truly believe I could pass through safely? Lin Ye was rendered utterly speechless. First heal yourself. Tuxius nodded heavily, his eyes brimming with fervent emotion. I beseech you to activate the star tower with the time wheel star key. The eternal emperor illuminates all his people with grace. Yet I, as your most loyal servant, possess no qualification to petition the emperor directly. Lin Ye extended his hand and pressed it against the stone monument. Before his eyes a concise interface immediately appeared. Star tower. Quality inferior. Upgrade requirements: star coins 01 space-time crystals 01 space-time core 01. Estimated yield 0 star coins day. Current reserve 3 star coins. Dedication unlimited. Protection 100 star coins day. Healing 1000 star coins restores all injuries and all status effects. Resurrection unknown, limited to beings whose souls reside within the tower. Currently available resurrection targets: Hern Riddle, Savina, Erishja, Hern Cassius, Skola Vilox. Teleportation array not constructed, unusable. Cross-realm star tower quality insufficient, unusable. So many functions. Lin Ye had assumed this was merely an object for prayer, but now it was clear. The star tower was the very core of the Forgotten Lands. Those names listed for resurrection must surely be the people Daodu had spoken of, those fallen into slumber. Lin Ye casually tapped one. Resurrect. Hern Riddle cost 3800 star coins. He switched to another. Resurrect. Savina cost 12800 star coins. Indeed, the prices vary. Lin Ye's current funds were wholly insufficient. He would have to keep grinding. First, he granted Tuxius access. He watched as the man prostrated himself before the star tower, offering up his star coins with absolute devotion, chanting aloud the greatness of the emperor. The next instant, the star coins in his hands transformed into streams of light and were drawn away by the star tower. Immediately after, the star tower projected a pillar of light that enveloped Tuxius entirely, at a speed visible to the naked eye. The withered age and frailty upon his body vanished completely, his emaciated frame swiftly recovering into robust musculature. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from a man on death's doorstep into a sturdy blacksmith uncle in the prime of his middle years. Uncle. Daodu joyfully leapt to Tuxius's side. Thanks be to the emperor's mercy, thanks be to the magnanimity of Lord Sturbs. Tuxius was so moved that tears welled in his eyes. He himself had never imagined he would be granted a second life. Turning to pull little Daodu close, he said, "Don't cry, child. With Lord Sturbs here, we shall all receive the emperor's protection. Uncle is going to grind star coins now, and before long everyone can be resurrected. Will the aunties wake up and talk too?" Little Daodu exclaimed with joy. "That's wonderful. I want the aunties to teach me how to gather stardew. This time I will definitely learn it properly." Lin Ye frowned slightly at these words. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Tuxius, given your strength, how many star coins can you grind per day?" Tuxius chuckled. "I do not possess your temporal gift, my lord, and cannot withstand the encirclement of the flying insect sea. However, I am quite adept at capturing jellyfish. During the gaps between storms I can harvest at least 1 or 200 star coins per day. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. You can wield an epic-grade great hammer. How could your yield possibly be so meager? Tuxius's smile faded. He scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. My lord, I am not a combat class to begin with, and capturing jellyfish requires waiting for the great tide. Casting a net to catch a few dozen at a time is already considered good. One great tide might yield 1,000 jellyfish, but converting that into star coins, perhaps a dozen or so, requires considerable skill. Ahem. Lin Ye understood now. He lacked any hundredfold bonus, so unless he could instantly annihilate swarms, progress would always be slow. But that's not right. Given your spatial abilities, shouldn't you be able to one-shot kill all the beetles? Tuxius shook his head in a panic. My lord, I truly am not a combat class. I know no such techniques. And even if I did, I could not employ them, for the space here is exceptionally unstable. Wielding wide-area techniques would easily cause spatial turbulence, which could trigger a space-time tsunami. If that happened, we might not be able to venture out for decades to come. Tisk. This is rather troublesome. Lin Ye frowned subtly. Noticing this, Tuxius offered a reminder. There is no need for concern, my lord. We may first accumulate 100,000 star coins and resurrect Erishja. She is a combat class and the strongest shadow hunter among us. Once she is revived, she will not only grind star coins, but can also slay that monster upon the cliff, yielding abundant star due each day. 1,000,000. Can you even do math? Lin Ye was truly at a loss. In circumstances like these, to develop one would obviously start with the cheaper options and resurrect them one by one. Even one additional person would transform the daily star coin income entirely. Wait. Lin Ye seemed to have grasped something. The Forgotten Lands is an instance dungeon. If that's the case, then aside from me, other players should be able to enter as well. When it comes to grinding, I imagine no one can outgrind the players of our great Huaxia region, right? Your plan won't work. Listen to me. Stop going out to grind. Stay and guard the village properly. Leave everything else to me. Lin Ye's thoughts stirred as he considered the Star Tower. There are still a teleportation function and a cross-realm function here. Do you know how to use them? Tuxius nodded. Once the teleportation array is established, this place may still be unable to escape the temporal maelstrom, yet stable coordinates can be anchored. Travel to and from the profane lands will become effortless. If you have allies, my lord, they may also enter through teleportation, no longer requiring the Time Wheel Star Key. As for cross-realm travel, it is a power specially granted by the Eternal Emperor to the Stellar Radiance family, the Supreme Sovereign's means of ruling over the stars. It is not something an ordinary subject such as myself could possibly comprehend. I only know that in ancient legends the Stellar Radiance family waged war across the vast Star River through this cross-realm power, bringing the Emperor's radiance to every star. Teleportation aligns closely with what Lin Ye had anticipated. But cross-realm? Lin Ye truly had not expected this. According to Tuxius's words, if the Eternal Emperor and the Stellar Radiance family all relied upon cross-realm power to conquer the stars. His heart lurched. Lin Ye's mind trembled. It can't be. Could this possibly be the function that brings equipment items, even pets and characters, into reality? Most likely. No, it is certain. If he lacked the ability to transpose equipment-wielding characters into another world, how could the Eternal Sovereign rule the stars? By teleportation alone. What if the other side were a technological world where every magical artifact ceased to function? Thus, teleportation and cross-world transposition have never been the same ability. I must upgrade it. Lin Ye wanted nothing more than to elevate the Star Tower's quality at once. Where did the materials, time-space crystals and cores of time and space, come from? Tuxius explained 100 fragments of time combined to form one time shard. 100 time shards combined to form one time crystal. Yes, I know. My mythic gloves also require this material for their upgrade. It does not seem too difficult to farm. A day or two at most. Of course, that applies only to the materials for this equipment upgrade. We do not know what the next one will require, Tuxius added. Space fragments, shards, and crystals are synthesized in the same manner. Then 100 time crystals and 100 space crystals can be combined into a time-space crystal. Cough, cough. Even with 100-fold yield, Lin Ye felt the undertaking would be a genuine headache. Asking a homeless man for only a few hundred roast chickens had been far too conservative. Once they reached their destination, farming the various materials alone would be enough to drive one to madness. A rough calculation suggested that an ordinary player would have to slay at least several billion monsters to gather everything needed to upgrade the Star Tower. Even Lin Ye would have to kill several million. At my present efficiency, even if I farmed without sleep or rest, it would probably take dozens of days. Well, when put that way, it does not seem too bad. Lin Ye thought to himself. In games he had played before, even one piece of equipment material could take 6 months of grinding to collect. Now he needed only several dozen days. Then Lin Ye would be able to bring a mythical piece of equipment into reality and cloak himself in an impervious suit of armor. Viewed in that light, several dozen days was not long at all. Still, if only there were a faster method and greater efficiency. Let us forge the key first. We can discuss everything after I return. As you wish, my lord. Tuxius took out the materials he had prepared earlier. Rubbing his hands together, he twisted a fragment of time and space into a key within his enormous grasp. Impressive. Having a master spatial forger of his caliber farm monsters was an egregious waste of talent. Big brother, will you come back? Seeing that Lin Ye was about to leave, Daodu was immediately filled with reluctance and perhaps fear. Yes, I will be back soon. Lin Ye reached out and rubbed her head. This time she did not evade him with a spatial skill, but obediently nodded. Snap! He crushed the key. The scene before Lin Ye twisted violently. In the blink of an eye, the inverted heavens and earth rotated back into place, and he reappeared at the center of the swamp. The announcement said no one can leave the novice village for a day. I need to use this time to resolve the matter of the teleportation array. Just as Lin Ye was about to log off, someone nearby called out to him. Are you Demon Venerable? The newcomer who spoke seemed rather timid, yet he continued. Please don't attack me. I'm only delivering a message. The guild leader of Tianxia Society wants to see you. All you have to do is accept his friend request. At the same time, several people nearby spoke in succession. I am here on behalf of the Jialan Guild, the Dawnbreak Guild, the Southern Qilan Alliance, the Flourishing Dynasty. Lin Ye knew that all these guilds were prominent powers, some even backed by major corporations, and ranked among the strongest in Huaxia. But today he was in no mood to hear them out. If they want to find me, they can come themselves. The newcomers immediately wore helpless expressions. Big shot Demon Venerable, the novice village is sealed off. Just help us out. It's only adding a friend. It's no big deal. Before he could finish, Lin Ye raised his hand and fired an arrow, sending him straight back to the novice village. If he is not even qualified to stand before me, what else is there to discuss? Thump. The newcomers had known that Demon Venerable might be difficult to deal with, but none had expected him to be this difficult. Nor did he give them a chance to leave on their own. Lin Ye's Requiem Zither trembled slightly in his hands, sending all of them back as well. Being polite today would only mean being surrounded by a crowd when he went out tomorrow. Only killing could settle the matter simply. Logging off, dawn was just beginning to break. In the dormitory, Zhou Hong was still battling away. The man was truly a god of sleepless nights. Beep beep. A message notification sounded on his phone. Yin Yin asked, you've logged off. Do you want to come out and get something to eat? Winning said there's a good place for crab roe buns near your school. Lin Ye had been looking for them anyway, so this was convenient. Time is tight, so don't make a wasted trip. I'll head over soon. No trouble at all. I'm already at your school gate. Huh. Lin Ye was briefly taken aback. Alright, I'll be right there. He changed his clothes, put on his helmet, left Zhou Hong a quick note, and hurried downstairs. At the school gate, Yin Yin sat alone in a car parked by the roadside. How did you all wake up so early? Lin Ye asked in some surprise after getting in. She woke up in the middle of the night and found you gone. My older sister was so worried she nearly called the police. Do you know that? Yin Yan's gaze was so sincere that Lin Ye felt a twinge of guilt, though something about it seemed wrong. I clearly said goodbye to Wenting before I left. Yin Yan's beautiful eyes flickered. She lifted her flowing hair and said seductively, then couldn't you have said goodbye to your sister too? To you? The image from the previous night on the bed flashed through his mind. Lin Ye felt that once he gave that particular greeting, he might not be able to leave. Enough about that. You came this early because something happened, right? Yin Yin nodded gently and explained as she started the car. After yesterday's announcement, I doubt more than a handful of Huaxia's guilds managed to sleep. I know a little about how they operate. Once truly desperate, they are capable of anything. So how could your older sister feel at ease knowing you're living alone out here? Move first. The sooner the better. The car turned around. A jeep bearing a black military plate immediately caught Lin Ye's attention. Its driver was a short-haired woman with sharp features and piercing eyes. Their paths crossed for only a moment. Yet Lin Ye immediately sensed something unusual. Unless his looks truly were devastating enough to make even Yin Zong retreat in shame, that look could not have been love at first sight. She had come with a purpose. So fast. Although Lin Ye had anticipated it, he could not help but marvel. In truth, it stood to reason. In this day and age, what privacy was there really? When it came to the authorities, if they wanted to investigate, there was no such thing as information they could not find. Lin Ye looked through the rear window. After confirming that the other vehicle was not following, he felt slightly relieved. Yin Yin had noticed it too. That military vehicle came up behind me and had only just arrived. It isn't following us now, so they've probably identified some targets and started monitoring them. As she spoke, Yin gently took Lin Ye's hand in her right. After all, not everyone is like your sister, able to recognize you with a single glance. Huh. Lin Ye could not help but smile. Yin arched a delicate brow and said, don't believe me. Your sister really did recognize you in a single glance. I believe you. I really do. Lin Ye did not pursue the matter. He needed to resolve the dungeon as quickly as possible, so he said directly, take me back first. I have business with President Bai. At 5 in the morning, the Cullinans sped along the elevated highway. A moment later, the two of them arrived at Thompson Riviera. They went upstairs. Instead of taking Lin Ye to her own home, Yin Yin led him to the apartment she had bought only the day before. When the door opened, the interior had already been cleaned spotlessly. Tada! Surprised, Yin Yin turned with a light, graceful step, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she watched Lin Ye. I hired people to clean it overnight, and all the furnishings and supplies are new. What do you think? Do you like the style? Lin Ye was not particular, but the warm-tone decor was generally comfortable. Still, the balance hasn't even been paid. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to move in now? Yin Yin stepped forward and pressed herself against Lin Ye's chest. Slowly, she drew a phone from her bosom and displayed proof of the transfer. 85 million. The figure alone revealed precisely what the payment was for. Lin Ye's brow tightened. You paid it. Yin Yin nodded lightly. Just as Lin Ye was about to say something, Yin Yin reached out and undid her coat. Lin Ye abruptly drew in a sharp breath. This scene. He had seen it at least hundreds of times on Douyin, but if every outfit worn to meet one's boyfriend were ranked, Yin Yan's today would still merit 99 points. 1 point was withheld for fear that she would become proud. On closer inspection, the entire ensemble was alluring without losing its playful charm. Black stockings with smooth lines gleamed beneath the foyer light, outlining just the right hint of voluptuous softness. A very short skirt and high-waisted design drew her charm to its fullest. A pure white off-the-shoulder blouse perfectly accentuated her delicate collarbones and graceful curves, while the small tie at her chest lent the outfit an additional touch of collegiate style. The most eye-catching detail was the velvet ribbon around Yin Yan's neck, from which hung a tiny golden bell. Little Lin, have you decided how you will reward your sister? Hope. Lin Ye swallowed, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. There is no reward, only punishment. He seized the small tie at her chest and pulled her straight into his arms. Jingle jingle. The tiny bell rang crisply amid their sudden movement. Lin Ye took a deep breath and forced a rasping voice from deep within his throat. How dare you make a decision for me without my permission? Have you prepared yourself to face my wrath? Lin Ye took a deep breath and forced a rasping voice from deep within his throat. How dare you make a decision for me without my permission? Have you prepared yourself to face my wrath? Lin Ye took a deep breath and forced a rasping voice from deep within his throat. How dare you make a decision for me without my permission? Have you prepared yourself to face my wrath? Yin Yan's delicate frame trembled faintly. Her beautiful eyes gazed deeply at Lin Ye, ripples of emotion stirring within them. Just as she was about to speak, her lips were already sealed. Her long lashes fluttered gently. After a flicker of surprise in those beautiful eyes, they soon grew hazy before closing completely. Lin Ye's level was indeed not high. From the very beginning, Yin Yin had taken the offensive in one-sided fashion. However, she had only seized the initiative. Her actual experience was hardly abundant either. After familiarizing himself briefly, Lin Ye immediately curled that softness within his grasp and launched his counterattack. A long while later, Yin Yin could endure no more, patting him lightly in surrender. Lin Ye released her, but his hands caught her about the waist and lifted her into his arms. At this moment, Yin Yan's lovely face was flushed with crimson, her beautiful eyes carrying both bashfulness and a bolder, deeper gaze fixed upon Lin Ye. Needless to say, such a gaze combined with her current attire could only stack a berserker buff upon Lin Ye, drastically boosting his attack speed. He found a bedroom at random. Lin Ye roughly tossed Yin Yin onto the warm-toned bedsheets, then bent over and pressed down upon her, sealing her lips once more. A moment later, Yin Yan's hands wandered aimlessly up and down, seemingly searching for a new breakthrough. Wait. Lin Ye suddenly sobered. Moi. Yin Yin hummed questioningly, opening her eyes filled with amorous threads. Lin Ye rose, a smile playing at his lips. I still have matters to attend to today. The punishment will be noted and carried out another day. Yin Yan's gaze instantly turned somewhat resentful. After gently biting her crimson lip, she could not help but ask, another day. Is that truly the case? Hiss. I really do have things today. Lin Ye had not lost his senses. That scene at the school gates earlier had already made it abundantly clear. His identity could no longer remain hidden. From now on, the arrival of various factions at his doorstep was merely a matter of time. Just how heaven-defying was a hundredfold yield talent? Others might not know, but Lin Ye was absolutely certain. Once exposed, though he might not become a lab rat, the word freedom would likely become a luxury. Eternity matters immensely. If it were merely about profit, at most it would be open and covert struggles. But now, eternity involved the cross-boundary transfer of equipment and items. That was transcendent power, potentially offering a path to immortality itself. There was only one solution to this problem. Ultimately just one. That was to cross boundaries first himself. Truth resides only at the edge of the blade. Dignity exists only within the range of cannons. Is President by here? I genuinely have matters to discuss with her. Lin Ye turned away to wash his face, then murmured, "You and Wan Ting need to come as well. I'm taking you into a dungeon." A dungeon? Yan Yan's eyes widened in surprise. Although this was something she had promised the big white bear, was that truly what she had been after? 80-some million meant nothing. It wasn't as though she didn't have it. The reason she had gone through such great effort, was it not to shake off that third wheel, the big white bear? And now the result. Sigh. Yan Yan licked the corner of her lips, savoring the taste for a moment before humming. "Fine, I'll call her over." "All right. Since we're doing a dungeon, if Wan Ting and Xiao and Mo have nothing going on, they should come along too." Yes. Yes, 5 people is perfect. Bai Shiya and Su Wanning were in the next room, and had not been asleep anyway. A quick visit, and they arrived. The moment she entered, Bai Shiya stared at Lin Ye, even sniffing emphatically with the tip of her nose, looking like someone desperate to find gossip, but failing so anxious she was like a cat with its tail caught. She turned her head, and saw Yan Yan emerge from the bathroom in a different set of sleepwear, her hair even still damp. Bai Shiya's brain clearly struggled to process. "That fast? You two only just got back a few minutes ago." Sorry, pretend I didn't say that." Lin Ye, seeing her attitude, felt his expression darken instantly. Su Wanning hadn't understood at first, but once those words fell, her face flushed crimson in an instant. You all chat slowly, I'll be going now." Lin Ye sighed inwardly. Was this scapegoat so thoroughly fastened that it could never be washed clean? "Don't go. The dungeon in the Forgotten Lands is extremely difficult. There are some things that need to be made clear before we enter." At these words, Bai Shiya could not help but give Yan Yan an enthusiastic thumbs up. Truly worthy of being my good sister. Impressive. Saying she'd claim him, and then actually claiming him. That money was well spent. Lin Ye sat down on the sofa, pondered for a moment, then spoke. As the saying goes, even blood brothers should settle accounts clearly. Even though we're all familiar, certain things should be stated up front. Bai Shiya was about to speak, but was silenced by a look from Lin Ye. "Let me go first. First, I want all materials from the dungeon. As for equipment, anything I don't need you're free to take. Second, all information about the dungeon. Knowing it yourselves is fine, but you must not disclose any related content to outsiders. I mean all information, the location, the content, the procedure, the NPCs, even the names of the materials. Everything must be kept confidential." These were Lin Ye's only 2 conditions. Actually, his efficiency clearing it alone wasn't low, but time was limited, and he couldn't possibly grind only this dungeon forever. Was he not going to the main city anymore? Was he not going to do the inheritance quest anymore? Therefore, finding others to farm materials was inevitable. Efficiency would certainly improve. Even if those few could only help catch jellyfish, they'd still yield a few hundred star coins in materials per day. In fact, as their levels rose, they would definitely be able to farm more and more. Most critically, Lin Ye had another hypothesis that required testing with others in the dungeon to confirm. Yan Yan, showing no restraint whatsoever, reclined lazily across Lin Ye's lap. "This big sister has no objections. Just ask them." "I don't need any either." Su Wanning hadn't finished when Bai Shiya dragged her back. "From what you're saying, you've completely mastered this dungeon. I mean Monopoly. Is it only you who can enter this dungeon?" Lin Ye nodded. "Currently, yes." Bai Shiya seemed to understand. After a contemplative pause, she replied, "Then the materials you need must be for subsequent quests. Naturally, we won't take them. As for all equipment output, I'll purchase everything at market price. It's business after all. Give me a small discount, and let me earn the difference." Lin Ye raised a brow. "Then what do you want?" Bai Shiya arched an eyebrow, smiling meaningfully. Someone as capable as Demon Venerable should be able to guess right. Lin Ye did not waste words, stating his terms directly. "In future quests involving high-tier content or high-tier outputs, you'll receive priority purchasing rights. If materials can be sold and the dungeon can be opened to others, you'll get exclusive agency." Bai Shiya rose gracefully, extending her hand. "When it comes to genuine cross-boundary items, Demon Venerable mustn't forget me. So, pleasant cooperation." Lin Ye's expression remained unchanged as he stood. Pleasant cooperation. After months of playing, Bai Shiya had finally caught sight of a genuine windfall. How could she not be thrilled? "Get ready, grab some breakfast, and log in. Today I'll personally take to the kitchen and let you taste the culinary skills of a 3-star Michelin chef." Lin Ye rolled his eyes. "Not ordering takeout again, are you?" Bai Shiya immediately appeared somewhat awkward. Lin Ye knew from her expression that it was hopeless. "Never mind, I'll do it. Just in time, I'll call Xia Mo over too. She can log in from home, so why come over?" Bai Shiya didn't understand. Easier to keep things confidential. Lin Ye offered a casual explanation, then went to check the kitchen. It had to be said, Yan Yan was impressively efficient, hiring people at dawn to tidy the room and still managing to prepare so many ingredients. But Lin Ye had no time for anything elaborate. Fried eggs, bacon, lightly toasted bread with some milk and cereal thrown in, simple would suffice. Bai Shiya hadn't eaten all night, and she wouldn't reheat yesterday's cold feast either. Now catching the rising steam of the frying eggs, she scurried over to Lin Ye's side, eyes fixed on the pan, nearly drooling. Wow, Demon Venerable's culinary skills aren't any worse than a Michelin chef's, are they? Oh my, I'm starting to envy Miss Yin now. She's going to be one lucky woman from now on. Lin Ye couldn't be bothered to respond. But Bai Shuya leaned and closed her face full of apology. I'm sorry about earlier. I spoke out of turn. Actually, 3 minutes is already quite impressive, isn't it? Clunk. The hand holding the frying pan froze. Lin Ye shot her a glare. It seems explaining now would be useless, wouldn't it? Fine, next time there's a chance I'll let you come up and try it yourself, alright? Deal? The instant the words left Bai Shuya's mouth, she regretted it. She hurriedly grabbed a slice of toast and stuffed it in. Just now. Just now was an illusion, forget about it. Lin Ye chuckled quietly and swiftly finished preparing breakfast. Everyone began to eat. A quarter of an hour later. They had just finished when Xiao Mo arrived. Everyone ready. Log in. Lin Ye cleared mobs at the center of the swamp waiting for Yin Yin and the others to arrive. Just in time. The Swamp Croc Lord respawned. 1 arrow instant kill. The equipment that dropped this time was rather inferior. No legendary pieces. The few rare drops weren't useful to Lin Ye either. He tossed them all to Bai Shuya once she arrived. Where's the dungeon? Right here. Bai Shuya looked around like a curious child inspecting everything. This time Lin Ye had no need for starlight guidance. Gripping the Croc Lord's heart, he condensed the time will star key upon his chest, and in the blink of an eye successfully obtained the dungeon key. Activate. Ding. Your party is about to enter the dungeon Forgotten Lands. Please select difficulty. As you are the developer of this dungeon, all difficulty challenges are unlocked. 1 easy. 2 normal. 3 hard. For a challenge. 5 insane. 6 a nightmare. Lin Ye went straight for the highest. Ding. Your party has selected nightmare difficulty. You will now enter the dungeon. Reminder, at this difficulty, death will permanently delete your character and all items will be reset to 0. Delete the account. Bai Shuya and the others were utterly stunned. Xiao Mo held her forehead. Come on, I know you Demon Venerable Heavenly Sovereign are incredibly powerful, but is this difficulty really necessary? Yin Yin didn't mind either way, but her gaze fell on Bai Shuya. The investment in Big White Bear isn't trivial either. Be careful later. Lin Ye merely smiled faintly. It's fine. You'll find out in a moment. Now let me go over the precautions. Watch the terrain beneath your feet. Those uneven cratered areas are all temporal spatial turbulence. I haven't stepped on them, but I estimate that stepping on one would mean certain death. Secondly, don't touch any monsters. Just follow me. Temporal spatial turbulence. Bai Shuya felt like her months of gaming had been wasted. Not to mention seeing it. She had never even heard of such a terrifying terrain before. Xiao Mo no longer dared to act tough. Her grip on her weapon was slightly tense. The pressure was immense. One wrong step and the account was gone. How could anyone fight under these circumstances? Demon Venerable Heavenly Sovereign. Just how much of a monster was he? Could he have cleared this kind of dungeon alone? Wait. You've completed this dungeon at maximum difficulty. Lin Ye, yes, is there a problem? Xiao Mo was already dumbfounded, almost shouting, not just a problem, it's simply absurd. You carry an SSS grade talent, yet you dare to challenge deletion level difficulty. Don't you fear something going wrong? Thump. Bai Shuya and Yin Yin both felt their hearts skip a beat. Just now, he had cleared this dungeon alone at the highest difficulty, where one wrong step meant instant death, facing the pressure of account deletion. This wasn't about being strong or not. It was just how much courage did a person need to dare to challenge this? And what kind of resolute mindset was needed to stay sharp and error-free under such crushing pressure? Anyone who played games knew this. No one could maintain flawless mechanics under extreme pressure. If you had seen someone who could, it was likely because they hadn't encountered real pressure yet. Any ordinary person would struggle to resist this kind of pressure. An SSS grade talent. How important was that? Just thinking about it was unbearable. Bai Shuya kept shaking her head. No way, I wouldn't dare to challenge this. If my account really got deleted, I'd cry myself to death. Honest words. Lin Ye agreed. Actually, if it weren't for accidentally stumbling in, who would want to take on this kind of quest? Things were better now, though. At least with the Spring Brother armor equipped, he had the confidence to challenge even equally difficult quests. Let's move first. Pay attention to following closely. As long as we cross this section, there won't be any danger. Lin Ye knew this path had no monsters, only terrain hazards. As the group set off, a sound echoed. System announcement. Ix has completed the legendary quest unlocking the Dungeon Tyrant Ruins. Bai Shuya's expression changed. So fast. Lin Ye didn't understand her surprise. Others have been in the game much longer, probably prepared. Once the dungeon feature unlocks, they can enter right away. It's quite normal, right? Bai Shuya shook her head with a grave expression. That's not it. After you opened the dungeon yesterday, many groups erupted into chaos. Shuezhan Jiangshan declared that they must clear the dungeon first. Lin Ye frowned slightly. Shuezhan Jiangshan. I've heard of them, but they don't seem to rank very high. Yin Yin tugged at Lin Ye's sleeve from the side. This is a military-affiliated guild. They're usually low-key, but their strength is formidable. The resources they control and the combat power of their members simply cannot be compared to ordinary guilds or corporations. They made this declaration as a covert power struggle against foreign forces. America, Japan, Europe, and neighboring Korea are all competing within Eternal. Moreover, they seem to have insider information about the first clear rewards for dungeons. Baishuya continued, the Holy Legion is one of North America's top 9 guilds. The guild leader Blonde AX is a billionaire worth hundreds of billions, and in reality, he's the CEO of one of the 7 tech giants. This time America has invested heavily in the Eternal transformation. Combined with their inherent advantages, if they seize the initiative completely, everyone else will be left in their shadow. As they spoke, another notification appeared. System announcement. Daqin Tai Chi has completed the legendary quest unlocking the dungeon Empire's Lament. Hearing this, Baishuya's brows finally relaxed slightly. This is the president of Shuezhan Jiangshan. It said he's a military big shot and a legendary battle king. Lin Ye wasn't interested in these matters, but he was very interested in the dungeon rewards. Ignore them. Let's just clear our own dungeon. Beep beep. Baishuya's communicator rang. She glanced at the name and her brow furrowed again. After answering, she was surprised for a few seconds, then leaned close to Lin Ye's ear. Daqin Tai Chi, the one from just now. I don't know how he knows I know you, but he specifically asked to speak with you. Should I put him through? Lin Ye remembered the military vehicles he'd seen that morning and knew he couldn't avoid this. Answer it. Baishuya put it on speaker. Demon Venerable Heavenly Sovereign, this is Daqin Tai Chi. Today I'm not representing anyone. I just want to have a casual chat with you. I hope you don't mind. Now I'm not too busy. Go ahead. Have you tried the dungeon in the Forgotten Lands? How's the difficulty? It's manageable. Daqin Tai Chi paused, then laughed. Manageable means you can clear it. I'm reaching out to you personally today. The military has their own affairs, and I don't care about those. I only want to know, can you complete the dungeon first clear before North America does? Lin Ye pondered for a moment. From what you're saying, it seems you're certain you can't clear the newly opened dungeon yourself, right? Ha ha ha. Daqin Tai Chi laughed heartily. I can definitely clear it. I'll do whatever it takes. But time isn't on our side. According to Intelligence, Ix's dungeon seems to be an exploration type with slightly lower difficulty. Our dungeon is a combat type and the hardest battlefield category at that. While it's our specialty, we truly lack any advantage in completion time. We're all descendants of Yin and Huang. If anyone has the ability to clear it, let them do so first. At the very least, we shouldn't let the rewards fall into foreign hands for nothing. Hearing this, Lin Ye thought of his own dungeon, and the corners of his mouth rose. The difficulty of an exploration mission isn't necessarily low. Who wins and who loses? How can we know without fighting? Daqin Tai Chi was slightly stunned, then let out a loud shout. Very well. With your temperament, you'd absolutely suit military service. Ha ha ha. Since we're getting along, well, let me say a few more things, brother. The minimum difficulty to obtain the first clear reward is hard or above. The rest you'll have to figure out for yourself. Lin Ye thanked him and hung up. The other party was unexpectedly direct, but it also reflected something indirectly. Different dungeons had vastly different difficulties. Opening it was one thing. Whether they could clear it was another matter entirely. That Empire's Lament they opened. Just by the name it was clear it was far more difficult than Ruins exploration. Moi. Lin Ye seemed to notice something and shifted his gaze back to the distance. Beneath the scattered starlight, shadows moved through it, their numbers so staggering that they made his scalp tingle. Looking closely, the monsters in the shadows stood over 3 meters tall, possessing humanoid forms, but with 2 horns on their heads, their bodies covered in black scales, and eyes red as blood. Balefiend level 50 HP, 3-0 physical attack, 3600 magic damage, 0 defense, 2-0 magic resistance, 1100. So Shadow wasn't wrong after all. Demons really do exist. But why haven't the monsters noticed us? Lin Ye had barely spoken when his gaze followed the direction of the shadows, and his heart lurched. Oh no, demons are attacking the city. What? Baishuya and the others didn't catch what he said. But Lin Ye had no time left to explain. The Forgotten Lands possessed no significant reserve of star coins. Tuxius's combat prowess was ordinary, and the 2 powerful guards had already been slain by his own hand. The village could not hold out much longer. Nightmare difficulty, with new plotlines and monsters. Lin Ye gritted his teeth inwardly. He should have realized it sooner. Unlocking a dungeon and clearing a dungeon were entirely different processes. Otherwise, there would have been a difficulty notification when entering the instance. Had the system announcement and the military not interrupted him just now, he might have led the group straight into a disaster. Baishuya was equally dumbfounded. If even Lin Ye spoke this way, then this dungeon must surely be. Xiaomo slapped her forehead. I told you not to exaggerate. An eternal dungeon has never appeared before. How could you possibly know what kind of difficulty a nightmare mode truly is? Enough talking. Lin Ye was thoroughly irritated now. Stay behind me. Just try not to die. With those words, Lin Ye launched himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. So swift was his pace that the air itself detonated in his wake. Suspended midair, the dirge string harp rested in his left hand. His right hand drew forth void arrows. Clockwise acceleration. Lin Ye opened the battle with a mythic tier skill. Burst arrow. Before the 3 arrows had even left his line of sight, Lin Ye had already drawn the bowstring taut once more and released. At the very edge of human limitation, man and arrow surged forward shoulder to shoulder. In that fleeting instant, Lin Ye transformed into a torrential void current crashing headlong into the demon horde. Boom. Over 100 arrows struck their marks almost simultaneously. 9,205, 9,120, 18,700 critical hit, 3,801, 3,912. Hundreds upon hundreds of damage values erupted skyward in cascading waves. Boom, 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 boom. The arrows detonated in secondary explosions. Under the overlapping area of effect damage, even demons were instantly obliterated. Ding. You have gained 8,000 experience points. You have gained 8,000 experience points. You have gained. There's experience. TCH. Coming in this way is the proper approach. These are the real monsters. All those bugs and jellyfish I killed during the previous quest were completely wrong. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. In terms of level and attributes, lesser demons differed little from stardust beetles. However, demons possessed far greater movement and attack speed, and they fought with a frenzy that far surpassed the beetles. Originally, they had been ignoring Lin Ye entirely. But when the arrows detonated amidst their ranks, the surrounding demons immediately took notice. Madness glinted within their blood-red pupils and furious howls tore from their throats. At the same moment, a demon swept its palm through the air and several blood-colored blades sliced toward Lin Ye. Ranged attacks. This was Lin Ye's first encounter with such an ability. Instinctively, he retreated to widen the distance. Whoosh whoosh. The blood blades grazed past him, vanishing into nothingness barely 10 meters away. It seems their attack range is limited and they can't use it consecutively. Having gauged the pattern, Lin Ye immediately increased his distance and resumed his barrage against the demon horde. Boom, boom, boom. The detonations of void arrows thundered through the starlit night. Yet the demon army was simply too vast. Its end was nowhere in sight. I have to carve a path through and make it back to the village. The greater their numbers grew, the more urgent Lin Ye's heart became. Behind him, Baishuya could not match Lin Ye's pace and could only watch his battle from afar. Xiaomo finally fell silent. The demon sovereign was truly formidable. Could he alone truly charge against the entire demon army? Su Wanning voiced her concern. Sis, shouldn't we go up and help? Baishuya hastily held her back. Don't be ridiculous. If you go up there, what can you do besides throw your life away? Don't rush after him. I'll go see if there's anything I can assist with. Yin Yin was determined to charge in regardless. She was a priest, a healer. How could she simply watch the demon sovereign fight alone? Even adding a sliver of health was still something, wasn't it? In the distance, the star tower stood clearly visible. The protective light barrier still held. Yet now it appeared on the verge of collapse, trembling with each successive impact, as though it might shatter at any moment. Charge. Lin Ye was truly furious now. A quest painstakingly obtained, a reward painstakingly earned. Was he about to lose it all? He could never accept that. Not to mention the Forgotten Lands and the Star Tower were tied to the power of crossing realms. Should he lose this place, Lin Ye's troubles would multiply beyond measure. Boom, boom, boom. The void arrows coalesced into a torrential current, brutally carving a road through the demon army. Lin Ye no longer had time to concern himself with the demons pressing in from every side. Whenever he could not pull beyond the reach of the blood blades, he relied on swift footwork to evade. Fortunately, with the void arrow quiver in hand, there was no need to worry about ammunition. Otherwise, with such staggering consumption, even a fully laden pack of arrows would not have lasted more than a few moments. Every second, 160 arrows. Moreover, secondary explosions and overlapping coverage meant that any lesser demon caught within the blast radius, even a glancing touch, was instantly slain. Such efficiency in clearing monsters had already surpassed the comprehension of ordinary players. Even Baishuya, a mage on the verge of her second-class advancement, could not achieve this terrifying level of devastation, let alone sustained output. Even a single burst of this magnitude she felt would be beyond her. Lin Ye watched as the village drew near, and at last a faint breath of relief escaped him. Without those explosions relying solely on arrow damage, there would have been absolutely no chance of breaking through today. Upon the city walls, little Daodu had spotted Lin Ye. Overjoyed to tears, she waved frantically. Uncle, look. Big brother is back. I knew he wouldn't lie to little Daodu. So it truly is His Excellency returning. Tuxius, wielding his hammer alone at the gate, was so seized with emotion that he swung wildly, each blow instantly felling dozens of lesser demons. Were it not for his steadfast defense, the protective barrier, sustained by mere star coins, would have long since crumbled. But his endurance too had its limits. After all, he was merely a blacksmith, and a solitary one at that. Continuous expenditure of stamina and life force meant death would come for him eventually. At this moment, his once thick health bar had already dwindled by more than half. Boom. A single burst arrow from Lin Ye blasted through the last of the demons before him, and in a flash he stood before the gate. Phew, the rest is on me. Lin Ye produced the star coins he had reserved and tossed them to Tuxius. At once, Tuxius did not delay. Catching the coins, he turned and pried open a spatial doorway within the protective barrier, leaping through. With the star coins bolstering it, the protective canopy swiftly stabilized. Tuxius, hold this position. I'm charging back out to fight from beyond the walls. Lin Ye cleared the monsters gathered at the gate, then prepared to charge out once more. Boom. Following the very corridor he had carved before, Lin Ye cut through the demon army yet again. And there, directly ahead, he saw Yin charging at the very front. Flash. With a single bound, Lin Ye crossed to her side and pulled her into his embrace. In the game, Lin Ye's form had grown considerably larger, which made Yin appear especially petite. What are you rushing ahead for? Before the words had even faded, a pure holy light descended upon Lin Ye. Healing light, restoring 100 HP per second. This. Lin Ye glanced at his health bar. The accelerated clock had already drained a fair portion. He downed a few red potions, and combined with Yin's healing, his condition finally stabilized. Even a trickle of healing is still healing. Fine, hold on tight. Lin Ye told her to grip him securely, then spun through the air and hurled himself into the demon horde. No longer driven by urgency, he switched to lofting his void arrows in high-arcing trajectories toward the sky. With this approach, the blast radius widened, and the pace of slaughter accelerated all the more. In the distance, my heavens, level 50 monsters, and he's just cutting through them like nothing. Xiaomo stared at the experience pouring in, utterly dumbstruck. In just this short while, he's gained enough experience to level up 5 times. No, he's about to hit 10 levels in one go. Su Wanting's eyes glistened with longing. If I had chosen priest, I could be helping out there too, couldn't I, eh? Bai Xia, overhearing this, could not resist teasing. Why not just admit you'd like to swap places with Yin? Of course, that was precisely what Su Wanting was thinking. She simply lacked the courage to voice it, her cheeks flushing crimson with embarrassment. Naturally, had Bai Xia not harbored similar thoughts herself, she would never have noticed her cousin's quiet little scheme. This world truly belongs to the brave. They're the ones who get to enjoy it first. What is happiness? Eating, sleeping, and slaying monsters. Yin wrapped her arms around Lin Ye's neck, a sweet smile playing at the corners of her lips. Every now and then she cast a healing spell, her face beaming with pure bliss. And yet, with every passing breath, Lin Ye's arrows shaved another layer thin from the demon horde. At this moment, Lin Ye was like a barber's scissors in hand, snipping away layer after layer of his client's hair. However, this particular client did not seem entirely satisfied. After all, what had once been flowing graceful locks had now been sheared away in great patches, leaving behind a scalp pocked and uneven, lopsided, and misshapen. If the trimming continued any further, they would soon be forcibly shorn into a prisoner's buzz cut. Roar! From within the demon army, a pillar of raging flame suddenly erupted skyward. Boss! Lin Ye's hands froze. He flashed backward and set Yin down upon the ground. He turned his gaze back toward the fray. Blazing crimson flames engulfed the boss's entire being, tongues of fire licking dozens of meters into the heavens. Its whole body was forged from a crimson skeleton, as though it had been soaked in a purgatory of molten lava. Lesser Flame, Demon Tomstop. Level 50. HP 800000. Physical attack 4200. Spell damage 7000. Defense 3800. Spell resistance 4000. The Lesser Flame Demon deals heavy spell damage and boasts an enormous health pool, not to mention area of effect skills far beyond the norm. Yin-Yan's eyes widened in alarm. She opened her mouth to warn him, but Lin Ye silenced her with a sudden light kiss. Wah! Bai Xia, watching from behind, grew so envious her eyes turned red with jealousy. Those two aren't even trying to hide it anymore. Su Wanting's cheeks burned redder still than her companions. She dared not look. Xiaomo was speechless, grinding her teeth as she muttered, "That demon venerate really knows how to play." Lin Ye released Yin, turned about, and gripped his whisper of the dead bow, striding step by step toward the boss. Boom! A torrent of void arrows erupted forth. But the very next second, before the Lesser Flame Demon materialized, a colossal shield condensed from molten lava, intercepting the torrent of void arrows and holding them at bay. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows detonated, sending showers of sparks scattering across the sky. Yet the Lesser Flame Demon was only grazed by the explosions, sustaining no significant damage. Roar! The Lesser Flame Demon unleashed a furious bellow from within the void torrent. Damned human, this is no place for the likes of you. Speak your name, and I shall grant you a death befitting your dignity. Lin Ye paid it no heed. His form flickered. In a heartbeat, he had repositioned to the flank, raining attacks upon the boss, while simultaneously clearing away the remaining lesser fiends. Aarg. Gert. The lesser flame demon was enraged once more. Its shield, after all, could not block arrows coming from every direction. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cascade of explosions, damage figures skyrocketed. Minus 3,102. Minus 3,007. Minus 3,155. Minus 6,211 critical hit. The lesser flame demon with its 8 million HP pool naturally paid no heed to such trifling nicks and scratches. But then again, what if those nicks and scratches came by the hundreds every single second? In the span of a single conversation, the lesser flame demon's health bar began plummeting at a terrifying rate, and in the blink of an eye a full third had vanished. Damn you, human. Damn, damn, damn you. Screech. Amidst its maddened shrieks, the lesser flame demon hurled a volley of fireballs from its palms, all racing toward Lin Ye. Dodge. Lin Ye had been kiting at range from the very start. Arrows. Maximum attack range 150 meters. Naturally, the lesser flame demon's molten fireballs could reach this distance as well. However, the velocity of those fireballs was visibly inferior to the speed of Lin Ye's arrows. Not to mention, the trajectory of the fireballs lacked the extreme unpredictability that defined his void arrows. Hence, Lin Ye could read the incoming projectiles with effortless ease. Leveraging his superior speed and lightning reflexes, he wove through the molten barrage as though strolling through a tranquil garden. A few breaths later, the lesser flame demon's health bar had already been carved down to less than half. Arg. Aarg. At last it went utterly berserk. The lesser flame demon ceased to care about the arrows altogether, abandoning all offense. Perish. Your death shall be utterly meaningless. With a thunderous crash, molten lava erupted in all directions from the lesser flame demon's body. Meteor rain. Baishuya cried out in shock, the words, "Run," already forming on her lips. Lin Ye raised his left hand with effortless grace. Whole. In an instant, the lesser flame demon's body froze in place as though shackled by invisible chains. Not a single muscle could move. Even the molten lava it had just unleashed hung, suspended in midair, like a still photograph. Time itself was frozen within that single second. And then, the void arrows in Lin Ye's hands coalesced into a torrential river, crashing headlong into the lesser flame demon's body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Every arrow struck true. Boom, boom, boom. The second stage explosions detonated in unison. In the span of a heartbeat, the lesser flame demon's health bar vanished entirely. Your party has slain the lesser flame demon. Tom, stop. Your party has completed the dungeon Forgotten Lands. Calculating dungeon rewards. Only when the system notification appeared did the lesser flame demon's frozen body finally break free. Then with a thunderous crack it disintegrated into drifting ash. Baishuya's delicate frame trembled, her eyes glazed over in a daze. What kind of skill was that? Su Wanning blinked. She had never seen anything like it, could not comprehend it, but she understood instinctively that it was extraordinarily powerful. System announcement. The demon Venerate has achieved the world's first clear of the dungeon Forgotten Lands on Nightmare difficulty in a time of 3 minutes 17 seconds, earning an SSS rank rating. The demon Venerate has received first clear rewards 1 personal reputation points, legendary gem X1, legendary skill X1, legendary treasure chest X1, East rank talent scroll X1. The demon Venerate has achieved the world's first clear of Nightmare difficulty, earning additional rewards 1 personal reputation points, SS rank talent scroll X1. The players throughout eternity stood dumbstruck. He cleared it in one go. And on Nightmare difficulty, isn't that the highest? Holy. With the demon Venerate making such a thunderous entrance, the major guilds must be panicking right now, right? All those treasure chests and talent scrolls. Ugh, I'm green with envy. Damn, he must have raked in hundreds of millions from just this one first clear haul. Hundreds of millions. Keep dreaming. Do you have any idea how many big shots are dying for a single S-rank talent? Just last month a guild put up a billion yuan offer for an S-rank talent, and the deal still hasn't gone through. And now we're talking about an SS rank 1. What would you even price that at? Not for sale. Ask, and the answer's no. Money can't buy this. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Daqin Tai Chi stared at the system announcement, utterly dumbfounded. He cleared it, just like that. That fast. And he cleared it on Nightmare difficulty. Hiss. Daqin Tai Chi studied the announcement, growing more and more uneasy. A clear time of 3 minutes. But I only hung up the call a couple of minutes ago, didn't I, eh? What does that mean? Could it be that while he was chatting with me, he was simultaneously clearing a Nightmare difficulty dungeon? Absurd. Where on earth did this guy come from? He's unreasonably strong, but the rewards were truly terrifying. An S-rank talent scroll. Now that was within the realm of expectation. In the current eternity, virtually every S-rank or higher talent already had an owner. The only way to acquire a new S-rank talent was through world-class rewards like these. And the result? Today the demon Venerate alone walked away with 2. Moreover, by clearing Nightmare difficulty, he also obtained an SS rank scroll. Unprecedented. The Qin Tai Chi nearly couldn't restrain himself. So tempted, he almost gave the man a call to ask whether the scroll was for sale. Fortunately, this was none of his business. As long as the rewards didn't fall into the wrong hands, he could accept it. At the same moment, X sat at the helm of his Legion's command center. After reading the announcement, he fell into deep contemplation. Winneth go investigate this individual. Clearing a nightmare dungeon in 3 minutes. He must have used some unconventional method. X, a boy genius entrepreneur. He founded his first company at 17, took it public at 23, broke into the Forbes list at 27, was hailed as the most brilliant CEO of the new century at 29, and by 33 his net worth had soared past 100 billion, standing at the pinnacle of the world, the most coveted tycoon across the globe. He could accept the possibility of clearing a dungeon slightly slower than others, but he could never accept a dungeon difficulty lower than anyone else's. Listen up, all of you. Pull out of the dungeon and reopen it. This time our target is Nightmare. Hi Joe. Villain number 1. Bang bang bang. Chi Feng seized a baseball bat and went on another furious rampage against the newly delivered gaming pod. Damn it all. An SS rank talent scroll. If nothing had gone wrong, that should have been mine. Chi Feng had entered the game early and spared no expense, which was how he managed to grab a gaming pod and claim an S-rank talent for himself. And now the demon Venerate had scooped up 2 in a single day, and both were higher than his own. His secretary ventured cautiously from the side. Young Master Feng, that new village will be embedded into the eternal continent tomorrow. Whatever grudge you carry, you can settle it with him directly tomorrow. Fury blazed in Chi Feng's eyes, but he forced himself to calm down. Where are the men? Summon every last one of them. Keep that new village under 24-hour surveillance. Is this the first clear reward? Incredible. Lin Ye was left utterly dumbfounded by the sheer magnitude of the rewards. The prizes were far too numerous. He had to choose carefully. One wrong decision would be something he'd truly regret. Ding. You have obtained 100 personal reputation points. Reputation was simple. Just pick the multiplier. You have obtained 100 legendary gems. Gems. Quantity was the way to go. What if they could be synthesized and upgraded? Wouldn't that be far more profitable than enhancing quality alone? You have obtained 1 epic skill. For skills, power was what mattered. More quantity meant nothing. You have obtained 100 legendary treasure chests. Treasure chests. As for epic equipment, he only needed materials now to have Tuxius craft them, so it was better to stock up on legendary ones to sell for coin. You have obtained 100 S-rank talent scrolls. Talent scrolls. This thing. Quantity was an absolute must. A single SS rank talent was certainly formidable, but Lin Ye already possessed something superior. 100 S-rank talents would prove far more lucrative. You have obtained 100 personal reputation points. One final choice. The bonus reward, an SS rank talent. Could it be upgraded further? Lin Ye swallowed hard. Ding, you have obtained 1 SSS rank talent scroll. Excellent. Lin Ye could not contain his elation. This was an SSS rank talent. A treasure countless souls had yearned for in vain. Something for which wealthy tycoons had squandered hundreds of millions, yet failed to obtain. And now, it rested within his very own pack. Lin Ye calmed his racing heart and began to examine its attributes one by one. SSS rank talent scroll. Upon activation, overrides the player's innate talent, granting a fresh talent draw at the SSS level. Should I still use it for the draw? But guaranteeing an SSS rank result, that's a windfall. Lin Ye examined one option and knew the rest need not be considered. The same logic applied to S-rank scrolls. The gem chests, equipment chests, epic skills. None required immediate inspection. He would return to the village first. Ding. Instance dungeon settlement successful. You have received an SSS rating on nightmare difficulty. You have obtained 1000 EXP. You have obtained 1000 gold coins. You have obtained 1000 star coins. You have obtained 1 legendary instance chest. You have obtained 1 legendary skill chest. Additional rewards. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. Of course, those had been the first clear announcement rewards. These were the instance's own spoils. Hiss. An absolute windfall. Striking it rich. Truly a fortune beyond imagination. This time Lin Ye's selections came easily. Full quantity across the board. 100 million EXP. Combined with the experience from grinding earlier. Once he reached the main city and completed his quests, he would cap out at level 50 in an instant. He could immediately commence his second-class advancement. 100 gold coins, valued at nearly 20 million. 1000 star coins, comfortably wealthy. Funds for village protection and NPC resurrection were now secured. As for the chests, sell them all. Haha. That 80 million mortgage on the villa, a single windfall, and it's settled. Oh wait, that's not right. The mortgage had already been paid off by Yin Ye. How dare she take it upon herself to settle the bill without his consent? She was utterly lawless. She had to be punished severely. Lin Ye. Oh no, it should be the supreme demon sovereign. Bai Shiya could spare no further thought for propriety, scurrying over to Lin Ye's side. What's gotten into you? Lin Ye regarded the usually composed Bai and felt a sense of unfamiliarity. That thing. I want it. Bai Shiya tugged at Lin Ye's sleeve, cooing sweetly. You're so gross. Yin Yin feigned a gagging motion beside them. Bai Shiya's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes widening as she snapped. How cruel. Are we still best sisters or not? You've had your fill, so now our sisters' lives mean nothing to you. Quick. Come tell your demon sovereign yourself. After all, his own talent is so exceptional, he couldn't possibly use them all. Oh, that's right. Bai Shiya suddenly recalled something, pressing her delicate face close, her peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Lin Ye as she asked. Demon sovereign, you wouldn't have forgotten our agreed-upon collaboration so soon, would you? You promised that any items you couldn't use I would have first right to purchase. Yin Yin approached, looping her arm through Lin Ye's shoulder, and with a single finger pushed aside that once cool visage now burning with fervor and longing. Dear Big Bear, I'm truly thinking of your best interest. Do you have any idea how much an SS rank talent scroll is worth? Are you planning to sell yourself? Bai Shiya froze on the spot, biting her lip. Yes, it's SS rank. That is ahem. If the demon sovereign thinks I could fetch 100 billion, I suppose that's not entirely out of the question. 100 billion. 100 billion. Are you out of your mind? Lin Ye had assumed selling them for a few hundred million would be the absolute limit. Hiss. No, something's off. A single legendary piece of equipment could already command tens of millions. Epic equipment soared to tens of millions, sometimes even crossing 100 million. Then, as Eternal's most fundamental talent, its pinnacle talent, the question was never merely how much it cost, but who on earth would ever sell one? This was a tool for making money, a shovel for digging up gold mines. How much would one have to offer before anyone would willingly abandon Eternal's boundless riches and casually part with their golden shovel? Impossible, right? This was simply not a problem money could solve. Su Wanting gaped, openly, half convinced her elder sister had truly lost her mind. For 100 billion. Though the sum was staggering, was it possible that she wasn't doing it for money nor for the talent itself, but simply because she wanted to sell herself outright? Su Wanting harbored the gravest of suspicions. Yin Yan's exquisite eyes sparkled as she leaned close to Lin Ye's ear and whispered, that proposal sounds rather enticing. Whitey's been a single aristocrat for over 20 years. She's quite a catch. If you don't need her yourself, demon sovereign, perhaps you should give it some thought. Think of it as acquiring a maid attendant to knead your back or massage your feet in idle moments. Rather pleasant, wouldn't you say? Was that truly the case? Lin Ye couldn't claim his heart hadn't stirred, only that the timing wasn't right. We have more pressing matters now. We'll discuss this later. Leave the loot on the ground for now. Follow me. The stardust beetles and jellyfish from earlier hadn't dropped equipment, but these demons had, and they'd also scattered some silver coins and star coin fragments. Yet Lin Ye paid them no mind. He led the group back to the village and approached the star tower. He summoned the control interface. Bind. Ding, binding successful. A little greedy cat, pure white, Poo-Poo Nail Tea, and Zhongzhou Hero have become citizens of the Forgotten Lands. What is this? Xia Mo regarded the notification with some perplexity. Bai Shiya's mind was already flooded with thoughts of SS rank talents. Yin Yin mulled it over. Though it doesn't seem like it, this should be the star tower mentioned in the system notification. Yes. If it can be bound, teleportation should be possible. Does this mean we can return here at any time from now on? Teleportation hasn't been unlocked yet. Lin Ye had attempted to bind himself without success, and only then offered his reply. If you didn't clear the instance, but teleported in, the death penalty would still be account deletion. However, once bound to the star tower, you would resurrect here upon death. What about Wanting? Go outside and gather some loot. Just bring a bit of everything back. Su Wanting nodded and turned to carry out her task. Bai Shiya immediately raised her hand in eager volunteering. I can do it too. I can help. Why won't you pick me? Lin Ye massaged his brow, silently reflecting. Don't rush. There will come a day when you'll have worked until you can't take it anymore. Before long. Su Wanting returned with her haul. Lin Ye instructed, select, dedicate, and toss everything you just brought inside. Ding. The citizen of the Forgotten Lands, a little greedy cat, has selflessly dedicated 100 star coin fragments. Simultaneously, a hundredfold yield prompt materialized before Lin Ye's eyes. It worked. Lin Ye had come here specifically to test this very function. Clearing the dungeon for the first time was merely a bonus. The Forgotten Lands were his very own domain. Then may he ask, would the gains obtained from his own domain also count as his own gains, and thus be doubled? The answer was of course an unequivocal yes. However, there was still one issue. Lin Ye drew 1,000 star coins from his pouch. Little doubt it'd come here. Choose healing. Big Brother Daoda's body is perfectly fine. I don't need healing. Lin Ye gently patted her little head a couple of times. Be a good girl, Daodu. Listen to me, go ahead and choose. Only then did little Daodu toddle over to the Star Tower and select healing. Yet this very action made Tuxius standing beside her so furious his mustache bristled. Little Daodu, those outsiders not knowing the rules is one thing, but you don't know either. Oh, she was getting scolded by Uncle. Little Daodu hastily dropped to her knees, obediently knitted her brows as she imitated Tuxius's manner and haltingly began reciting the glory of the Eternal Sovereign. Fortunately, this was merely a formality, and the Eternal Sovereign paid it no heed. A beam of healing light descended. Little Daodu was instantly enveloped in starlight. Her body had never harbored any ailment to begin with, so this healing was largely a waste. However, the radiance of this healing light was not nearly as intense as Tuxius's earlier one. It seemed to have been diminished. The moment Tuxius witnessed this, fury blazed across his face. You see that, little Daodu? Any disloyalty, no matter how trivial, even the slightest negligence in one's heart, can never escape the notice of the sovereign above the stars. If you continue down this path of degradation, don't ever count on receiving the sovereign's grace again. Woo-woo. Little Daodu seemed utterly terrified, tears streaming down in torrents. Uncle Little Daodu knows she was wrong. I'll mend my ways from now on, please don't be angry anymore, okay? Lin Ye was utterly mortified, because just now it had been he himself who had skimmed off half the star coins, thereby causing the healing radiance to weaken. Domain. Wasn't the tax rate entirely at my discretion? 1,000 star coins. I deducted 500. Was that not perfectly reasonable? What on earth does this have to do with loyalty? As governor of the Forgotten Lands, Lin Ye firmly believed that only by paying sufficient tribute could one truly demonstrate loyalty. However, little Daodu had genuinely been wronged. Lin Ye promptly pulled her into his embrace, gently wiping away her tears. There, no more crying now. The sovereign would never be so petty, nor would he squabble with a little child like you. Oh, really? Little Daodu's eyes widened as she asked, half doubting, half hopeful. Truly, I swear it upon the glory of Sturbs. Lin Ye wasn't even one of Sturbs' people, so their glory presumably had nothing to do with him either, right? Sigh. Seeing this, Tuxius exhaled in exasperation, shaking his head as he spoke. My lord, you really shouldn't spoil her so much. She merely appears obedient on the surface, but in truth, she's mischievously naughty and utterly fearless. Ha ha. Lin Ye burst into hearty laughter, immediately hoisting little Daodu onto his shoulder. Being fearless is fine as long as she's careful with her heart. After all, didn't she still let me in just now? Huh. Little Daodu's cheeks flushed crimson, and she became so bashful that she frantically tried to cover Lin Ye's mouth with her tiny hands. Big brother, stop talking, please. Little Daodu will never wrong a good person again next time. Having struck it rich today and secured his domain, Lin Ye was in extraordinarily high spirits. As long as the doubling effect held true, the progress of upgrading the Star Tower would accelerate considerably. He turned his gaze toward Baixia. Weren't you supposed to be busy with work? There are so many spoils of war outside. Don't you want them anymore? Want them? Baixia immediately dragged Xiaomo and Su Wanting outside. Su Wanting glanced back over her shoulder. Sister Yin didn't come. She is no longer the sister Yin you once knew. Baixia declared indignantly. She's changed. Now her eyes only see men. There is no longer any trace of the bond we shared through hardship as sisters. Oh, Yin, who had just caught up, overheard these very words the moment she arrived. Well, so this is how highly I'm regarded. Then I suppose I'll leave this task to you after all. No need for me to fight you for it. No. Baixia instantly repented, immediately turning back to embrace Yin. Sister. The way Baixia called out was utterly affectionate, and she immediately adopted a forlorn expression, looking utterly pitiful on the verge of tears. Your little sister knows she was wrong. Truly. Please have mercy, and considering the bond we've shared for over 20 years, grant your little sister this one favor. It's not that I lack the funds. It's simply that an SS-grade talent is far too rare. They're simply not for sale. I truly had no other recourse, which is why I've come begging at your doorstep. As long as you can help me secure this talent from now on, you may do with me as you please. Hee. Yin couldn't help but beam, covering her mouth as she indulged in a delighted chuckle. Since you are so utterly sincere, I suppose, given the bonds of 20+ years, I shall help you one final time. Baixia was so moved, she nearly wept. She immediately threw her arms around Yin-Yan's slender waist and planted a deep, resounding "Mua." I knew it. Deep in your heart, you'll always love me. Ding. Constructing teleportation array requires 5,000 star coins and space-time crystal X5. Lin Ye checked his inventory. Not enough money. Even if he waited for those girls to collect all the spoils of war, they still couldn't scrape together 5,000. Moreover, the space-time crystals were the real sticking point. although only 5 were required. Such materials were not dropped by demons. They could only be obtained by slaying beetles and jellyfish to collect fragments, then slowly synthesizing them. But the beetles are easy to slay while the jellyfish are a real headache. Lin Ye's brow furrowed tightly. After some deliberation, he temporarily abandoned the teleportation array and instead opened the resurrection roster. Resurrection of Hundredfold successful. 38000 star coins consumed. Boom. A resplendent beam of starlight surged forth from the tower, descending in an instant upon a distant stone dwelling. Liddell. The moment Tuxius beheld this scene, he knew Lin Ye had employed the resurrection function and instantly burst into tears of gratitude, kneeling at Lin Ye's feet. I thank the sovereign for his benevolence, and I thank you, my lord, for your magnanimity. However, little Dowdu, perched upon his shoulder, grew anxious. Big brother, look. That's Annie's house. Has she awakened? Most likely. Yay? I want to go learn from Annie. I want to go gather star dew for big brother. Little Dowdu squirmed and insisted on getting down, and Lin Ye simply let her have her way. Tuxius offered Lin Ye a brief farewell and hurried over as well. Before long, little Dowdu came skipping back, tugging along a young woman with dark emerald green curls. Without hesitation, she prostrated herself before Lin Ye. Pharmacist Liddell pays her respects to Lord Sturbs. Please accept my loyalty, offered without reservation. Oh, Lin Ye's eyes lit up. She had been the cheapest to resurrect, and though little Dowdu had spoken of her gathering skills, who would have thought she was actually a pharmacist? To think this place actually has medicinal herbs as well. Lin Ye told her to rise, finding it curious. My apologies, my lord, but within the shards of space-time absolutely nothing can be cultivated. Liddell sighed helplessly. Not so. Tuxius stepped forward, interjecting. It was impossible before, but now we possess the Star Tower, we have the Sovereign's grace, and we have you, my lord. Anything is possible. Liddell paused briefly, then realization dawned upon her. Indeed. If my lord could expand the range of the protective veil, allowing more land to come under the Sovereign's grace, then, by leveraging certain star coins and space-time crystals, I believe I could cultivate a thriving plantation here. Lin Ye attempted it. Ding. Expanding the Guardian Veil requires a higher-grade star tower. End of discussion. Lin Ye pretended he had never heard a thing. But a sudden inspiration flickered through Lin Ye's mind. Tuxius introduced me to the village members. I wish to see what must be done to help everyone recover as soon as possible. Once Tuxius had finished, Lin Ye's understanding of the Forgotten Lands had crystallized. This place was the textbook configuration of a starter village. Yet it was no ordinary starter village, for the NPCs' skill levels were extraordinarily high. This must be a hidden starter village. Blacksmith Tuxius, Pharmacist Liddell, Tailor Savannah, Mechanic Caxius, Beast Tamer Scola, Shadow Hunter Alistia, Adventurer Valaxos. Judging solely by the resurrection fees, Pharmacist Liddell was the cheapest, with prices escalating thereafter. The combat class Alistia required 1 million star coins. The final Adventurer Valaxos demanded a staggering 30 million star coins. If he had to grind all that star coins by himself, Lin Ye truly had no idea how long it would take. Even running the dungeon twice daily and factoring in the doubled time stream that amounted to 4 runs a day, at most yielding a few 100,000 star coins. Resurrecting all the NPCs alone would set him back at least several months, wouldn't it? Then there were the Star Tower upgrades, the construction of various related buildings, and the upgrade costs, all of which required money and not ordinary gold coins at that, but the star coins unique to this realm. Lin Ye's strategy was refreshingly simple. The first principle: to grow rich, build roads first. The teleportation array is an absolute must. The sooner the better. Lin Ye would go grind for it immediately. Then came the second principle: attract investment, draw in talent. Development cannot be closed off, must be open. Whether to allow foreign capital and still required deliberation on Lin Ye's part, but attracting talent, luring players here to work for him, was a matter that urgently needed to be placed on the agenda. Within this plan, only certain details required fine-tuning. For instance, what would be the reward for players who came here to grind materials? Blacksmith Tuxius could purchase equipment. Players provide materials, he forges the gear. Wouldn't that be an absolute blood profit? He could also issue quests, sending players to grind space-time fragments, in exchange for which he'd reward them with ordinary equipment. Conveniently enough, the multitude of legendary-grade equipment Lin Ye possessed could likewise be offloaded at a handsome price. Gold coins. Lin Ye had no shortage of now. What he truly lacked were star coins. A single legendary weapon, listed at 100 space-time crystals. Such a price would take an ordinary player years of grinding to accumulate, but Lin Ye had never forbidden the trading of materials. Some grind materials to sell, others buy materials to purchase equipment and complete quests. A perfect cycle. Once all the equipment was sold, would he not have both materials and star coins in abundance? And then wouldn't he finally be able to upgrade the Star Tower? I am an absolute genius. Domain development. Truly simple. As long as the NPCs multiplied and the players multiplied, what he earned would grow ever greater. And in the later stages, upgrades might actually accelerate, unlocking even more cross-dimensional abilities. Although, such a model could never trigger the hundredfold return, but Lin Ye could still let the players contribute. They would use the teleportation array. They would slay monsters here. I merely collect a tiny head tax from each of them daily. Surely that's not unreasonable. Perfectly fair. With this thought, Lin Ye immediately set about tweaking the Star Tower's interface, configuring the respective permissions for administrators, NPCs, and ordinary players. This way, everything would be ready once the teleportation array opened. As for players, Lin Ye need not worry either. Currently, starter village players were incapable of handling star worms, but by tomorrow, once the starter village was embedded within the eternal continent, high-level players would be able to enter. As soon as possible, open the teleportation array within a day. Lin Ye exchanged a few words with Tuxius before taking his leave, while little Daodu went off with her aunt to gather stardew. Outside, Lin Ye caught sight of Yin and the others. Reflecting that haste would not aid matters, he paused once more and joined them in finishing the collection of spoils. Returning to the village. Tuxius, can you craft spatial rings? It's possible, but... Tuxius replied with some difficulty. My lord, as you can see, due to the spatial turbulence here, even our own belongings cannot be stored in spatial rings. Ordinary spatial rings simply cannot withstand it. They deteriorate far too quickly. If you wish for a high-quality one, that would require at least 100 spatial crystals, and it must also be paired with exceptionally fine materials. Lin Ye's eyes flickered with cunning. No, I want the cheap ones, the shoddy ones. Even ones that last only a few months, or even a few weeks will do. A few months is no problem at all. One temporal crystal will suffice. I still have enough materials to craft several more. Tuxius nodded without hesitation. Excellent. Lin Ye's current inventory space was truly insufficient. Wait. Bai Shuya felt her head spinning. Could this person possibly be a master-tier craftsman, and a spatial class one at that? Lin Ye countered, is there a problem? A sudden jolt. Bai Shuya's delicate frame trembled as though struck by lightning. Beside her, Yin wore an equally astonished expression. Xiao went further still, exclaiming that it was simply impossible. No, I refuse to believe it. If he truly is a master-tier craftsman, then how could he possibly be this agreeable? Unless you assign him a few extraordinarily difficult tasks, spending considerable time and effort to raise your affinity above 80. Why would such a person ever pay you any mind? And a spatial class master, no less. This is madness. Xiao felt as though she must be dreaming and shook her head repeatedly. It's simply impossible. Spatial class masters are extraordinarily rare, and the task difficulty is utterly absurd. Even the most ordinary spatial ring today remains beyond price. If you sought a custom commission, 300 million wouldn't even come close, and anything larger in volume would easily cost hundreds of millions more. Something like this. You say make it, and he simply makes it. As many as you wish. Just who do you think you are? Tuxius immediately furrowed his brow and could not help but speak in a deep, stern voice. Pray mind your words, Lord Sturbs. He is the immortal protector of the Empire. His very presence here is the embodiment of the imperial stellar radiance. A sudden jolt. Xiao stood frozen in disbelief. The last time she had heard such an imposing string of titles was quite literally the last time. Having finished, Tuxius promptly dropped to one knee and addressed Lin Ye with reverent deference. My lord, these attendants of yours have behaved with utter impropriety. I could not bear to witness it any longer and dared to speak out of turn. Should I have overstepped, I implore you to punish me as you see fit. I shall accept any penalty you deem appropriate. Lin Ye was barely suppressing his laughter and only managed to hold it in with great effort. He reached out and patted Tuxius on the shoulder. It's fine, Rise. They may have been somewhat lacking in decorum, but I shall gradually teach them proper conduct in due course. Yes, everything shall be as you command. Tuxius rose to his feet and spoke no further. Xiao felt overwhelmed beyond measure, as though her entire worldview were on the verge of collapse. But Bai Shuya was absolutely elated. She reached over and draped her arm around Lin Ye's shoulder, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial murmur. Demon Sovereign, I don't want that talent anymore. I don't want any of the other things either. What I want is the exclusive agency rights for this spatial class forging master. Deal? No. Lin Ye refused without hesitation. Our previous cooperation agreement is hereby suspended. As for this forgotten land, I have other plans in mind. Oh. Bai Shuya immediately knitted her brows. They say a woman's face changes faster than the pages of a book, but the speed at which you're breaching our agreement. She did not finish her sentence, for her attention was utterly captivated by a golden treasure chest in Lin Ye's hands. A legendary treasure chest. Is this for me? Lin Ye nodded. The breach of agreement was entirely my unilateral decision. This serves as compensation. If you can accept it, we can discuss other matters. A born businesswoman by Shuya's captivating peach blossom eyes circled only twice before she delivered her answer. If I am not excluded from the subsequent development, I can accept your terms. No problem. Lin Ye tossed the treasure chest over then continued. The Forgotten Land was originally meant to be kept secret, but I've since changed my mind. I intend to operate it publicly. Public operation. Bai Shuya's slender frame trembled. In this world, could there truly be such fortune? Losing a sesame seed only to gain a watermelon. Wonderful, wonderful. Operations management is absolutely my forte. Don't be fooled by how wealthy Yan Yan appears. Her fortune is purely ancestral. I'm nothing like that. Ahem. Bai Shuya cleared her throat, puffed out her chest with confidence, and declared proudly. Now standing before you is a graduate of Tsinghua Peking Dual MBA program, one of Haizhou's top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs, the brightest rising star in the Chinese investment world, and the founder and CEO of ANG Club. Hehehe. Lin Ye was of course well aware of her experience. Otherwise he would never have approached her instead of Yan Yan. I don't care for equity arrangements, so feel free to propose whatever salary you desire. If you can manage operations well, money will naturally not be lacking. But if you're asking for specifics, I cannot give you an exact figure right now. What I can tell you is that today's dungeon proceeds are for the entire Forgotten Land, nothing particularly precious. NPCs of Tuxius's caliber are not unique to this place. Furthermore, for the sake of confidentiality, you must swear allegiance to the Eternal Emperor and to me, just as Tuxius and the others have done. Oh. Bai Shuya's face immediately fell. I only sell my talents, not my body. Wait, no. Talents, not body. Anyway, the point is, this whole swearing allegiance thing doesn't really serve much purpose, does it? Yan Yan suddenly spoke up beside her. Not necessarily. I think it serves a purpose. This is eternity, a world of magic. If you betray, there's a very real possibility of divine punishment. Bai Shuya protested indignantly. How could I possibly be that kind of person? Yan Yan replied. If you won't, then go ahead and swear. I have no objections whatsoever. Bai Shuya retorted stubbornly. Would I really be the one with a problem? Lin Ye was not particularly fond of Tuxius's formalities and protocols, but in the absence of any means to guarantee information security, employing the imperial method directly did seem rather practical. If there are no objections, then it's settled. Bai Shuya snorted lightly. Being hired is naturally no problem at all. But if there are no equity stakes involved, I really will demand quite a lot. Lin Ye remained entirely unbothered. Name your price. I want an S-rank talent scroll. The words practically leapt from Bai Shuya's lips. Done, Lin Ye replied. Oh. Bai Shuya instantly realized she had underbid. But it was already far too late to change her demand to SS rank. In business, when you lose, you must accept it. Going back on your word would be utterly beneath her dignity. She then added as a supplement. That was my minimum requirement. As for the remaining monthly base salary, that still has to be paid, doesn't it? There are also holiday benefits, year-end double pay, and if profit targets are met, additional bonuses and commissions. I presume the Demon Sovereign has no objections. Lin Ye had no objections whatsoever. Let's go. Time for the oath. Tuxius was thoroughly versed in these proceedings. All Lin Ye needed to do was stand there, while Bai Shuya followed Tuxius in reciting the oath. Sovereign of all stars above, Emperor, who governs eternity. I, Bai Shuya, pledge to you my unwavering devotion. This concerned the proper order of things. In the Eternal Empire, the first object of allegiance must always be the Emperor himself, followed only then by the Lord of one's territory. Spokesperson of the Eternal Emperor, immortal guardian of the Empire, heir of the Sturbs family. The moment Bai Shuya finished speaking and was about to rise, a brilliant beam of starlight suddenly erupted from atop the stellar tower, completely enveloping Bai Shuya within its radiance. Ding! Bai Shuya has become your direct subject and may assume administrative positions within your domain. Because Bai Shuya shares the same soul as Chuanbai, the stellar tower will retain only her sworn allegiance status. The same notification. Both Lin Ye and Bai Shuya received it. And the name on the Stellar Tower's roster of bound subjects had changed to Bai Shuya, no longer her in-game character name Chunbai. Both were startled. What astonished Lin Ye was that the Stellar Tower's capabilities far exceeded anything he had imagined. What astonished Bai Shuya was that such a thing as swearing fealty was against all expectation, not merely ceremonial. It actually carried weight, and seemed to bind even the soul itself. Could it be that divine punishment truly exists? Bai Shuya could not bring herself to fully believe it, only halfway. Yet she saw no cause for concern. A clear conscience fears no shadow. Lin Ye handed over an S-rank talent scroll and granted her certain administrative privileges within the Stellar Tower. Really? Bai Shuya's hands trembled almost imperceptibly. She herself possessed only a B-rank arcane talent. There was no helping it. Even having purchased her helmet early did not guarantee drawing an S-rank talent. As for matters of fortune, in the past she could only complain, but there was nothing to be done. Now, however, an S-rank talent that countless players at launch could never obtain. She had acquired it without drawing at all. It seems. My luck was never truly lacking. I had merely not yet encountered the right person. He's really giving it to her. Xiao stared in utter bewilderment. That was an S-rank talent. The most coveted treasure within eternity. Particularly now its value had only grown beyond what it had been even at the time the helmets were sold. Because it had grown rarer. Because no more would ever be produced. The scroll now in Bai Shiya's hands was one that entire nations had vied for openly and in secret. In the end, having lost by a narrow margin in the first clear dungeon to Lin Ye, only thus had it been obtained. Its value could never be measured in mere currency. As for SS rank, sorry, joking about purchasing one is fine, but if you genuinely tried to negotiate a sale, anyone would think you a fool and take serious offense. Don't you wish for His Majesty the Demon Venerable Lord to break his word? Bai Shiya immediately shot a glare at her. Xiao was rendered speechless. Of course that wasn't what she meant, but, considering this price, it didn't seem particularly steep, did it? Yin observed the exchange, and let out a soft hum, her expression tinged with envy. Bai Shiya nearly pledged allegiance a few times, and still received an S-rank talent scroll. I could do the same. My loyalty to His Majesty the Demon Venerable Lord is beyond question, witnessed by heaven and earth. Lin Ye cracked a joke. Then pledge allegiance to me, you'll get one too. Before he could take it back, Yan's luminous eyes flashed, and she gracefully knelt at his feet, without giving him time to reconsider. The sovereign above all constellations, the emperor, who commands eternity, a Yan. Having heard the recitation several times, how could her sharp mind fail to remember it? She spoke it fluently now, without stumbling. Ding Yin has become your direct vassal, and may serve in administrative positions within your territory. Lin Ye hadn't anticipated she'd follow through so earnestly. He pulled her into his arms with a mix of amusement and exasperation, pressing a talent scroll into her embrace. There, keep this between us. Under no circumstances should you boast about it elsewhere. A second one. An SS rank. Yin stood stunned, and immediately protested. I can't accept this. You only have one SS rank scroll. What would I even do with it? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow and countered, Are you certain you don't want it? I don't. Yin pressed a gentle kiss to Lin Ye's cheek and replied sweetly, I was merely joking with you, brother. Having you by my side is more than enough. Such an SS rank talent scroll is extraordinarily precious. What could I possibly do with it? Lin Ye's lips curved upward slightly. But this is an SS class. Not SS. But you only have. Yin opened the package and took a glance, her entire body freezing in place. SSS. Yin hurriedly covered her mouth. This was far too exaggerated. The system announcement had clearly stated the reward was SS class. How could it now be something else? Yan's delicate frame trembled as she turned to look at Lin Ye. Are you certain you want to give this to me? The item is already in your hands. Lin Ye offered a serene smile. An SSS rank talent was indeed precious. Yet it would never surpass in value the person standing before him. Besides, Lin Ye was confident he could obtain such scrolls again in the future. As they always say, a man's confidence stems entirely from his strength and the length of his bank account balance. Moreover, Lin Ye was still young with good teeth. He had no preference for soft food day after day. Today, Lin Ye intended to show her exactly what firmness meant. Well then, do you understand your mistake now? Yin nodded vigorously, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears, silver teeth biting her lower lip as she softly replied, Yes, I know I was wrong. This morning. I shouldn't have let you go this morning. The next moment. She returned the scroll. His breath caught sharply at her words, sending shockwaves through his composure, and he growled deeply, still not realizing your mistake. It seems I must properly teach you a lesson tonight. Yin offered no reply, but her eyes shimmered with endless provocation, as if daring him to come at her if he had the courage. Fine. Just wait. Lin Ye gritted his teeth inwardly. He retrieved the scroll. Only then did Bai Shiya Su wanting, and Xiao finally exhale in relief. An SS rank scroll. If he had actually given it to her, Bai Shiya might have coughed up blood right there. Not because she hadn't obtained one herself, but because she was consumed with regret over why she'd surrendered the chance to claim Lin Ye to Yin the day before. Bai Jia, what kind of S-rank talent can you draw? Su Wanting couldn't suppress her curiosity any longer. She had entered the game too late, and the talents she'd drawn were all the lowest F-rank tier, granting merely dozens of base attribute points. Bai Shiya stilled her racing heart, drawing in a deep breath. When opening the helmet, the types drawn are all random. But I've heard that using a scroll narrows the range to one's own class. Xiaomo's eyes lit up as she leaned in. Then, shall we draw now? Draw, Bai Shiya declared firmly, stealing her own nerves. She tore open the scroll. A flash of sacred orange gold and vermilion light erupted before them. Bai Shiya froze completely. Su Wanting stared with wide, curious eyes. What did you draw? Is it a top-tier one? Well, ha. Bai Shiya grinned triumphantly with her hands on her hips. Do you think my luck would be bad? Warrior Mage Dual Saint Agility 300 Agility additionally applies Wisdom bonus. Each point of agility grants an extra 0. 3 Spell Concentration. Each point of agility grants an extra 0. 3 Spell Range. Each point of agility grants an extra 1 point of spell penetration. Spell level cap 20. So many attributes. Su Wanting gasped in astonishment. Just the agility alone is tripled. That's so exaggerated. But aren't you a mage, Jie? Why did it add agility? Xiaomo finished reading and nearly drooled with envy. President Bai's luck is incredibly formidable. This is super top tier, even among S-rank talents. Agility applying wisdom bonus means 1 agility equals 2 attribute points. Adding the bonuses 1 agility equals 6 attribute points. Just these 2 effects alone feel overpowered. Xiaomo could no longer maintain her composure. Despairingly, she looked toward Lin Ye. Excuse me, your majesty, the demon venerable lord, is it still too late if I kneel now? However, speaking truly, Yin displayed a thoughtful expression. Dao Baixiong's talent is significantly stronger than those S-rank talents that have been revealed so far, not just marginally better. Baixia lifted her chin coldly, her expression aloof and proud. If I were to act, it would undoubtedly be top tier. Yin chuckled. Oh, you mean the one who spent 50 million on a helmet, performed purification rituals at home with incense and prayers only to draw a B-rank talent? That wasn't you, was it? Baishia's beautiful face flushed slightly, yet she maintained her proud posture without lowering her chin. No need to be jealous. Sister's luck is beyond your comprehension. Is that so? Yan's beautiful eyes lifted slightly. Shall I draw one for you to see? No, please don't. Baishia instantly broke character, frantically grabbing Yan. You really shouldn't draw. There's no need, truly. Listen to me, getting 1 top-tier result in a single day is already enough. Draw again, and you'll end up as someone else's stepping stone. She wasn't afraid of anyone else drawing. What terrified her was Yin pulling out an SS rank scroll from Lin Ye, because that was exactly what Yin could do. Lin Ye had remained silent throughout, but he was now recalibrating his assessment of the talent scroll's true value. The attributes were exceptional. Fierce. Just looking at Baishia's talent, the class bonuses were genuinely extraordinary. Earning the stat boost of 2 levels from a single level increase, plus various rare affix bonuses. That's substantial. Still, it paled in comparison to Lin Ye. After all, his single level gain equaled what others achieved over 100 levels. Opening his backpack, he found 99 S-rank talent scrolls remaining. Properly utilizing these could genuinely reshape the entire Eternal Realm. And beyond talents, there were skills. Epic tier skills. Open. Ding, you have obtained the epic skill Shadow Phantom Body. Shadow Illusion. Quality epic. Requirement no. Level 1. Active skill. Cost 300 mana. Cooldown 15 seconds. Summon up to 2 illusory clones that mirror your actions like shadows for 5 seconds. The attack speed of clones is reduced by 50. The total damage dealt by clones is reduced by 50. Such a skill actually exists. Lin Ye had originally not planned to open it. After all, it was an epic grade skill, better save for after his class advancement, or when his level was higher. No sense wasting it for free. But when President Bai mentioned earlier that items from scrolls would align with one's own class, he simply couldn't resist trying it. And the result was absolutely perfect. This skill seemed to pair well with any class and remained useful regardless of level. In fact, the higher the level and the more advanced the class, the stronger this skill would become. However, Lin Ye cared more about the improvement in his monster farming efficiency now. With the clone skill, there was genuine hope of activating the teleportation array today. As for equipment, there was no need to open them now. The damage was already sufficient. Save the chests for after the class advancement. Or once the teleportation array was activated, use them to acquire star coins and fragments from other players. President Bai Yin, the operational strategy for the Forgotten Lands. I'll leave the research to you two. I'm going to farm some materials. Leave professional matters to the professionals. Lin Ye had never run a company before, nor did he have any management experience. He could only decide on the general direction for now. It was best not to interfere with the specifics. Xiaomo and Su Wanting followed along, gathering materials and catching some jellyfish along the way. A short while later, the group arrived at the beach. The tide has receded. Lin Ye inwardly noted that the timing was perfect. You two move farther away, farther, even farther. Alright, that's good. Crack. Lin Ye rolled his neck, ready to get to work. Shush shush. As the tide receded, star dust beetles crawled out of the beach one after another. This time Lin Ye had deliberately chosen an open stretch of beach. The swarm of star beetles before him was several times larger than before. Forgot to ask Tuxius earlier whether mythic equipment can be repaired. Resurrection doesn't seem to be working now. When in doubt, open chests first. Lin Ye wouldn't act rashly again. Legendary chests. Open 7 first. If not enough, open 7 more. Ding, you have obtained Ring Greed's Desire. You have obtained Battle Axe Custer's Frenzy. You have obtained Robe Spruce Magical Resonance. You have obtained Hat Radiance of the Holy Light. You have obtained Necklace Ranger's Oath. You have obtained Helmet the Coward's Nightmare. You have obtained Chestplate Bloodthirsty Madness. The equipment from chests wasn't class-specific. Any slot was possible. Getting something usable was entirely a matter of luck. Not bad, at least 2 accessories are usable. Lin Ye opened the attributes. Greed's Desire. Quality Legendary. Durability 1000. Requirement level 10. Agility 80. Critical Strike 8. Item drop, quantity 20. Item drop, quality 20. It's actually a profit-type equipment. Lin Ye laughed. His profits were already absurd to begin with this kind of profit bonus on top, it was truly perfect. He directly replaced the slaughter ring. There's also a necklace. Equip it first. Ranger's Oath. Quality Legendary. Durability 1000. Requirement level 10. Attack speed 50. Movement speed 50. On attack hit restore 5 HP. Extreme Bloodlust. Life gained through steal hit recovery lifesteal and similar effects is doubled. This should count as hit recovery, right? Lin Ye mused. With his current attack speed and frequency 100 to 150 hits per second should be effortless. At 5 HP per hit. That meant 500 to 1000 HP recovered per second. Doubled by Bloodlust, that became 1000 to 2000 HP per second. Haha, truly a fine piece. Legendary quality lives up to its name. There's never any trash. He glanced at his panel. Attack was approaching 70. Begin the slaughter. Lin Ye wielded the Death Whisper bow in one hand, while conjuring void arrows with the other. From the arrows left the string 3 fired in an arc. Then, Lin Ye fired over 100 arrows in steady succession without rush. Soon, the swarm was enraged, spreading their wings and surging toward Lin Ye. Be careful. Su Wanting witnessed the scene from afar and immediately cried out in terror. Ha ha ha, this is exactly what I've been waiting for. Lin Ye laughed, freely activating Chrono Surge directly. Attack speed surged once more. Boom. The arcing attacks of void arrows instantly transformed into a rain of void arrows falling upon the swarm. Boom 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 boom, explosions erupted throughout the swarm one after another. Compared to last time, Lin Ye's attack power hadn't increased much, but his attack speed had more than doubled. Against large-scale monsters, the output of void arrows relied entirely on explosions. The faster the attack speed, the more explosions, the higher the stack damage, and correspondingly the greater the harvesting efficiency. For a moment, the swarm was actually bombarded into being unable to approach Lin Ye. But this was only at the beginning. The swarm's numerical superiority was the truly terrifying factor. Tens of thousands of star beetles beating their wings simultaneously could drown out even the roaring waves of the star sea. Buzz buzz buzz. Stars glimmered. In a daze it looked as though the starry sky above had collapsed, crashing down in vast sheets. Lin Ye's assault was fierce and the swarm was blocked head-on, but they could still surround him from other directions. Xiaomo took one look at the situation and immediately went pale, grabbing Su Wanting and preparing to run. No, he hasn't. Before Su Wanting could break free, she saw Lin Ye summon 2 phantoms beside him, identical in appearance, drawing bows and knocking arrows. Boom boom boom. The phantoms fired in unison. For a moment, the entire swarm was engulfed in waves of void explosions. Like mosquitoes meeting fire, they plummeted from the sky in droves. Ha ha ha, exhilarating. Lin Ye roared toward the sky. The HP consumed by Chrono Surge was fully covered by the necklace's hit recovery. He took no damage at all, and could even keep it active indefinitely. Although the Phantom's attack speed was slower, it was only half of Lin Ye's. Compared to ordinary archers, the Phantom's attack speed was still outrageous. Over 30 attacks per second, the same torrent of void arrows, the same frenzied bombardment. The only weakness was their attack power. Especially against high-level monsters, the damage after armor penetration was very low. With the secondary damage further reduced, multiple explosions were required to finish them off. But against the overwhelming swarm, having 2 additional clones bombarding not only blocked their advance, but also delivered a massive amount of supplemental damage. Sigh, Xiaomo said softly. I told you not to worry about Demon Venerable. We should focus on taking care of ourselves, or else if we slack off in the back and die, that would be truly embarrassing. Ding. Your skill has leveled up. Lin Ye opened it to check. The proficiency required for an epic grade skill was indeed high. Even with such intense farming, it had only just leveled up. Speed and damage increased by 1 cooldown and duration unchanged. Lin Ye nodded inwardly. A 1 damage increase wasn't insignificant. The main issue was that he didn't have many active skills. Otherwise, if the clones could release skills alongside him, that would truly be explosive. 5 seconds later, the skill ended. The swarm's numbers had been cut in half, and its momentum was significantly weakened. At the same time, Lin Ye's gaze locked onto a dark shadow on the distant beach. That size, several times larger than a star-dust beetle, 7 or 8 meters long in both directions, especially that single massive claw of its. Starlight Giant Claw Crab. Level 50. HP 520000. Physical attack 4200, magic damage 6600. Defense 3200, magic resistance 3600. Doesn't seem like a boss. Probably some other type of elite monster. Ding. You obtained star coins X120. You obtained a crystal of time. It actually dropped a crystal. Lin Ye smiled. Although it was merely a crystal enhanced by the hundredfold quality boost, it still counted as a pleasant windfall. Wanting gather up the loot. I'll head next door to farm some more. Lin Ye calculated the tidal timing in his mind. So long as he moved swiftly enough, he could still make it to the adjacent beach and clear another wave of smaller swarms. As for the gains, star coins ought to exceed 10,000 and crystals of time should number over 100. Not bad. At this rate, surely we'll have scraped together enough for the teleportation array by day's end. 2 hours later, Lin Ye opened his interface. Shadow clone. Quality epic. Requirement none. Level 13. Active skill. Costs 600 mana. Cooldown 15 seconds. Summons up to 2 clones that mirror your every action, like shadows lasting 3 seconds. Clone attack speed reduced by 37. Total damage dealt by clones reduced by 37. Skills above legendary should cap at level 20A, but this mastery progress. Lin Ye could only mutter a word of disbelief at how absurd it was. 2 hours. For even a rare tier skill that would have sufficed to max it out a dozen times over. Yet this epic skill still trailed a fair distance from its maximum level. No matter. A little more grinding would see it through. Lin Ye had wanting help clear the inventory several times already. It was nearly full again. Crystal materials. He had more than enough. But star coins were still short by some. Ding. A message from Yin Yin. Tuxius says the space-time storm will be upon us shortly. Understood. Lin Ye sent a brief reply, then promptly summoned his clones and swiftly mopped up the remaining swarm before returning to the village with Wanting and the others. Tuxius's home. The table. Baishuya had spread it thick with parchment scrolls densely inscribed with tiny characters. Whatever her research, it remained a mystery. Meanwhile, on the other side, little Daodu lifted a cup of starlight dew and presented it to Lin Ye. Big brother, this one, Daodu gathered with her own hands. Haha, such a good girl. Lin Ye took it and glanced at the description. Starlight Dew. Life potion. Grade legendary. Duration 5 seconds. Restores 10 HP and mana per second. Defense increased by 10. Magic resistance increased by 10. Removes abnormal statuses below legendary tier, including poison, bleed, freeze, burn, shock, sleep, stun, and cripple. Grants 50 resistance against abnormal statuses of legendary grade and above. What a fine treasure. Lin Ye was almost reluctant to drink it, but seeing the hopeful glimmer in Daodu's eyes, he drained it nonetheless. On the tongue it was cool and crisp, but once it settled within, a comforting warmth suffused his entire being, every fiber at ease. Splendid, truly delicious. Daodu beamed with contentment, eagerly raising her hand. Big brother, from now on, Daodu, we'll go gather starlight dew every single day, okay? Lin Ye was about to agree when a thought suddenly struck him. Oh right, you mentioned before that there are monsters where the starlight dew grows. Yes. There are. This place doesn't look that big though. Where do the demons actually come from? Tuxius was on the verge of answering when Baishuya strode over a parchment scroll unfurled in her hands. It was a map. The lines were simple, yet the annotations were crisp and clear. At the center lay the village. To the south, the entrance to the dungeon. To the east stretched the Star River. No one knew how vast it truly was, so calling it a sea of stars was not unreasonable. Beside it, the cliff is where we harvest starlight dew. The monster dwelling there is immensely powerful. Tuxius and the others can't make head or tail of it. We suspect it's a boss of the second or third advancement, one that wields certain spatial abilities. Exceedingly vexing to deal with. Baishuya pointed to the map as she spoke. As for the west, it is entirely uncharted territory. The demons must all originate from there. We suspect there exists either a demon lair or a fortress of some kind. Lin Ye recalled the quest. Our primary objective is to resurrect all the villagers, then develop rapidly. Ultimately, we shall establish a ferry here and construct a vessel capable of crossing the Sea of Stars to venture outward. Tuxius gave a violent start, his beard quivering with emotion. My lord, are you saying you mean to take us all back to the Eternal Empire? Lin Ye nodded. Tuxius immediately wiped away a tear, his voice thick with gratitude. This is magnificent. At long last we shall no longer be condemned to wander this shard of space. Many years ago, our forebears bearing Lord Temver's most classified mission tore through the fabric of space and set sail across the Sea of Stars. Yet they were beset by the space-time storm. Not only did they lose their vessel, but contact with the Empire was severed along with it. The surviving crew sought refuge here and built this village, expending every resource to construct the Star Tower. Yet even so they could not sense the radiance of the Emperor nor receive his blessing. What classified mission was it? Baishi's interest in these background tales was piqued. Tuxius's face betrayed a measure of difficulty, and he gave a faint shake of his head. My apologies. My grandfather was merely a blacksmith. He held no clearance to be privy to such a classified mission. However, if my lord could resurrect Captain Varrox, he was an eyewitness to that storm and the final guardian of the mission's secrets. 30 million star coins, is it? The price of that secret is no trifling matter. Lin Ye was in no hurry to learn more for now. He removed his gloves and handed them to Tuxius. Can you repair these? Tuxius's brow furrowed at once. Time attribute craftsmanship is not my strong suit, nor is this something we could have forged in the first place. But if it's merely repair work, provided my lord can spare me additional crystals of time to experiment with, there should be no issue. Excellent. Lin Ye would never be stingy in this regard. He promptly handed over the several hundred extra crystals. To tell the truth, were it not for the construction of the teleportation array, the crystals of time he had farmed earlier would have already sufficed to upgrade the gloves. But he'd best pace himself. The gloves' current attributes were adequate for the moment. He must reserve enough crystals to replenish their durability. Upgrading them, and then being unable to afford repairs with durability collapsing entirely would be the true loss. Meanwhile, Baishia pushed several parchment scrolls toward Lin Ye. These are the operational proposals we have just deliberated. Your earlier ideas were sound, but to implement them there are many factors to weigh, such as what pricing will attract players, how much reward justifies the risk of a quest, and how contribution points should be allocated to retain those professional teams. Lin Ye was already starting to feel a headache coming on by this point. You're the chief operations officer now. You decide. I'm not getting involved. Baishia reached out and gathered the scrolls back, her demeanor suggesting she hadn't intended to elaborate at length in the first place. I'm opposed to taxation. After all, this is merely a small village with a handful of NPCs. It's liable to breed resentment. We can seek our margins through pricing differentials instead. For instance, the healing fee remains 1 of 0 star coins for NPCs, but for players it should be raised. Of course, this service is prohibitively expensive, so I doubt many would use it. What truly holds value, in fact, is the Starlight Dew. That legendary potion carries tremendous value, particularly for guilds currently tackling high-difficulty quests and bosses. It's a true rarity, so when time permits we should test the boss's strength first and clear it as soon as possible. Increasing production is what truly matters. Otherwise, the items we have to sell right now are genuinely few. At this juncture, Baishia paused ever so slightly. Oh, by the way, I've also revised your selfless contribution arrangement. Contribution is immensely valuable to me. Lin Ye blinked, replying at once. This was a hundredfold return. Everything could be changed but this. Baishia cast him a glance and continued her explanation. Contribution hasn't been discarded, merely rebranded as merit. Players can accrue it through quests and direct offerings. In return, we'll grant certain privileges, such as NPC crafting entitlements, with the gains centralized at the Star Tower. You'll simply need to drop by daily to collect. No more running back and forth each time. Oh, so that's the plan. Truly the expert. Lin Ye was thoroughly satisfied with this approach. Worthy of the CEO he had handpicked, nothing less than consummate professionalism. He promptly retrieved several chests from his pack. Here, these should serve as ample rewards, wouldn't you say? Gleaming golden treasure chests. Several dozen materialized in a single breath. In an instant, the entire room was bathed in a sea of gold. This many. Even Baishia was taken aback. Summer Foam cried out in astonishment. Hey. Did you not go and beat up the chest vendor or something? Otherwise this is just too ridiculous. This was Lin Ye's greatest secret. He certainly could not reveal it. Even the slightest hint must be guarded with every means at his disposal. Therefore, Lin Ye turned his gaze towards Summer Foam and Su Wanting. You two should head to the Star Tower and swear an oath as well. Yes. The gear and chests here. Pick out a full set each as compensation. Summer Foam's heart was stirred. A full legendary set. This was a configuration even the heads of major conglomerates couldn't boast. Even Boss Bai couldn't afford such a thing. At most one might procure the core pieces, weapon accessories, but assembling an entire set, that would be utterly extravagant. Su Wanting seemed to grasp the situation. Confidentiality is our duty to begin with. You needn't offer such valuable MMPH. Before she could finish, Summer Foam was so startled, she promptly clapped her hand over Su Wanting's mouth. Agreed. Lord Magic Sovereign's proposal. We wholeheartedly agree, all limbs raised. It's settled. Let's go, swear the oath. Lin Ye glanced at his pack. Combined with the star coins he'd obtained earlier, it amounted to precisely 500,000. Let's go. Might as well activate the teleportation array while we're at it. The location was selected. On the open ground beside the Star Tower. Ding. You have consumed 5,000 star coins and 5 space-time crystals. Boom. A resplendent pillar of light surged from the earth, piercing straight into the starry sky. Immediately after, the entire starry sky began to flicker and shimmer as the pillar of light poured into it. A moment later, the starry sky abruptly dimmed. Only a single distant star continued to twinkle. Then, that distant star seemed to respond, flashing with sudden brilliance. Boom! A pillar of light descended from the heavens and struck the ground. In the blink of an eye, a magic formation was etched directly into the earth, its framework complete. How simple! Lin Ye sighed. He stepped forward to try it. Ding, the teleportation array is temporarily unavailable. Please carry a space-time key to construct a formation on the other side. The space-time storm is about to hit, and we can't farm here anyway. This is the perfect chance to head back and finish the teleportation array. Next time we won't have to enter through the instance. Lin Ye asked Tuxius for several keys, crushed one first, and led everyone back to the newbie village. Along the way, players cast curious and peculiar glances at the group. Hey, is that the Demon Heaven Venerable? That's badass. Just looking at that equipment is terrifying. As expected of the man who cleared the instance first clear. Even the quality of women by his side is top tier. So jealous. Damn it. He's already so powerful. Why can't he just play the game properly? Why does he have to compete with us for girls? Tell me, do you think anyone dares to claim that bounty of 30 million posted on the black market? Hard to say. It's 30 million. If an ambush succeeds, wouldn't that be getting rich overnight? Lin Ye paid no heed to the surrounding players' discussions. He went directly to the fountain in the newbie village and crushed a key with a crisp snap. After a brief wait, boom, a streak of starlight suddenly descended. In the blink of an eye, the teleportation formation was successfully constructed. This time he tried again. Ding, entering the Forgotten Lands requires consuming space-time, key X1. President, by you set the ticket price for this. Lin Ye turned and looked around. How about we wrap things up here for today? You've been playing for a day and a night. You must be tired too, right? Okay. The women had just nodded when a prompt rang in their ears. System announcement. Demon Heaven Venerable has successfully established a teleportation array between the Forgotten Lands and Newbie Village No. 952-7000. Players may enter the Forgotten Lands through the teleportation array to explore this special world drifting within the space-time maelstrom. The original method and process for entering the Forgotten Lands instance remain unchanged. Players may choose for themselves. Fortunately, the instance method was preserved. Throughout the day, they could still clear it twice by slaying giant crocodiles. Now with double game time, that's 4 times. Speedrunning nightmare difficulty still yields quite generous rewards. It's just that the process is a bit cumbersome. You must kill the boss to obtain the item, and you have to do it yourself. Let's log off for now. Just as Lin Ye was about to click log out, he heard a nearby player say, "Has the Demon Heaven Venerable gone mad? Doesn't he know that the Chitian Guild has mobilized a massive force and is already blocking the entrance at Eternity, just waiting for Newbie Village to land, so they can rush in on it? Now he's opening an instance teleportation array. Isn't that just handing it over to them? Never mind that. Just watch the show." Bai Shuya's face changed, her expression instantly growing solemn. "I'll investigate immediately." Lin Ye waved his hand, indicating it wasn't necessary. Let them come if they want. Why bother with that? Huh. Bai Shuya and Xia Mo froze simultaneously, and even Yin Yan's eyes showed a hint of worry. Shi Feng's main character is nearing level 100, and if their guild truly mobilizes players above level 30, they can easily rally several thousand for battle. Bai Shuya bit her lip, her brows tightly furrowed. Our club can muster at most 100 combat members above level 30. The gap between us is far too obvious. One encounter, and we might be wiped out. Lin Ye smiled. It's fine. The club is your personal matter. You don't need to get involved in my battles. Just manage the Forgotten Lands well. Not needed. Bai Shuya's delicate frame trembled as she immediately guessed his intention. No way. You're not actually planning to solo an entire guild, are you? Xia Mo was truly worried this time. Demon Heaven Venerable players aren't monsters. When different classes coordinate combined with various scrolls and battlefield level spell coverage. I'm really not joking. Lin Ye's expression remained serene. Do you think I look like I'm joking? Xia Mo fell instantly silent. Bai Shuya didn't know what to say either. Yan Yan naturally chose to trust him. Let's log off. I'll handle lunch. What do you want to eat? Let's log off. Hopefully this time it won't be takeout. Lin Ye joked. Meanwhile, the new announcement instantly set the forums ablaze. The Demon Heaven Venerable is too strong. He actually opened a teleportation array. Does that mean we can run that instance too? Not just Newbie Village players, but outsiders as well. Exactly. That Newbie Village lands tomorrow, embedded directly in the borderlands of the Astra Empire within Eternity. Excellent. Let's head there now, and the moment Demon Heaven Venerable opens the teleportation, we can start farming the instance. On the other hand, the numerous guild leaders in the group chat began to grow anxious. There are only 3 instances now, and the entry procedures are extremely complicated with exorbitant ticket fees. Demon Heaven Venerable's teleportation array is brilliantly done. Even if each teleportation is expensive, it's still cheaper than instance tickets. It looks like you can enter and stay indefinitely. TSK, TSK, TSK. How come we can't get this kind of opportunity? It's just that the Chitian Guild gathered forces first. By now the Empire's borderlands are probably crawling with their people. Damn it. I refuse to believe one guild alone can handle all of us. Let's go take a look first. What if the Demon Heaven Venerable actually falls? When all is said and done. He is still a newbie, isn't he? Hiss. Right. He's opening an instance in Newbie Village, so he must be a newbie. No matter how talented, he's only level 10, right? Upon hearing this, everyone felt it made sense and decided their plans needed adjustment. On the other hand, players from other countries were furiously venting on the forums. Unfair. Why did that newbie village embed into the Astra Empire instead of our Wind Mist dynasty? If crossing borders were easier right now, we would definitely kill the Demon Heaven Venerable and seize his teleportation array and instance. I smell something shady. The Demon Heaven Venerable is probably just a front created by someone inside Eternity using insider game knowledge to plunder resources like crazy. Shameless. Despicable. I'm reporting this. The officials must give us an explanation. Chinese players saw these words and immediately burst into laughter. Didn't you guys claim you'd be the first to clear the instance? Now that you can't even find a single instance and see others clearing them, you report them. Where's your shame? Haha, you're only fit to watch us farm. Tension first class. This time, Yin Yin really did cook personally. Watching her in an apron moving with practiced ease and with Su Wanning's help, Lin Ye felt considerably more reassured about lunch. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Who's coming to knock at this hour? Lin Ye wondered aloud. By Shia, who was slowly checking her messages, guessed casually. Probably the property management. Any outsider needs to call you first before entering. Lin Ye didn't think much of it and got up to open the door. Before him, there indeed stood a tall, statuesque beauty in uniform. Very tall, with very long legs. Lethal long legs. Lin Ye was nearly 180 centimeters tall, yet she was wearing flat shoes and still seemed slightly taller than him. The only pity, she wasn't wearing an OL professional outfit, but a military uniform. Looking at her short hair by her ears and those sharp, piercing eyes, Lin Ye seemed to remember something. Didn't we meet this morning? First time meeting you. Bian Yurong assigned to the Eastern Navy Military District rank of Major, currently serving as captain of the 1st Action Team of the Eternal Special Operations Bureau. The short-haired beauty extended her hand with graceful composure. A major in her 20s. Quite rare. Lin Ye shook her hand and said, I assume there's no need for me to report my own information. Shall we go inside first before continuing? Bian Yurong stood her ground without moving. Lord Mosen is most courteous. I shall only say a few words before taking my leave. By all means, Lin Ye replied. Firstly, regarding the talent scrolls. Are you interested in selling them? Bian Yurong's question was as direct as her personality, efficient and decisive. The scrolls have already been used. Do you require verification? Lin Ye had anticipated her question the moment they met and had his answer ready. Without waiting for her response, he cut off any further discussion. One was given to Bai Shuya, the other to Yin Yin. Would you like to know the specific talent information? Bian Yurong frowned upon seeing that Lin Ye truly intended to continue speaking. There's no need. Since the talents have already been activated, we won't force the issue. Besides, this is merely a routine transaction. There's no need for Lord Mosen to be so tense. I have no desire to be tense either. Lin Ye shrugged with effortless grace, smiling as he spoke. But you drove a military vehicle through the streets to surveil me, crossed security checkpoints without a warrant to knock on my door. Do you truly believe such actions wouldn't make anyone nervous? Bian Yurong was rendered speechless, a flicker of surprise surfacing in the depths of her gaze. Drawing upon her experience, she understood perfectly well that this Lord Mosen was not nervous in the slightest. Yet his candid admission made it appear as though it was her side that was overly anxious that had overplayed their hand. If she continued to press the matter, no amount of words would salvage the situation. She promptly changed the subject. Regarding the quest in the Forgotten Lands. Lin Ye raised his hand dismissively. Neither can I undertake the Forgotten Lands quest. Therefore, once the newbie village is embedded into Eternal tomorrow, I shall activate the teleportation array. Should you be so inclined, purchase a few keys from President Bai and enter at your leisure. Rest assured the keys won't be expensive, affordable for everyone. Shock. Despite Bian Yurong's well-honed composure, she could not prevent astonishment from crossing her features. An epic tier quest. Solo completion. A man of such formidable ability and talent, yet not the slightest desire for exclusivity. Not even waiting a single day before making a dungeon of this caliber entirely accessible to the public. If everything you've said is true, then I can only remark that Lord Mosen possesses remarkable vision. Bian Yurong could find no other words to express her sentiment. Her mission had already been fulfilled. The standing orders from above were simply to ascertain the details of the quest. Nothing more. Yet who could have anticipated that the moment she arrived Lin Ye would declare the quest open, shared, freely accessible to all? What was she to do? Force him to surrender the dungeon to the military so they could monopolize it? Once such news spread, it would cause an absolute explosion. Furthermore, the military would never act in such a manner. There's no need. As long as they could participate in the dungeon, they were confident of securing what they required through competition. The two exchanged contact information and added each other as friends. Bien Yu Rong concluded, one final matter. The Chitian Guild has already assembled at the Empire's frontier. If you require assistance. Lin Ye declined outright. This is merely routine in-game activity. I can handle it. No assistance necessary. Very well. Bien Yu Rong found herself without words and took her leave. Yet on her journey back, the more she contemplated, the more something felt amiss. There was an indescribable oddity to this meeting. On the one hand, the mission appeared accomplished, perhaps even exceeded expectations. Yet on the other, it seemed to have failed. They had met, but the encounter might as well have never occurred. Whether she had come today or not, the outcome seemed unchanged. After the door closed, she discovered Bai Shia standing nearby. Upon that cool, exquisitely beautiful countenance, an imperceptible smile played at the corners of her lips. I imagine the military never anticipated you would publicly operate the dungeon. Their minds must be reeling right now. Also, regarding the sale of keys, are you certain you don't wish to auction them? With just a little manipulation, you could earn hundreds of millions. No. Lin Ye rejected the notion outright. Auctions release too few units. Delaying my own development in the process is no longer a problem money can solve. A glimmer of surprise surfaced in Bai Shia's eyes. Many people claim not to care about money, but few can truly remain indifferent when faced with sums reaching hundreds of millions. Very well, we'll proceed, as you suggest. I'll disseminate the news immediately. When masses of players converge upon the Empire's frontier, and every major guild arrives, the situation becomes so complex that the Chitian group alone cannot dictate terms. It should alleviate some pressure at the very least. Lin Ye's lips curved upward. What? Do I appear to be under pressure? Bai Shia paused momentarily at his response, then narrowed her almond-shaped eyes slightly, observing him carefully for several moments before exhaling softly. Now I genuinely regret handing you over to Yen Yen. What does she mean by handing over? Lin Ye was mildly startled. At that precise moment, Yen had also finished preparing lunch. Today I'll let you sample a true chef's craftsmanship: steamed Australian lobster, steamed garupa, stewed lamb chops, boiled mantis shrimp, boiled oysters, boiled vegetables, boiled eggs. Wait, that's tomato and egg soup. And finally, sashimi platter with fruit salad. What do you think? The menu itself seemed perfectly normal. But the moment one examined the preparation methods, one word came to mind. Magnificent. Lin Ye could not help but laugh. Miss Yan's culinary combination rivals the legendary Clearwater hot pot. Surely this must involve a treasured ancestral recipe. Why, yes. How did you guess? Yen nodded with evident pleasure. This young lady hails from a family of medical practitioners. My ancestors amassed our fortune through a single secret recipe, passed down generations. Lin Ye remained skeptical. Yet to his surprise, Bai Shia nodded in agreement. It's true. Her ancestral recipes number more than one or two. They're all extremely precious. What? Lin Ye became even more doubtful. Everything was either plain boiled in clear water or eaten raw. The most complex preparation method among them all was probably the tomato and egg soup. How does one explain this? Does your family's clear water broth truly contain some secret formula? Regardless, Lin Ye was genuinely famished and began eating. Meanwhile, on the forums, a post by the ENG Club had been manually pinned to the top by players. Dungeon fully open, keys available for purchase. Incredible. Teleportation arrays throughout Eternal are few and expensive. Each use costs over 1,000 gold coins. Yet your dungeon teleportation charges merely 100 gold coins. My heavens, is that considered cheap? No, you're practically giving it away. I hereby declare that from this day forth Lord Mosen shall be my eternal idol. Lord, your benevolence is unparalleled. He's genuine, I'm weeping. Meanwhile, at the Empire's frontier, in a small town nestled at the foot of the Ongas Mountains, players had gathered in great numbers, many bearing the Chitian Guild's insignia. Young Master Feng has that fellow gone mad. A 100 gold entrance fee. He doesn't want to make money. You imbecile. Guild manager Xiang Jianfeng questioned. Chi Feng scoffed coldly. Of course, though, among imbeciles he ranks as a slightly cleverer specimen. An ordinary person who stumbles upon a priceless jade disc. Does he truly believe that by making it public he can keep himself safe? How laughable. Tomorrow he shall learn that throughout the ages such treasures belong only to the mighty. Xiang Jianfeng understood perfectly and laughed heartily. Young Master Feng's presence is truly commanding. This time, once we seize the dungeon and achieve exclusive control, your combat prowess will ascend to the pinnacle. When the cross-realm functionality is eventually developed, proclaiming yourself emperor wouldn't even be impossible. Aha! Qi Feng laughed uproariously, yet still offered him some guidance. Speak less of such things. The nerves of every nation are stretched taut at present, each fearing that someone might first obtain transcendent power. If none of them can acquire it, destroying eternal entirely isn't beyond the realm of possibility. Yes, young Master Feng speaks wisely. When discretion is warranted, one must remain discreet. Xiang Jianfeng promptly lowered his head in acknowledgement. Go now arrange for the war corps to remove their insignias. Once this mission succeeds, everyone's points will be multiplied tenfold. Qi Feng issued his command. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after finishing his meal, Lin Ye felt a raging heat coursing through his entire body. He turned and headed for a bath. No, the heat persisted. What was happening? Had he eaten too many oysters, or was there truly some formula within them? Glancing at the others in the room, not a single face remained unflushed. Bai Xia caught on immediately and slammed her palm against the table. Miss Yin, something's off about your formula, isn't it? Everything's perfectly correct. It's the same nourishing formula I've always used. Yin finished clearing the table, then walked to Lin Ye's side, looped her arm through his, and began pulling him toward the bedroom. Wishing everyone a pleasant night's rest. Tada, no need to see me out. Bai Xia watched her disappear into the bathroom, fury igniting instantly. She gnashed her teeth. That woman is insufferable. She's gone too far today. Aye, let's leave. Within the chamber, beneath a celebratory crimson theme, various flowers adorned every corner. Rose petals on the bed were arranged into a heart shape, and the delicately arranged lighting around the room painted an intimate romantic scene. Lin Ye surveyed the decorations, then met those dewy, luminous eyes of Yin. He could not help but laugh despite himself. Wait, did you truly add an ancestral formula to plain water? Shoo, ask me, hiss. At that moment, Lin Ye spared no further thought. He pulled her slender waist toward him in one fluid motion, drawing her into his embrace. Yin tilted her head back with a soft cry. Lin Ye's movements were gentle in that moment, though inexperienced. Progress stalled indefinitely, eliciting only a resentful glance from Yin-Yan's beautiful eyes. Don't fret, just a small mishap. Yin chuckled softly. Just as she was about to speak, her brow suddenly furrowed. Lin Ye gathered the beauty into his arms once more. The appointed hour had arrived at last. Their emotions intermingled like fish and dragon in turbulent waters. When they finally ascended Mount Wu together amid clouds and rain, what care had they for autumn frost gathering anywhere in the world? Much later, Yin lay draped across Lin Ye's shoulder, gazing absently at the teeth marks left upon it. Little brother Lin, tell me, do you truly like this older sister of yours? Speak. Lin Ye smiled with roguish charm and flipped her beneath him in one swift motion. There's still an old debt to settle. If I let you utter even a single word today, consider it my defeat. Yin was a maiden in such matters. How could she possibly endure this? Just as she was about to plead for mercy, Lin Ye had already captured her hands, their fingers interlocking. The clouds had not yet ceased when wind and rain surged forth anew, until the sky gradually darkened. I can't anymore. Yin was glistening with fine beads of perspiration, breathtakingly beautiful, like a lotus just emerged from water, yet a trace of grievance flickered in her eyes. Good brother, have mercy on your sister, I beg you. Lin Ye's expression darkened. You came up with the formula yourself, and now you're blaming me, eh? Woo. A few crystalline tears squeezed from the corners of Yin-Yan's eyes. Sister was wrong. Sister won't dare do it again. Good brother, could you sleep in a different room tonight? Seeing she seemed sincere, Lin Ye could no longer bring himself to accelerate. He bent down and kissed away the tears at the corner of her eye, smacking his lips. Fine, I'll put this one on the tab. We'll settle it tomorrow. He rose and departed. He walked to the adjacent room. The moment he opened the door, he saw Bai Xia holding a paper cup pressed against the wall, eavesdropping. Upon seeing him, Bai Xia seemed to have been struck by a petrification spell, frozen in place and unable to move, yet her peach blossom gaze could not help but drift downward toward that towering presence. The next moment, Bai Xia's already crimson cheeks flared an even deeper rose. You? Before she could finish, Lin Ye casually shut the door, lunged forward in a single bound, and sealed her lips with his own, hissing in a low voice. So what are you doing? Without waiting for her reply, Lin Ye directly carried her into the bathroom and closed the door. Only then did he release her. Tell me, President, by what exactly do you want? I just wanted. Bai Xia's mind seemed rusted shut, unable to string a coherent sentence together. Seeing her in such a state, Lin Ye was utterly speechless. He reached out and turned on the shower. Whoosh. He took a shower on his own accord to cool his head. However, after the shower, his mind was clear. But upon turning his head, he discovered Bai Xia kneeling on the floor, her curvaceous figure and exquisite contours on full display. That sharply defined, icy cold, and devastatingly beautiful face now appeared all the more enticing in her dazed state. The hint of fire within Lin Ye that had only just begun to subside now blazed brighter than ever. Sai, what can I even say to you? Are you really so desperate to find out exactly how many minutes I last? Bai Shuya slowly came to her senses. Her peach blossom eyes brimmed with burgeoning spring, a shy glance flickering across them before she haughtily raised her chin. This one doesn't count. That woman Yin cheated this time. She must have given you every premium medicinal ingredient she's been hoarding. Still not convinced. A brow arched on Lin Ye's face as a wicked glint flickered in his heart. He immediately stepped forward, pointing straight at Bai Shuya's pretty face. Come, why don't you test it yourself? Bai Shuya instinctively began to turn her face away, but then a stubborn defiance surged within her. You think I'm afraid of you? But Lin Ye's heart, blazing with desire, could not be bothered with such considerations. The next moment, Bai Shuya's pupils dilated in shock, her head tilting upward as she glared at Lin Ye with incredulous eyes. A long while later, Lin Ye showed no sign of finishing, and Bai Shuya grew anxious. She gave him a slight push. Mug. She took several heaving breaths to recover. Only then did she frown and cast him a reproachful sideways glance. Are you even human? Lin Ye, however, responded with a wicked smirk. President, why didn't you time it? Bai Shuya let out a cold snort, then opened her mouth once more. Even without timing, you still use drugs. Lin Ye, then next time. Fine. Lin Ye ruffled her head with one hand. But before next time, shouldn't we settle the matter at hand first? Bai Shuya could no longer form words and could only submit to Lin Ye's teasing. Her heart ached with urgency. She wished desperately that he would hurry. But who knew? In this world, the cruel rule was that the more you wished for swiftness, the slower it became. Until the bright moon hung high in the sky. Only then did Lin Ye finally release a long exhale. Bai Shuya, utterly exhausted, shot Lin Ye a resentful glare and prepared to leave. President, by the corner of your mouth. Lin Ye reminded her. Bai Shuya stamped her foot in fury, then used her finger to wipe away the traces at the corner of her lips before pushing the door open and departing. Bang! The door shut. Bai Shuya couldn't help but lean against the wall, her legs slightly weak. Bai Shuya, oh Bai Shuya, what on earth are you doing? Have you gone mad? Bai Shuya secretly loathed her own lack of self-control, yet her gaze inadvertently drifted to her fingertips. After a moment's pause, she could not resist her curiosity and lightly licked them. Yuck, it doesn't taste sweet either. As expected, books are full of lies. The next day, Lin Ye was awakened by hunger. Fortunately, Yin and the others had already risen and prepared breakfast. Bai Shuya immediately shot him a withering glare. Did Miss Yan's formula yesterday have a typo? Because the effect seems more like a sleeping pill. Oh, still unconvinced. Lin Ye chuckled. When a duck dies, only its beak stays hard. You. Bai Shuya's pretty face flushed crimson. She ground her teeth in hatred, unable to retort, and could only deflect. It's past 10 now. The newbie village completed its merger several hours ago, but since it hasn't received imperial recognition and has no PK protection, the entire village is now classified as a wilderness zone. Do you understand? Lin Ye nodded, leisurely eating his breakfast. Are there many people? Does that even need asking? Bai Shuya rolled her eyes peevishly. Dozens of guilds along with massive contingents from the military. The entire newbie village is surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Lin Ye pondered for a moment, then said, we need to control the player flow. The Forgotten Lands currently has a cap on the number of players it can accommodate. Also send people to guard that cliff boss area. I don't want players snatching it. I'll go kill it later. Bai Shuya nodded. I've calculated. The Forgotten Lands is quite expansive. Including exploration areas accommodating 30 to 50,000 players should be feasible, but considering the complex terrain, it's safer to cap it at 10,000 for now. She had essentially accounted for most matters. There remained only one concern weighing on her mind. My Lord Demon Heaven, do you actually have a plan? If battle breaks out later, my meager forces will be nothing more than decoration. You. Lin Ye smiled serenely, gently patting the back of her hand. With me here, there's no need to panic. Bai Shuya's delicate frame trembled slightly, yet an inexplicable calm settled in her heart. Yin meanwhile remained utterly unbothered, her eyes brimming with sweetness as she kept placing food in Lin Ye's bowl. Alright, I'm full. Logging in. Lin Ye set down his chopsticks and bowl. The women had long since prepared their helmets. Logging in. Eternity. The frontier of the Astra Empire. Looking down from the mountain range, a vast dark mass stretched before them. Nothing but the silhouettes of players. Has Demon Heaven lost his nerve? Now that the newbie village has been designated a wilderness zone with no PK protection, he doesn't dare log in. Probably. Look at those guild leaders. Each one green, with envy, probably wanting to devour him whole. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of players had encircled the perimeter of the newbie village. Every monster spawning zone was packed to capacity. But the players here were also divided into factions, forming clusters of varying sizes. Among them, the one positioned closest was undoubtedly the Chitian Guild, but the largest in scale belonged to the military's Blood War Dominion. As for ordinary players, despite their overwhelming numbers, they remained scattered and disorganized, posing no real threat. Moreover, they couldn't even enter the newbie village. Now, it seemed as though the major powers had come to some unspoken agreement. Their bulk forces remained on the outskirts while only guild leaders and their elite subordinates could enter the village. Fountain Square. Chi Feng was clad in gleaming legendary equipment mounted upon a majestic golden lion of imposing build, truly a sight to behold. Beside him, Lin Ye sat astride a black unicorn paired with a suit of black swanny-eye mystic armor, exuding an extraordinary presence. When we met yesterday, he didn't seem like someone who bluffs or indulges in blind confidence. So why hasn't he shown up now? At this point, Lin Ye couldn't help but think of the beautiful women he had seen in that room yesterday, and an inexplicable suspicion rose in his heart. Could it be that he'd overdone things a bit? Madness? Or arrogance so absolute as to disregard everyone? Suddenly, several figures materialized amid the flash of teleportation light. Lin Ye's pupils constricted. Demon heaven, he really came. Lin Ye's gaze swept across the entire scene. A host of guild leaders adorned in top-tier gear and mounted upon fearsome steeds had fixed their eyes upon him. This atmosphere, it felt like the eve of an epic war. Ding. You have left the newbie village. Level restriction lifted. Ding. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Flashes of golden level-up radiance blazed forth in relentless succession, their brilliance instantly piercing the eyes of all present, causing them to squint. What's happening? Leveling up on the spot, and so many times at that. Damn, just how many levels is he about to gain in one go? 30. No, this exceeds 30 levels. He's probably going to cap out at level 50 right here. The novice village can't possibly grant hundreds of millions of experience points, so it can only be the dungeon experience from the Forgotten Lands. The leaders of the various guilds felt a secret thrill rising within their hearts. The spoils from the Forgotten Lands dungeon were, after all, the true purpose of their visit today. If there were neither experience nor rewards to be found, wouldn't their journey have been a complete waste of time? But now it seemed, it would not be a trip taken in vain after all. Chi Feng let out a cold, derisive laugh. So what if he levels up? Even if you possess an infinite experience talent, you will still be hopelessly stuck at the class advancement quest. Compared to other games, experience acquisition in Eternity was relatively easy. For any excess experience that players could not use, they could commission artisans to extract it and refine it into experience pills for sale. Thus, as long as one possessed wealth, one's experience was effectively infinite. However, levels told a different story. Should the class advancement quest remain incomplete, one's level would be permanently locked, unable to advance further. Lin Ye had entered the game and created his character as a first advancement player, and the level cap for first advancement was originally 50. Upon leaving the novice village, he would be able to unlock an additional 10 levels. Ding. You have leveled up. Current level LV 50. You have obtained 2000 free attribute points. Please distribute them as soon as possible. TSK. For the first time, Lin Ye discovered that allocating points was itself a laborious task. Allocate then 2,500 points to all attributes first. That only amounts to 10,000. There remains another 10,000. All into strength. This now feels far more comfortable. Open the character panel. Character, Demon, Sovereign Venerable. Level 50. Class Archer. HP 40630. MP 9933. Attack 36578. Defense 2146. Magic damage 1656. Magic resistance 339. Attack speed 114. 7 seconds. Movement speed 1389 m. Critical rate 13. Critical damage 200. Strength 15961. Agility 4371. Intelligence 3311. Constitution 3993. Talent Hundredfold Harvest. Equipment Hand of Time Reversal Dirge String Bautusius's Void Quiver Rangers Oath Greed's Desire Ring of Swiftness Savage Growth Belt Savage Growth Leather Armor Windhunter Bracers Windhunter Leggings Windhunter Boots. Skills Shadow Phantom Elemental Burst Arrow Magnificent Shot. Fountain Plaza. For a moment, the hearts of the numerous guild leaders burned with impatience, yet seeing that none others had made a move, they found themselves unable to speak, allowing the atmosphere to settle into an uneasy stalemate. Only after Lin Ye had finished allocating his points did he speak. My apologies for the brief delay. I've taken a little of everyone's time. But I trust no one minds, do they? As for the spatio-temporal key now. Chi Feng could not wait for Lin Ye to finish speaking. Striking the flank of his golden lion mount, he pressed forward and shouted with haughty arrogance. Demon Sovereign Venerable, you promised me the dungeon that day. Hand over the access rights this instant, and I might yet spare your worthless life. Everyone present was instantly taken aback, and even Bian Yurong revealed a look of shock upon her countenance. What was the meaning of this? Demon Sovereign Venerable had already promised away the dungeon. TSK, who gave you permission to interrupt me while I was speaking? Lin Ye's brow furrowed in displeasure as he reached out and summoned the dirge string bow. Void-tipped arrows instantaneously condensed into existence. Bang! 3 elemental burst arrows were loosed in a flash. Their speed was such that no afterimage could even be discerned. Only when the arrows had already left the string did the crowd finally realize that Lin Ye had moved. Yet simultaneously, 3 void arrows carved utterly unpredictable serpentine trajectories through the air before ultimately detonating against Qi Feng's chest. Bang! 70772 critical. 34008. 32113. 3 arrows. 100,000 damage. Qi Feng's health bar plummeted more than half depleted in an instant. You? Qi Feng barely managed to gasp out a single syllable of shock. Immediately following, a thunderous detonation erupted. Elemental energy and void energy exploded as one. 17058. 20110. 46050 critical. Another trio of crimson damage values erupted into view. 50,000 damage. Instant kill. Silence. Stillness. The pupils of the onlookers contracted sharply, utterly unable to believe the spectacle unfolding before their very eyes. Demon Sovereign Venerable raised his hand, and then the battle was over. See, could it truly be real? Of those with the qualifications to enter the village today, which among them was not a distinguished leader of a guild, others might not have known the measure of young Master Feng's strength. But how could they possibly be ignorant? Level 100. Hidden class, Demon Swordsman. It was said that his 3rd advancement quest was nearly complete, and that he would soon clear it, formally ascending into the ranks of legends. Furthermore, given his financial backing and prowess, within merely a few days he would reach level 150. Once his trial was overcome, he would immediately stand among the pinnacle of legends, none other than a being capable of contending for the sacred domain itself. And yet, a man such as this, you tell me he was instantly killed? How could anyone possibly believe that? Setting aside his full suit of exquisite legendary grade equipment, that level 100 Grand Demon Swordsman standing before you, could he truly have been one-shot? Hiss! The crowd gazed upon young Master Feng's corpse, feeling only a cold sweat seeping down their spines and a numbing tingling across their scalps. Hundreds of thousands of damage points, all unleashed in a single instant. Who in the blazes could possibly fathom the true extent of Demon Sovereign Venerable's attack power? It was simply impossible to gauge. And then there was that speed. It was nothing short of heaven-defying. Unfathomable. At the very least, over 90% of those present had failed to even perceive the motion of Lin Ye raising his hand. Bian Yurong's brow furrowed tightly, a chill welling up from deep within her heart. Because she herself had likewise failed to discern the precise motion of his strike. The others might perhaps attribute it to carelessness or momentary lapse in attention. But she, as a professional soldier, could never allow herself to lose focus at a critical juncture, nor could she possibly plead carelessness as an excuse. Just now, she was absolutely certain that she had been watching Lin Ye intently, yet still she had failed to see it clearly. Far too swift. His attack speed must be at least over 100. Bian Yurong swiftly arrived at her assessment. At the same moment, Xiang Jianfeng, the supervisor of the Qitian Guild, finally managed to tear himself free from the grip of his astonishment. Damn it! Young Master Feng is dead. You wretched bastard, do you have any idea who it is you've just killed? Xiang Jianfeng bellowed in fury. Although provoking the Demon Sovereign Venerable had always been part of their scheme, and goading him into striking first had likewise been anticipated, they had never expected that he would obliterate young Master Feng with a single effortless gesture the moment he raised his hand. Demon Sovereign Venerable, in front of so many guild leaders here today, you absolutely must give our Qitian Guild a satisfactory explanation. Before he could finish his words, Xiang Jianfeng's skull was pierced clean through by a void arrow. Bang! A resounding explosion followed. The health bar above Xiang Jianfeng's head vanished in an instant, and his corpse crumpled to the ground, with a dull thud collapsing right beside young Master Feng's body. Hiss! The crowd collectively drew a sharp, hissing breath. Just moments ago, while hearing the Demon Sovereign Venerable speak, they had thought this young man rather amiable and easy to deal with. But now, they finally understood precisely why he bore the title of Demon Sovereign Venerable. To kill required no justification whatsoever. Daring to interrupt him mid-sentence was justification enough. Even the mere sight of someone being displeasing to him was more than sufficient cause. The crucial point was, so long as he desired to kill, he could kill. The ordinary player did not even possess the qualification to strike back. Even someone like young Master Feng, a lavish spender at level 100 clad from head to toe in golden legendary equipment, had still been obliterated upon the very first encounter. What then could any of them possibly do? Clap. Lin Ye pressed his palms together and beamed with amiable good cheer. My sincerest apologies. A few flies just now interrupted us and caused a slight delay. I hope no one takes offense. Let us continue. Ahem. Lin Ye cleared his throat lightly. The teleportation array is located right here. Activating it with the spatio-temporal key permits the teleportation of a party of up to 5 at a time at a cost of 100 gold coins, a matter I trust already known to all present. Sales will officially commence in 10 minutes. Saying so, Lin Ye swept his gaze over the vast, darkened sea of humanity gathered beyond the village walls. However, owing to everyone's overwhelming enthusiasm, the carrying capacity of the Forgotten Lands is inherently limited. Therefore, today's key sales shall be capped at 1,000. I ask for your kind understanding on this matter. Of course, this number will be gradually increased in due course, so there is no need for anyone to feel anxious. I have said my piece. Does anyone have any further questions? Gulp. The crowd swallowed hard, their hearts murmuring thus. The moment you showed up, you started slaying people. Even if we did have questions, do you truly suppose we'd dare voice them? It truly is. While the assembled crowd remained motionless, Bien Yurong suddenly spoke up. If it is 1,000 keys in total, my blood war rivers and mountains shall take the entire lot. Upon seeing Shui Zhangjiangshan declare their intent to monopolize, everyone's hope immediately dwindled. There was no way around it. They had military backing. Though they rarely competed with players directly, once they made a statement, who would dare refuse? All right. Lin Ye suddenly smiled. I forgot to mention a rule earlier. To prevent monopolization, the sale of time-space keys is restricted. Each guild may purchase no more than 10. 10 keys. Who do you think we are? Does my Shengshi Wang Chao look like we're short on gold coins? Many guild leaders truly wish to buy more, but Lord Mo only secured this concession after directly confronting the military personnel. Should they dare speak out now, regardless of whether they die, they would surely give the military grounds to act. And if Shui Zhangjiangshan were to monopolize everything, not a single key would remain for them. Meanwhile, a surge of fury rose within Bien Yurong's heart. What was the meaning of this? I held back, so you held back as well. That was deliberate, wasn't it? Bien Yurong's gaze turned sharp as he shot back. Lord Mo, this rule of yours. Surely it wasn't just devised on the spot. Exactly. Lin Ye readily admitted it. The Forgotten Land is a cross-dimensional dungeon. Many materials produced there are exceedingly rare in eternity, some might even say non-existent. Especially certain master-tier NPCs there who can forge epic-level equipment, including numerous spatial-type items. I believe monopolizing such resources would be of no benefit to anyone. I will not monopolize, nor do I wish for anyone to monopolize. Lieutenant Bien hails from the military. I imagine you understand that monopolies stifle competition. Surely you wouldn't want to see anyone hoard these resources, would you? With that said, even if Bien Yurong disagreed 10,000 times over, he could not voice opposition before the assembled crowd, so he gritted his teeth and nodded in agreement. At the same time, the many guild leaders present were thoroughly shaken. Master-tier craftsmen, epic-level NPCs. Good heavens, the Forgotten Land is so high-level. It's practically a hidden map. No, that's not the important part. The key is the cross-dimensional dungeon and special materials. Isn't it obvious that what it produces is related to time and space? Holy crap. So this dungeon really is a precursor to interdimensional functionality. Yes. Yesterday I saw someone analyze that if an independent space like the Novice Village can be pulled into eternity, then the greatest technical obstacle to cross-dimensional travel between Blue Star and eternity has been solved. Because as long as resources are sufficient, eternity could literally pull in the entire Blue Star and embed it. The crowd discussed so loudly that even players outside the village could hear them. Holy crap. This dungeon is connected to interdimensional crossing. Can one gain transcendent power? Good heavens. Lord Mo actually made this public. Doesn't he monopolize it himself, nor allow others to? This is nothing short of a living immortal. What noble righteousness. He really. I'm moved to tears. From this day forward, anyone who dares slander Lord Mo in the least, I Zhao Ritian, will fight them to the death. Only then did Qi Feng arrive, riding a golden lion galloping fiercely from the resurrection point of the mountain town. His face, dark eyes bloodshot, he played the part of a madman. His massive lion demon greatsword swept wildly. With each horizontal slash, over a dozen ordinary players fell dead where they stood. Lord Mo, today, I will kill you. Qi Feng and the golden lion roared in unison, their voices shaking the crowd. You damn fools, get lost. Those who block me will die. Xiang Jianfeng followed beside him, war banner raised high. Where is the Qi Tian elite corps? Charge with me. Boom. The 3,000 elite squad members, long prepared, revealed their badges amid the crowd and swung onto their mounts. Elite corps, listen up. War charge. In an instant, the Novice Village became a battlefield. All 3,000 elite core members were high-level players with even the lowest reaching level 50. As for the squad leaders, they were all experts who had undergone their second turn or beyond. Bai Shuya and Xia Mo had been playing for so long and still hadn't completed their second turn mission. Clearly the second turn was no small feat. Seeing so many high-level players gathered, Lin Ye was somewhat surprised. President, they're quite a bit stronger than you, aren't they? Damn it. Bai Shuya's slender frame trembled with anger, but she bit her red lips and explained, for large guilds the second turn isn't that difficult. As long as one team can clear it, that means from then on they can continuously lead others through. Bai Shuya was the owner of Yanji Club. She had entered the game quite early but unluckily drew poor talents, and with little gaming experience herself, she couldn't even clear her own second turn mission, naturally leaving her unable to lead club members through theirs. As for paying others to guide her, she had tried that as well. But those large guilds either made endless excuses or demanded outrageous prices. Some even made shameless demands which angered her enough to open an alternate account and restart from scratch. Eternity's value was too high. Everything mattered. Levels, naturally the most crucial. Thus the class advancement that restricted levels became the top priority. Anyone who had already passed the second turn would not guide others through it unless they could be made their servant, even at exorbitant prices. To put it simply, it was like crossing social classes. Others certainly had the ability to pull you up, but this had little to do with money because those who could help you were never lacking in wealth, and thus had no motivation to assist. In Eternity, it was even more brutal, because helping you meant creating another competitor. The price had to be set impossibly high, higher even than the sky itself, for them to consider it. At the same time, this was also the root of large guild strength. They signed super contracts with their members, daring to guide someone through the second turn meant not fearing defection for that person would serve them faithfully even in their next life. Guilds guiding their own members through the second turn was profitable. They naturally had the willingness and would strive to bring through as many as possible. The more people who passed the second turn, the stronger the guild became. After all, one step strong led to every step stronger. Even a gap of merely 1 or 2 weeks was enough to create a massive disparity. Bai Shuya had simply lagged one step behind, failing to keep up with the main group advancing through the second turn. A month of stagnation had almost entirely erased the advantage of entering the game early. I see now. Lin Ye expressed his understanding. Meanwhile, the many guild leaders present grew furious. Has the Chi Tian group lost its mind? Leading a charge like this? Is he trying to wipe us all out? Go stop them. Holy crap. Don't just stand there dazed. Once an elite core charges, even a third turn cannot stop them. Some grew anxious and began shouting wildly. Sitting atop his black unicorn Bien, Yuron calmly remarked, Lord Mo, an elite core charge is no joke. Consider this. What I said yesterday still stands today. Huh. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh. There's no need for assistance. I merely find that none of the guilds present today seem particularly powerful. A single sentence left the assembled guild leaders utterly embarrassed. That. The Chi Tian group ambushed us. They concealed their badges among the crowd and caught us off guard. Yes, that's right. Moreover, the announcement came out yesterday with little warning, and gathering our forces took time. As you know, teleportation arrays in Eternity are expensive and scarce. Summoning elite core and top players from distant locations is far from convenient. They each offered their explanations, barely managing to salvage some face. Hehehe, Lin Ye chuckled. Wage war against me. On what grounds? What? What did you say? Everyone was startled by his words, still processing before Lin Ye had already drawn the dirge bow and lofted an arrow upward at a 45-degree angle. Twang, the void arrow pierced through the air. Lin Ye drew and released in rapid succession. Those unstable trajectories of void energy flashed across the sky, like strobing light, completely unpredictable. In the blink of an eye, arrows rained down upon the elite core members charging into the novice village. Minus 34,500, minus 47,000, and 7 minus 70,044 critical hit. Minus 40,102. A string of devastating damage exploded, and dozens of the elite core knights fell dead on the spot. They were elite, true, but neither their talents nor their equipment could surpass Chi Feng's. Unless they had invested heavily in defense and vitality, very few among them could match Chi Feng in survivability. Boom. The void arrows detonated in a second explosion, shattering several combatants outright and sending bodies flying as blood splattered along both sides of the street. The entire charging formation was thrown into disarray. The novice village was not large. The main road was a single path. For the Chi Tian Guild's elite core to enter, there was only this one route, and they would inevitably face attacks. However, the novice village also had no escape. Once they charged in, everything would be decided. Don't stop, keep charging. The lead captain bellowed. He's nothing more than an archer. This kind of wide-range arrow barrage skill cannot sustain indefinitely. Once we break through, we win. Brothers, 10 times the points this time. What are you waiting for? Xiang Jianfeng shouted from behind. Whoever charges in first receives 100 times the points reward. Whoever kills Lord Mo receives a direct cash reward of 10 million. Roar. Having just survived a round of casualties, the elite corps members were now fired up. Mage corps cover with area attacks. Prepare crowd control skills. Assassins cut off his retreat. Rear ranks spread out. Combat formation B. Charge. Fountain Square. Guild managers were already beginning to retreat, somewhat panicked. The mere phrase, Mage Regiment, still carried devastating power. This meant the opponent had at least 5 squads of Tier 2 mages, each with a full roster of over 25 members. In Eternal, most magical classes were pure money burners at Tier 1. Their attack range fell short of archers, their DPS lagged behind assassins, and their area of effect was mediocre. What made it worse was the long skill cooldowns, and the costs were even more exorbitant. Whether leveling, hunting monsters, or completing quests, it was always an unsustainable drain. But when mages reached Tier 2, they would gain multiple passive abilities that enhanced spell damage, reduced cooldowns, expanded range, and unlocked ultimate skills. Attack range exceeded 100 meters. Area of effect spanned over 50 meters in diameter. Both dimensions simultaneously reached Tier 1 levels with significantly amplified damage. Through specializing in different magical schools, mages could pursue multiple paths, sustained damage, high burst, or crowd control, combining both damage output and battlefield control. One could say this was a true mage. This was an elite. Of course, if there was only one elite mage, it would at most improve efficiency when clearing minions before a boss fight. But what if there were many? Could you withstand a squad of mages unleashing their ultimate abilities simultaneously? Have you ever experienced the torment of ice and fire raining down together? A sea of flames scorched while an ice storm slowed all movement. A method commonly referred to as slow roasting, pure torment indeed. If faced with such a scenario, sheer numbers would be useless. Once the mage regiment's ultimate barrage descended, a single accompanying archer squad could dismantle your forces without sustaining a single casualty. Thus, the size of a mage regiment often directly determined a guild's true strength. Everyone understood the difficulty of cultivating mages, yet all sought to develop them. Mages could accompany players on missions, but their fragility meant they frequently perished during high-difficulty encounters, leaving players stranded and unable to proceed for days. 3 months after Eternal's launch, only large guilds and a handful of elite combat teams possessed the resources to field a proper mage regiment. Scanning the gathering, not even every present guild could afford such elite capabilities. None had brought a mage regiment. Mage regiments wielded devastating power, but demanded enormous investment. Guilds naturally could not squander such resources. They had to deploy them on high-value missions just to recoup their costs. Teleportation arrays in Eternal remained prohibitively expensive and scarce. Simply coordinating a mage regiment's arrival could easily exceed 10 million in real money. Meanwhile, Lin Ye ceased his assault. Given the circumstances, who wouldn't be alarmed? Little glutton toss over some arrows. He had grown so accustomed to his void quiver that he'd completely forgotten about restocking supplies. Beyond the Forgotten Lands, void arrows could not replenish fast enough to match the rate of consumption, only 2 stacks per second. Even a fully stocked inventory would sustain his maximum output for merely 50 seconds. Little glutton. Su Wanting paused, then realized he was addressing her. Her own arrow reserves were limited, so she tossed over just over a dozen stacks. I'll go buy more right now. Su Wanting quickly grasped the situation. This wasn't nearly enough, and Bai Shia accompanied her. Enough, Lin Ye stated firmly. Click. He rotated his neck, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The farce is over. With a fluid motion behind him, he summoned Shadow's phantom. Thwack. Lin Ye drew the dirge bow, releasing arrows like a tempest. At the same moment, the illusions on either side knocked and loosed their arrows in perfect unison. In an instant, the sky darkened. Countless arrows filled the heavens like an overwhelming black cloud bearing down upon the city. A true storm descended. What is this? Both the elite squad commander and Xiang Jianfeng cried out in disbelief. Across from them, could they possibly have an entire regiment of high-tier archers? Unless someone explained this torrent of arrows. In a single second, hundreds of arrows. Could one person achieve that rate of fire? If so, then what exactly was he? In that instant, every member of the elite squad craned their necks upward, watching the arrow storm descend. The pressure felt like Mount Tai crushing down upon them. Only by facing Lin Ye's offensive power head-on could one grasp its true terror. Now all they could do was pray. This was mere basic attack damage, not a skill, nothing devastating. Stay calm. Shields up. Defend. The first arrow struck, piercing straight through a knight's shield and embedding itself in his chest. Immediately after, the arrow barrage rained down. The elite knights on the street became living sieves riddled with arrows. -32,440, -70,111 critical hit. 78,000 critical hit. Minus 42,000 and 41 minus 22,000 and 14 minus 27,000 damage numbers scrolled across the screen, varying wildly, yet none fell below 10,000. The charging knight squad was reduced to Swiss cheese within 2 seconds, while the mages still chanting were wiped out en masse by the arrow barrage just a second later. Without mage shields, they were the most fragile class in all of Eternal bar none. And in formation, the mage regiment followed their commander's orders. When attacking, they poured everything into damage. When defending, they erected wide-area magical barriers. Clearly no defensive orders had been given moments ago. The assassins hiding in the streets attempting stealth fared no better. The arrows were laced with void explosions. Boom, 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 boom. From the fountain to the novice village gates, nearly everything fell within Lin Ye's arrow barrage range, though the main thoroughfare received the heaviest concentration of fire. 7 seconds of maximum burst output. Lin Ye ceased his assault. The bowstring of his dirge bow glowed, crimson wisps of smoke rising from the tension. No joke. Such ferocious output had nearly shattered the legendary bow's durability. Surveying the battlefield now, arrows littered the ground, and rivers of blood flowed. Even those still standing remained upright only because so many arrows pinned them in place. They weren't surviving through resilience. Without tens of thousands in defense and millions in HP, you'd have no chance of surviving this arrow rain baptism. The farce is over. Bien Yueron whispered in disbelief. It was truly over. The Chitian elite squad, annihilated. The devastation surpassed even the war documentaries she'd witnessed. Even Verdun, the famed meat grinder, couldn't match the sheer ferocity of this firepower display. 7 seconds. Bien Yueron counted. No more than 7. Within that time frame, Lin Ye had unleashed well over 2,000 arrows toward the novice village. No, possibly 3,000 or more. As a scout and special forces veteran, her professional instincts and battlefield assessment far exceeded ordinary perception. Hiss! Bien Yueron's pupils contracted sharply, a cold breath catching in her throat. He alone matches an entire organized crossbow regiment. Terrifying. His individual output surpassed that of a professionally trained crossbow unit. How could anyone compete? Onlookers, the guild leaders, stood stunned. All they wanted now was to distance themselves from him. The sole true boss, the real powerhouse on the field. Only the demon venerable. If you couldn't withstand his violent barrage, you had no standing to negotiate with him. Want to talk? Talk to his arrow rain instead. Can you even stand? He'd mistake you for a speed bump. Meanwhile, players outside were already feeling grateful. Lucky I wasn't good enough to get in, or I'd be pierced like a sieve right now. The demon venerable is too powerful. I think he's going to be invincible, really. Bro, lose the I think and just say it. Absolutely brutal. With damage like that, what boss could survive? No wonder he cleared the dungeon in minutes. Ha, if I had his power, I'd clear it even faster. Insane. We're all beginners. How can he be this ridiculously strong? I suspect he's using cheats, and I've got proof. At the novice village entrance, Chi Feng sat atop his golden lion, utterly frozen. 3,000 elite squad members, completely annihilated. Could one person accomplish this? It had to be fake, right? In Eternal, death rarely dropped equipment unless you were a wanted red name player. But that didn't mean nothing dropped. Before his eyes, the equipment loot from 3,000 elite deaths alone was worth over 100 million. Even without equipment drops, the durability loss was enormous and repair costs astronomical. Of course, compared to the drop in character and skill levels, this was mere pocket change. One death cost 3 levels. Losing hundreds in a single elite squad strike wasn't catastrophic. Overall strength barely dipped. But total annihilation in one blow guaranteed a significant power drop, and the guild's income would suffer accordingly. A devastating loss. Just calculating, it came to hundreds of millions at least. Chitian Guild had truly suffered catastrophic losses this time. Damn it, this is all your fault. Chi Feng glared viciously at Lin Ye's eyes burning with rage, teeth bared in a snarl that seemed ready to devour him whole. Yet he did not advance further. Don't think you've truly won. Today I've said you die, so die you shall. Roaring, Chi Feng produced an exquisitely crafted device from his hand. It resembled a grenade. Bien Yueron's expression shifted instantly as she cried out, "Space bomb." Careful, he's trying to destroy your teleportation array. Ha ha. Chi Feng threw his head back in laughter, his face contorted with savage delight. Now you know it's too late for regrets. I know you might have some way to rebuild the teleportation array, but it doesn't matter. No matter how much it costs, this time I'm going to destroy you completely. Every time you build it, I'll destroy it. What makes you think a mere trash player like you can stand against me at? Ridiculous. You simply don't understand the gap between us. You should be kneeling before me, wagging your tail and begging for mercy. Boom. Before Chi Feng could finish his sentence, his entire head exploded before the eyes of everyone present. And the grenade in his hand, along with the lion demon greatsword he wielded, just so happened to drop to the ground. Consecutive deaths. The probability of items dropping increases. At the same time, the cooldown period for resurrection also becomes longer. Moreover, this calculation applies to all characters under the account. This time, Qifeng won't be able to log in for at least 7 days. The very next moment, the Lion Demon Greatsword and Spatial Bomb, as if teleported, appeared directly in Lin Ye's hand. Time reversal, disrupting his own timeline. 1 second. At Lin Ye's current speed, there was far too much that could be accomplished. For instance, killing a person and then returning. Spatial Bomb tears apart space within a 100-meter radius centered on the bomb, dealing 1 points of absolute damage to all creatures and structures within range, followed by 1 points of continuous damage per second for up to 100 seconds. Lion Demon Greatsword. Quality Legendary. Durability 3000. Requirement level 50. Attack 120. Magic damage 120. Magic attack range 120. 5 chance to unleash Lion Demon Roar on attack. Additionally, increases attack power by 50 and attack range by 50 for 3 seconds. Absurd. Lin Ye casually stored the items away and spoke to the people around him. I'll add 2 new rules. First, before entering the teleportation array, all inventory equipment and skills must be inspected. Carrying spatial bombs like this is prohibited, and players who possess spatial type skills are forbidden from entry. Second, since the Forgotten Lands naturally produce spatial materials, to prevent any accidents, all such materials are prohibited from being taken out. You may exchange them for finished products, equipment, or gold coins to bring back instead. Before the crowd could even recover from Lin Ye's virtually instantaneous operation, they turned their heads to hear the new rules. Truly domineering. Everyone present was either a guild leader, a corporate executive, or a military general. For him to inspect whomever he pleased and add rules that will even checking their skills. Yet there was nothing they could do about it. He had his reasons after all. Besides, even without reasons, what could anyone possibly do? Want to negotiate with the Demon Lord? Sure, go ahead. First, survive his 7 seconds of brutal assault before you open your mouth. As for that final strike, no one present understood what it was, but they could be certain it had something to do with space. It was likely an epic grade item or equipment, and one that originated from the Forgotten Lands. However, at present, they had little interest in the Demon Lord's equipment, only in the Forgotten Lands itself. Yes, the Demon Lord speaks wisely. Such items must be thoroughly investigated and dealt with. We absolutely cannot allow them to disrupt the activities of normal players. Also, I suggest we immediately blacklist the Chitian Guild and all its subordinate members. This person is far too extreme and poses an enormous threat to the entire gaming environment. What do you think? As they spoke, the few of them deliberately glanced toward Bian Yurong. At this moment, a surge of anger was also rising within Bian Yurong's heart. Although she had no authority to make such a decision, there were certain things that simply had to be said. The game is fair. Whoever claims the dungeon is fine. Even if none of us can enter, it wouldn't matter. However, Bian Yurong's tone shifted abruptly, her gaze turning razor-sharp in an instant. For someone like Qifeng, who destroys the pot simply because he cannot eat from it, is behavior that challenges the bottom line of every one of us. It is absolutely intolerable. Yes. Everyone hurriedly chimed in their agreement. Our Shengshi dynasty has decided to unilaterally blacklist the Chitian group and sever all trade relations with them. The same goes for my Jialan. Lin Ye had no interest in managing such matters. However, Qifeng's spatial bomb was indeed a hidden danger. Spatial type items did exist within Eternal. They were simply rare in number and expensive in price, that's all. If Qifeng could buy one, then other guilds, other individuals certainly could as well. Then, how could one ensure that the rest wouldn't grow envious and come over to blow up the teleportation array? If they destroyed the exterior, that would be one thing. But what if they went to bomb the Forgotten Lands? The space-time there was extremely unstable. Once spatial items came into play, both the interior and exterior of the Forgotten Lands would face tremendous hidden dangers and threats. But this was an inevitable challenge they had known they would face from the moment they chose to open it. Internally, Lin Ye had a plan. If he had star coins, he could first resurrect an NPC. The Shadow Stalker worth 1 million should be worth the ticket price, right? As for the exterior, that's a bit troublesome. The members of Director Bai's Anji Club were not sufficient to handle such a situation. The main city. Lin Ye turned the matter over in his mind and quickly came to a decision. Relying solely on his own people to defend the hope was slim in the short term. Even if he devoted enormous time to personally training them, he couldn't temporarily produce that many experts. Therefore, the only solution was to go to the main city as soon as possible. Lin Ye calculated inwardly. Director Bai had already arranged personnel on her end, but there had been too many people earlier. With so many guilds present, her people couldn't possibly hold them back. It would have been suicide to step forward. Now that the situation had stabilized, the executives of the major guilds had all agreed to the plan, so naturally they had to abide by the rules. Jingzhou Eternal's Special Operations Division. Playing on the large screen was the battle footage of the Demon Lord from earlier, but the image quality was mediocre, the bitrate not high, and it became somewhat blurry when zoomed in. "Is this the clearest version?" asked a square-faced man with graying temples dressed in the standard uniform of a senior officer, holding a teacup as he inquired. "Yes, Director Ling. Eternal's recording function has limitations on image quality and bitrate. This is the best we can get," the staff officer replied. Lin Ye set down his teacup. "Tell me, what are your views?" The staff officers exchanged glances before affirming. "The Demon Lord's strength remains formidable. Based on current observation, his talent is at least SSS rank, his attributes are exceptionally high, and he wields skills related to space-time. His combat power is extraordinarily exaggerated, nearly on par with Major Qin. Beyond his personal combat prowess, the Forgotten Lands he controls has now been definitively confirmed as a unique space-time location producing materials, items, and skills related to space-time. Therefore, we unanimously believe that this space is inevitably connected to interdimensional crossing." "And what follows?" Lin Ye asked again. "The emergence of interdimensional functionality may be the main quest line, or it may be an incidental reward. However, all current leads are firmly in the Demon Lord's possession." The staff officers presented their report. "At the same time, based on our analysis of the available information, we have reason to believe that the Demon Lord opened the Forgotten Lands because the quest difficulty was too high and he lacked sufficient manpower, forcing him to make this choice. He is now operating on an internet platform model, low-cost, broad coverage, rapid deployment, and without provoking coordinated attacks from numerous factions. He has even reversed the relationship between hostile parties, causing the guilds and other forces to compete amongst themselves. This maneuver can be called an open scheme, truly formidable." Lin Ye nodded slightly, the corner of his mouth curling into a faint smile. "Ha ha ha, a rising star in Eternal who bursts onto the scene at such a moment. How could he possibly be fully explained by a simple background check on a single sheet of paper?" "Indeed," the staff officers responded with confirmation. "Our objectives align with those of the Demon Lord. Since he possesses the capability to undertake this quest, and we can participate throughout the process, there is no need for any additional moves. We need only have Major Bien appear to keep watch." Lin Ye asked no further and immediately approved the plan with his signature. After a contemplative pause, he remarked, "Interdimensional crossing is a great gamble. We are not masters of our own fate, and neither are other nations. Though we currently hold a slight advantage, we absolutely cannot afford to let our guard down. Whether in reality or within the game regarding the infiltration of external forces, we must maintain absolute vigilance and strict defenses. Catch one and wipe out a whole batch." Slap. The staff officers stood at attention and saluted. "Understood." Sakura Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Forgotten Land has unexpectedly chosen to open, and the difficulty has increased beyond our projections. Originally, we were fighting over a single individual. Now we must contend with every power, even every nation. Dai's Wajiaobu. Crossing realms has always been a contest among all nations. Huaxia's military has already acted, so we must move as well. Let the game and reality unfold together. I recommend that the plan against Demon Heaven Venerable continue. If we can monopolize him, why bother competing? OSU. Both proposals are unanimously approved. From this day forth, our objective shall be dominion over eternity. The beautiful nation. Langley, Florida. Intelligence Agency Headquarters. Are you trying to tell me that there is currently no way to get near this man? Director Hunter set down the photograph in his hand. It clearly showed Lin Ye attending school. The security guards in his residential complex have already been replaced with special forces. Although our internal infiltration has yielded some results, those involved lack the capability to carry out the mission. Nevertheless, we have a follow-up plan, and I trust it will not disappoint you. Hunter placed both hands upon the desk, his face dark with rage. Gentlemen, you should understand the significance of crossing realms. Failure is utterly unacceptable. And time is not a luxury you possess. I have no desire to be summoned before the President in the Oval Office and asked why our great beautiful nation is falling behind in a war we are destined to win. Meanwhile, the players on the forums had gone mad. A ticket costing only 100 gold coins and usable by a party of 5. Isn't this practically a free handout? Demon Heaven Venerable is truly a good man. Even if he's a cheater, I'd say he cheats brilliantly. Hey, have you heard? Many people say that the space-time materials produced in this dungeon are connected to crossing realms. Some are already offering astronomical prices to acquire them. Astronomically. Damn it, if I could cross realms and gain supernatural power, I would be a god. How high could his offer be? Higher than the heavens themselves. My friend, your vision is admirable, but his offer is 10 million in cash merely for some materials. Could you refuse that? Oh well, then I shall have to consider it. Huh. Consider it all you want. At this point, you probably don't even have enough gold coins to buy the key, let alone figure out how to bring the materials out. Haijo, number 1 mansion. Chi Feng, once again slain and forbidden from entering, was utterly dumbfounded. He killed me instantly. On what grounds? In Chi Feng's final moment, he had not even caught a glimpse of his enemy's shadow. The previous frame, Demon Heaven Venerable had still been beside the fountain in the novice village at least 1,000 meters away. The next frame, Chi Feng was dead and forcibly logged out. What the hell? Chi Feng scratched his head frantically, scarcely resisting the urge to tear his hair out by the roots. Beep beep. Xiang Jianfeng initiated a communication call. Young Master Feng Xingtian and several other guilds have announced that they are blacklisting us and prohibiting all cooperation. Even the military has stated that they will. Get lost. Chi Feng roared the instant the call connected. You worthless wretch. You are always bragging that our elite party is invincible, yet they failed to withstand even a single encounter with the enemy. Over the past 2 months the group has invested billions in total, and this is the strength you give me as your explanation. Xiang Jianfeng fell silent, unable to offer a defense. Yet Chi Feng's fury remained unabated. Find him. Find him now. Xiang Jianfeng was stunned. Find him. Chi Feng's eyes blazed crimson. Didn't you say last time that he might be a student? Can't you even find a single person now? Ah yes. Xiang Jianfeng hastily agreed. Chi Feng snarled viciously. Ignore those fair-weather guilds. As long as we find Demon Heaven Venerable, not all is lost. Damned wretch. He is but an ordinary player, a penniless student. What right does he have to oppose me? If I Chi Feng have declared that he must die, then he shall die, elsewhere. Lin Ye returned to the Forgotten Land. The space-time storm seemed to have caused no effect whatsoever. After all, they had been able to defend this place before the light barrier existed. Now that it did, Big Brother, you're back. A figure with graceful, shapely curves hurled herself into Lin Ye's arms. She affectionately wound her arms around his neck and gently rubbed her head against his temple. Xiao, Daodu. Lin Ye stared at her in utter disbelief. The girl in his arms was undoubtedly Daodu, yet she could no longer possibly be called Little Daodu. She stood 1.7 meters tall, her figure not exactly breathtaking, but gracefully curved. When he had left yesterday, she had been a tiny child of only a meter in height, looking no older than 7 or 8. Now, after only a single day, she had waist-length hair. 8 years old. They called this 8 years old. Lin Ye immediately seized Daodu by the shoulders, held her at arm's length before his eyes, and examined her with solemn care. Her eyes remained as clear and innocent as they had been the day before, almost entirely unchanged. Yet how could her body have changed so dramatically? Nearby, Yan Yan and Su Wanning were equally astonished. Big Brother, what's wrong? Daodu regarded Lin Ye's bizarre behavior with confusion. It's nothing. Where is Tuxius? Seeing that Daodu herself seemed not to understand, Lin Ye changed the subject. Uncle is busy. I heard him say that the spatial rings seem to have been successfully forged. Daodu bounced merrily as she spoke, seemingly intent upon climbing onto Lin Ye's shoulder once more. But this time, Lin Ye held her down. Be good, Daodu. I still have important business to attend to. The blacksmith's workshop. Tuxius wiped the sweat from his brow and said with a grin, My lord, the spatial rings are all complete. They are here, 6 in total. Lin Ye took them and examined them. Spatial ring. Special equipment. Quality rare. Durability 1000. Internal space 980 cubic meters. Excellent. Lin Ye praised him. As expected of a master craftsman. Ha! Tuxius laughed heartily. You flatter me. My skill in crafting accessories is actually rather ordinary, but Savina is absent, so I have been forced to make do. The next one to be resurrected should be Savina. Only after saying this did Lin Ye remember something even more important. By the way, Tuxius, have you noticed the change in Daodu? A change? Tuxius was briefly taken aback, then slapped his forehead with a laugh. You mean that Daodu has grown taller? Yes, Lin Ye replied. Tuxius answered without much concern. Oh, yesterday's space-time storm was rather intense. What? Lin Ye, Yan Yan, and the others simultaneously wore expressions of astonishment. That was all. Was that truly all? Lin Ye suddenly understood. Are you saying that the space-time storm affected her and caused this change? Sigh. Tuxius sighed and continued his explanation. The space-time storms in this godforsaken place are sometimes stable and sometimes unstable. They affect not only space, but time as well. Otherwise, given to Muval's unique mastery of spatial arts, we would not be living in such hardship. Lin Ye considered this for a moment. The space-time storm appears to have shifted her forward by roughly 5 to 10 years. Yet I see no signs of temporal disjunction in Daodu's perception. In other words, for the rest of you, the storm that just passed amounted to no more than a few hours, correct? Indeed. But sometimes Daodu remains unchanged for many years. That must mean the flow of time was slowed, yes. Tuxius said with a laugh. My lord, you understand time. I imagine you know far more about the specifics than I do. I understand. Thank you, but I understand absolutely nothing. Nevertheless, Lin Ye recalled that the second stage of the quest chain was to seek the final fortress of Strebus. If the people of this place had mastered spatial abilities, then Strebus had mastered time. The Eternal Empire. For the first time Lin Ye felt that the name was deserved. An empire that commanded both time and space. When it called itself eternal, it was not merely boasting. It was plainly and simply stating a fact. My lord, we still have a great deal of crystal left, but I have run out of materials. Tuxius handed over several hundred spatial crystals. Lin Ye checked his inventory. He still possessed a considerable number of temporal crystals, more than enough to upgrade his gloves. No more holding back. Once the upgrade was complete, he would go and discover exactly what kind of monster lurked atop that cliff. 1,000 temporal crystals were poured into the upgrade. Ding. Hand of Time Reversal has been successfully upgraded. Hand of Time Reversal. Quality Mythic. Durability, 2,000. Upgrade Time Crystal 01000. Requirement none. All attributes 30. Time Forward once activated consumes 1 of maximum HP per second, increasing attack and movement speed by 150. Time Reverse consumes 45 durability, resurrects to the state from 60 seconds prior to death unaffected by any penalty mechanics. Time Theft consumes 8 durability, steals up to 2 seconds of the target's time. Time Shift consumes 8 durability, disrupts one's own timeline by up to 2 seconds. Time Stack, the temporal properties of this item can overlap with those of similar equipment. Awesome, Lin Ye silently praised in his heart. After upgrading, the durability automatically replenishes. From now on, as long as he keeps enough crystals on hand, he can use this resurrection armor continuously with no cooldown. No, 45% durability consumption. If used sparingly, I can resurrect twice right now. From behind, Baishuya walked over. Can you craft the key now? I can. With all of Lin Ye's affairs settled, he instructed. Tuxius, you may be quite busy recently, but the opening hours here each day won't be long. At the very least, during the temporal storms, the area must be cleared. You are far too gracious, my lord. To serve you is our greatest honor, Tuxius replied sincerely. Such flattery. Lin Ye felt almost embarrassed. After a few more words of caution, he set off alone toward the cliff. It looked so close from a distance earlier. Why does it seem so far now? Lin Ye had run for nearly a full minute, yet he still hadn't reached the base of the mountain. He wasn't joking. He had truly run for over a minute and hadn't even arrived at the foot of the mountain, let alone ascended it. I'm moving at over 1,000 meters per second. I've covered dozens of kilometers by now, and yet I don't even feel like I'm getting closer. There's an old saying, a mountain that looks close can kill the horse that runs toward it. But this is just ridiculous. Wait a moment. This isn't a matter of distance. Lin Ye realized it. No matter how distant this place was, it shouldn't have been impossible for him to run there. Unless there was something wrong with the space. Think about it. A cliff that didn't look especially tall. What right did it have to block the roaring star sea? Tuxius must have chosen to live here precisely because this place could withstand the star sea's tides and storms. Turn back. Lin Ye possessed no spatial abilities. Even if he ran here for a lifetime, he likely would never find his way out. His Time Reverse. Lin Ye let out a low cry. Without dying, he forcibly activated his temporal skill. In the next instant, the space-time before his eyes began to distort. Lin Ye remained perfectly still where he stood, but the time encompassing his body rewound to 60 seconds prior. I hope I didn't actually run for a full minute just now otherwise. Without spatial abilities, getting in would be easy, but getting out would be difficult. I might have to call for rescue. What's worse is that even if rescue came, they might not necessarily be able to find me. The lost durability didn't matter. It could be replenished. But Lin Ye could not afford any accidents whatsoever. Turning back with a few casual flashes of movement, Lin Ye returned to the beginner village. Fortunately, he had made it out. The Forgotten Lands. This instant's dungeon is truly riddled with death traps. Fall into any one of them, and it's an instant death. Lin Ye returned to the blacksmith shop and asked Daodu to summon Liddell as well. Is there a spatial barrier on that cliff, or is it a trap? Liddell was slightly startled. Have you been there already? There's a mirror corridor set up by Lulu there. Without a certain degree of spatial ability, no one can ever walk out of it. Is that really so? Lin Ye furrowed his brow subtly. The Lulu you just mentioned, is that the name of that monster? Yes. Liddell nodded and said, the void space beast Akru was once a mount carefully nurtured by Temuvel. However, after enduring catastrophe, it lost its master and became lost within the currents of time and space, forgetting itself entirely. Now it no longer recognizes any of us. Acting purely on instinct, it guards the cliff, waiting for a master who will never return. Temuvel. That must be one of the factions within the Empire that mastered spatial abilities. The NPCs in this village must have once belonged to this faction, which is why Tuxius and the others possessed such remarkable spatial skills. My lord, may I ask, are you planning to go to deal with it? Liddell asked with a complicated expression. Definitely. We can't let it affect the production of Stardew, Lin Ye replied. Yes. Liddell's expression carried a hint of sorrow. Truth be told, although Lulu has lost its memory, it has remained faithfully guarding the Empire. Throughout these years without our star tower, it has been standing atop that cliff, shielding us from the storms. If possible, I would like to humbly request that you grant it a dignified death. After all, it has already fulfilled its duty. Moi. Lin Ye's eyes darted as an idea struck him. He suddenly said, "You said it was once a mount. If there's a way to capture it, then killing it isn't necessarily required." "That's impossible, my lord." Tuxius shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. A void space beast pledges loyalty to only one master in its entire life, let alone us. Even if members of the Timuval family themselves appeared in person, there would be no chance of taming it again. A faint bitter smile crossed Liddell's lips. "Over the years we have tried countless times." Just as she spoke, Liddell suddenly paused. "Oh, that's right. My lord, if its memories could be awakened, then given your noble status, although you couldn't tame it, you might be able to command it, as long as it can be lured away from the cliff." Lin Ye considered this, and felt there was a possibility worth trying. What specific method? Tuxius scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this. "Truth be told, we don't really have a good method either. The only thing we can do is try to provoke it by severely wounding it." Severe wounds. So they don't mean to kill it. That was a joke. That was even harder than killing it outright. Lin Ye didn't possess any spatial abilities to begin with, and his earlier attempt had nearly left him trapped. He hadn't even seen what the boss looked like. "How about I take you all there to try together? I don't command spatial skills, but I can provide damage." Liddell shook her head directly. "That won't work, my lord. Lulu's territorial instincts are far too strong. The best we can do is use spatial techniques to conceal ourselves, sneaking around to collect some Stardew. It tolerates us because we bear no hostility, and because we carry the identity of Timuval's former subordinates. Only then does it refrain from attacking. But if too many people appear, it will immediately go berserk. Not only would the difficulty skyrocket, but if a rampaging Lulu sensed defeat was imminent, it would instantly self-destruct, triggering a spatial shockwave." Hiss. Lin Ye clicked his tongue inwardly at this. "So it's a solo quest after all. Then there's no hope." Lin Ye stated bluntly, "Since there's no way, let's just leave it for now." Tuxius, observing this, asked tentatively, "Actually, my lord, you could still give it a try. I have a spatial locator left over from back then, which can help you orient yourself within the mirror space and locate Lulu's position. Additionally, the locator is also effective against spatial abilities." "Oh." Suddenly remembering something, Liddell's face lit up with joy. "Right, my lord. Lulu was created by Timuval. The same spatial abilities we wield are difficult to use against it, but if aided by temporal abilities, the odds of success might greatly increase." So they were all taught by the same master. Naturally unbreakable. Lin Ye accepted the locator. To his surprise, it was no ancient relic, but a compact radar equipped with a crisp display screen. The screen revealed all spatial fluctuations in the surrounding area, complete with precise numerical readings. The current value of 32 points rested within the yellow zone, indicating that the space here was inherently hazardous. Worth a try? With the locator in hand, at the very least, he would not be trapped. Even if he could not subjugate it nor kill it, he could still retreat safely. Of course, the mythic gloves and the whisperbow's durability both needed to be fully restored. He would first head to the beach to farm some fragments, then seek out Riddell to clarify Lulu's abilities. Only when all preparations were complete would he set out. This time, he ascended the mountain once more. The locator immediately emitted an urgent alarm, its screen displaying that the path ahead was no longer a mountain trail, but a corridor composed of mirrored space. To advance is to retreat. To retreat is to advance. No matter how swift your pace, escape from this mirrored corridor is utterly impossible. There exist two methods to breach it. First, possessing spatial abilities capable of shattering the mirrored space by force. Second, perceiving through the space itself to locate the flaw within this spatial corridor. As Riddell had explained, even world-class space is never perfect. Within it there must always exist seams and gaps of some measure. And the spatial abilities wielded by humans or monsters could hardly rival those of world-class space. Thus their flaws, seams, and gaps would only be more numerous. However, masterful techniques can employ certain methods to compensate for these flaws and gaps. Unless one can perceive through them, completely reckless attempts will never succeed in breaking through. This locator is remarkably powerful. The moment Lin Ye held it, it displayed as an ordinary item. Yet it could accurately identify every flaw within advanced spatial abilities. That in itself constitutes the pinnacle of power. Mechanist. Lin Ye recalled a related NPC. Now it seemed the Empire's mechanical technology must be extraordinarily advanced as well. Hiss. It was nearly unimaginable. Such mastery over time, dominion over space, and exquisitely refined mechanical prowess, even bearing the title Eternal, would be but faint praise for this empire. Yet why did it fall? And why was it forgotten? It truly illustrated that saying mighty empires are seldom conquered by external forces, but crumble from within. Lin Ye did not dwell on it further. Following the locator's guidance, he swiftly traversed multiple corridors. Previously Lin Ye had sprinted all the way yet could not approach. Now with but a few quick steps he had already reached the summit. Looking out, the area was roughly the size of a football field, relatively flat. At its center, a rhombus-shaped polyhedron of multiple mirrors hovered suspended in the void. Beyond it lay sheer cliffs where, beneath the ceaseless battering of the stellar seas, drops of stellar dew slowly condensed, hanging upon the cliff face. The yield of stellar dew was quite generous, for the roar of the stellar sea rarely ceased. Within an hour the cliff face would be adorned with a fresh layer. The challenge lay in the harvest. Without spatial abilities, who would dare gather anything from cliffs above the stellar sea? With Lulu additionally releasing spatial skills nearby, the difficulty was simply explosive. Lin Ye clicked his tongue inwardly. The difficulty of obtaining legendary potions is no joke. If outsiders wished to purchase them, they would have to pay a premium. Just then the locator in his hand began to vibrate. Upon the screen, a fan-shaped area centered on Lin Ye blazed entirely crimson, accompanied by a skill warning. Phase Severance. Dodge. Could a spatial skill even be dodged? Lin Ye immediately employed Temporal Shift, scrambling time itself to retreat beyond the skill's range. Before his eyes, the afterimage left by the temporal distortion had already been sliced into dozens of fragments by spatial severance. That was close. Lin Ye had assumed the boss would at least offer some warning before striking, but there had been nothing, not even a sound. It had opened with a spatial skill area of effect coverage. Even with the locator, even with Lin Ye's speed, he could not guarantee evading that area. Because it was a spatial skill, by the time it descended, one might already be locked within that pocket of space. How could one escape? Running about aimlessly like at the mountain's base. Would that have worked? Hissed this fellow. Lin Ye's gaze locked upon the rhombus crystal before him. Void-born spatial beast, Acru type, mount-bound, uncatchable quality, epic, level 90, HP, unknown, attack, unknown, defense, unknown. Aside from quality and level, nothing can be discerned. Without advanced intelligence, one might die hundreds of times before grasping even a fraction of its patterns. Lin Ye once again inwardly lamented the twisted difficulty of this forgotten land. He summoned his phantom avatar, void arrows in hand. Boom. The instant Lin Ye's attack erupted, Lulu underwent a transformation. The rhombus crystal suddenly expanded, instantly forming multiple mirrors that erected themselves to intercept the assault. Damn, are you sure you're a mount? Even combat-type pets aren't this absurd. Lin Ye barked, his form flickering wildly as he shot on the move. Clang, clang, clang. The void arrows struck Lulu's mirror shields and were refracted away upon impact. But then as Lin Ye shifted position, the void arrows instantly transformed into a tempest, surging in from every direction. Unstable attack trajectories. At this moment, even Lulu seemed to freeze in place, its mind apparently unable to fully predict where the arrows would land. And the expanded multi-mirror shield could not possibly cover every angle. It not only had blind spots, but many of them, and large ones. Under normal attacks, given its reaction speed with spatial abilities, it could handle almost anything. But now the void arrows were spatial type abilities in their own right. Combined with Lin Ye's attack speed, they brought it to a rather sorry state. Clink, clank, clang, a volley of void arrows pierced through the shield's defenses, slamming directly into Lulu's core crystal within. Minus 32,011, minus 34,020, minus 77,008 critical. As the damage numbers erupted, Lin Ye also observed Lulu's health bar, estimated to be at least 5 million. Not bad. Lin Ye was confident in his own damage output. The only issue was that too few arrows could break through its defenses. Damn, why am I playing technical with it? Time theft. Lin Ye cursed inwardly as the temporal skill activated, freezing Lulu in place. Stand and deliver. The whisper bow unleashed its full power. In just 1 second it nearly shattered Lulu's core, sending fresh blood spraying forth in an instant. At the same time its health bar flickered wildly. Ceasefire. Fortunately Lin Ye reacted swiftly enough, or he would have truly instant-killed it. Grrrr, the rhombus crystal emitted a low rumbling growl through its vibrations. Now it finally made sense why a mirror crystal entity called the Void-born Spatial Beast had a nickname like Lulu. Enough pretending. I know you understand me. Lin Ye's expression darkened as he coldly commanded, I will count to 3. Immediately return to your original form. Lulu showed no reaction, yet with a sharp click it retracted its multi-mirror shields. Beep, beep, beep. The spatial locator simultaneously issued an alert. Mirror reflection. Asking for a beating. Lin Ye raised his left hand, releasing the time theft skill once more. Ding, current temporal fluctuation in the area is unstable. Repeated use of this skill will incur multiplied costs. He paid it no heed. Forced activation. Double durability consumption. Freeze. Lulu, which had not yet released its skill, was once again locked in place. This time Lin Ye did not even draw his bow. It was already on its last legs. One more strike would kill it. An epic spatial type mount slain outright. That would be far too wasteful. 2 seconds. Lin Ye was in no rush. He calmly walked before Lulu pressed his left hand against its mirror surface and drove his right fist straight into it. Bang. Minus 18,001. Lin Ye glanced at the health bar, then delivered 2 more punches. Now Lulu was left with only a few 100,000 HP. He held his fist. The 2 seconds ended. Lulu recovered from its immobilization, and upon its mirror surface suddenly materialized 2 adorably large eyes. Though at this moment those eyes held only fury. Still defiant, Lin Ye smiled. He casually produced some stellar dew and tossed it onto the ground. Beating a dog on a rainy day, might as well do something with idle hands. Lin Ye cracked his knuckles. This creature bearing the title of Beast must certainly be capable of using potions. Lulu glanced at the stellar dew, then glanced at Lin Ye, who made no move. In an instant, a fluffy little paw shot out from the crystal, snatching the dew in one swipe. The next moment, Lulu's HP began to regenerate. Simultaneously, the entire mountaintop shattered like glass with a resounding crack. Beep beep, the locator alarm sounded. Void battlefield. In the blink of an eye, the football field-sized area was cleaved into 9 sections. Each segment of space was independent. Lulu, positioned at the center, could still leverage its innate spatial abilities to launch attacks against the remaining 8 zones. But anyone trapped within an independent space must first shatter the weak points of their own zone. At this point, the locator was no longer needed, because the hastily constructed spatial battlefield had far too many obvious flaws. Lin Ye raised his bow and drew. Dozens of void arrows shot forth. A thunderous crash rang out. Space shattered like glass, and under the pressure of world-class space, the area gradually returned to its original state. Grrrr, the void-born spatial beast let out a roar, instantly shifting space and trapping Lin Ye within another independent zone. My patience has limits. Lin Ye drew his bow and fired. Space shattered once more. Simultaneously, he raised his fingers and began counting down 1. Lulu remained unrepentant, sealing him away again. Temporal shift. Lin Ye scrambled time, and through the locator clearly observed every spatial link point. The next moment, arrows flew in unison. Boom. All independent spaces shattered completely, leaving only the void-born spatial beast floating alone in the air. 2. Lin Ye sheathed his whisper bow, and with a flash appeared before Lulu. His fists became a blur of afterimages, slamming directly into its mirror surface. A striking speed exceeding 100 blows per second. When applied to his fist, the effect was even more devastating, even more violent. Crack. Crack, crack, crack. Lulu's crystal mirror shattered under the assault. In an instant, the health Lulu had just recovered was pummeled away by more than half, raw by Lin Ye's bare fists. At the same time, the eyes upon Lulu's mirror surface grew notably clearer, now carrying a hint of confusion. As if asking, "Didn't you say you were counting to 3? 3. Lin Ye's fist shattered the mirror surface, and he reached in to drag out the fluffy little creature within. He slammed it to the ground without hesitation. Bang. Minus 4,420, a new health bar appeared. Only now did Lin Ye realize that the true form of Lulu was this little thing. Fluffy limbs, 2 adorably dumb antennae on its head about the size of a small puppy. As for that outer shell, presumably a skill, or perhaps a bionic mechanical body, it mattered little. Lulu's true body possessed only a few tens of thousands of HP. Lin Ye clamped one hand over its mouth and delivered 3 crisp slaps. 3. Whimper, whimper. Lulu's pair of soft dough-like eyes glistened with tears, looking utterly aggrieved. Its body just over a chi in length curled up on the ground, trembling with pitiful sobs. Speak. Lin Ye barked in fury. Yet Lulu only appeared more wounded than before, the whimpers from its throat growing even more heartbreaking. Slap. Lin Ye struck it again with his palm, reducing it to a mere thread of health. Weren't you quite fierce just now? Why the silence now? Whimper Allah. Lulu pressed itself against the ground, shaking its head vigorously. Obviously, it was a dog. It could not speak. Even an epic-grade dog cannot speak. Lin Ye muttered in bewilderment. Grumble, grumble. At his words, Lulu immediately showed signs of erupting into a frenzy once more. What? I can't say that. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened into a glare. Whimper. Lulu was instantly struck with terror, its back legs trembling, not daring to make a sound. Lin Ye ceased his assault. It seemed capable of communication now. That would suffice. As for whether it submitted or not, that was hardly Lin Ye's concern. Behave yourself from now on. If you dare bare your fangs again. You know what comes next, don't make me count. Oh woo. Lulu let out a pitiful whine, nodding its head vigorously to indicate its understanding. Lin Ye released it, then tossed over another bottle of Stardew. Lulu's eyes fell upon the Stardew, and it crept forward with utmost caution to take a tentative sip before gulping it all down in a single desperate swallow. Its health bar swiftly refilled, yet it showed no further signs of aggression. Clearly it had been subdued. Lin Ye observed it, his thoughts turning as he asked, Your true form is only this large. How does that qualify as a mount rather than a pet? Honestly speaking, judging by its combat performance, even as a battle pet, it would be more than sufficient, wouldn't it? Upon hearing this, Lulu's large eyes darted subtly toward the crystal in the distance. Upon receiving Lin Ye's tacit approval, it finally dared to rise and approach the damaged crystal, leaping in with a single bound. Moments later, its body merged completely with the crystal's core. Clack! The mirror surfaces drew inward, reforming into its original crystal configuration before rotating once to reveal a perfectly intact mirrored crystal surface. The next instant, text materialized upon the mirrored surface. Honorable Mr. Stebbins, my name is Akuru, though you may also call me Lulu. It cannot speak, but it can type, can it? As expected, anything produced by the Empire is bound to be of exceptional quality. Lin Ye smiled. Your combat abilities earlier were impressive, but I wish to know, why are you not classified as a pet? Lulu is a mount, the exclusive mount of Tamuvar. Pride radiated through every character of Lulu's text. Then tell me now, how does one ride you? Lin Ye gazed at the diamond-shaped crystal before him with its pointed top. Mounting that would surely constitute the most cruel punishment in the world, would it not? Lulu is the exclusive mount of Tamuvar. No other being can make use of it. Lin Ye's expression darkened. Is it that you don't wish to, or that you cannot? No. No, I cannot. Lulu trembled slightly. Lulu's mount capabilities must be matched with a specific Tamuvar's innate talent to activate. Every Tamuvar can awaken different mount abilities in Lulu. If Master were to leave, Lulu would also be unable to activate those abilities alone. So it was a customized ability. The Empire's technology and power were truly beyond Lin Ye's imagination. Now, the primary objective of the quest could essentially be deemed accomplished. Yet Lin Ye remained unsatisfied. Crossing his arms with a frown, he declared, if you cannot serve as a mount, of what use are you? I might as well slay you for some crafting materials. As he spoke, Lin Ye produced the morning song bow. Squeak! A sharp shriek emanated from within Lulu's crystal form, and text immediately appeared. Don't. Lulu is useful. Although the specific mount form cannot be utilized, I can still assist you in traversing through space. Lulu trembled slightly, and the diamond-shaped crystal, standing over 2 meters tall, appeared beside Lin Ye, almost as if teleporting. Clack! The crystal unfurled a mirrored surface, laying flat beneath Lin Ye's feet. Oh! Lin Ye seemed to understand at once and stepped onto the mirrored surface. Immediately after, Lulu carried Lin Ye along, circling the mountaintop several times. "'Tis not bad, I suppose." Lin Ye clicked his tongue. Although it differed somewhat from the mount he had anticipated, it was at least a means of transportation. Considering that it also possessed several impressive spatial abilities, its practicality was undeniably noteworthy. Head to the cliff. Let's gather some Stardew. Understood. Lulu executed a sharp turn, veering immediately toward the rear of the cliff. Upon the sheer rock face, condensed droplets of dew glistened, occasionally bursting forth with pinpricks of starlight. Since Lulu had chosen to linger here, it must have been for the Stardew, so Lin Ye had no need to act. He merely watched as it extended a mirrored surface, gently scraping the cliff face to harvest a substantial quantity of Stardew in an instant. In no time at all, Lulu had completed the harvest of all the Stardew condensed upon the cliff. At that moment, 3 mirrored surfaces formed an inverted cone, cradling within them a bounty of glistening Stardew. Let's head back. You know where the village is, don't you? Lin Ye remarked with satisfaction. Yes. Rather than retracing its original path, Lulu streaked directly across the sea of stars, banking sharply through the air, and arrived at its destination in the span of a single breath. At that moment, the guild players who had first purchased the key, along with Bien Yurong and others, had already arrived via teleportation. Wait. Is the Demon Lord actually flying? He's flying at first class. Then what's the point of us pursuing third class and flying mounts? Wait, what is that thing beside him? Never seen anything like it. But you're not going to tell me that's a flying mount, are you? Lin Ye dismounted from Lulu and casually pointed toward the entrance, the very spot where the colossal stone guardian had once stood. Go on, keep watch over the door. Lulu understands. However, Honorable Mr. Stebbins, might you spare some void crystals for Lulu? I require them to repair my outer armor. Coincidentally, Tux and Riedel, upon seeing this, also emerged. Sir, you've succeeded? Ha ha ha, I knew all along that you would prevail. Lin Ye said little further. He casually handed the Stardew over to Riedel for processing, then tossed some crystals to Lulu, instructing it to recognize everyone clearly. No biting, but it must keep watch over the door. Please rest assured Lulu will fulfill its duties with utmost dedication. Lulu was delighted to receive the crystals, though not having to remain by Lin Ye's side made it even more delighted still. Lin Ye had originally intended to bring it along as a mount, but the players had already arrived and the village lacked sufficient defensive forces, so he simply left Lulu behind to stand guard. Can we mass-produce Stardew now? Bai Shuya exclaimed in astonishment. Riedel nodded. Yes. Based on this harvest, we can produce approximately 100 bottles per hour. That much? Bai Shuya had reviewed Stardew's properties. Such a legendary potion commanded an exceedingly steep price. Remember to sell it at a premium. Without even Lulu standing in the way, ordinary people would still be unable to gather it. Lin Ye offered a reminder. A gleam of excitement flickered in Bai Shuya's eyes. That depends on whether you wish to sell for gold coins or star coins. If it's cash, an hour's output could easily earn hundreds of millions. Of course, once this wave of demand subsides, the price will eventually decline. Lin Ye didn't earn cash from other things. But surely one couldn't say he'd earn none at all, could he? What price did you intend to set earlier? Lin Ye inquired. Legendary potions on the market perform slightly worse than Stardew. In cash terms, they go for roughly 1,000 per bottle, or 600 gold coins. Given the difficulty of producing Stardew, I've set the exchange rate at 110, making Stardew's price 60 star coins. Lin Ye considered for a moment. The star coin price is fine, but for cash, sell it higher. 2,000 per bottle. Stardew's output was fixed. 100 bottles per hour. That's 20 million per hour, nearly 500 million per day. And this was an eternal 24-hour cycle, while only 12 hours had passed in reality. Earning $1 billion per day. Lin Ye ran the numbers and felt it was somewhat absurd. Was the price perhaps set too high? Did the Demon Lord just say that legendary grade potions can be purchased with cash? Lin Ye turned his head in surprise. Were you walking with stealth active? How did you make absolutely no sound? I'm an assassin. Is that a problem? Bien Yu Rong replied matter-of-factly. Lin Ye paused briefly. No problem at all. The goods are definitely for sale. Would you like to buy in bulk? This time there's no purchase limit. Buy as much as you like. Excellent. I'll take everything then. Bien Yu Rong accepted on the spot, without the slightest hesitation. Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you going to ask the price? Bien Yu Rong gestured toward the star spire and declared. 2,000 per bottle, as you just said. I'll take everything you've got, as much as there is. A big client has arrived. Lin Ye immediately smiled. No problem at all. Come, let's sign a supply contract with Captain Bien right away. Priority delivery. It was now Bien Yu Rong's turn to be stunned. What was going on? Wasn't that the legendary potion? Something like that, and you want to sign a stable supply contract. What does that mean? Could it be? You can mass produce the legendary potion. Wait, did I arrive too late just now and miss something? Meanwhile, several guild supervisors ran over, their voices tinged with both shock and complaint. Demon Venerate, isn't the difficulty of this dungeon a bit too high, eh? That's right. Our elite squad just got wiped out completely. We suffered massive losses, and now we don't even have enough star coins to resurrect. What do we do? Lin Ye's brow furrowed. Which guild are you from? How are you this week? The man was immediately rebutted until his face flushed crimson. Shengshi Guild Lucian. But this definitely isn't because we're weak. It's clearly that the difficulty is too high. Lin Ye turned his head, looking at Bai Shuya. Didn't you give them the strategy guide? I did. The stardust beetles, the starlight jellyfish, even the beetles' mutations are all written in the guide, Bai Shuya confirmed. Lucian also admitted, the guide is written, yes. But after the beetles mutated, their flight speed became far too fast. We don't have enough mages to clear them, and the terrain restrictions are too severe. There's hardly any kiting space at all. At this difficulty, the star coins and materials we earn, let alone purchasing equipment or hiring NPCs for crafting, we can't even scrape together the basic resurrection fee. Upon hearing this, members from several nearby guilds chimed in agreement. Chief Lu is absolutely right. It is just too difficult. In my view, restoring the star coins' value to match gold coins and opening a 1-1 exchange would be far more reasonable. Bien Yu Rong also received intelligence on the matter and remarked with a slight frown. The dungeon difficulty is indeed significant. Our people have also encountered danger. The main issue is that the monster groups, our special small-scale kills, aren't cost-effective, and we lack the manpower for large-scale kills. Hearing this, Lu Xian hurriedly added, Right. Manpower is also a problem. I think each guild needs at least 100 keys. No 200 keys to be adequate. Bai Shuya seemed to understand, leaning in to whisper a reminder. The novice village is embedded in the Empire's border region, so both the player's skill levels and the guild's strength are quite a bit weaker than those in the main city. Lin Ye had no interest in listening and directly waved his hand to cut her off. You being weak is your own problem. If you can't handle it, you can simply not buy keys and not come in. With those words, the entire crowd fell silent. Lin Ye said calmly, We calculated the revenue based on an elite team's clearing efficiency before setting the prices. If you can't even handle normal monster grinding normally, that only proves you don't qualify to run the dungeon, doesn't it? As for insufficient manpower, you can form teams. It's not prohibited here. You don't have enough star coins to resurrect, but others do. You can go buy them yourself. The market price is what it is. What's the use of coming to me? If someone is willing to sell cheaper, that's their business. After all, I haven't opened a star coin to gold exchange here, have I? 3 sentences. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded. Lin Ye's sole concern was whether the merit side could steadily generate income. Currently, aside from equipment and skill boxes, what could be sold also included NPC crafted gear. For ordinary players, the appeal was more than sufficient, but for major guilds, the hunger wasn't quite so intense. Now, with time pressing, it was time to offer something stimulating. At this thought, Lin Ye directly tossed an S-rank talent scroll into the merit rewards. The system has added a new reward, available to this week's merit first place holder. The crowd opened the star tower to check. They all froze simultaneously. Holy crap! An S-rank talent scroll. Demon Venerate, you're not messing with me, are you? This means anyone who ranks first in merit this week can claim it with no minimum threshold. Lin Ye's expression darkened. Do I look like someone who jokes around? Ahi. Lu Xian's expression shifted and he laughed with utmost bashfulness. Demon Venerate's word is his bond. Who would dare question it? I'd be the first to not let them off. Then never mind. We'll head off to grind monsters now, you carry on. Urgent. The merit in this Forgotten Lands was simply obtained by grinding star coins and submitting materials. A 110 exchange rate. Exchanging for legendary equipment or crafting wasn't out of the question. It was just that being able to haggle for a bargain was naturally better. But if you said it could be exchanged for an S-rank talent scroll, then was it still expensive? Equipment has its price, but a scroll is priceless. Even if you couldn't compete for it yourself, the star coins and materials you grinded out would still be bought up at high prices by plenty of people. A blood profit. Every second, less they grinded, they felt they were losing out. However, Bian Yurong's brow was tightly furrowed, staring at Lin Ye with piercing eyes. I remember the Demon Venerate saying that all the talent scrolls had been used. That's right, Lin Ye confirmed. But lucky enough, another one just dropped. You. Bian Yurong gritted her teeth in secret hatred. This is an S-rank talent. It's not something that can be dropped in the game at all. Do you take me for a 3-year-old child to fool? Bastard. Bian Yurong's teeth itched with rage, yet she could do nothing about him. After all, they were currently in a cooperation period, and everyone from top to bottom was waiting for her to go complete quests and open the cross realm. Fine. You're really something. Bian Yurong took a breath, composed herself, and said solemnly, since you've put the scroll out there, it's just about selling money. Name your price. This scroll, we want it. Lin Ye casually pointed at the star tower. Merit exchange. The price is right there. Huh. Bian Yurong reconsidered in an instant. Rather than wasting words with this bastard and letting him name an outrageous price, it was better to go grind it herself. Gone. When it came to combat, she had never lost in her entire life. Seeing her leave so quickly, Lin Ye's lips curved slightly upward. Captain Bian doesn't need to be in such a hurry. The Forgotten Lands still has 2 monster siege events every day. Plenty of opportunities. No need to worry about not being able to grind it. Bian Yurong's footsteps paused. She clenched her fists tightly and left without even turning her head. My Lord Demon Venerate, once the scroll is released, everything will be thrown into chaos. Baixia rubbed her forehead with some helplessness. Prices will be thrown into disarray, the star coin exchange rate will skyrocket, and if players make a fuss about entering, do we let them in or not? And if we let them in, how do we manage it? Let them in. Let everyone in. Lin Ye had previously chosen to limit the numbers because he worried that in his absence he couldn't keep the situation under control. But now he feared nothing, casually pointing at Lulu at the doorway. See that? If anyone dares cause trouble, release the dog to bite them. Baixia blinked, seeming to harbor some doubt about that crystal strength. Seeing this, Lin Ye smiled and said, don't underestimate it. A level 90 BOSS and a spatial type at that. Just one mirror image corridor for crowd control alone isn't something players can bulldoze through with sheer numbers. Oh, Baishia's captivating peach blossom eyes flickered with understanding. This way we can finally work with full freedom. It's just the novice village side. Lin Ye was aware. Leave that side to me. When are you going for your class advancement? Baixia shook her head slightly. We're short on manpower here for now, so we won't go just yet. Let's wait a couple of days. All right. They weren't in a hurry anyway. Lin Ye called out a greeting, replenished his durability, and set off. Ostris sits at the junction of the Misty Night Mountains and the Scorching Plains. The entire city is wedged within the only gorge of the mountain range, perpetually shrouded in a thin veil of mist. To the south, it must grip the throat of the mountain range to fend off the invasions of the great orc tribes. To the north, it must guard the Empire's granary and exterminate the monsters that harass the farmlands upon the plains. Lin Ye raced the entire way, traversing over 1,000 kilometers and taking more than half an hour before finally arriving at the city gates. He lifted his gaze. The city walls were forged from black basalt and mithril alloys, standing over 100 meters tall, impenetrable and indestructible. Upon them, various magical runes and defensive mechanisms were clearly visible, with towering watchtowers erected at regular intervals. The Astra Empire's domain is vast and boundless, so vast that this single nation alone could comfortably surpass the total land area of Blue Star. Moreover, the Empire's might is truly formidable. Even when competing alongside the many extraordinarily gifted races of eternity, it still ranks among the top 10. Lin Ye, upon learning this, felt the assessment was hardly exaggerated. He finally understood why certain guilds appeared so lackluster in their strength. The distance was simply too great. As the nearest main city to the frontier, it lay over 1,000 kilometers in a straight line from any starting village. Ordinary players hoping to traverse such a distance on foot alone would find it utterly impossible. Most would travel alongside a merchant caravan, but even that was slow, likely taking over a dozen days to arrive. Taking a carriage for a toll of 10 gold coins would still require 2 or 3 days. The fastest option was the Flying Lion Eagle, capable of reaching the destination within an hour, but the cost was outrageous, starting at 300 gold coins. Even if a beginner player sold everything they owned, they still couldn't afford the fare. Furthermore, Flying Lion Eagles were exceedingly scarce and simply couldn't accommodate large numbers of players simultaneously. Thus, in this particular conflict, the fact that the Chitian Guild and the Bloody Battlefield Guild had sent the most members was purely because they had set out earlier than the others. As for those guilds from flourishing times, they had simply found survival near the main city increasingly difficult. The further they played, the closer they inadvertently drew to the frontier region. If Tuxius could set up a teleportation array, I could probably grow wealthy enough to rival a nation just from the transportation business alone, couldn't I? Too bad he doesn't have that capability. I can only hope for NPCs that respawn later on. Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Having a mount truly made all the difference. If he had brought Lulu along this time, wouldn't the journey have been as pleasant as a leisurely excursion through another world? He paid 10 silver coins to enter the city. His first priority was to take out the arrowhead the hunter had given him, yet he sensed no response whatsoever from it. I should head to the Adventurers Association first. A legacy class was certainly powerful, but if it ate up too much of his time, then pursuing it would be pointless. Lin Ye's strength didn't hinge on his class alone. The benefits brought by level were what truly mattered. Equipment came second, and while having a good class was certainly desirable, its absence shouldn't be forced. What if this wretched quest yielded no clues for ages, trapping him for dozens of days? Would the game even be worth playing anymore? Currently, he was level 50. If he followed the normal route, he could complete the first advancement quest immediately, accept the second, then return and clear a dungeon, perhaps reaching level 100 in the process. If he moved quickly enough, he might even unlock the third advancement quest today. Passing through the bustling commercial district, he arrived at the Adventurers Association. I'm sorry, this isn't a class referral letter. I'm afraid I can't recommend a class mentor to you. The curly-haired young lady at the front desk held the village chief's token, looking somewhat troubled. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. Hey, look carefully. This was given to me personally by the village chief. It has to be better than some referral letter, doesn't it? The young girl, intimidated by Lin Ye's outburst, was instantly frightened, stammering, without being able to articulate her reasoning. Lin Ye was pressed for time as it was, and upon seeing her fall silent, he was about to speak when a soft, effeminate voice drifted over from beside him. So many uncouth country folk arriving lately with not a shred of manners among them. Lin Ye glanced sideways toward the source. A strikingly handsome man stood there, draped in a luxurious robe woven from blazing gold thread, adorned with masterfully inlaid gems that shimmered with radiant splendor. An eagle emblem crafted from arcane crystal adorned his chest. A dragon-headed moonstone clasp secured his waist. The gemstone on his crown was larger than a child's fist, and his hands were clad in white leather gloves inscribed with magical arrays. His entire bearing exuded an unmistakable air of nobility. Master Avinia, I believe it's high time the association's rules were revised. The Empire's esteemed magic and arcane arts are not something every country bumpkin from outside can learn simply because they wish to. Master, that was a title attainable only by those who had reached the 4th advancement at level 200, achieving complete awakening and the legendary pinnacle. Avinia wore a simple arcane robe, her faint purple hair flowing freely behind her. Her features were exquisitely breathtaking, especially those eyes, deep and vast as a river of stars. Judging by appearance alone, her unlined face suggested she was no more than 23 or 24 years old. However, as an arcane master renowned for her erudition, one who must master vast seas of knowledge and delve into extensive research, 20-something years seemed wholly insufficient for such accomplishments. Everyone who yearns for magic and the arcane arts deserves the right to learn. If Count Korin has objections, he may file a complaint with the association's higher council. As for the matter you've raised today, it falls beyond my authority, and I truly cannot assist you. Avinia's expression remained composed throughout, neither irritated nor particularly amiable. Count Korin let out a soft snort, clearly dissatisfied with this answer, yet he couldn't truly do anything against a celebrated arcane master. He could only cast a furious sidelong glance at Lin Ye. Gray seized this foul-smelling country bumpkin and throw him into the dungeons. Let him learn the Empire's rules properly. At your command, my Lord Count. A swordsman clad in legendary armor first bowed in deference before turning to draw his blade. But before he could complete his turn, a thunderous boom rang out. 3 arrows struck simultaneously, blasting the swordsman several meters away. Minus 71,480 critical hit. Minus 34,400, minus 38,700. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's whisper of death bow had somehow materialized in his hands, void arrows already loosed. While everyone saw it, they struck first. Lin Ye shrugged helplessly. PK protection applied only to players within the city. Attacks would trigger the suppression of magical arrays, applying a long-lasting debuff that reduced damage and stats. But NPCs received no such protection. Attacking them was perfectly fine, and they wouldn't be subjected to array suppression. However, one had to first consider whether they could win the fight, and then whether they could escape Imperial punishment. Once placed on the Empire's wanted list and marked red, the death penalty and item drop rates became terrifyingly severe. A starlight flickered in Avinia's eyes. She clearly hadn't anticipated such an outcome. Before she could even begin to intervene against the Count, this seemingly young newcomer had already struck first. Moreover, his damage was remarkably impressive and his overall stats were exceedingly high. More critically, his arrows were peculiar. No, they were extraordinarily peculiar. Meanwhile, Count Corrin was also stunned for a moment before breaking into laughter. Ha ha ha. Country bumpkin, you dare to strike back? Do you have any idea who I am? Lin Ye swept him a cold glance and said flatly, just some Count. Killing you would be trivial. Anyone would think you were a sword saint with that attitude. The moment his words fell, void arrows transformed into a torrential downpour, blasting forth directly. However, every single arrow halted before Count Corrin. A shimmering barrier radiating magical luminescence had completely blocked every attack. Lin Ye had come prepared this time. 1,000,000 arrows. He'd emptied the entirety of the beginner village's blacksmith shop. Boom, boom, boom. The void arrows detonated against the magical barrier, the shockwaves forcing surrounding players to retreat, while the young receptionist was so terrified she ducked beneath her desk. If a country bumpkin is still a country bumpkin. Within the safety of his magical barrier, Count Corrin smiled gracefully, elegantly removing his white gloves and lightly brushing off the non-existent dust from the corner of his attire. I originally only intended to teach you a lesson. But now you've dared to publicly assault an imperial noble. Do you know this is a capital offense? Lin Ye acted as though he hadn't heard a word, his arrow assault unrelenting as he simultaneously summoned a phantom clone behind him. Boom. The arrows became a torrent, engulfing Corrin entirely. Successive arrows crashed into their predecessors, shattering into countless fragments. No magical barrier, however powerful, could endure such an indiscriminate barrage indefinitely. Creak, crackle. Just as the barrier was about to reach its limit, the smile on Count Corrin's lips suddenly froze, a flicker of fear gradually surfacing in his eyes. Gray, are you useless? At his furious shout, Gray, who had just been blasted down by the arrows, clutched his chest and staggered back to his feet. But before he could take any action, the arrow torrent swept him up. He possessed no magical barrier, and having just risen, had no means to block or evade. In an instant, the arrow torrent devoured his health bar. His body bristling with arrows, he perished on the spot. Ding, you have slain Count Corrin's guard, Gray. You may face pursuit and punishment from the Empire. May face, not a certainty. Lin Ye certainly wasn't going to worry about it now, but a choice prompt appeared before his eyes. Oh, he actually gave experience. How delightful. You have gained 480 EXP. Your favorability with House Corrin has decreased by 300 points. Relationship, mortal enemy. Does affinity count as income? But negative income gets doubled too. Lin Ye watched the 3,000 points of affinity vanish in a single breath, but upon reflection, it didn't seem to matter much. Since there was already enmity between them. What was the difference between minus 30 points and minus 3,000? No difference at all. However, if it were positive affinity at stake, the gap between 30 points and 3,000 would be enormous. It saved an immense number of quests. Moreover, affinity grew progressively harder to grind in the later stages. Yet right now he could max out, or even surpass the cap, of anyone's affinity through a single quest. Incredibly powerful. Utterly broken. Absolutely game-breaking. Ha ha ha. Thoughts of this only sharpened Lin Ye's resolve. He struck without hesitation. Kill. Master Avinia, are you truly going to stand idly by while that country bumpkin commits murder? Kiran could hold out no longer. He poured everything he had into sustaining his arcane barrier, yet it teetered on the verge of collapse. Damn it. This fellow had clearly just arrived in the capital city, some bumpkin hoping to apprentice under a master. How could he possibly wield such terrifying strength? A third revolution great swordsman like Gray had been ambushed once and instantly stripped of any chance to retaliate. And him. Possessing an epic-grade magical artifact, he still could not withstand this monster for long. Why? Avinia sighed softly. The young man's evident skill had drawn her into a moment of contemplation, preventing her from intervening at once. By the time she emerged from her thoughts, matters had already spiraled beyond control. To intervene now and calm the Earl's fury would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet she had to act. If the Earl perished, the ensuing chaos would be catastrophic. Her right hand lifted slightly. The next instant, she was frozen in place. What a... Within Avinia's deep, fathomless eyes, points of starlight burst forth in an instant, brimming with boundless astonishment. Time freeze. The very moment the spell took hold, Avinia, through sheer, overwhelming power, recognized it instantly. While silently intoning an incantation, she activated the arcane ring upon her person, attempting to resist the temporal binding. It's not working. This isn't time freeze then. My time has been stolen. As a master of the arcane, her knowledge and experience vastly transcended that of any ordinary soul. It could be said, across the entire empire, there were few magics or abilities of which she remained ignorant or unversed. Save one. Time theft. She had truly never encountered it. Only in ancient tomes left behind by antiquity had she glimpsed the theoretical possibility of such a power existing. Until today, she had even believed time theft to be beyond the reach of mortal capability. Not even the supreme arcanist could accomplish it. Only the gods. If anyone in this world could steal time, it could only be a deity. The young man before her was certainly no god. Then he must possess an equipment or artifact of mythic grade or higher upon his person. 2 seconds. They passed in the blink of an eye. Yet for Avinia, time crawled at an agonizing pace. Her vast erudition, formidable equipment, and prodigious level merely prevented her from losing those 2 seconds entirely. Her initial misjudgment had rendered escape impossible. The lost time could not be reclaimed. When the world returned to Avinia's eyes, Count Chiron had already been pinned to the floor like a hedgehog bristling with arrows. Blood stained the pristine, jade-white marble of the Grand Hall. Hiss! Every player and NPC in the Grand Hall collectively drew a sharp breath. Holy shit! Who the hell is this? What kind of legend has the audacity to gun down an Imperial Earl right off the bat? Fierce. I salute you as the most unhinged soul of the Empire. If the Imperial adjudicators catch him, damn, they won't let him out for a century at the very least, right? Wait. That ferocious assault. Doesn't it look like Demon Lord's reverence to you? Damn. It's really him. I was wondering when Eternal would spawn another monster. Turns out it's still him. He's done for. If Demon Lord's reverence gets caught, that account is finished for good. Running now might still work. The neighboring kingdom might take him in. If not, the Beastman tribes to the south are worth a shot. At worst, he could brave the eternal night Dead Sea and try throwing in his lot with the Empire's mortal enemies. The entire Grand Hall erupted into chaos in an instant. Amid the stunned uproar of players and NPCs alike, Avinia remained the most composed of them all. Regarding the rights and wrongs of this matter, I shall report to the City Lord and the Adjudication Council. There is no need for alarm. Simply await the guards to arrive and handle the situation. Lin Ye had thought she meant to make a move herself. Now it appeared her ties with the Earl were hardly cordial. Given that her affinity remained unaffected, the association was still a viable path for him. Otherwise, Lin Ye's sole remaining option would be to seek out a legacy class. He glanced around for any dropped loot. An Imperial Earl, a nobleman dripping in jewels. Surely he must have left something behind. There really is something. Lin Ye bent down to pick it up. Shield of Kiran's Sanctuary. Quality epic. Durability 155-3000. Requirement none. Mana storage 100000. Contains level 30 active skill magic barrier. Magic barrier strength 300. Magic barrier cost -55. Magic barrier duration changed to mana drain, additional cost 28. Well, this is quite a find. I certainly hope that when we meet next, the Earl will have another shield to stop my attacks. Lin Ye smiled. This shield was exceptional. Utterly ideal for squishy classes like archers and assassins. Despite its name suggesting an offhand shield, its form was that of a ring. No one could tell you were wearing a shield, and it imposed no hindrance whatsoever upon combat or movement. Stored in his backup equipment, he could swap to it whenever the moment demanded. Of course, he'd have to return and repair its durability first before use. Having a private blacksmith was indeed a luxury. No charge for durability repairs, just the cost of materials. In addition, the Earl had also left behind a gem and a letter. Mind Focus Wisdom. Quality legendary. Durability 1000. Wisdom 60. Mana 60. Mana regeneration 60. Wisdom spell level cap 3. Magically sealed confidential letter. Undecrypted. Cannot be viewed. A top-tier gem. Not bad. Lin Ye had previously obtained 100 gems, all currently sitting in his ring in an unidentified state. Not a single attribute had been unlocked. After all, his current equipment had no sockets to slot them into. Unlocking gems with nowhere to use them would only bring frustration. Most pieces were transitional gear. Even if he had a craftsman socket them and slot it in gems, when the time came to upgrade, he'd have to expend the extra effort of extracting those gems first. Moreover, gems were highly luck-dependent items. Their types were myriad and their attribute rolls wildly variable. With fortune, one exceptional roll could fetch hundreds of millions. Take this wisdom gem, for instance. It alone was worth tens of millions. But with ill fortune, even opening 100 legendary gems might not yield 10 million in total. Of course, the crux of the matter was that Tuxius knew nothing of socketing, and he could find no one else capable of performing the service. Wait a moment. Savannah was a jeweler. Surely she knew how to socket gems. All done. I'm leaving. Lin Ye turned to depart. Wait. Avenia's voice suddenly rang out. Do you truly intend to leave just like that? Are you seeking revenge? Lin Ye turned his head and smiled faintly. Avenia's expression remained as composed and detached as ever. You killed someone at the guild. Don't you intend to stay and explain yourself? Lin Ye shrugged indifferently. I merely killed a scoundrel, not massacred an entire city. What is there to explain? For a person like him, I reckon if you asked 100 random townsfolk after his death, at least 90 would be cheering your name. Ivania fell momentarily speechless. Her words held truth. Count Colin's reputation among the common folk was far from favorable, and she shared that distaste. Yet murder remained murder, particularly within the guild's walls, and he had slain an imperial count. The repercussions were severe and difficult to navigate. The Empire has its laws. If you do not stay to explain, your name will appear on the wanted poster tonight. Once that happens, no amount of justification will save you. Ivania had expressed herself with considerable tact, but Lin Ye paid it no mind, offering a serene smile. No need. In a game who hasn't earned infamy, what was there to fear? Lin Ye was occupied with far more pressing matters. He had slain a noble today, and regardless of how thoroughly he explained himself, the outcome would likely remain unchanged. It would be wiser to conserve his time. The village chief's token had proven useless, blocking any conventional path to advancement. With the inheritance quest offering no leads within the Empire, switching regions to explore the neighboring kingdom made perfect sense. Fuck. The nearby players stared in stunned silence. The arcane master is clearly willing to help you, and you refuse. You had a chance, yet you insist on becoming a wanted criminal. Brilliant. I can only say, brilliant. Crazy. If anyone else had done this, I'd call them insane, but with the name Demon Venerable attached to you, it suddenly makes quite a bit of sense. Noting his resolve, Ivania decided against pressing further. Though she had offered her assistance, he showed no interest in accepting it. Indeed, possessing mythical equipment and the long-lost ability to steal time was more than enough to attest to his power and standing. A mere count meant nothing to him. He likely regarded the entire empire with indifference. Ivania's eyes shifted and she asked, You came to the guild for something, didn't you? Have you completed it? Now we're discussing business that he could work with. Lin Ye produced the village chief's token. The girl at the front desk said this isn't a class recommendation, so she won't process my profession change. The nearby players erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Class recommendation. In that case, the Demon Venerable just emerged from the novice village, hasn't even completed his first transition. Well, while it sounds unreasonable, it must be true. Only those completing their first transition from the novice village receive recommendation letters. Second and third transitions, even hidden ones, go straight to quests. My. So you're saying he hasn't even changed classes once, then casually dispatched an Imperial third-class great swordsman with a wave of his hand, and also eliminated an Imperial count wearing legendary equipment and items. What a man, I'm absolutely blown away. The Demon Venerable is indeed extraordinary. Is he really here for a class change? Clearly he's here to hunt bosses. Damn it, do I not know whether NPCs can be killed? Am I afraid of offending the Empire or worried about being put on a wanted list? No. If you're going out into the world, don't fear earning a red name. But I genuinely can't kill them. Sigh, it's all because incompetence holds me back, otherwise I wouldn't be such a decent person either. Meanwhile, Ivania took the token and nodded slightly, saying, This is indeed not a recommendation letter, but a token bestowed by the guild a century ago upon hidden contributors. This represents the guild's pledge to them. No matter how circumstances change in the future, regardless of who holds it, as long as the Adventurers Guild exists, the guild has an obligation to provide the holder with the greatest assistance. These are obscure artifacts they've never encountered and therefore cannot recognize. Come, follow me. After speaking, Ivania walked toward the interior of the guild. Lin Ye naturally followed. As for the guards, there was little to worry about. The city guard's strength was not particularly high. Most were at the second transition level, with only the captain possibly reaching the third. Even if combat ensued, Lin Ye could effortlessly escape using his own attributes and the time reversal gauntlet. Past the guild building through the garden, there was actually a 6-story tower standing. At the entrance, 2 stone knight statues stood guard with spears. But when Ivania approached, the stone knight statues raised their crossed spears, clearing the passage to let the 2 enter. Stone guards, did you make these? Lin Ye was somewhat curious. These resembled the 2 from the Land of Forgotten, though he wondered about their combat strength. Sort of, yes. Ivania replied leisurely, as if discussing casual matters. Shaping guardians is ancient technology. I discovered the core device in ruins and added some materials to barely reconstruct them. Lin Ye remarked, so you also possess Eternal Empire technology. Get him. Ivania's body trembled slightly. She turned around, revealing an expression of surprise for the first time. You know the Eternal Empire? Lin Ye wore a serene expression. Only superficially. It's not particularly difficult. Ivania couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. After a moment of thought, she continued. Eternal. That is a forgotten empire. Then do you know why it was forgotten? Lin Ye, I don't. Ivania nodded gently. Neither do I. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. She was indeed articulate. Perhaps he should encourage her to speak more often. Though I don't know the reason, I can be certain that the Eternal Empire, which mastered time and space and harmoniously developed machinery and magic, especially under the leadership of that great emperor who was both omnipotent and immortal, could never have perished by its own hand. Lin Ye opened the interaction interface, displaying the relationship. Life and death, best friend. A bond transcending even the closest intimacy, built upon unreserved trust that allows one to entrust their life to another, regarding the other as more precious than oneself, remaining steadfast until death. 1,000 friendliness points, truly formidable. Lin Ye sighed inwardly with admiration. He wondered whether it could be increased further in the future. It was probably very difficult. Having already reached this stage, what level of task or action would be required to push the relationship further? They had already entrusted each other's lives. Even if he saved her with his own life, it wouldn't exceed the scope of 1,000 friendliness points. If it didn't break through the limit, he would gain nothing and could no longer trigger the doubling effect. Lin Ye seemed to understand how the friendliness system worked. An opportunity. Only one chance. For an NPC he had just a single quest opportunity to gain their friendliness. Just now, Lin Ye had indeed considered trying to increase the friendliness. But it was merely a verbal promise, something like gifting items she might enjoy. These were the most basic interactions, yielding 10 points. It was probably because Awaken truly cherished the technology and knowledge of the Eternal Empire that she granted 10 points, otherwise such interactions typically yielded only 2 or 3 points. In the future, if he wanted to raise friendliness, he couldn't choose such basic interactions from the start. Within that single opportunity, he needed to obtain the maximum possible friendliness. For instance, attacking the count immediately granted 30 points, though negative the magnitude was significant. Then, if a single positive interaction could exceed 30 points, 50 points, or even 100 points, then it might be possible to earn over 10,000 friendliness points. Considering it, negative gains seems simpler, don't they? Lin Ye pondered for a moment. As long as he killed an NPC, he would earn at least 30 points to start. But for positive gains, he would need to give gifts, cater to their preferences, maintain the relationship, daily complete various tasks, and even then it might take 1 or 2 weeks to accumulate 30 points, and not all at once. It was difficult. He would set it aside for now. He would simply avoid the gift-giving method in the future and prioritize quests to earn more points at once. 1,000 points was certainly enough for NPC relationships. If they could entrust their lives to each other, then asking her for something he needed should pose no problem, right? Awaken naturally took Lin Ye's hand, her face glowing with joy. Come, let me show you my latest research. Inside the tower, every corner was filled with books of all kinds and a variety of magical artifacts. Awaken led Lin Ye to the basement, where experiments with arcane spells and countless magical devices with incomprehensible purposes were scattered about. The basement was far larger than the ground floor, not just several times bigger. Stretching his gaze, there were over a dozen experimental areas, each spanning 1,000 square meters, let alone the various materials and enclosed chambers. Wait, this must be an independent space. An arcane master commanding spatial abilities was nothing unexpected. Notice anything? Awaken pointed to a crystal ball on the workbench, its surface wreathed in flames, and tapped it with her finger. Crackle! A spark of electricity about an inch long released from her fingertip and struck the crystal ball. Boom! The flames instantly doubled in intensity under the surge of lightning. Then, Awaken's fingertips unleashed streams of water and wind blades. In the blink of an eye, the 4 elements gathered around the crystal ball. Wind blades swept through ice and fire, while lightning danced wildly, its power surging many-fold beyond before. Amazing. Lin Ye couldn't fully understand it, but he was deeply awestruck. Even the simplest elemental spells in her hands achieved such power. The title of Arcane Master was well-deserved. After all, her specialization was arcane arts, not conventional magic and elements. Fun, isn't it? Avarinia puffed her chest with a hint of pride. Elements exist in a state of disharmony in nature. Occasionally collisions occur. Some weaken each other while others amplify one another. Due to the natural repulsion between elements, a single person can rarely use two elements simultaneously. Only through a mage squad undergoing rigorous training can they master certain layered elemental spell effects. Recently, I explored an elf ruin and obtained their research on elemental affinity. Now, Avarinia paused, then released ice, fire, wind, and thunder from her palms simultaneously. Boom. A violent, instantaneous explosion echoed throughout the laboratory. Looking closely, within the shockwave lurked razor-sharp wind blades, scorching flames, jagged ice spikes, and crackling lightning snakes, all coexisting. The four elements did not cancel each other out. Instead, they generated even greater power. Lin Ye seemed to understand. You mean you can now cast spells and skills using all four elements simultaneously? Isn't it wonderful, eh? Avarinia gave two thunder-like humps. Chuckle. Lin Ye nodded with a warm smile. Truly impressive. As expected of an arcane master. I've never heard of anything like this before. Upon receiving praise, Avarinia smiled as purely as a child. Do you want to learn it? Though this skill was newly developed, it would become extraordinarily powerful at advanced stages, especially for those with excellent talent and sufficient attributes to master multiple elements. Lin Ye straightened up. Let me see the skill. Ding. You have obtained the legendary skill, Elemental Resonance. A notification appeared before Lin Ye. He directly chose the higher quality option. Ding. You have obtained the epic skill, Elemental Dominance. Elemental Dominance. Quality epic. Requirement: wind, fire, thunder, ice. Total elemental damage exceeding 100 points. All elements no longer conflict and can be released simultaneously. All element resistances 20. All element attack power increased by 100. All element status effect efficacy increased by 100. Each time an elemental skill is released, elemental forces resonate with each other, triggering an additional dominant state. Lasts up to 1 second per trigger, stacking up to 20 layers. Dominance increases elemental damage by 1, status effect efficacy by 1. A passive skill unrestricted by class. Lin Ye's heart leaped with joy. Skills developed by his own ally were simply the most practical. Wonderful. But there was one issue. Lin Ye said somewhat awkwardly. I'm a bowman and haven't even changed class yet. Plus requiring so much elemental power. I couldn't possibly accumulate it all even after my second evolution. Avarinia looked at him deeply, a glint flashing in her eyes. But your intelligence attribute is exceptionally high. You can learn arcane aura. Lin Ye was slightly taken aback. I'm not a mage nor an arcanist. Can I still learn such specialized aura skills? Others might not be able to. Avarinia's lips curved into a proud smile. But if I step in, there'll be no problem. Come. With that, she took Lin Ye's hand, and with a flash of spatial movement, they appeared atop the tower in an instant. What stood here were books imbued with profound magical auras, as well as tomes entwined with arcane secret runes. There weren't many books, but each one appeared to be her cherished collection, precious beyond measure. The two walked to the center. Unlike the glowing manuscripts surrounding them, the largest table at the center held something entirely different, a tattered, incomplete, ancient book with corroded pages. Even the cover suggested low quality. From that forgotten eternal empire, a tome that has temporarily mastered the secret of time. This is the secret behind my becoming an arcane master in just a few short years. Avarinia showed no reluctance in sharing her greatest secret. Ordinary adventurers can also learn cross-class auras, but it requires immense attributes as well as tireless effort, research, experimentation, and trial before achieving a balanced state. Otherwise, once the aura is activated, mana immediately becomes chaotic and all skills become unusable. Now you have the attributes. All that remains is tireless effort. Avarinia opened the pages and formed an arcane seal with both hands, chanting complex incantations simultaneously. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The surrounding book pages fluttered all at once, and Avarinia's fine hair danced in a windless breeze. Time barrier activate. Silence. In an instant, everything around them seemed frozen in place. The pages of books ceased their turning, the hourglass stilled at this very moment, and only Avarinia's silken tresses drifted gently downward. Time stop. Lin Ye himself possessed temporal abilities as well, though those were not skills he had learned, but rather abilities granted by his equipment. Relative stasis. Avarinia turned her head and smiled. Drawing upon the ancient spatial formation of this tower, using the Empire's time codex as a conduit, and consuming vast quantities of time crystals, only then can this relative stasis barrier be formed. I have studied and researched here for 3 years, which equates to roughly 300 years outside. Unfortunately, the codex is not a complete edition, and the barrier it forms is likewise imperfect. It can only be used for learning and mastering knowledge and cannot grant attribute enhancements through cultivation as described in the ancient scrolls. Lin Ye murmured to himself. Even if it were merely for study, this was still utterly monstrous. For arcanists who required vast accumulations of knowledge, and learning this place was akin to a cheat in existence itself. Let us make haste. The time crystals excavated from the ruins. I now have scarcely any left, enough to sustain us for merely a few days. Avienia's words were cut short as the crystal in Lin Ye's hand pressed against her. Why you? Where did you obtain these time crystals? Lin Ye smiled faintly and countered. Is this sufficient now? If there are several dozen, that would suffice to endure for a month, more than enough. Avienia had not finished speaking when she beheld Lin Ye continuing to produce even more time crystals. I'll see this. This many. Enough, truly enough. Lin Ye handed her the remaining several hundred crystals still in his grasp. Worthless trinkets. Take them and play with them as you will. And not worthless. Avienia could not help but draw a sharp breath, her deep, fathomless eyes brimming with astonishment. You have no idea. I have been offering 10,000 gold coins apiece these past few years, seeking to purchase them, yet received scarcely any. The output of these crystals is exceedingly scarce. The nearby nations harbor virtually no creatures that possess them. To obtain them in vast quantities, one would likely have to break through the boundaries of time and space, venturing into the temporal maelstrom, seeking the origins of the eternal empire's rise, that star sea lost within time. It is exceedingly perilous. Even a supreme arcanist once trapped within the temporal maelstrom would face 9 deaths and but 1 life. Even the star sea is known to you. Lin Ye was genuinely somewhat taken aback this time. You are remarkably well informed. However, the place you sought to acquire them was likely incorrect. Were you to spread word more widely, perhaps I could part with a few. Avienia smiled gracefully, leaning forward to grasp Lin Ye's hand, her tone almost coquettish. Arcanists are perpetually destitute. So many crystals, I truly cannot afford them. As she spoke, Avienia's figure inclined slightly forward, her eyes gently closing as she pressed close her slender lips, landing in the softest kiss. Mua. Payment successful. Lin Ye was instantly speechless. This is excessive. Consider the bond between us. Sworn companions through life and death. How could I possibly accept payment from you? Moreover, when I sought items from you earlier, did I once mention money? Truly, wealth. It would only tarnish this hard-won and noble friendship of ours. Lin Ye was contemplating how to enlighten this great arcanist when Avienia suddenly declared, Very well, remove your clothing. Thump. Lin Ye's heart jolted. What do you mean? Good heavens. I regarded you as a brother, yet you covet my body. Avienia's expression remained utterly composed. To learn the arcane halo, one must disrobe to learn. Lin Ye asked with furrowed brows. Certainly. Relying on yourself to study, you might achieve minor mastery after a decade here, perhaps discern a single halo within 10 years. To fully comprehend the halos of all 4 elements, one would require at least a century or more. But if I employ the arcane arts of antiquity, transferring the secret sigils I have mastered unto you, you shall grasp it within merely a few days. While your reasoning is remarkably sound, Lin Ye trusted her completely, for the loss would not be his own. What had he to fear? No, don't leave anything. What are you being shy about? Avienia knit her brows, so anxious she nearly leapt into action herself. Fine. I'll do it myself. Lin Ye conceded. Then, Avienia unfastened her arcane robe, and Lin Ye was rendered speechless once more. The secret sigils are upon my person. How shall I present them to you otherwise? Avienia stated with perfect earnestness. Very well. Lin Ye chose to believe her once more. The next instant, Avienia advanced with graceful steps, her arms encircling Lin Ye's shoulders as the two pressed closely together. This truly isn't improper. It is precisely as such. The ancient scrolls record it thus. Do not move about. This is my first time employing it as well. Should something go awry, we may very well both perish. Avienia's expression turned solemn. She appeared not to be jesting. Very well. I shall place my trust in you one final time. Before him, starlight shimmered and danced within Avienia's eyes, while from her lips intricate incantations flowed forth in hushed tones. Immediately thereafter, radiance of arcane sigils bloomed forth from within her, coalescing into arcane rings imbued with the profound mysteries of the arcanist's craft. Their number was staggering. Beyond the readily discernible 4 elemental varieties, there existed countless others Lin Ye could not even identify. A typical arcanist master may master a single arcane halo per 300 points of intellect. Other professions require even more. Every 1,000 points of intellect grants but 1 arcane halo. Therefore, this is not something unattainable, but rather a pursuit of tremendous difficulty, demanding vast investment. Lin Ye glanced at his status panel. Is there any intellect type equipment? I am still a few points short. Should I supplement it? Yes. Awaken handed him a ring. Intellect is a hard requirement. Without sufficient intellect, even if learned, it cannot be wielded. Lin Ye examined the ring. Legendary grade excellent attributes comparable to that intellect gem, both offering percentage-based enhancements. He slipped it onto his finger. His intellect immediately surged to approximately 6,000 points. Very well, let us begin. Leave it to me, and whatever you do, do not move. With a gentle push from Awaken's hands, Lin Ye tumbled backward. Then as she drew a deep breath and formed arcane seals with her hands, her body began to slowly descend as well. Awaken's brow furrowed slightly, her jade-white teeth gently pressing upon her slender lips. Damn! Lin Ye inwardly cried out that he had been thoroughly duped. This truly isn't proper, is it? Buzz! A ring of flame unfurled from within her, revolving about the two of them. Lin Ye was stunned. He had truly misjudged her. This was indeed correct. The next instant, Lin Ye felt his entire being enveloped by searing flames, but the heat swiftly gave way to coolness. For at that very moment the frost ring unfurled with a resonant hum. Thereafter, wind blades then lightning were awakened in succession. Electrifying, Lin Ye was simultaneously enveloped by the forces of the four great elements. Wind coiling, thunder swirling, ice and fire intertwining. That sensation was truly beyond all words, a feeling he had never experienced in this lifetime. Gradually his entire being sank utterly and irrevocably into it. Meanwhile, under the augmentation of Awaken's arcane incantations, the elemental rings of power began their slow descent, transferring step by step onto Lin Ye, inscribing upon his being the secret sigils of the arcane arts. An indeterminate span of time passed. A notification chime roused Lin Ye from his reverie. Ding! You have acquired the legendary skill Arcane Flame Halo. Does this also count as a reward? Lin Ye chose quality. Ding! You have acquired the epic skill Arcane Blazing Flame Ring. He opened the panel. Arcane Blazing Flame Ring. Quality epic. Requirement 1000 intelligence attribute reserved. Level 1. Active skill. Cost 100 mana per second. Unfurl the arcane halo, granting yourself and surrounding allies 1000 fire damage. Fire damage increased by an additional 100. Halo influence range increased by 100. Burn effect increased by 100. Burn duration increased by 100. Success. The moment Lin Ye's excitement flared, Awaken immediately reacted. The furrow between her brows deepened as an expression of strain spread across her countenance. My apologies, that was unintentional. Lin Ye regained his composure. The crease between Awaken's brows gradually eased. It was evident that even for one of her caliber, executing such heaven-defying arcana was an endeavor of extraordinary difficulty. Sigh. A soft lament escaped Lin Ye's heart, tinged with remorse. How could I ever have doubted her? How could she possibly have deceived me? She is a confidant worthy of entrusting one's very life and death. Next, the second halo transferred. Lin Ye defaulted to quality selection. Ding! You have acquired the epic skill Arcane Extreme Cold Ice Ring. Arcane Extreme Cold Ice Ring. Quality epic. Requirement 1000 intelligence attribute reserved. Level 1. Active skill. Cost 100 mana per second. Unfurl the arcane halo, granting yourself and surrounding allies 1000 frost damage. Frost damage increased by an additional 100. Halo influence range increased by 100. Slow effect increased by 100. Slow duration increased by 100. Once more, the third. Arcane Piercing Wind Ring. Quality epic. Requirement 1000 intelligence attribute reserved. Level 1. Active skill. Cost 100 mana per second. Unfurl the arcane halo, granting yourself and surrounding allies 1000 wind blade damage. Wind blade damage increased by an additional 100. Halo influence range increased by 100. Bleed effect increased by 100. Bleed duration increased by 100. The last one. Arcane Furious Thunder Ring. Quality epic. Requirement 1000 intelligence attribute reserved. Level 1. Active skill. Cost 100 mana per second. Unfurl the arcane halo, granting yourself and surrounding allies 1000 lightning damage. Lightning damage increased by an additional 100. Halo influence range increased by 100. Electrified effect increased by 100. Electrified duration increased by 100. Phew. Lin Ye exhaled a long breath. At last all were complete. All four elemental halos comprehended, and every one of them epic grade. Even at level 1 the damage output was already remarkably formidable. 4,000 points. Doubled to 8,000 points. Once he later mastered Elemental Dominion, it would double again, reaching 1600 points. Setting aside any equipment enhancements, a mere level 1 skill delivering over 10,000 base damage. This was the sole province of hidden magic system classes like the Arcanist. Lin Ye was an archer. After his second advancement, he too possessed elemental passive skills, yet both their effects and attributes fell vastly short when compared to the arcane halos. The Arcanist, a hidden class within eternity that barely qualifies as hidden. It is hidden because its potency is sufficient. It is not hidden because everyone knows how to advance into it. The crux lies here. Even if you knew you would never choose to advance, the difficulty stands as an immovable barrier. Any magic skill you can learn with a single glance, but Arcana truly demands the study of countless tomes, the grind of research and practice before mastery can be attained. Many people faced with the finest manuals in reality refuse to study them. Now within a game, even were the most supreme arcane treatises placed before them, players still would not deign to read. To speak plainly, Awaken's tower housed so very many tomes. Were they all epic grade, or even mythic skills? And were she to inform Lin Ye he could learn them, and were she willing to instruct him at his side? Lin Ye still would not wish to learn them. Who knows how many years such study would demand? By the time I mastered them, would the game itself have already shuttered its doors? Enough. Let us keep things simple. The present method serves splendidly, most convenient indeed. Skills she has already mastered transferred directly over. A thoroughly free acquisition. Arcane termination. Awaken's body swayed, and she collapsed straight into Lin Ye's arms. Are you alright? Don't move. I am simply suffering some mana exhaustion. Awaken murmured softly into his ear. Still cannot move? Lin Ye inquired, perplexed. A faint flush suffused Awaken's cheeks as she nestled her head into Lin Ye's shoulder and gently took his earlobe between her teeth. Grant me a moment's respite, and then come again. Will you not? Well? Lin Ye stiffened momentarily, finally grasping the situation. Is this operational procedure of yours truly in compliance with regulations? Of course, Awaken's voice breathed softly against his ear. The forbidden technique chronicled in ancient arcane texts permits through this particular method the extraction of an arcanist's cultivated rings of power, whilst resulting in the arcanist's demise. However, I never obtained the original manuscript. I merely inferred through fragmentary remnants the possibility of a positive transfer. Today I attempted it, and the matter is largely sound. Merely the consumption proved greater than anticipated. Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, Goodness gracious, this of yours is plainly an ancient dark art, is it not? Wherein lies the darkness? Awaken protested with a petulant hum. Arcana itself is the exploration of the world's fundamental mysteries. Righteousness and darkness reside solely within the practitioner's nature and methods. This technique harms no life, nay it aids others. How could it possibly be classified as a dark art? Conversely speaking, were even the most elementary fireball to be wielded for slaughtering the innocent, for massacring commoners, would it then be deemed righteous? Very well, very well. As expected of the Arcanist Academy, such erudition runs truly deep, and the theories from those lips flow in perfectly constructed sequences. Lin Ye could not out-argue her, but he could outdo her in other ways. The first half has concluded, now commences the second half. Within the barrier, undisturbed by the outside world, Lin Ye had no sense of time, only knowing that Awaken truly could not endure any longer. Fortunately, this was merely a game. Were it reality, he would likely have perished first. Strong attributes. Truly formidable. Swift attack speed. That was simply invincible. Of course, the special effects from Lin Ye's own equipment were indeed extraordinarily powerful. Even Avinia, an archmage at the pinnacle of legend, a level 200 awakened being, could not withstand his successive assaults, and had long since begun begging for mercy. He retrieved the Stardew. Slowly he fed it to her. Avinia recovered at a visible pace, her snow-white skin once again blooming with a translucent luster. Lin Ye silently marveled. A level 200 pinnacle legend, a fully awakened constitution, was truly extraordinary. Even for an arcanist, renowned for their fragility, their constitution appeared to improve dramatically. Were his attributes not stronger, the outcome of this encounter would have been uncertain. Are you feeling better? Avinia smiled sweetly, her arms naturally reaching out to embrace him. The cultivation of the arcane ring is exceedingly difficult, yet it possesses a higher ceiling. At level 25, then enhanced by gems to level 31, its potency is formidable even without the amplification of talent. Of course, if one could acquire epic equipment of the arcane series, the enhancement would be even greater. The issue now lies not in skills, but in class advancement. Help me examine this first. Lin Ye produced the ancient arrow and handed it over. This is... Avinia was somewhat astonished. This is a relic from the ancient era, originating from an archer, and it remains sealed. This likely corresponds to a ruins that has never appeared before, one that possesses a certain inheritance. Sniff, sniff. Avinia brought the tip of her nose closer. Such a peculiar scent of blood lingering even to this day, without dissipating, and not even the seal can suppress it. blood-possessing divinity. Certainly, this arrowhead must have wounded a mythical tier existence. Avinia's heart trembled violently, her delicate frame quivering in kind. Excitement. Do you know what this means? During the war-torn era of antiquity, mythical tier beings truly participated, with even the possibility of deities descending directly into battle. This is the most compelling evidence against those atheists. Atheists, in a fantasy world. Nevertheless, Lin Ye harbored no interest in such matters, merely asking, "The key is where the ruins are. If I cannot find them, and thus cannot obtain the inheritance, does that mean I can never advance my class?" Not necessarily. Inheritance classes generally have no such restrictions. You may undertake the second or third advancement whenever you wish. Avinia fell into contemplation, cradling the arrowhead. According to the histories of the ancient wars I have compiled, there were few wielders of the bow who possessed sufficient strength, and even fewer who wounded mythical tier beings. Where did you acquire this? Lin Ye answered directly, "A starter village." Then it must be an inheritance of a human archer. Avinia rose, walked to a nearby bookshelf, retrieved a hefty ancient tome, and then extracted a map of the continent. Observe. Initially, the battles in which human powerhouses participated were largely confined to this region. Yet one who wielded a bow and wounded a mythical being must have fought in a decisive engagement. Avinia's finger indicated two locations on the map. One lies on the border between the Empire and the Kingdom, Gale Canyon. The other is considerably farther. One must journey north, traverse 100,000 li, cross the necropolis, and reach the Snow Domain to seek clues within the territories of the Winter Kingdom. How professional! Lin Ye cast an approving gaze. After a moment's deliberation, he declared, "Gale Canyon is not terribly distant, roughly 2,000 kilometers. If I find no clues there, I can conveniently proceed to the kingdom to advance my class along the way." To the kingdom? Avinia's expression immediately betrayed reluctance. Furrowing her brow, she said, "Are you worried about the earlier trouble?" But it was clearly Count Colorin who was at fault first. "Don't worry, I will certainly explain everything to the city lord." Lin Ye considered. Minus 3,000 faction reputation points. Was there truly any room for explanation? However, Lin Ye did not wish to refuse her. "Very well, give it a try first. I will argue my case with every justification," Avinia declared resolutely. "Ah yes." Lin Ye recalled the letter that had dropped from the Count, and promptly produced it. "Take a look at this. Can you decrypt it?" Avinia took it and examined it, a brow arching slightly, an exceedingly sophisticated spatial chain seal. Opening it triggers the holder on the other end. Should the passphrase fail to match, it will self-destruct instantly. But now, Avinia condensed an arcane key at her fingertip and inserted it directly into the letter's wax seal. Now that we are within a temporal barrier, its spatial chain seal is nullified. We may simply open it directly. The letter unfurled. Shadow Group has arrived at Gale Canyon. Shall we proceed according to plan? Only a single sentence. Without beginning or end. Lin Ye, for his part, could make nothing of it. But Avinia fell into deep contemplation. What plan could there possibly be at Gale Canyon? Could they have also discovered the ruins there? Lin Ye's brow furrowed sharply. "That's unacceptable. I'm leaving first." "Wait." Avinia seized Lin Ye's arm. "There's no need to rush. If it is indeed an inheritance ruins, they lack any object akin to this arrowhead as a key. Even should they locate it, they cannot unseal it. Moreover, the Colorin family has never been particularly zealous in such matters. Even if they did make a discovery, at most they would invest some gold and manpower from behind. Professional excavations still must be entrusted to us or the Mages Association. But this time they have contacted the notoriously infamous Shadow Group." Hiss. Avinia's pupils contracted sharply. Princess Isolde's delegation concluded its visit to the Empire just a few days ago. Calculating the timeline, they should be traversing Gale Canyon in the coming days, returning to the Moonshadow Kingdom. The Shadow Group appearing there could not possibly be for protection. Then it must be assassination. Why? The peace accord between the two nations has endured for nearly 300 years. Both sides are deeply content with the current state. There is no reason to. Ding. You have uncovered the Colorin family's assassination plot. You may choose between two quest directions. 1. Conceal the information and aid the Colorin family. 222. I choose 2. Lin Ye was exasperated. Does this quest system not know my reputation with the Colorin family? How could it even present such an option? Ding. You have accepted a new quest. Rescue Princess Isolde, journey to Gale Canyon, and thwart the Shadow Group's assassination plot. Objective: Princess Isolde 01. Reward: unknown. Penalty: none. Lin Ye glanced at the opened letter. It so happens I am bound for Gale Canyon. The specifics will become clear upon arrival. As for this letter, I doubt it proves anything of consequence. After a pause, Lin Ye considered, then asked, "Can you preserve the letter in its current state so they remain unaware of the leak?" It could work, but... A hint of worry flickered through Avinia's eyes. The Shadow Order is infamous across the continent. its ranks filled with criminals bearing the warrant of every nation. Ruthless in method, cunning beyond measure, most of its members have fallen utterly into depravity, taking pride even in the study and wielding of forbidden arts. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh. In a moment, I'll probably be red named too. And isn't the forbidden art just a matter of who's wielding it? If the Shadow Order stopped using them, would that somehow make them good people? A faint blush rose to Avinya's cheeks, and her starlit gaze lingered deeply upon Lin Ye. It's still no. That place is far too dangerous. I'm coming with you. The ruins are labyrinthine. They demand more than brute force, they demand cunning. You can't do this without me. Lin Ye knew she was right. But right now, it hardly seemed appropriate. I just killed Kalrin. When he resurrects, he'll realize the secret letter is missing. If we both vanish at once, even a brain of solid pig ought to deduce the plan has been compromised. He'll most likely abandon it and bide his time for another opening. Avinya, puzzled, isn't abandoning it a good thing? And after he abandons it, do you tail him day and night or send someone to investigate? Lin Ye said bluntly, better to let them carry on with their plan, let it surface, than sweep them up in one clean stroke. Neat and decisive. Avinya understood. Exactly. If they cease to act, a single letter without context is hardly proof enough. From here on, they'd only grow more cautious, and their schemes would grow more monstrous. Schemes. Lin Ye didn't care. He simply wanted the Kalrin family wiped from existence. Mortals enemies from the start, letting them live was a thorn in the eye. But NPCs resurrect just the same. So even if Kalrin died 10,000 times, he'd remain an Earl, still wielding considerable power and influence within the Empire. Before, Lin Ye hadn't devised a way to settle the matter once and for all. But now the answer had presented itself. So long as Kalrin was no longer an Earl, what matter then if he could resurrect endlessly? Avinya laid the letter upon the table. This seal requires confirmation from both sides to break, so it cannot be restored. But here within the time barrier, so long as we maintain it, it will never be deciphered. Saying so, Avinya summoned her robe and led Lin Ye out of the barrier. Yet outside resounded the steady clanking rhythm of marching boots, the sound of steel boots striking stone. Company incoming. With a casual gesture, Avinya cast the scene outside the tower into projection. Lin Ye gaped for a moment. Your magic is rather sophisticated. Avinya did not answer, her expression grave as she watched the projection. The city lord has arrived. Lin Ye followed her gaze. A middle-aged man, clad in armor beneath a resplendent cloak, strode boldly toward the tower, flanked by 2 ranks of soldiers. Master Avinya, my thanks for your assistance in guarding the spy from the Moonshadow Kingdom. Leave the interrogation to me henceforth. A spy. Avinya's face hardened at once, as though she might stride forward to contest the claim. But Lin Ye was quicker, pressing a hand over her mouth and shaking his head gently. Turning the blade is standard fare. And this isn't the Earl at the door, it's the city lord. Every word you add only tilts the outcome further into uncertainty. Avinya, unaccustomed to such grievance, fretted. Then what do we do? I can't actually become a fugitive, can I add? Once things settle, the truth will come to light on its own. Lin Ye was utterly unbothered. But Avinya's eyes welled with tears, and she threw her arms around Lin Ye. I don't care. If you become a fugitive, I'll kill both the city lord and the Earl and become a fugitive with you. Lin Ye nearly burst out laughing. No need for that. Just tell them I ambushed you. You're gravely wounded and unable to receive visitors. Following which, Lin Ye cradled her delicate face in his hands and pressed a long, deep kiss upon her lips. Then, pointing at the window, he grinned. There's no magical barrier here, is there? Avinya, dazed, shook her head. For the interior, none. Until next time. Lin Ye turned to leave, but Avinya pressed a folded paper crane into his palm. Reach out the moment anything happens. Understood. Lin Ye tapped his toe and shattered the glazed window in a single surge. The Empire truly is a rabble of mongrels and curs. If you've the spine, come catch your daddy, ha ha ha. A long howl pierced the sky. Lin Ye exploded into his limit speed, hurtling straight for the outer gates. City Lord Aurelius witnessed the scene, and his countenance darkened to iron. Yet his reflexes were swift. He summoned his aerial mount on the spot and gave chase. Wretched criminal, Emozun, surrender now, and a sliver of hope remains for you. If you refuse, you shall suffer the Empire's most severe punishment, imprisoned in the Everfrost prison until the end of your days. Lin Ye cast a glance over his shoulder. This city lord was clearly no pushover like Earl Kalrin. He possessed genuine strength. He spun midair, drew his bow, and knocked an arrow. Instant casted skill, elemental resonance detonation. Then, 4 elemental burst arrow. Loose. With a thunderous roar, dozens of arrows wreathed in flame, lightning, wind, and frost tore through the long sky of Ostala, hurtling toward the city lord. The players gathered near the association stared dumbstruck. What's happening? Emozun's lost it again. He's actually taking on the city lord? Holy! They're really going at it, this is wild. Damn, the city lord's mount is on fire. No, wait, struck by lightning. Why is it bleeding so much? Good grief, did the city lord just get bodied right out of the gate by Imozun? That's insane. Is Imozun hacking? How are his arrows carrying all 4 elements? I call foul. I'm an elemental mage, and I'm telling you this makes no sense. I'm an archer, and I didn't even complain. What are you a mage griping about? Sit down. Imozun's a real one, though. When the rest of us arrived, we got chewed out by the minter. He could probably chew out the minter from day one. Insolent. Aurelius gazed upon his wounded lion eagle and the coils of paralytic lightning serpents wreathing about him layered in searing flame, and his fury erupted like a volcano. Imozun, how dare you defy the might of the Empire? I, Aurelius, swear it here. For the honor of the Empire, you shall be bound upon the block and beheaded 100 times over. Boom. A thunderclap split the heavens without warning. In the blink of an eye, the entire city of Ostala was swallowed beneath a canopy of storm clouds. The citywide barrier. Activate. Then Aurelius drew forth a horn. Toot, toot, toot. The low, mournful call of the horn set against the looming black clouds jolted the city's people to attention. What's happening? War. No word of orcs marching on us. An arrest. Who? You're saying the city lord got wounded by a fugitive, and now the whole city's after them. That can't be. Which fugitive warrants enough face to trigger the citywide barrier? Far away, the watchtower. Earl Corrin sat at a table flanked by his guards, lifted a cup of chilled red tea, and sipped it in fine spirits. Picking a fight with me. You'll die without ever knowing how. Gray inquired at his side. My lord Earl, shall we call off the operation across the way? No need. A smug smile curled at Corrin's lips. Just some clueless country bumpkin. He got lucky, awakened a decent talent, and now dreams of ascending in a single bound. Pity. His dream ends today. Spread the word. The plan stands unchanged. The Astra Empire, Minuan Province. A vast caravan stretched for several miles, creeping slowly along the central road. The knights flanking it on both sides were clad in Black Star armor, mounted upon dark cloud golden beasts, their presence radiating an extraordinary formidable aura. The Imperial Guard, composed entirely of experts beyond the Third Awakening. Their mission this time: escort Princess Isolde to the Gale Canyon. Brother Colin, the legends say that every princess of the Moon Shadow Kingdom is a star descended from the heavens. The innate gifts they possess harbor mystical powers beyond mortal comprehension, powers that even the saints themselves cannot rival. Take this Princess Isolde, for instance. She is said to bear the gift of curses and prophecy. I wanted to ask. Colin wore a star-shaped helm that concealed his features, but the pair of eyes beneath gleamed with resolute sharpness. Do not ask what should not be asked. So-called prophecy and divination are but fleeting legends, vague as mist. As His Majesty's personal guards, we need only believe in courage and magic, nothing more. At the same moment, within the luxurious carriage at the center of the procession, drawn by 4 golden pterodragons, Princess Isolde lounged in a loose silk robe, her feet tucked beneath her, in indolent comfort, her hands idly shuffling a deck of tarot cards. Your Highness, at our current pace, by the time we reach the Gale Canyon, night will have fallen. Shall I order the convoy to accelerate? A guard's voice sounded from outside. No need. Maintain this pace and continue onward. Princess Isolde replied casually. However, her handmaiden Ella appeared visibly tense, nay, distinctly anxious. Your Highness, this is far too reckless of you. Knowing an ambush awaits, you ought to protect yourself. Even if we cannot rush the crossing, we should at least summon the Blue Moon Guard to receive us on the other side of the canyon. You don't understand. A sweet smile curved upon Princess Isolde's lips. I am creating an opportunity for the enemy, an opportunity for him, and most importantly, an opportunity for myself. There it is again. Ella had grown so weary of such words that calluses had practically formed upon her ears. 3 years, Your Highness. 3 full years now. Does this dream night of yours even exist? You must remember. Several times prior your prophecies failed entirely. Slap. Isolde drew a tarot card at random and pressed it to her palm. She turned it over. It was the Knight of Cups. See, my knight is most likely already on his way. Ella could not help but roll her eyes. Considering your track record, even if this prophecy proves true, what if some mishap delays him? What if he arrives too late? Slap. Princess Isolde drew another tarot card. She turned it over. It was the Wheel of Fortune reversed. You fail to comprehend. This is the entanglement of destiny, the crossroads of fate. This time I shall not be mistaken. Ella tilted her head in utter exasperation. Isolde paid her no heed, drawing the final tarot card for herself. She turned it over. It was unmistakably the Death card. Ah, Ella shrieked in alarm. Princess, look. Didn't I tell you this was perilous? Before the outcomes were merely unfavorable, but now, even death has appeared. Isolde's brow furrowed slightly. The Death card is indeed a first. It has never appeared before. But, is it not possible that precisely because the danger is so great he will come? Ella nearly collapsed on the spot. Your Highness, won't you consider yourself for a moment? You are the one in the gravest danger, are you not? Russell. Isolde set down her tarot cards, allowing them to scatter at her feet, while a confident smile played upon her lips. Death may be an ending, or perhaps a beginning. So, pay no heed to such trifles. Trust in the designs of fate. She's gone mad. Ella was convinced her princess had lost her senses entirely. Past prophecies had been hit or miss at best. When reading fortunes for others, she always proclaimed that fate was never absolute, that whether a prophecy came true depended upon whether one seized the initiative. Yet now, she was wagering her very own life, knowingly facing mortal peril, yet still obstinately plunging forward. Perhaps this too counts as seizing the initiative. But might she be seizing it a bit too eagerly? The imperial capital Astra. Rumble, rumble. Dark clouds churned as lightning crackled and thunder roared. Surely it isn't aiming to strike me. Lin Ye gazed at the thunderclouds before him, sensing that something was decidedly amiss. Aurelius hovered across the sky, a single hand raised in accusation. Wanted criminal demon venerate Lin. Submit yourself to the Empire's judgment. Whoosh. The entire city was instantly illuminated by blinding radiance. A bolt of lightning burst forth from the dark clouds, cleaving across the firmament, in an instant crashing down upon the mortal realm. Time shift. Lin Ye's speed was extraordinary, and he possessed ample confidence in it. But he was not so confident as to believe he could outpace lightning itself. Shifting through time, he watched as the lightning bolt, bearing the majestic wrath of heaven and earth, struck down before him. A mere afterimage, shattered into fragments amid the thunderous brilliance. Hiss. This was Lin Ye's first encounter with being struck by lightning. He had never imagined the force would prove so catastrophically immense. He wondered whether the lightning within the eternal realm truly burned fiercer. However, now with several thousand meters still separating him from the city gates, failure to act swiftly would spell genuine peril. Ding. You have become a wanted criminal of the Astra Empire. Your affinity with Aurelius has decreased by 300 points. Relationship mortal enemy. Your affinity within the city of Astra has decreased by 300 points. Relationship mortal enemy. Thanks for the heads up. A smirk curled at the corner of Lin Ye's lips as he beheld the crimson relationships before him. Mortal enemies upon mortal enemies. Nothing but mortal enemies. Since they were all mortal enemies, anyway, he need not hold back any longer. He drew the Wraithsong bow. The 4 elemental forces contained within trembled beneath his dominion. Loose. Boom rumble. The instant the thunder roared, the arrows in Lin Ye's hands transformed into a tempestuous storm that descended upon the city. In a heartbeat, the buildings, the players, the NPCs throughout the city, all were utterly engulfed by this elemental deluge of wind, fire, ice, and thunder. However, the pursuing guards below and the city lord hovering in the skies above, these were the targets upon whom Lin Ye focused his greatest attention. Bang, 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 bang. The devastating barrage pinned the city guards in place, leaving many gravely wounded by the onslaught. Fury blazed in Aurelius's eyes. As city lord, he once more raised his hand in wrath toward the thunderclouds. Judgment. With time shift at his disposal, Lin Ye naturally emerged unscathed. Only, in the eyes of all who witnessed, the lightning had struck him directly, yet left him utterly untouched. Holy! The demon venerate is an absolute monster. Heaven's justice descended, divine thunderbolt struck him down, and he isn't even dead. Goodness gracious! The entire main city guard mobilized, the city lord himself holding the line, the magic formations activated. Everything that should have been deployed was deployed, and still they couldn't handle him. You call this a newbie? A first awakening? Give me a legendary tier player, and let's see if they can walk out of here alive. Amid the torrential elemental rain, the players chose not to panic. First, they pulled out their phones to film a video. Meanwhile, certain content streamers went live without hesitation. The demon venerate wreaks havoc in the Empire, carving a path from the southern heavenly gate all the way to Panglai West Road. Shocking. How could the mighty imperial capital fail to apprehend a single wanted criminal? 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 1,000 meters. Lin Ye carved his way through the defensive line amid flashing bolts and rolling thunder, the city gate nearly within his grasp. Aurelius sneered coldly from the heavens above. Foolish wretch. The last fool who dared to cause trouble in an imperial city was an awakener at the peak of legend. What do you even amount to? Ha ha ha. Would you care to know his fate? Prepare to die. Once you reach the frozen prison, you can ask his frozen skull yourself whether he ever came to regret it. Aurelius did not summon the thunderclouds again. Instead, he merely watched as Lin Ye charged toward the city gate. The distance, drawing ever closer. 500 meters. 300 meters. 100 meters. Suppression magic. With a sharp bark from Aurelius, a burst of resplendent magical radiance erupted near the city gate. At the same moment, Lin Ye's body, hurtling ahead at blinding speed, was frozen in place. Time shift. Lin Ye shattered the binding spell, yet he still could not advance a single step. It was as though an invisible wall stood before him, tangible to the touch, yet utterly impassable. Spatial magic. Lin Ye's eyes flickered, and he immediately drew out the spatial locator from his pack to examine it. As I suspected, it really is spatial magic. Huh, then you've picked the perfect target. In the very next instant, Lin Ye with the unhurried gait of a leisurely stroll walked straight through the spatial barrier. What a... Aurelius nearly bulged his eyeballs from their sockets at the sight. That was spatial magic. Even if the Archmage Avinia herself came, she couldn't traverse it so effortlessly, could she? You can counter space with space. You can also counter space with special equipment. But to simply stroll through it as if taking a Sunday walk, is that even reasonable? Spatial magic. The aristocrat among all magics. The sovereign. A magic that subjugates every other magic. And now, spatial magic has been shattered with barely a thought, without so much as lifting a hand. Impossible. This must be an illusion. Aurelius refused to accept such an outcome, nor could he conceive that anyone was capable of it. There was only one explanation. He had fallen prey to an illusion. Yes, Mo Tianzuan, being a wanted fugitive, must surely have mastered certain forbidden arts, certain vile illusion techniques. But you are mistaken. I, Aurelius, as city lord, shall suppress you even while shrouded in illusion. Activate the defensive magic formation. Fire at will. Clack, clack, clack. The magical mechanisms along the city walls unfurled. From within each dark, gaping maw the cannon muzzles swiveled, and in the blink of an eye locked onto Lin Ye. Dozens of mana-powered cannons flared to life with an azure brilliance. Boom. Lin Ye's figure flickered. He streaked past the ramparts as the magical barrage behind him erupted into pillars of fire that pierced the sky. He turned. A roguish smile curling at the corner of his lips, Lin Ye's gaze swept across the garrison within the city and Aurelius himself. Though he uttered not a single word. The city's garrison, and Aurelius along with them, felt the naked provocation reverberate through every fiber. Damnable wretch. What are you all standing there for? Pursue him. Aurelius roared as he streaked toward the city gate. However, Lin Ye had no time to spare for his games. A flicker of his form, and he had already dissolved into trails of afterimages vanishing beyond the city walls. Adventurers Guild. Through the projection, Avinia watched Lin Ye depart unscathed and finally exhaled in relief. She turned her head, and suddenly recalled. If the Korin family sought to assassinate the kingdom's princess, why did they come to me to research forbidden summoning magic? What on earth are they scheming? Meanwhile, Lin Ye sprinted over 1,000 li in one stretch. Rather than heading to the Gale Canyon, he returned to the beginner village. The Forgotten Lands. The time shift gloves were running low on durability and needed repairs. Moreover, even after repairs, Lin Ye had no intention of setting out again. The mission's difficulty was far too great. It relied almost entirely on the time shift gloves. Without ample supplies, charging in recklessly and dying to some unforeseen mishap would be utterly disgraceful. Under normal circumstances, dying would be of little consequence. After all, this wasn't the Forgotten Lands. But Lin Ye now bore the infamous red name. Should he fall, his gear would suffer tremendous damage, and if he lost the time shift gloves, the loss would be catastrophic. No rush. Wait a while. In a few hours, I'll open the instance, grind some proficiency, and harvest some crops from the Star Tower along the way to stock up supplies. As for the princess, it all depends on whether fate is kind enough to favor her. After all, if I hadn't happened to accept this quest, she was destined for death one way or another. Time to log off. There's nothing left for me in the Forgotten Lands. The beach is swarming with players. Going back to steal their mobs would be utterly pointless. Achoo. Far away in the Mingyuan province, Isolde suddenly sneezed. Is it him? It must be him. Isolde scrunched her nose in delight, a sweet smile blooming at the corners of her lips. See, he's already thinking of me. He must know I'm in danger. Right now. He must be rushing over here in an absolute panic, right? Ella had no words. Her two shrewd little eyes darted furtively about, scanning their surroundings. Should danger appear, immediate flight was unquestionably the wisest course. Meanwhile, across the forums and Douyin, videos of Mo Tianzuan single-handedly challenging the Austera garrison were everywhere. Badass. I thought Mo Tianzuan was only devastating on the offensive. Turns out his defense is also invincible. Cheater. Motherf, he's definitely running invincibility hacks. Can someone survive a main city's magic formation bombardment? Dodging. Get lost. Drag a legendary assassin over here and ask him if he can dodge a magic formation's locked on Thunderstrike. It's got to be invincibility, gotta be hacks. I want to report him. This cheater's already ruining my gaming experience. I'm jealous. Don't worry, no need to panic. Mo Tianzuan has been wanted by the Empire. Highest bounty, 1 million gold coins, 100,000 merit points, plus a villa in Austera. Tisk, the Empire really is sparing no expense this time. With 100,000 merit points, you could snag a respectable post in the main city, and a fairly high-ranking one at that. If your reputation is high enough, you might even land a noble title within the Empire. Kill Mo Tianzuan, and it's an instant ticket to the top. Forgotten Lands. Bian Yurong hung up on headquarters, her mind awash with exasperation. Has this guy gone mad? Is antagonizing the Empire part of his quest? He just left the beginner village and already has the reddest red name possible. Who plays the game like this? Infuriating. Bian Yurong couldn't locate him anywhere now. Looking at the Star Tower contribution rankings, she was indeed in first place. But star coins out in the market had become nearly impossible to procure. Some are hoarding. Some are cornering the market. Others are driving up the prices. With only 4 days left in the week after this frenzy of price speculation, that S-rank talent scroll might get bid up to 100 billion, wouldn't it? Have these people all gone insane? Bian Yurong no longer dared speak of buying them all out. She could only grind in silence. Grind through sheer brute force. Eternity. Talon ruins. Winnie, how many times have we failed now? The 7th. Xkaz casually closed the video of Mo Tianzuan, unable to suppress a laugh. How amusing. Here I am competing against a cheat of fraud. Notify the Legion. Next round returns to normal difficulty. We must clear it. Winnie, notebook in hand, reminded him from the side. This time, Mo Tianzuan has thoroughly offended the Astra Empire, the most populous region among the Huaxia players. Once he's forced to leave, players from other faction territories likely won't tolerate him either. This person will find it very hard to develop further, but his forgotten lands are extremely important. Take a look at this. These are the materials sent over. Time crystals, void crystals, both exceedingly rare and high-end materials. Xkaz cast a glance over them. The Forgotten Lands may appear to operate under open rules, but in truth, there's still a monopoly, an absolute monopoly on materials. Get in touch with the other guilds. For high-end core materials like these, we must secure complete control in our own hands. Inside the room, Lin Ye scrolled through his phone messages. Zhou Heng, bro, I'm about to leave the newbie village. Want to go to the Demon Lord's realm of forgetting. They say the most lucrative grind spots are there right now. Huh. Lin Ye thought for a beat, then typed. I'd love to grind too, but I haven't left the newbie village yet. That NG club you know about, right? Zhou Heng know it. The school beauty's older sister runs it. Now they've even got control over the realm of forgetting. Talk about riding the wave. I'm so jealous. Lin Ye, I've got some connections over there. Go submit a membership application, have them carry you through the runs. It's just a few thousand in loans. You'll earn it back in a single day. The next second, Zhou Heng's video call came slamming in. Yo, you little punk, spit it out honestly. Are you the Demon Lord? Of course not. Lin Ye rubbed his brow. Of course I'm not the Demon Lord. I am the Demon Lord. You still want to spin that yarn? Zhou Heng fumed. The day before yesterday, the class group chat posted photos of you and the school beauty holding hands shopping, and I swore on my life, it was absolutely impossible. And now you have the nerve to tell me you've got connections at ANG. Wow, so the honest-faced boy can actually lie now. Tell me, where'd you get those connections? Admit it. You bagged the school beauty, didn't you? Damn it. I'd much rather you were the Demon Lord invincible under heaven, but you couldn't just take the school beauty away without even saying a word, could you? The brothers are harboring deep grudges, you feel me. Lin Ye waited for him to finish, then said coolly, there's nothing going on. I'm not even that close with the school beauty. He got only halfway through the sentence. Su Wanting suddenly knocked on the door. Lin Ye, are you hungry? I made instant noodles. Want some? Lin Ye froze. Ahem. Hold on a sec. Meanwhile, Zhou Heng sat stunned for a few seconds, then absolutely lost it. Holy SHD. That was Su Wanting just now, right? The school beauty, right? Nobody else could sound like that. What did she just say? She made something for you to eat. I really deserve to die. I was actually defending you in the group chat, and in the end. Turns out I'm the clown here. Lin Ye fought hard to suppress the upward curl of his lips, and tried earnestly, actually. Is there any chance everything you just heard was a hallucination? Holy SHD, you shameless Demon Lord. You still dare to talk your way out. Zhou Heng rolled his eyes. Am I blind? That apartment behind you is decorated more lavishly than a damn 5-star hotel. Ahem. Lin Ye straightened his face. Bro, you know me. Hello. Hello. TCH, my signal's cutting out. Remember to report to ANG, don't forget. Hello. Click. The video call ended. Lin Ye let out a long breath. Even though his identity had been exposed, and it wasn't exactly some grand secret, he still sent Zhou Heng a follow-up message. You can guess whatever you want, but don't go spreading it around. I'm the brother of the Demon Lord himself. When I step outside, I should at least have a legendary weapon, right? Otherwise, it'd be an embarrassment to the great Demon Lord, wouldn't it? Oh, and one more thing. When you marry the school beauty, don't expect a red envelope from me. You deserve to die. Even through the screen, one could feel Zhou Heng gnashing his teeth. Sigh. Lin Ye didn't feel like explaining anymore. This guy was stubborn as a mule, impossible to reason with. He stood up. Su Wanting was bustling about alone in the kitchen. It was plain to see that boiling a pot of instant noodles was already a considerable challenge for her. Lin Ye walked up behind her, breathing in the faint, delicate fragrance drifting from her. The next second, his arm slipped around her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Ah! Su Wanting let out a soft cry. Her beautiful eyes turned, casting him a glance that mingled grievance and coy reproach, and she murmured shyly, "Don't be naughty, the noodles are going to burn." "It's fine. I'll teach you." Lin Ye smiled as he caught her wrist, gently stirring the noodles in the pot. Only worried about being seen, Lin Ye teased in reply. Su Wanting had barely opened her mouth to answer when a sharp sting shot through her earlobe. Her delicate frame trembled, and she melted completely into the broad shoulders holding her. In the pot, the noodles bubbled and gurgled away. Yet Su Wanting's fingers gripping the chopsticks suddenly stiffened, unable to hold on any longer. Clatter! They fell onto the surface. "Don't! Not here!" Click! Lin Ye reached out and turned off the gas stove. Then in a single fluid motion he swept her up into his arms. "The whole school says I carried the school beauty off. This scapegoat, I'm wearing it whether I take it or not. So what do you suggest we do?" Su Wanting buried her cheeks deep into Lin Ye's chest before daring to whisper, "If our classmates weren't wronging you at all." "Ha ha ha." Lin Ye burst out laughing. No, I've truly been framed. But, since I've already been wronged, I ought to find a way to make up for it, don't you think?" Back in the room, facing the school beauty whose face was flushed with shyness, and who had even covered her eyes unable to look at him, Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh. "It can't be that bad, can it? Last time I remember you watched pretty intently. Why, you're lying. Last time you barged in suddenly, I only took one tiny glance, that's all." Su Wanting defended herself. "One glance." Lin Ye pried her hands apart, meeting her clear, limpid eyes. "One glance can mean a lot of things, you know. Staring without even blinking counts as one glance too." That's not true at all." This time Su Wanting's rebuttal came out noticeably weaker, clearly lacking conviction. "Then tell me, what exactly did you see last time?" Su Wanting gazed into Lin Ye's unwavering stare. For a fleeting moment it felt as though his gaze had pierced straight through her pupils and into the very depths of her heart. In an instant, the distance between them vanished entirely. "Anyway, anything worth watching, I saw it all." "Oh." The corner of Lin Ye's mouth quirked up. Just as he was about to speak again, he felt Su Wanting's arms loop around his neck of their own accord, pulling him down. Whoa. Rich fragrance bloomed on every side. Mellow and sweet. Lin Ye took one deep top-tier drag straight to the lungs. Flowers bloomed, the moon dims, a thin mist veils the air, a fragrant blush of shyness parts in a smile. A willow waist drunken and warm leans close. Lin Ye was truly drunk. Time, at this moment, mattered not at all. Lin Ye was in no rush. Not in the slightest rush. "Last time I owed you. This time, I swear I'll make it up to you properly," Lin Ye whispered softly. Su Wanting could only answer with a soft whimper. Just then, crash, the door swung open. The noodles in the kitchen have all burned. The moment Bai Shia stepped inside, she froze completely. "You bastard. You absolute bastard." Bai Shia cursed furiously in her heart, and spun around to retreat, only to meet the sharp, piercing gaze of Lin Ye. Ahem. Bai Shia awkwardly shifted her gaze away. "You're still gaming? I thought you'd gone offline." "Whatever, forget it. I'll eat by myself." A flurry of words to herself. Bai Shia turned to bolt, but Lin Ye pressed a hand firmly against her. Thud. What is he doing? No way, right? Wanting is still. Whoa. Bai Shia's delicate frame shuddered violently, her heart pounding wildly, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Have you lost your mind? Do you even know I'm wantings? I'm hungry. I'm going to eat." Lin Ye sighed. "You? I think your hunger has truly driven you mad." This time Bai Shia was genuinely panicking and hurriedly pleaded. "I'm sorry, my lord, demon lord, I know I've been wrong, I'll never call you happy boy again." "Damn it." A vein pulsed furiously on Lin Ye's forehead. "I said I'm hungry. I'm going to eat." With that, Lin Ye pushed her out and shut the door behind them. As for inside, Su Wanting tumbled around several times by the push, was left burying herself so deep into the blankets, she wanted to vanish into them entirely. Mortifying. "It's over. Sister Bai won't tell mom, will she?" "Ah, Lin Ye. You big idiot. You, why didn't you lock the door?" Boo-hoo. Bai Shia had ordered takeout, which now lay spread across the table. Glancing at the sky, she noted that evening was fast approaching. Lin Ye, having gone an entire day without eating, was genuinely famished. He made quick work of his food. "Did you send people to guard the boss's location, eh?" Bai Shia nodded in confirmation. "I was originally going to invite you for a meal before we started the dungeon, but who would have thought that our esteemed demon sovereign would actually find time amid his busy schedule to steal a few sweet moments." Lin Ye had a lamb leg halfway to his mouth. Now he could neither swallow nor spit it out. Looking at Bai Shuya before him, a nameless fury suddenly surged within his heart. Slap. He set down his bowl. Bai Shuya, seeing his expression as though he could devour a person whole, felt her heart tremble involuntarily. You? What are you going to do? Lin Ye swallowed the lamb meat in a few decisive bites and replied without hesitation. Do it. Before Bai Shuya could even process whether he was truly responding to her, she was pulled by Lin Ye into the next room. I'm very worked up right now. Bai Shuya was furious. She rolled her eyes and snapped. What does that have to do with me? It's your own fault for not closing the door. Hurry up, we need to clear the dungeon soon. Lin Ye urged urgently. Bai Shuya's beautiful eyes rolled once more, and just as she opened her mouth to speak, she was pushed down. MMPH. Bai Shuya's pupils dilated violently, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. Lin Ye exhaled slowly and said, You created this mess, so it's your responsibility to clean it up. Nothing wrong with that, right? We need to. Make haste, bastard. This guy is absolutely beyond saving. Bai Shuya gritted her teeth in hatred, but in the end, she still couldn't resist. Half an hour later, Lin Ye showered and emerged from the bathroom. The food is still warm. Would you like something to eat, boss? Bai Shuya licked the corner of her lips, confirming not a single drop had leaked before glaring at him fiercely. No, I'm full. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, a wicked smile playing across his lips. Really full, eh? You. Bai Shuya pushed him away with one hand and huffed. I'm logging in. Hurry up. Eternity. At the center of the swamp, a giant crocodile collapsed with a thunderous thud. Lin Ye sent a message to Boss Bai. Is everything ready on your end? Upon receiving her confirmation, he used the key to initiate the dungeon. Ding, you are entering the dungeon, the Forgotten Lands. Please select difficulty. Nightmare. Space and time warped before Lin Ye's eyes as he arrived once more at the Forgotten Lands. Unlike before, this time Lin Ye had witnessed numerous spatial skills, and had even employed temporal abilities, yet he harbored some confusion regarding this dungeon's method of entry. Logically speaking, this key possesses teleportation functionality, and the core material of the key isn't particularly extraordinary either. A temporal spatial crystal could absolutely serve as a substitute. In reality, the primary teleportation function is provided by the hidden treasure I obtained. The temporal star key. Lin Ye suddenly understood. The star key is the core teleportation artifact, and it should be directly usable. It's simply that I don't know how. If I could master it, I would be able to teleport anywhere at will. Even as long as I obtain real-world coordinates, I could teleport directly back. Once this mission is complete, I must find Awaken to study it. She knows so much. At this moment, all the players were gathered at the village entrance. A monster siege. This is my first time experiencing one. I'm a bit nervous. Nightmare difficulty. The difficulty here was already outrageous to begin with, and now with Nightmare on top of that, I really have no idea how we'll fight. Bien Yeron led her team in setting up camp outside this time. The monsters near the beach alone could no longer yield sufficient merit points. With limited numbers, even after collecting as many keys as possible, their current combat personnel did not exceed 1,000. On Nightmare difficulty, the monster count should be quite extreme, shouldn't it? Lin Ye flashed forward and appeared before the crowd. During the monster siege, kill as many as you can. Members of the ANG club aren't required to participate. Just handle collecting the rewards. Exchange star coins and materials for merit points. The rest you may keep for yourselves. Bai Shuya followed up. Consider this a benefit we've secured for everyone. The club's commission will be halved on all earnings. The moment these words fell, the members of the ANG club all leapt to their feet. We've been grinding for so long without actually killing monsters. Finally, some benefits. Demon Sovereign is awesome. Boss Bai is awesome. Later, make sure to go all out, Demon Sovereign. Kill more for us. We believe in you. 3 minutes speedrun, ha. Hearing this, Yin was somewhat taken aback and quietly asked, Hey White Bear, do you have some kind of shady deal going on with him? Bai Shuya's pupils contracted sharply, though she forcibly maintained a composed expression. What nonsense are you spouting? The Demon Sovereign is the one calling the shots now. Isn't it normal to give the people below some benefits? After all, everyone's been working overtime and hasn't had time to level up their own characters. Yin didn't believe a single word. The rewards on Nightmare difficulty are astronomically high. You can't have just talked your way into that, can you? What makes you think it's just talk? Bai Shuya's words trailed off as a faint blush crept across her ears. She hastily changed the subject. Forget it, I'm not discussing this with you. The demons are coming. In the distance, wave upon wave of dark demonic silhouettes surged forward like a tide. This time, however, Lin Ye had actually discerned the direction from which they came. He sent word to Bai Shuya asking her to organize personnel to investigate later. As for now, the Death Whisper Bao gripped in his left hand void arrows at the ready, he directly summoned his shadow phantasm. Kill. A volley of void arrows traversed 100 meters in an instant, raining down upon the demon horde. 11005-11000 critical. 7010-68022. This time Lin Ye's damage was no laughing matter. As the arrows struck the ground. Instant kills. Not a single lesser demon could escape the arrow's piercing assault. Boom, boom, boom. The fireworks of void explosions bloomed within the demon ranks, their shockwaves unfurling. Reduced damage, yet still capable of crushing every lesser demon caught within the blast radius. Wind, blades, flames, frost, lightning. The radiance of the four elements collided amid the explosive waves. Ding, you have gained 400 skill proficiency points. You have gained 420 skill proficiency points. You have gained. The proficiency of both Arcane Halo and Elemental Shockwave skyrocketed together. Lin Ye's hands moved so quickly they left afterimages, and the phantoms beside him were hardly any slower. In mere moments, 3 bows fired in unison. The void arrow rain pressed down upon the demon horde so heavily that they couldn't even lift their heads, let alone charge or pose a threat. They couldn't even cross that fatal 100-meter line. ANG, come out and collect your rewards. Lin Ye, loath to waste any time, called out once before charging directly toward the demon horde. Edge. Lin Ye and her soldiers were all dumbfounded. Weren't we supposed to kill demons during the siege so we could earn merit points? What do you mean? You're not leaving a single monster for us, and you told me to grind more. If this were reality, she would have already ground Lin Ye's face into the dirt. But within the game, facing this level of mowing down efficiency, she didn't dare make a move. The demon sovereign was going too far. Endure. Lin Ye had given up online and could only confront him offline for a proper chat once she logged out. Meanwhile, the players who were eagerly anticipating and trembling with excitement for their first ever monster siege were completely dumbfounded. Could it be? We aren't even needed for this monster siege. Absolutely ridiculous. We're completely superfluous, just here to watch the show. Hurry, look over there, something dropped. It seems purple rare. What do you mean rare? You see, challenge level quests can drop legendary items, but here, my friends, this is nightmare difficulty. Rarity is merely the appetizer. Wait until you see the golden legendary drops. Right, look over there. It really dropped a golden legend. Damn, I'm so jealous. If only I were part of ANG Club, I'd be rolling in riches from this. Those words left the members of ANG Club utterly stunned. What do you mean that equipment is ours? Hiss. Before the battle started, something like that was mentioned, but it's a legendary. Everyone hesitated, glancing back at Baishuya. What are you staring blankly for? Go collect the loot. Remember, no fighting over it. Whoever picks it up first gets it. It's all luck. There will be another chance next time. Baishuya hadn't even finished speaking before the members of ANG Club erupted into a frenzy and charged forward. A legendary, it's a legendary. Bai Zong is invincible. Demon Lord Monarch is invincible. ANG is invincible throughout the world. From this day forth, I belong to ANG in life and in death. I beg you, please let me find a legendary. Your party has completed the dungeon Land of Oblivion. Congratulations. You have shattered the fastest completion record for the Land of Oblivion on Nightmare difficulty with a current time of 57 seconds. Evaluation SSS. Dungeon settlement in progress. The phantom clone behind Lin Ye had barely dissolved when the dungeon cleared. In truth, most of the time was spent waiting for the demon horde to spawn and march into position. If they had actually spawned and fought, just 7 seconds. More than enough. Ding, dungeon settlement complete. You received an SSS evaluation under Nightmare difficulty. You gained 10000 proficiency points. You gained 10000 gold coins. You gained 10000 star credits. You received 100 legendary dungeon chests. You received 100 legendary skill chests. Ding, your skill has leveled up. Your skill has leveled up. Lin Ye's mind was now focused on opening chests. Level 50. His entire set of equipment had reached its replacement threshold. The wisdom ring given by Naya was only useful for stacking wisdom stats, and had little else going for it. If it could be swapped out, it would represent a significant improvement. Meanwhile, Yin watched the jubilant ANG Club members and couldn't resist teasing. Not bad, Big White Bear. With just a few words, you swindled several 100 million from our dear brother Lin. You're too kind, don't say that again. Baishuya's beautiful face remained as cold and chilling as ever, though inwardly she was seething with rage, swearing oaths of vengeance. Good, very good. Just you wait. That brother Lin of yours, I'm going to have him no matter what. Not even Jesus could save him. I said it. From this day forward, I guarantee you won't get a single cent from him. Over at Lin Ye's end, he continued opening chests one after another. His fingers had gone numb from clicking. A massive pile of equipment for various classes poured out, dazzling to look at. What level are you guys at? Baishuya and Yin checked simultaneously and replied in unison, level 50. Good. Use whatever gear here suits your level and pass the rest to the merit pool in the Star Tower. Lin Ye tossed all the surplus legendaries over to them, letting them figure it out themselves. He himself swapped out everything he could use immediately. Cyan Azure Dragon Scale Battle Helm Quality Legendary Durability, 3000 Requirement Level 50 Strength, 160 Constitution, 160 Max HP 30 Crit Damage Reduction 30. This appears to be part of a set. Let me check if I can open a full set. Lin Ye was no longer in such a rush to pursue raw damage output. Instead, facing the upcoming quests and inheritance's defense and survivability felt far more important. That quest was one he absolutely could not fail. There would be no retry. Alright, it truly is a set. I don't know if all the pieces are here, but whatever. Let's equip them first. Cyan Azure Dragon Scale Battle Armor Quality Legendary Durability, 3000 Requirement Level 50. Strength, 300 Constitution, 300 Defense, 45 Physical Damage Reduction, 35 Cyan Azure Dragon Scale Arm Guards Quality Legendary Durability, 3000 Requirement Level 50 Attack Power 65 Attack, Speed 65 Crit Rate 12. When hitting an enemy, there is a 33 chance to trigger Dragon Claw Rend, ignoring 33 of the target's armor. You now possess 3 Dragon Scale pieces activating set effect. Dragon Scale I-36. When struck, Dragon Scales grant a 15 chance to cause the attacker to miss, a 15 chance to generate an automatic parry, and all stats increased by 30, body size increased by 30. Impressive, truly impressive. Lin Ye had initially found the Dragon Scale stats relatively underwhelming, but now, it was undeniably a top-tier legendary set. Keep going. Cyan Azure Dragon Scale Leggings Quality Legendary Durability, 3000 Requirement Level 50. Strength, 25 Wisdom, 25 All Elemental Resistances, 25. When struck, there is a 33 chance to trigger Dragon Swims into the sea, increasing tenacity by 100, and a 30 chance to instantly break free from any binding skill below legendary grade. Cyan Azure Dragon Scale Battle Boots Quality Legendary Durability, 3000 Requirement Level 50. Movement Speed 70, Agility 260. After a successful parry, can trigger Furious Dragon Tail Sweep automatically, countering the attacker for 120 damage with an additional 50 crit rate bonus. A fixed level 20 active skill, Dragon Shadow Flash. Burst speed increase of 300 lasting 3 seconds, while also increasing enemy miss chance by 30 during movement. When struck, there is a 33 chance to trigger Dragon Swims into the sea, increasing stun resistance by 100, with a 30 chance to instantly break free from any binding skill below legendary grade. Cyan Azure Dragon Scale Waist Belt Quality Legendary Durability, 3000 Requirement Level 50. Constitution 300 Max HP and Max MP 25 Physical Tenacity 35. When affected by a control skill, gain additional magic tenacity 35 for 3 seconds, cannot trigger again within 180 seconds. You now possess 6 Dragon Scale pieces activating additional set effect. Dragon Scale I-36. When struck, Dragon Scales grant a 15 chance to cause the attacker to miss, a 15 chance to generate an automatic parry, and all stats increased by 30, body size increased by 30. Dragon Scale 66. All stats increased by 30, a body size increased by 30, magic tenacity increased by 30. Azure Dragon Protection. Actively activate the Dragon Scale set's protective effect. In this state, you cannot attack. Global defense increased by 100, lasting up to 10 seconds. Cooldown 120 minutes. Handsome. Have to admit, once Lin Ye clad himself in that dark blue-green Dragon Scale armor, his physique surged dramatically and looked absolutely spectacular. A 60 increase across all attributes. This is truly explosive. Just this single set effect is worth it. The rest of the stats and special effects are essentially free bonuses. The key is the defense. Even against a legendary tier opponent, I can now tank hits directly instead of relying on chrono reversal every time, which drains far too much stamina. All things considered, attributes had doubled. Attack power doubled. Speed doubled. Defense at least tripled, plus all the tenacity and parry bonuses. Absolutely tanky. Setting all else aside, the sheer comprehensive defensive stats fully lived up to the Dragon series name. Its defining trait was pure durability. Durability is good. Anyone who has played games knows you must be tough. 1 ring left over. After equipping it, there'll still be some room to swap parts within the set. Cyan Azure Dragon Scale Ring Quality Legendary Durability, 3000 Requirement Level 50. Strength and Wisdom 15. Frost Element Damage 100. When attacking, there is a 15 chance to trigger a slow effect. When the enemy is slowed, if a critical hit is dealt or the slow effect is triggered again, there is a 50 chance to freeze them. Freeze body encased in frost unable to act. When shattered, armor penetration increased by 50, and an additional 100 damage is dealt, lasting 3 seconds. A control skill. Lin Ye had originally viewed it as just another accessory. But to his surprise, this ring came equipped with an exceptionally powerful control effect. Granted, it triggered upon being hit. But given Lin Ye's current attack speed and frequency, what was the difference from guaranteed activation? If there was any difference, it was merely saving Lin Ye time. not needing to cast actively. This was truly an absolute gem. Lin Ye had also discovered a new approach for future equipment choices, prioritize trigger-type effects. Comfortable, effortless, carefree. My Lord Demon Monarch, are you done opening chests? Bai Shuya called from the side. The loot inventory is complete and submitted. Today's daily revenue has also been calculated. Would you like to take a look? Let me see. Lin Ye jolted to attention immediately. I'll handle this one myself. Today was only the first day, so the returns aren't massive yet, but they've exceeded expectations given the headcount. Bai Shuya was reciting the summary beside him, but Lin Ye's gaze had already locked onto the star credit figure. 27008. If fully doubled, that would be 2,700,000. 7 million star coins. A sudden windfall. The crucial point was that this represented merely a single day's earnings from the Star Pagoda. When converted to real time, that figure would double once more. 500,000. 2 days. In just 2 days, the 1 million star coins needed for the upgrade would be within reach. Hiss. They truly knew how to grind. Lin Ye himself grinded quickly, but spent far less time doing so. Now there were many people with every beach area being farmed simultaneously. Even if the pace was slightly slower, the advantage lay in its endurance. It simply never stopped. Are the resources still sufficient? He opened the merit exchange list, and the equipment within had barely been touched. Many legendary pieces still sat there untouched, unclaimed by anyone. Good lord. For the sake of talent scrolls. They were all contributing selflessly, seeking nothing in return. An absolute bargain. Lottery truly was the way to profits. The more one drew, the more one earned. One must never fear prizes of too high a value. One cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing the child. Only by doing so could more people be drawn to participate. Lin Ye opened the merit leaderboard. Bian Yurong in first place, expected. Nan Lin Shuiren in second. The gap isn't large. Those ranked below, however, had their merit values separated by a vast distance. It should be due to the concentration of star coins. Someone is purchasing them outside. Lin Ye paid it no mind. As long as the star coins and materials ultimately flowed toward the Star Pagoda, there would be no issue. Revive. Now that he had money, he needn't even glance at the price tags when purchasing. Buy them all. Revival of Savina, successful. 128000 star coins consumed. Revival of Hern Casia, successful. 42000 star coins consumed. Revival of Scola, successful. 48000 star coins consumed. Revival of Alistia, successful. 10000 star coins consumed. The material storage house at the very rear of the village had now been simply renovated by Shuya into an office space. Taylor Savina presenting herself to Lord Sturbs. Mechanic Hern Cassius. Beast Tamer Scola. The last to step forward was a maiden whose height exceeded 2 meters, her slender legs reaching a staggering length, clad in a light armor of mysterious black scales. Her long ponytail was bound behind her head, and a spear over 2 meters long hung at her side, without seeming the least bit incongruous. Shadow Hunter Alistia. Lin Ye gave a subtle nod. He knew not how strong the Shadow Hunter truly was, but her legs alone could surely claim a life. They appeared to be at least 156 centimeters long. Fortunately, his current physique was no longer that of an ordinary man. Otherwise the viewing angle would have been far too awkward. Alistia. Here, Lin Ye asked, you should be aware of Lulu's strength, I presume. If you were to face it one-on-one, could you handle it? Alistia answered without hesitation, her composure unwavering. If we were to fight to the death, I am 80% certain I could slay it. That fierce. Lin Ye was somewhat surprised. He had previously assumed she would be unable to best Lulu. Alistia explained, previously I simply didn't wish to kill Lulu. After all, everyone still relies on it to withstand the storms, and I am an assassin-class profession. My damage output is highly concentrated. As long as it remains alive, the difficulty would be considerable. Indeed, defeating is harder than killing. Lin Ye's time was tight at present. He couldn't inquire in detail. They would study it further later. Since you possess such strength, the task of protecting the village shall be entrusted to you. I intend to take Lulu with me this time. By the way, the mechanic is also present. Can the guards at the entrance be repaired? Cassius stepped forward and said, the Shaped Guardian is completely destroyed. The primary core energy device is damaged, and we have no spare components left. If you could gather some materials, I could forge a new one, and its quality could even be improved. Lin Ye pulled Bai Shuya forward. Whatever you need, coordinate with her. Bai Shuya had been waiting for this moment for quite some time. You are the one who built all the structures here, yes. We now need to expand. Quite a number of new buildings are required. The materials I brought from outside cannot withstand even a single storm here. Among the group, Cassius was the eldest. Even after treatment, he still appeared considerably older than Tuxius, retaining the visage of an elder. He chuckled and said, this is a temporal rift. Materials from the outside cannot be used here. One must venture to the beaches and harvest the star rock that has been tempered by the currents of time. Only that can withstand the wind. So that was how it was. Baishuya gave a slight nod. Cassius continued, furthermore, the village's capacity for expansion is already limited. If true development is desired, the quality of the Star Pagoda must be elevated and its protective range expanded. Many core structures cannot be built by my hands alone. They absolutely require the support of the Star Pagoda. The upgrade materials for the Star Pagoda will be gathered soon. Lin Ye had one more question. However, where do temporal cores drop? This. Cassius pondered for a moment. When we first arrived, Captain Vilox was wounded but fought desperately to slay a Star Devourer. It was with the temporal core it dropped that we constructed the Star Pagoda. However, when we prayed to the Star Pagoda, we received no response from the Empire. Afterwards, Captain Vilox entered death-suspended animation, and we were unable to sustain it any longer. If you wish to obtain temporal cores, you will likely need to find a way to locate Star Devourers and slay them. Hearing this, Alistia immediately stepped forward and declared, I can set up capture traps. Otherwise, merely searching through the Star Sea might mean waiting many years without ever catching a glimpse of one. Star Devourers in the Star Sea. Slaying them would indeed be troublesome. Lin Ye nodded and said, prepare the trap materials first. Everything else can wait until I return. Star coins. Several 100,000 remain stored within the Star Pagoda. Time crystals. 23,000 pieces. Space crystals. 18,000 pieces. All the material gains were accounted for here. Without the hundredfold amplification relying on a few hundred pieces per day to upgrade, one couldn't even begin to estimate how many years that would take. Now, even if all these materials were used to synthesize temporal crystals, the yield would be fewer than 200. However, 10,000 time crystals would be more than sufficient to upgrade his gloves. Lin Ye left 10,000 of each for Baishuya and brought the rest with him. The star coins were depleted anyway. Time to accumulate anew. In fact, calculating the star coin returns 2 days in reality would be enough for the upgrade. But the material returns were clearly slower. Theoretically, the material gains should be somewhat higher than this. Lin Ye had farmed it himself. He knew the ratio. 1,000 star coins equated to roughly 100 time crystals. Calculated that way, it was about right. Some materials might still be hoarded by players. After some thought, Lin Ye still felt uneasy and instructed Baishuya. Keep a close watch on the temporal crystals. Not a single one is to be taken out. These materials held even greater value in the outside world. Of course, money wasn't the primary concern. The crux was that time series skills were also mastered within eternity. And they too required time series crystals as materials to support the research and usage of related skills and magic. Once the materials began flowing out in large quantities, the inherent advantages of the Forgotten Lands would be drastically diminished. Lulu, come here. Lin Ye called. The canine overstepped onto the mirror surface. It unfurled and was teleported away along with it. Success. Lin Ye had previously been wondering whether the NPCs of the Forgotten Lands could be brought out. Now it appeared. There was absolutely no problem. Therefore, the NPCs, players, and equipment items within eternity could all be directly teleported into reality. The sole issue was that there was presently no teleportation array spanning such a great distance. He set those thoughts aside for now. Lin Ye shook the ideas from his mind and murmured, I wonder how that princess is faring now. Blazing Wind Canyon. The sole magical bridge spanning the 10,000-meter abyss served as the dividing line between the two kingdoms. At this very moment, upon the bridge, Ella was dragging her princess along, sprinting with all her might. Wah, this one told you long ago. Your prophecies aren't accurate every single time. Why did you insist on taking such a risk? Behind them, not a single royal guard was in sight. Only 100 shadows locked in combat with the kingdom's protectors. Thud. With the fall of the last accompanying kingdom protector, the figures of dozens of Shadow Order members were revealed upon the canyon bridge. Hee. My dear little princess Isolde, you can run no longer. Why don't you sit down and have a proper chat? The speaker was wreathed in dark aura, the blade in his hand ablaze with black flames, his entire being akin to a grim reaper that had emerged from the depths of hell to harvest living souls. Black Prison Reaper. That was the title given to him on the Empire's most wanted list. 1 million gold coins. The highest bounty the Empire had ever offered. Compared to his past name, he himself preferred this title far more, for what he loved most was wielding the dark hellfire to reap the living souls of the mortal realm. Terror. That was the sole emotion others experienced upon beholding him, because those who perished beneath the dark hellfire could never be revived. I've heard that the princess's prophecy is among the most exceptional talents upon the entire eternal continent. I wish to ask you, did your prophecy foresee that today you would descend into hell? Minuan Province. Lulu carried Lin Ye as they streaked through the sky at tremendous speed, compared to the howling wind that battered his face and disheveled hair when traversing on his own. Riding atop Lulu, who commanded her own independent spatial domain, Lin Ye now enjoyed the luxury of a Maybach. Smooth, serene, No luxury vehicle on Earth, no matter how prestigious, could rival the comfort of Lulu's pocket dimension. As for speed, there was simply nothing more to say. At maximum velocity, over 2,000 kilometers per hour, one could say it was every bit as formidable as Lin Ye himself. If I had to point out a flaw, it would be the lack of that Maybach rear seat comfort. Lulu seemed to have heard him. What kind of seat would you prefer? Lulu can make modifications. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Ye had assumed that without a master bonded to it, this was the best it could do at carrying passengers. Quick, rig me up a luxurious massage chair. Lin Ye roughly sketched a deluxe seat design upon the mirror's surface with his finger. Clack, clack, clack. Lulu's crystalline mirror immediately began disassembling and reassembling itself. At last, a throne of pure crystal emerged in resplendent glory. It had to be admitted. Lulu's comprehension was beyond reproach. The seat. It was magnificent, certainly. After all, being crafted entirely of crystal, a premium among premium materials, how could it not be lavish? However, when fashioning a sofa from crystal and rendering it in rigid straight lines and sharp angles, doesn't it become a touch too flat and uncomfortable? Lulu, is your mirror crystal incapable of bending, or simply unable to form curves? Lulu truly cannot accomplish that. Done for. Lin Ye had been looking forward to a moment of indulgence. But now there was no hope for it. Crystal as a material is not only cold but rigid as stone. It has absolutely nothing to do with luxury and comfort. Forget it, give me a new design. Lin Ye sketched once more. Since opulent comfort was unattainable, then only domineering grandeur would do. Clack, clack, clack. After the reassembly, beneath the sun, the mirrored surface bore not a single impurity. A light refracts along its four walls in flowing rainbows. Every edge stands in fierce majesty, its towering backrest piercing toward the heavens, where resplendent arcs of radiance gather at the crystal's pinnacle. A crystal throne. Lin Ye gripped the armrests with both hands, reclining against the cool crystal. Though it offered no comfort whatsoever, the sensation was undeniably magnificent. Set forth, our destination is the Sea of Stars. Lulu emitted a string of question marks. Wasn't our objective the Gale Canyon? Are we now altering our route to return to the Star Sea? Lin Ye massaged his brow. No, continue to Gale Canyon. Meanwhile, upon the Great Bridge, Isolde, even in her desperate flight, could not resist turning back to make a face at her pursuers. This princess won't die so easily. Ha! The Black Prison Reaper burst into raucous laughter. Indeed, I am aware. Your Highness came here deliberately, awaiting the one prophesied. The one who could lift your curse. Your White Knight, is that not so? Isolde froze for an instant, her footsteps halting as she exclaimed in astonishment. How could you possibly know? She turned and fixed a withering glare upon her handmaiden Ella. The prophecy of fate I shared with you alone. Surely you didn't let it escape carelessly. Ella hastened to defend herself. Your Highness, it was absolutely not me. Elsewhere, the Black Prison Reaper stepped onto the Great Bridge, advancing with the measured tread of death itself. Throughout the Eternal Continent, there are countless charlatans who trade upon the name of prophecy, trash that no one heeds. Yet, your Highness's accuracy rate is simply too formidable to dismiss. Because of your prophecies, our plans have failed. 7 times, or was it 8? 5 years ago we resolved to kill you. Yet we found no way to do it. For you who wield prophecy would never venture to any place of peril. Thus we had no choice but to bribe certain handmaidens, feeding you daily tales of white knights and destined heroes. Fortunately, young maidens are naturally drawn to such fantasies and ever so willing to believe them. 3 years ago we replaced your tarot cards and allowed you to draw forth the prophecy of the destined knight without obstruction. At this juncture, Ella had been struck utterly speechless with terror. Isolde merely blinked, uncertain whether she had failed to comprehend or simply did not care. Across the way, the Black Prison Reaper, having failed to elicit the expression he had anticipated, showed no sign of impatience as he continued. Over these 3 years you have left the palace numerous times. Some of those excursions were our doing, yet the results remained unfavorable. Our deduction is that beyond the tarot's prophecy, you must possess an absolute premonition of danger. Isolde's luminous eyes sparkled as a mischievous smile played at her lips. How silly. You've guessed wrong. The Black Prison Reaper chuckled, unmoved by her taunt, and continued his advance. Right or wrong matters little. What matters is that we have arrived at our conclusion. Within the Moon Shadow Kingdom, there exists no means to kill you utterly. As he spoke, the Black Prison Reaper flung wide his arms and hellfire erupted violently about him. Given the present circumstances, your Highness, are you satisfied? Does this conform to your prophecy? Isolde's gaze hardened with resolve as she nodded emphatically. Precisely. This is the prophecy I sought. Still refusing to surrender. Ha ha ha. The Black Prison Reaper erupted into a fit of wild laughter. Ella, however, could not allow her mistress to persist in this madness. Princess, run. Look, we are nearly across the bridge. The Blue Moon Legion is just. Look, The Nolan Corps has arrived first. He's come to save. Slap. Isolde flung her handmaiden aside and stood firm at the center of the bridge. It is futile. They have thwarted us within the Moon Shadow Kingdom on several occasions. Surely they have planted many spies among us. This plan has been so flawlessly executed that I suspect there is a high probability the Blue Moon Legion harbors their agents as well. Meanwhile, a warrior clad in azure moonsteel armor ascended the bridgehead at a leisurely pace. Most gracious princess, if it would not inconvenience you, might you bestow upon me a prophecy gratis, before you perish. Ella was utterly petrified, trembling as she gestured toward the man, her face a portrait of disbelief. See, Captain Nolan H., how could you utter such words? Isolde's expression turned sharp. Halt. If you advance another step, I shall cast myself into the abyss. So long as I do not perish by the hellfire, I can resurrect within the palace, and then your plot shall come to naught. Captain Nolan shrugged indifferently. Your Highness, kindly deliver your prophecy before you leap. Unless you would deny even this final prophecy to yourself and your kingdom. Elsewhere, the Black Prison Reaper offered an elaborate gesture of invitation. Oomph. Isolde gave a petulant little snort. Firstly, I require no prophecy to tell you now. The twilight of darkness draws near, and every struggle you undertake shall be for naught. Having spoken, Isolde seized her handmaiden and plunged from the great bridge, hurtling into the 10,000-foot abyss of the Gale Canyon. Yet upon her face bloomed the most radiant of smiles. And finally, I shall not perish, for my knight shall surely come to save me. Ha ha ha! The Black Prison Reaper and Captain Nolan burst into simultaneous fits of laughter. So-called princess who sees through fate. She is not but a lovesick little girl with romance perpetually clouding her judgment. The Black Prison Reaper, disinclined to bandy further words, leapt from the bridge after her black flame blades unfurling as he descended in pursuit. Die. Leave your prophecy within hell. Deliver it in person to the Lord of Darkness. Whoosh. Black flame sky-severing slash. Boom. Before the blade could fall, the boundless black hellfire had already completely engulfed both Isolde and her handmaiden. At that very moment, the blade halted in midair, utterly motionless. The black hellfire too seemed frozen, betraying not the slightest ripple. Throughout the world, all was as it should be, save for the Black Prison Reaper, his blade, and his hellfire, all suspended in the air, immobile. Such an uncanny sight left Captain Nolan and the Shadow Corps members utterly dumbfounded on the spot. What the hell? The onlookers rubbed their eyes, and upon looking once more, they beheld a streak of resplendent light cleaving across the heavens. Princess Isolde had vanished. Where is she? All stood stunned. Hee, I knew you would come, Princess Isolde cried out in joyful exultation. Ella, however, remained in a state of complete stupefaction. He truly came. Impossible. How could the timing be so perfect? Could it be that the princess's prophecy was true? Yet was her prophecy not a trap deliberately crafted by the enemy? Whoa. Isolde, now nestled within Lin Ye's embrace, clung tightly to his neck. The happier she became, the more she felt like weeping. 3 years. Whoa. I waited 3 whole years for you. How could you only just now arrive? Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback, reflecting inwardly. I'm merely here on a quest, yet you speak as though I owe you something. Isolde wept and laughed in equal measure, dabbing at the tears at the corner of her eye. But it doesn't matter. Even if it were 30 years or 300, I would still wait for you just the same. Ding. Moon Shadow Princess Isolde's favorability toward you has increased by 1,000 points. How much? 10,000 points. Hiss. This means starting at a mere 100 points of favorability, a single rescue has maxed it out in one go. Impressive. The favorability returns from Hero Rescue Damsel quests are truly extraordinary. Henceforth, please assign every such arduous mission to me. I can bear it. Lin Ye opened the interaction interface, however. He was once again rooted to the spot. Jiang Yi did not understand it. Yet he was profoundly shaken. Could transcending life and death allow one to behold fate itself? It was far too metaphysical. Jiang Yi hardly believed in such matters. Meanwhile, the Black Prison Reaper had recovered from the temporal theft. A time ability. Who are you? None among the Empire's saints had ever stepped into the domain of time. Nolan, standing as if confronting a grave threat, pondered time. Not even the arcane sage Yista had ever publicly claimed mastery over time. Jiang Yi moved the princess aside, but Isolde clung to him, desperately refusing to loosen her grip. Hey, we're about to fight, Jiang Yi said. No, I won't pay them any mind. Isolde nestled her head against Jiang Ye's ear, speaking intimately. The villains of the Shadow Syndicate cannot be killed. As for the Blue Moon Legion, the kingdom will naturally bring them to justice once we return. Cannot be killed. What concerned Jiang Yi was neither their invulnerability nor escorting the princess back, but the present moment. The ancient arrowhead upon his chest was trembling faintly. The inheritance quest. It was right here. Jiang Ye's expression darkened. Anyone who dares lay a hand on the princess must die. Huh. Isolde's eyes sparkled like stars and tears of emotion fell from her lashes. Ding, favorability with Princess Moonshadow Isolde has increased by 1,000 points. This princess was far too easily moved. And yet, she had already surpassed 1,000 points before. Could it increase further? Why? Jiang Yi himself was stunned. He reopened the interaction interface. Favorability 2,000. Yet the relationship status remained unchanged, still entwined by fate. This time Jiang Yi set her down gently, and she complied much more readily, no longer clinging to him. He drew forth his bow of final whispers. Elemental burst arrow. Boom. The four primal elements, wind, fire, ice, and lightning, coalesced simultaneously, resonated in unison, and then surged toward the Black Prison Reaper. Flame vortex. The Reaper twisted his blade, stirring hellish black flames into a blazing vortex before him. The very next instant, the moment the three elemental burst arrows touched the dark flame vortex, they were swept away by its centrifugal force and detonated mid-air. Bang, bang, bang. After the explosions subsided, the flame vortex dissipated. Yet the Black Prison Reaper remained utterly unscathed. Witnessing this, Jiang Yi was slightly taken aback. A skill never seen, a situation never encountered. But it was likely a defensive effect triggering. His blocking a skill with another skill. This guy's strength seemed somewhat exaggerated. The Black Prison Reaper Karl was once the favored disciple of the Empire's sword sage Severi. However, upon reaching the third transformation, he failed to advance. Desperate for breakthrough, he fell prey to the whispers of a hellish demon and ultimately embraced total corruption. Later, he presumably completed the fourth transformation through forbidden arts and awakened hellish black flame. Judging by his current power, he must be slightly stronger than a typical fourth transformation awakened. Fourth transformation legend level 200, peak awakening. Jiang Yi subtly clicked his tongue in astonishment. This quest was truly hidden. Based on the initial sequence involving the secret letter, under normal circumstances players would never be able to reach this point. Therefore, this must be considered an eternal piece of background lore. Unchangeable by players. Unassailable by players. Had he not happened upon that envelope, Princess Isolde would have died today, and by narrative necessity no less. A demise from which resurrection would hardly be possible. By the way, be careful with that black flame. Isolde warned. Hellish black flame possesses immense magical suppression, combines physical damage attributes, and inflicts true damage upon the soul. Thus those slain by the black flame cannot be resurrected. Jiang Yi paused. Do you mean only you cannot resurrect, or all adventurers? Of course, everyone adventurers are people too, Isolde replied, then added, well, I should say all beings possessing souls cannot be resurrected from hellish black flame. Even the undead in the underworld are immune to such restoration. For it is a highly advanced hellish attribute, a truly rare power of awakening among so many fallen ones. Jiang Ye's question clearly implied something else, but the princess's answer was far more unsettling. He immediately sent a message to Baishuya. Can players killed by hellish black flame be resurrected? What? Baishuya had never heard of the term and immediately asked back, I've never heard of hellish black flame. Did you run into some issue? Never mind, it's fine. You keep busy. Jiang Yi did not ask Avinia again. Facing such a unique ability, harboring wishful thinking was pointless from the start. Meanwhile, across from him, Karl instantly lost control upon hearing those words, his entire body erupting in roaring black flames. Shut up. Do not mention that name again. Karl is already dead. What stands before you now is the sole emissary of the dark demon lord upon this mortal plane, the Soul Reaper who walked forth from the abyss. Jiang Yi felt slightly dizzy from the exposition. Isn't he an assassin of the Shadow Syndicate? Isolde nodded gently. Yes, but the Shadow Syndicate long ago ceased to be merely a ragtag group of exiled fugitives formed by chance. Well, I wouldn't phrase it exactly that way. For most people outside the Shadow Syndicates they encounter are still composed of scattered fugitives. But the one Karl belongs to is the true Shadow Syndicate. Behind them loom the figures of hellish demons, namely that dark demon lord. The true Shadows. Their organization lurks within ordinary Shadow Syndicates, exceptionally complex. Their members are numerous identities, obscure and operational scope fluid. Even I cannot fully foresee them. Moreover, not all within are darkly fallen. There exist some truly bizarre individuals among them. Right, members of the true Shadows are ranked by strength and code word. Let me check Karl's code word, she said. With that, Isolde drew a card from her tarot deck. A013 Black Prison Reaper Karl, former Astral Empire. There it is. It's A013. What? Even Karl, consumed by raging fury, was instantly jolted awake by those casually spoken words. The actual structure of the Shadow Syndicate isn't even fully clear to me. And code words, items used solely for internal communication. How do you know these? Isolde simply stuck out her tongue at him. Wanna know? Hee, I won't tell you. Nolan, who had remained silent throughout, felt his heart sink to the lowest depths. Legend says every princess of the Moonshadow Kingdom is a star from the heavens, an angel descended to the mortal realm. Has such nonsense. Even as a kingdom warrior, I have never believed it. Nolan's tone shifted sharply, his eyes brimming with killing intent. But today I am forced to believe it. I no longer care whether your talent can foretell the future. All I know is that if you do not perish today, we shall all likely die. Only now did Lin Ye begin to piece things together. This time he had seemingly inserted himself into an eternal background narrative. Princess Isolde's talent was extraordinarily unique, bordering on the inexplicable. Matters she had never heard of, witnessed, encountered, or could possibly know. Yet a single drawn card yielded the answers. How terrifying was such a power? Moreover, her earlier ramblings and self-talk might not have been idle chatter after all. She had truly foreseen him undertaking this quest and rescuing her here. Was it really that precise? Lin Ye also scoffed at metaphysics, but this matter was undeniably mystical. Leave it for now. What was certain now was that Princess Isolde was the linchpin of this quest, and indeed of this conflict spanning 2 nations and multiple factions. If he could complete it, he would undoubtedly secure a world-class reward. But the difficulty appeared quite staggering. Karl, bearing the inheritance of the Sword Sage, fully awakened, yet utterly corrupted, wielding hellish black flame capable of annihilating souls, yet still relegated to merely codeword A013. Meanwhile, Nolan had already drawn the sword at his waist, cleaving a magical crescent moon dozens of meters in diameter through the air, hurtling directly toward Lin Ye. Die, my princess. The Blue Moon Legion is renowned for its magical swordsmen. As their commander, Nolan, at the legendary tier, wields both crescent moon swordsmanship and blue moon magic with remarkable skill, though I cannot say for certain whether he has fallen from grace and secretly learned any forbidden arts. Isolde spoke without a shred of concern, casually briefing Lin Ye on the enemy from the sidelines. A flash of light. The gleaming crescent moon struck a mirror-like surface. Crack. The moment the mirror shattered, the crescent moon was deflected and sent flying. Alert: component damage detected. Current integrity at 93. 2. Heh. You can actually trigger an alarm. Lin Ye laughed and patted Lulu. That's enough. From here on you don't need to engage in combat. Just focus on dodging and kiting. Understood. Lulu, a level 90 spatial mount, was never meant to be a dedicated combatant. Against ordinary low-level players, she could hold her own without difficulty. But now facing a magical swordsman above level 150, and with someone on her back, many of her skills could not be deployed, putting her in an extremely difficult position. Meanwhile, Lin Ye drew the Whisper of the Dead bow once more and summoned his phantoms. Come then, let me see what truly makes a legendary class legendary. Boom. 4 elemental torrents of arrows merged into a single overwhelming flood, engulfing Nolan in an instant. Clang, clang, clang. A crisp symphony of metal clashing against metal rang out. In that fleeting moment, hundreds of arrows, every single one, failed to find its mark. Flames, wind, blades, frost, and lightning all detonated wildly around Nolan. But look closely. At the very epicenter of the explosions, crescent moons flickered in an unbroken, relentless cascade. Every arrow that touched the radiance of those crescent moons was immediately parried and sent flying. Even when the residual shock waves detonated afterward, none could penetrate the continuously flickering arcs of that ethereal blade dance. Swordsmanship at the level of perfect parrying. One who has cultivated it to such heights can surely be called a master. Lin Ye was not entirely certain. It was also possible that his arrows merely carried raw elemental attributes, lacking genuine technique. Karl's mocking laughter drifted from afar. That sudden appearance almost gave us all quite a fright. The time domain. Who on the Eternal Continent hasn't heard of it? It is indeed quite the bluff. But something like that, apart from existing on a handful of mythic tier artifacts, no one could possibly wield it directly. Having said that, Karl swept a hand across his face, revealing his true visage. The skin of his face had been entirely burned away, leaving only charred flesh seared by black flames. Within his eye sockets, there was nothing, save for hellfire burning with a pitch-black, devouring radiance. Your attributes are quite impressive. Your attack speed is extraordinary, and your clone ability is rare indeed. But the most essential aspect of combat technique, you have none whatsoever. Had you fled from the very beginning today, perhaps you might have stood a chance. Lin Ye could not be bothered to respond. He nudged Lulu with his foot, and she instantly understood, accelerating into rapid aerial movement. Simultaneously, Lin Ye directed his phantoms to scatter. 3 torrents of arrows fired in coordinated motion from different angles. You can parry, King Yu. A swordsmanship master, are you? Go on then, try parrying this. Nolan's swordsmanship was indeed formidable, but against such terrifying attack speed and frequency, it was impossible for him to defend every direction at once. Karl, what are you waiting for? If we don't kill the princess today, we'll all be exposed when we return, and none of you will escape either. Carl had merely fallen into depravity. He was not a fool. No rush. He hasn't even used his time ability yet. In theory, even with a mythic artifact, an ability, like time, must have a limited number of uses. Lin Ye clicked his tongue inwardly. Today he had truly encountered masters. That fellow Chi-Tian was all flash and no substance. Level 100 had probably been brute forced through grinding. He possessed no real understanding of the game, and his combat prowess was laughably poor. But now, whether it was the legendary commander of the Blue Moon Legion or Carl, after his fall, both demonstrated combat prowess that far surpassed that of ordinary players. Come to think of it, if these two were NPCs, Nolan as commander of the Imperial Guard Legion would undoubtedly be at the Minter tier level of hidden classes. What does Minter tier combat prowess mean? Ordinary attacks in their eyes are nothing more than child's play. They parry with effortless grace. They let you strike first attack however you wish, but landing even a single blow against them would count as their defeat. That is what a Minter is. As for Carl, this fellow commands a band of Shadow Guild assassins and roams the world unchecked. Isn't he practically a world-tier boss in his own right? Unwinnable. In a one-on-one fight, Lin Ye might still have some confidence relying on the time reversal gloves to gamble for a chance. But today he faced two of them. Defeating Nolan alone would be meaningless. Once the time reversal gloves' durability was exhausted, it would spell utter doom. As for upgrading the gloves, that was truly his very last trump card, to be used only at the most critical moment, never to be squandered carelessly. Something was off about today's mission. Very off. It plunged directly into the lore of eternity, facing a domain that current players likely hadn't even been exposed to yet. Hell Blackflame. Even by Shia as a club owner had never so much as heard of it, which could only prove Carl. At this stage, he likely existed only as background lore within eternity. One might find mention of his name in the Empire's wanted notices, but his true strength remained entirely unknown. Hell Blackflame itself probably existed solely within the background narrative, far beyond the reach of the current player base. No wonder there was no mission prompt. Lin Ye had already gathered the princess into his arms, yet the rescue quest still showed no sign of completion. In other words, the current state didn't count as completion at all. Only by safely escorting the princess back to the palace could they fully escape the pursuit of the true shadow. Let's try somewhere else. In this open aerial battlefield, despite Lulu's advantage, the terrain was too vast. It was impossible to create a one-on-one situation. He reached out and retrieved the ancient arrowhead. For now, he could only hope the ruins were complex enough to provide an opportunity to separate these two. Isolde glanced at the arrowhead, then back at Lin Ye. Sir Knight, are you heading to the ruins now? The atmosphere there would indeed be more favorable. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned. You know where the ruins are? Isolde leaned her fair little face close to his, huffing as though demanding a reward. This princess wants a kiss. Lin Ye nearly lost his composure, his face a mix of amusement and exasperation. You're not afraid at all. Why should I be afraid? Isolde hugged Lin Ye from behind. With Sir Knight by my side, this princess fears nothing. Even if we were to perish now, I wouldn't be afraid, because in the next cycle of reincarnation, we shall meet again. Speechless, Lin Ye could not tell whether she truly understood destiny or whether their bond had simply grown deep enough. Nevertheless, the simpler the better. Lin Ye turned and kissed the princess's cheek. All right, go on. Isolde finally beamed with satisfaction, then said cheerfully, the ancient archer's ruins lie deep within the chasm's abyss, but you can't simply descend directly. There is a spatial fracture there. As the trial of inheritance left by the ancient archer, the inheritor must use an arrowhead sealed as a key to shoot at the spatial fracture. Only then might the entrance open. Isolde hesitated slightly, her brows knitting gently as she sank into thought, murmuring to herself, the problem is Sir Knight doesn't possess any spatial abilities. But it doesn't matter. Isolde quickly chimed in, we can try a close-range shot, and then use this Void Rift beast Lulu to launch a synchronized attack together, tearing open the space. That way we should be able to enter the ruins. So complicated. Lin Ye had assumed that bringing the arrowhead along would grant them direct entry. But if the process truly required what she described, had he come alone, he had no idea how many walls he would have to bash his head against before stumbling upon the way in. How do you know everything? Lin Ye clicked his tongue in wonder. I met the Night Brother today, so I'm happy, Isolde said with a sweet smile. Prophecy, you see, depends on one's state. When E is in a good mood, it becomes simple and remarkably accurate. Prophecy. You call this cheat-like omniscience mere prophecy? Amazing, truly amazing. With no further questions to spare, Lin Ye immediately ordered his clones to attack, buying himself time, and instructed Lulu to dive downward. Meanwhile, Carl also noticed Lin Ye's movements. Trying to run now, he taunted. Isn't it a little too late for that? Despite his taunts, Wary of that time-freezing ability, he still dared not pursue too deeply. Instead, he unleashed dozens of hell-black flames from his blade, attacks aimed at Lin Ye, while simultaneously seeking to cut off his retreat. Seeing this, Lulu flickered several times and broke through the blockade of black flames. Lin Ye spoke up at the same moment. Where is the entrance, and how far? Not a trace of urgency or worry crossed Isolde's face. Instead, she excitedly threw her arms around Lin Ye. I don't know, let's just follow the feeling. A yawning abyss stretched beneath them. At Lulu's speed, it took merely the span of a single breath. Suddenly, Lin Ye came to his senses. He had a spatial locator on him. Why hadn't he simply checked it directly? Sure enough, the moment he pulled out the locator, it immediately pinpointed the flickering spatial rift. He gripped the arrowhead in his palm and drew the bowstring taut. In an instant, a streak of dim golden light bloomed from within the arrowhead, swiftly coalescing into a simply shaped golden feathered arrow. Twang, the arrow was loosed toward the spatial rift. Simultaneously, Lulu unfurled a spatial mirror, enveloping them all within it and transforming into a rhomboid crystal. Whoosh! They had successfully passed through. Ding, you have discovered the ruins of an ancient era archer. Trial complete. You may obtain the ancient archer's inheritance. Actually, it didn't seem all that difficult. With his spatial locator, Lin Ye only needed to pull it out, spot the rift, and the solution would have come to him almost immediately. Only now, with this impossibly overpowered princess beside him, who spouted the standard answer the moment she opened her mouth, did the whole thing appear exaggerated. No, not merely appeared. Her ability was quite simply extraordinary. If she knew the procedures and methods for every hidden quest, then within this eternal world, was there anything that could not be accomplished? Somehow, looking at her again gave Lin Ye a strange sense of déjà vu, as though she were Wang Yiyin herself. A walking cheat code. An utterly textbook humanoid cheat code. But Lin Ye was certainly no Murong Fu. When handed such an advantage, he would exploit it without hesitation. Princess, the trial mentions no content. Where do we head now? At present, the crystal throne hovered within an ancient weathered great hall. Behind them lay no exit, but ahead 3 entrances stretched before them. I don't know. A hint of confusion glimmered in Isolde's eyes. Prophecy isn't something that works at just any time. Ella chimed in supportively at her side. Indeed, the princess bears a heavy curse upon her and cannot recklessly invoke prophecy. Isolde nodded in vigorous agreement, then threw her arms around Lin Ye with a grin, a kiss. Maybe that'll tell us. Lin Ye paused, slightly thinking to himself pampering princesses was hardly his habit. He promptly produced the spatial locator, confirmed nothing was amiss, and only then began studying it carefully. Above each of the 3 entrances hung a mural, each depicting an entirely different scene. It's probably about choosing a class path. Lin Ye murmured to himself. Let's see first. The first mural depicted. Upon seeing it, Isolde immediately grew anxious and eagerly pressed her lips lightly against Lin Ye's. Immediately a spark of inspiration flashed in Isolde's eyes, and she declared, I know now the 3 class paths here. Space Hunter, Forest Guardian, and Aurora Arrow are all standard choices. Knight Brother, if you shoot the mural on the ceiling with the arrowhead, it will unlock the true inheritance. The one and only inheritance suited to you, Chrono Wanderer. You. Lin Ye realized that this princess truly possessed a cheat ability. And not just any cheat, it was absurdly overpowered. How could she possibly know even the secret hidden within the secret? He even began to wonder, could her kisses really possess some kind of magical power? Impossible, right? That would be utterly ridiculous. Most likely the princess was simply being coquettish. Lin Ye didn't dwell on it further. He drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and fired directly at the mural. Plop, like a pebble sinking into water, the arrowhead vanished in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the surrounding space began to shift. No, it was time itself that had changed. The ancient weathered hall, having endured countless years, was instantly restored to its former splendor. At the same time, the 3 entrances that had existed moments ago completely vanished. Only a single corridor remained. Lin Ye brought the crystal throne along as he entered the corridor. Emerging from its far end, a magnificent great hall suddenly appeared before his eyes. An open plaza spanning over 10,000 meters. Empty of all features. Ding, you have chosen the inheritance, Chrono Wanderer. First trial. Defeat 999 mechanical puppets within 1 second. 1 second. Upon seeing this requirement, Lin Ye instantly wondered if this inheritance trial had lost its mind. 999 strikes per second. If I had that kind of ability, why would I even bother seeking an inheritance? Wouldn't it be simpler to just be invincible? Wait, no? Lin Ye suddenly came to his senses. Raw attributes alone truly couldn't guarantee invincibility. The advanced skills within an inheritance, as well as certain attacks capable of breaking through an opponent's guard, were still necessary. In the Eternal Worlds class system, before the 3rd advancement, sheer attributes should be enough to crush everything. But once one reached the legendary tier, whether it be skills, techniques, or even the class itself, everything seemed to undergo a qualitative transformation. Looking again at the first trial's requirements, it didn't seem entirely impossible. Lin Ye's current attack speed was 252 strikes per second. His clones could provide roughly 400 more. Still a little short. Activating Shunsher instant acceleration should be enough to bridge the gap. Let's try it. Lin Ye summoned his phantom self, activated the Shunsher state, and only then clicked to begin the trial. Beep. The previously empty hall instantly spawned 999 puppets. Lin Ye was dumbfounded. A 10,000-meter hall with the puppets spawned so far apart. You want me to? Trial about to begin 3, 2. Hey, wait. Does this trial allow mistakes? Lin Ye stared at the puppets scattered throughout the 10,000-meter hall. His first reaction was, this was absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, in the canyon abyss, Nolan glared fiercely at Carl. Just now you were planning to let that guy use his time ability first, then ambush him, weren't you? That hardly matters. Carl opened his mouth in a grin, the charred flesh on his face from the hell-black flames instantly cracking open with a sharp pop, oozing a few drops of blood. Ignoring this, Carl's gaze fell upon the spatial rift. What matters is that this is a new class inheritance point. If he fails to complete it, we have a chance to claim it. Nolan narrowed his eyes. And if he succeeds, Carl casually gestured, and the entire shadow squad behind him descended. If he succeeds, that's even better. The Dark Lord is in need of a worthy vessel. Knight brother, this ancient inheritance trial seems very strict. It looks like you only get one shot at success. Good luck. Time theft. Unable to lock onto so many targets. Time shift. It's only my timeline that has gone awry. This has nothing to do with the trial. Failure is failure, plain and simple. A flicker of spiritual light danced in Isolde's eyes, and she suddenly cried out. Lulu, it's your time to shine. Activate the void battlefield, slice the arena apart, then bring Knight Brother into your main domain. Open the mirror reflection and help Knight Brother wipe out all those puppets for him. Lin Ye was stunned. A combat method that had never once surfaced in his mind. One he would never have dared to imagine. Your Highness the Princess. Are you perhaps the Great Tome of Prophecy? Lin Ye had no time to confirm and issued the order directly. Lulu, do as I say. Crack. The crystal throne shattered apart. Before the three of them had even touched the ground. Ding, trial initiated. Lulu deployed the void battlefield in the same instant. In a heartbeat, the 10,000-meter grand hall was carved into 9 separate domains, each one containing over 100 puppets. Last time, Lin Ye had been standing among the puppets. But this time, Lin Ye stood at Lulu's side and watched as it unfurled its mirror reflection. Lin Ye summoned his phantom form, accelerated in an instant. Unleash. Ting, ting, ting. The arrows struck against Lulu's mirrored surfaces, detonating upon impact, then surging simultaneously into all 9 separate domains. Boom, 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 boom. In nearly the same instant, all 9 separate domains were struck by the arrows, simultaneously erupting in explosions all at once. Hundreds of arrows detonated as one. Innumerable damage numbers rose into the air within a single second, and Lulu's 9 separate domains crumbled amidst the explosions. 1 second. A single blink of an eye. The spatial domains had only just been carved apart before they all exploded. The naked eye could hardly catch anything. But when space returned to normal, not a single puppet in the grand hall remained standing. Ding, first trial passed. Hiss. Huh. Lin Ye drew in a deep breath, then exhaled sharply. Damn, this is way too intense. Completely unprepared, and right out of the gate, it's an impossible difficulty with only 1 second to work with. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous beyond ridiculous. Utterly absurd to the max. If I hadn't brought a cheat along this time. No need to even think about it. Straight to G. Lin Ye pulled Princess Isolde beside him into his embrace, cupped her cheeks, and planted a fierce muah upon her lips. Good performance. Princess Isolde's face flushed crimson, yet a happy elation glimmered in her eyes. She turned and leaned in herself, recapturing the lips that had just parted from hers. After a long while. Only then did they part. Ha. Princess Isolde gasped for fresh air in great breaths. Whether in attributes or technique, she was leagues behind Lin Ye. Approaching him on her own initiative had been pure surrender. However, looking at the flush blooming across her cheeks, the dazed intoxication in her gaze, she appeared to be thoroughly enjoying it. Nearby, her maid Isla could watch no longer. Today Her Highness the Princess has truly thrown all propriety to the wind. What am I to do? If His Majesty the King asks about this upon our return, can I really claim I saw nothing and know nothing? Perhaps I can write. That is provided. My dear princess, please don't cross any more lines. Isla had made her decision. No matter what, she must help Her Highness the Princess hold the line. Ding, second trial. Dodge the attacks of 999 puppets within 1 second. That's easy. Lin Ye had Lulu as his spatial mount. Dodging attacks within a segmented battlefield was a piece of cake effortlessly handled. This trial prohibits assistance from teammates' pets and mounts. Trial beginning in 3, 2. What? Lin Ye was on the verge of cursing. He turned his head to look. Isolde was still beside him, dreamily licking her lips. Speechless. But this time Lin Ye felt no panic. Even without Lulu, this trial didn't pose much difficulty. 999 puppet archers appeared simultaneously attacking in unison. Their attacks ignored distance. Even separated by 10,000 meters, they could still land their shots. Moreover, the arrows were extraordinarily swift. They barely flickered through the air. The sound of the bowstring couldn't even be heard before the arrows had already arrived. Monstrous. Had Lin Ye not directly activated the time shift skill, dodging would have been utterly impossible. Now, even with time shift active, facing attacks from every direction at extreme velocity, finding a safe path through would demand extraordinary movement speed to accomplish. Ding's second trial passed. Damn it. Sweat had broken out across Lin Ye's brow. This is just a class inheritance trial. Does it really need to be this twisted? If you don't want to pass on the inheritance, just say so, alright. To speak plainly, the difficulty of this inheritance was utterly incomprehensible, although the inheritance doesn't care about your original number of class advancements. But at this level of difficulty, even a 3rd or 4th advancement legendary archer coming here wouldn't have much chance of victory, would they? 1 chance. 1 second. No margin for error whatsoever. Is this really selecting an inheritor? Ding, third trial. There's more. Lin Ye was beginning to feel numb. Trial beginning in 3, 2. Wait, what about the content? The moment Lin Ye's words fell, a flicker of light flashed in the distance. Ding. You have been killed by inheritance trial mechanical puppet. You have died in a special scenario. Your level has dropped to 0. Risu. Lin Ye fell silent, just about to call for resurrection, but stopped himself. The puppet hadn't died. If he resurrected, wouldn't he just be instantly killed again? Better wait and see. Lin Ye was now stuck in soul form, completely powerless. He could only watch Isolde. However, her expression didn't seem particularly panicked. She was simply shouting something loudly. Unfortunately, he couldn't hear. 30 seconds later, Ding trial ended. Lin Ye breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It's finally over. The distant puppet vanished. Lin Ye activated resurrection. The space-time before his eyes reversed, returning him to the moment before his death. This time, he finally saw the arrow that had instantly killed him. It was but a plain, unadorned arrow. Only the arrowhead looked oddly familiar. That explained it. An arrow that once slew a being of mythological caliber, now deployed to kill me. This ruin has truly gone to extraordinary lengths to prevent anyone from clearing it. Isolde stepped forward lightly and gracefully, throwing herself directly into Lin Ye's arms. Congratulations, Knight Brother, you've cleared the trial. Cleared it. This counts as clearing it. Lin Ye truly couldn't believe it. Lucky for him that his resurrection wasn't subject to death penalties and his level had recovered. Otherwise, this trip would have been a complete loss. Ding. You have completed the inheritance trial. Huh? Lin Ye exclaimed in surprise. Isolde hummed a little tune and explained at an unhurried pace. The final trial requires you to die. That's the arrow of termination. It pierces through space and time. Even within the threads of destiny, one is meant to be slain by that arrow. So all you need to do is endure until time runs out, and then resurrect. What? That works too. My princess, you are truly a genius. Ding. You have obtained a new class, Time-Space Wanderer. Ding. You have obtained a new class, Sovereign of Space-Time. It seems. It actually works. Lin Ye felt some relief welling within him. The difficulty may be a bit high, but the rewards are truly generous. You have obtained an exclusive class trait. Spatio-temporal afterimage. Your attack speed and movement speed are reduced by 30. You possess a single aberrant spatio-temporal afterimage. The temporal distortion limit of the afterimage is 1 second. Each successful class advancement grants an additional spatio-temporal afterimage and doubles the temporal limit. This afterimage is your true self possessing identical attributes. However, due to the effects of spatio-temporal distortion, any damage inflicted upon the afterimage will not be transferred back to your original body. A class trait, similar to a talent but exclusive to the class. Lin Ye took a glance. This afterimage resembles the phantom clone, yet the clone is merely an illusion incapable of sustaining damage. This afterimage, however, is entirely real, even capable of serving as a decoy, drawing attacks upon itself, while leveraging equipment traits to retaliate. Let me try. With a subtle shift of his form, Lin Ye separated an afterimage from his original body, drawing his bow and knocking an arrow in one fluid motion. Meanwhile, Lin Ye himself made no attacking movement whatsoever. Hiss. This is rather extraordinary. Lin Ye contemplated in silence. Though called a spatio-temporal afterimage, in reality, it functions as a genuine extension of himself. The sole limitation is that this afterimage cannot operate beyond his 1-second temporal range. For instance, if Lin Ye's maximum movement distance within 1 second is 1,000 meters, then the afterimage cannot manifest beyond that distance. As for attacks or blocks, regardless of the action, so long as it occurs within 1 second, the afterimage can execute it flawlessly. For example, 2 distinct skills, one employed by the original body and another by the afterimage, is entirely feasible. However, when a skill's preparation time exceeds 1 second, the afterimage can no longer complete it independently. The original body must also enter the skill's preparation phase, allowing the temporal range to compress within the span of a single second. Remarkable. Even Lin Ye himself found this trait extraordinarily powerful, because the afterimage is fundamentally a perfect clone operating under his absolute control. Moreover, each class advancement grants an additional 1 while simultaneously extending the temporal limit. When I possess 4 or 5 afterimages coupled with a temporal range of 4 or 5 seconds, I can genuinely orchestrate a true 5-against-1 engagement, employing varied techniques from divergent angles. Conversely, duels against 5 or even 7 opponents pose no challenge. Is this the sovereign of space-time? Incredible. Lin Ye could only think. Incredible. Ding. You have obtained the class-exclusive skill Multi-Shot Archery. You have obtained the class-exclusive skill Ultimate Arrow. Multi-Shot Archery. Quality Mythic. Requirement Sovereign of Spacetime. Current Level 1. Bow type weapon required. Arrow movement speed 100. Arrow attack range 100. Arrow attack damage 100. Arrow damage against close-range targets 100. Can fire 3 additional arrows. It begins with 3 extra arrows, and this is merely a first advancement skill. Lin Ye distinctly recalled that ordinary archers required their second advancement to learn the additional arrows skill, and even then only gained a single arrow, at maximum level merely 2. How satisfying. 3 additional arrows is truly delightful. Of course, if more arrows could be gained at maximum level, it would be utterly invincible. Ultimate Arrow. Quality Mythic. Requirement Sovereign of Spacetime. Current Level 1. Bow type weapon required. Mythic grade arrow required. Condenses the power of spacetime, traversing infinite dimensions to inflict 1,000 damage upon the target. Unavoidable and unblockable. Upon striking, if the target's HP falls below 30, there is a 10 chance to trigger a finishing blow, instantly executing them. Upon striking, if the target's HP falls below 10, there is a 10 chance to trigger an ultimate execution, preventing resurrection. The skill's damage and activation probability increase with charging time. A minimum of 10 seconds is required to activate, with each additional 10 seconds of charging increasing the rate by 1 up to a maximum of 10. Is this the very arrow that instantly killed me earlier? A lingering unease still lingered within Lin Ye's heart. Inevitable. Absolute kill. But my class surpasses the space-time wanderer, hence the skill is more potent. Beyond execution, it can directly erase. No resurrection. This capability is truly game-breaking. Lin Ye was genuinely impressed. Unfortunately, the usage restrictions of this skill are equally staggering. The lengthy charge time aside, the critical requirement is a mythic-grade arrow. Arrow not bow. This item is consumable, is it not? If each skill usage consumes 1 mythic arrow. Surely you jest. The cost is rather steep. Truly expensive. However, I possess afterimages. Might there be some loophole to exploit? For instance, having the afterimage employ this skill while I refrain. The charging time poses no concern. My worry is whether the afterimage's skill usage would also deplete my own supplies. Lin Ye immediately tested it with ordinary arrows. As expected, it doesn't work. The afterimage is my true self, the consequence of spatio-temporal distortion. Whether skill consumption or material expenditure, it draws from my own reserves. Nevertheless, Lin Ye had nonetheless discerned the terrifying aspect of this skill, namely the 100 ultimate execution, unresurrectable. The afterimage employs this skill as well. Assuming maximum charging, nearly 5 afterimages would suffice to accumulate a 100 activation probability. Though this represents 5 layers of 20 rather than a stable 100, the probability remains staggeringly high. Unless that individual's fortune defies heaven itself, escape from execution is impossible. Defying the heavens. Knight, look over there. Isolde suddenly spoke up in warning. Lin Ye lifted his gaze. At the center of the grand hall, a statue had risen at some unknown moment. It was no divine idol. Rather a kneeling figure with head bowed, only the upper half of its body visible, both hands cradling an arrow wreathed in a dark golden radiance. Lin Ye recognized it. That arrowhead has actually been restored. Isolde responded matter-of-factly. Quite natural, isn't it? The space-time here is peculiar. That arrow was damaged in the future, but in the present it remains whole. Hiss. Lin Ye paused slightly, taking something from the past and returning to the future. Are you certain this won't cause problems? What problems could there possibly be? Such a simple temporal paradox. Surely you've heard of it. Lin Ye remarked with some perplexity. No, never heard of it. Isolde remained puzzled and instead explained to Lin Ye. In the ancient era, the Eternal Emperor mastered space-time and employed it freely. Similarly, during the primeval age and the era of gods, they too used it without restraint. Isolde paused momentarily. What the knight says does hold some merit. The present world has changed. Neither the emperor nor the divine can be perceived any longer. Perhaps they all suffered the backlash of casually disrupting space-time. The next instant, Isolde's brow smoothed in understanding. In any case, the knight should be fine, shouldn't you? You possess temporal skills yourself and use them without issue, so there should be no problem. If framed that way, there exists no rebuttal. Lin Ye himself carelessly employs temporal abilities. No matter. The reward lies before him, offered reverently upon both palms. Take it first. Lin Ye reached out and claimed the arrow. Ding. You have obtained an epic grade arrow, sky-piercing trace arrow. Quality doubled. Ding. You have obtained a mythic grade arrow, space-time trace arrow. Excellent. Lin Ye had been contemplating this very moment. The ultimate class skill lacking a mythic grade arrow would amount to nothing more than ornamentation. Now with the arrow in hand, at the very least, he possessed a trump card capable of concluding battles and utterly executing his enemies. Ding. You have completed the ancient inheritance quest. You have obtained 100 experience points. You have obtained 100 free attribute points. Experience points. Lin Ye was on the verge of reaching his second advancement. Proficiency could be grinded slowly, but his level had to be maxed out first. Ding. You have obtained 1 billion experience points. You have obtained 100 free attribute points. The difficulty of this inheritance trial is truly absurd, but the rewards are absolutely explosive. Lin Ye opened his character panel. His experience points had overflowed. Allocating attributes would take quite a while. 500 points into strength, 300 into agility, and the remaining 200 into constitution. Exhilarating. Lin Ye wasn't lacking in wisdom for now. As an execution skill, the higher the damage of ultimate arrow, the greater its value. He had to guarantee a one-shot kill to ensure the execution effect would always trigger. Next came agility. The effects of his class traits were formidable, but the loss in attack speed and movement speed was considerable. Those had to be compensated for. Spacetime retrospective arrow. Quality mythic. Requirement spacetime skill. Consumption spacetime crystal X1. Damage 300. Ignores spacetime limitations, can directly lock onto the target's soul. Ignores attack distance, can strike enemies across spacetime. Ignores hit determination, can directly destroy the spacetime within roughly 3 meters around the target. Additional spacetime crystals grant extra spacetime retrospective range. Additional spacetime crystals grant extra spacetime destruction range. A one-time use mythic grade item is truly overpowered. Let alone slaying a few bosses, even using this to assassinate a god would be no laughing matter. Lin Ye clicked his tongue in astonishment. The most terrifying part was that this arrow could snipe across spacetime. Spatial distance meant nothing. Temporal distance meant nothing either. As long as it could lock onto the target's soul, this arrow could even annihilate an already extinct boss all over again. Or perhaps take down a boss that hadn't yet spawned. Hiss! Lin Ye sharply drew in a breath of cold air. Could it really be that broken? Far too outrageous. These attributes were so powerful that Lin Ye himself could hardly believe them. Calm down. Suppressing range sniping across distances should be feasible, even crossing entire worlds. Like shooting from eternity into reality. Thump! Lin Ye's heart skipped a beat. This seemed genuinely possible. But the prerequisite was having enough spacetime crystals for the arrow to traverse such vast distances. I'll set it aside for now. A mythic grade item that could only be used once would certainly not be wasted on ordinary bosses. That would be far too much of a loss. Unless it was for godslaying, it would be a guaranteed loss. Is this where I trigger my second advancement? Lin Ye surveyed the expansive hall around him. This appeared to be the only statue. He reached out and tapped it. The statue actually moved. Its hands, empty since the arrow had been taken, suddenly clasped together, then parted to conjure a book entirely carved from stone. Ding! King of Spacetime requires the cumulative slaying of more than 100 evil monsters or spacetime creatures. Ding! You have already fulfilled this requirement. Second advancement quest initiated. Please submit 100 time crystals and 100 space crystals within 1 day. This simple. Lin Ye was stunned. Just now a single inheritance trial had nearly broken him in sweat. And now the second advancement. He had already steeled himself only to find it this easy. At least for him personally, it was rather simple. Good thing I didn't waste my skills out there earlier. Otherwise, with the gloves upgrade, I'd have fallen short on advancement materials. Lin Ye submitted the items directly. Ding! You have completed your second advancement. You have obtained the class exclusive skill spacetime roaming. You have obtained the class exclusive skill spacetime gaze. Isn't this the skill of the next tier's class? How did it become a skill? Lin Ye opened his skill panel. Spacetime roaming. Quality mythic. Requirement king of spacetime. Current level 1. Spacetime damage you receive is reduced by 30. Your spacetime resilience increases by 30. All spacetime skill effects increase by 30. You who roam through spacetime, all attributes 30. You who roam through spacetime remain unaffected by spacetime turbulence. Second advancement skills really are different. Lin Ye had assumed his first advancement skills represented the limit. Unexpectedly, the true core of the king of spacetime lay further ahead. Spacetime skill enhancement. If time and space skills, even equipment skills, counted, Lin Ye could hardly restrain himself. Even if it cost durability, he absolutely had to try it. Time shift. 1 second. 2 seconds. Still ongoing. 2. 6 seconds, and ended. Lin Ye smiled. This must be the true core of the king of spacetime, right? No. Lin Ye immediately corrected himself. This was merely spacetime roaming. It probably wasn't the true core yet. At least the third or fourth advancement. Only then would the absolute core skill of the king of spacetime class appear. There was one more. Spacetime gaze. Quality mythic. Requirement king of spacetime. Current level 1. Consumption mana x 1000. Time crystal x1. Space crystal x1. Duration 1 second. Cooldown 60 seconds. Upon activation, observe spacetime, observe weaknesses lock onto the target, and mark one target. Critical rate 30. Armor penetration 30. Elemental penetration 30. Magic penetration 30. Marked targets cannot escape your line of sight, nor evade your attacks. Simultaneously, damage they receive increases by an additional 30, and spacetime effects they receive increase by an additional 30. Level up. Lin Ye was absolutely certain. He was terrifyingly powerful now. But facing that mentor-grade magic swordsman and a world-class boss out there, he still needed to play it safe. Ding. You have leveled up. You have obtained 600 free attribute points. 600 after the second advancement, each level grants a bit more. 6 points per level now. Continue. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. The experience Lin Ye had saved up earlier along with what he'd just earned from the trial was dumped in all at once. Level 88. Level 89. Level 90. The last drop of experience was spent, and he was exactly level 90. Lin Ye continued allocating points. 24000 attribute points. All into strength, all of it. The other attributes were already sufficiently high, now it was purely about pursuing damage. He opened his panel. Strength. 100,000 points. Pure physical damage. 340000. This panel is absolutely savage. Lin Ye was thoroughly satisfied, although his level was slightly lacking. But that was because he'd been farming monsters too little recently, had practiced quite a few skills, and the advancement quest had cost him considerable time. Now that everything was settled, he could grind freely going forward. Judging from the second advancement's quest requirements, it wouldn't interfere with his leveling and monster farming. Only the material aspect might pose some pressure. Third advancement won't ask for 100 spacetime crystals, will it? Lin Ye muttered through gritted teeth. The king of spacetime class truly offered zero room for error. The inheritance trial gave him only 1 second. The advancement quest gave him only 1 hour. With so many materials, if he hadn't prepared in advance and tried to farm them on the spot, even with the Forgotten Lands and the hundredfold yield buff, Lin Ye could only stand there helplessly. He couldn't possibly farm them all. Next time he came in, he really needed to prepare 100 spacetime crystals. Otherwise, if he fell short, it would be too late for regrets. Thinking of this, Lin Ye suddenly said, "Princess." "It's Princess Yi." Princess Isolde accepted the name, cheerfully nodding repeatedly. "Next time I come in, I won't have to use that arrow tip again, will I?" Lin Ye asked. "I don't know." Isolde truly didn't know, but she quickly said with a smile, "Brother Knight has already advanced, so next time you come you'll definitely be able to enter. Moreover, this kind of class typically only has one inheritor. The entire ruin is yours now. Even if others enter, at most they'll have the normal choices." Lin Ye glanced around. The hall was empty. Only the advancement statue, nothing else. The entire ruin was right here. "Wait, you said the remaining 3 hidden classes. Can others still advance into them?" Lin Ye suddenly recalled, these 3 classes were hardly what one would call normal choices. They were inheritance classes too, and ones that had never appeared in eternity before. Spatial Hunter, Forest Guardian, Aurora, Arrow Feather. Lin Ye still remembered the names. These classes were by no means weak, merely incomparable to spacetime roaming. Of course they can be advanced into, but others can't get in on their own. Only those Brother Knight brings in can. Isolde replied. Good. Lin Ye had a plan in mind, and said no more. He recalled Lulu. Restored the crystal throne. Lin Ye touched the advancement statue once more. Before his eyes, spacetime gradually faded, and the 3 of them returned to the hall at the ruin's entrance. Entering required breaking through space. Leaving was no different. Lulu was an absolute professional when it came to space, familiar with the route. She enveloped them all, and with a single traversal returned them to the canyon abyss. Oh, that fast. The black flames in Carl's pupils flared up at once. Did you fail? However, you don't seem to look like you failed. Ha, very good. Your talent is truly exceptional. Where do all these useless words come from? A flash of killing intent swept through Lin Ye's eyes, and space-time gaze activated instantly. In the span of a single heartbeat, Lin Ye's entire perception of the world was upended. No matter how vivid eternity may appear, the images before one's eyes are at their very essence merely light cast upon the retina. The world is three-dimensional. Yet a projection can only ever be two-dimensional. No matter how razor-sharp its clarity, this truth cannot be denied. Standing before a mountain, one can never know what scenery lies beyond its ridge without crossing over it. Even so, for human perception, a two-dimensional image still contains far too many informational signals to be fully grasped. Attention is finite. Countless details are bound to slip through unnoticed. What the world calls magic is nothing more than the simple art of misdirecting attention coupled with the deceit of the eye. But now through the eye of space-time unfurled before Lin Ye, there exists nothing less than complete temporal and spatial perception. Fully three-dimensional. Lin Ye could perceive the very shape of the flames dancing across the Hellforge Reaper's back, as well as every member lurking within the shadow cluster behind him. Every angle, every minute detail laid bare. Even the surrounding environment, the shifting currents of space itself, all lay open to his gaze. And this was no mere forward sight. Every detail behind Lin Ye's own form was equally captured within his vision. Once one masters every intricate detail of this world, one begins to realize that nothing within it is truly flawless. The sheer cliff face that appears without seam is upon closer inspection riddled with fractures. Armor bears its gaps. Flames possess their zones of searing heat, of gentle warmth, and of empty void. And the flow of magical power naturally harbors its own vulnerable weaknesses. The eye of space-time, a mythic skill of the Second Awakening, proved itself worthy of its renown. Though it endured for merely a single second, it nonetheless represented the absolute dominion of the transcendent. For an ordinary player, such a fleeting moment would scarcely permit more than a handful of strikes. But for Lin Ye, a single second could unleash hundreds upon hundreds of attacks. And in truth, what one could accomplish within a single second extended far beyond mere hundreds of assaults. Moreover, Lin Ye's skill duration was by no means limited to a single second. Temporal drift extended the duration by 30%. Mark, once more enhanced. Nearly 2 full seconds of perception. The possibilities that now unfolded before Lin Ye were nothing short of boundless. He drew his bow and knocked his arrows in a fluid motion. As 6 streaks of light surged forth simultaneously, a phantom image flickered into being, launching itself from the crystal throne, soaring diagonally outward. Such a paltry trick. Carl keenly caught the flicker of the phantom and rendered his judgment in an instant. Let me tell you something. I could see through feints when I was but 8 years old. Your little sleight of hand in the eyes of a true master is utterly laughable. The hellflame black blades swept backward in a diagonal cleave. Crack. 6 arrows were sliced apart in a single sweeping arc. The tremendous force behind them nearly wrenched the blade from Carl's grasp. So the Second Awakening truly succeeded. Your strength amplified several times over. It seems your talent and inheritance are no ordinary fare. The words had scarcely fallen. Carl paid Lin Ye no heed. With supreme confidence, he turned and unleashed the flame vortex once more. Boom! The instant the black flames erupted skyward, dozens of arrows came screaming from the flank, crashing into the swirling vortex of black fire. Only this time blocking them was far from effortless. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions tore through the void, elemental shockwaves, churning the black flame vortex into utter instability. Carl was forced to channel black flames throughout his entire being just to deflect them all. Yet just as he opened his mouth to speak, a wet sound rang out. A single arrow had punched clean through the left side of his neck. 72000 critical hit. Armor break. Pierce. Uffed. Carl spat a gout of black flame into the air. Before he could even turn his head, a staccato chorus of piercing sounds erupted from his own body. 773000 critical hit. Armor break. Pierce. Dash 710000 critical hit. Armor break. Pierce. Dash 83000 critical hit. Armor break. Pierce. In what seemed like barely an instant, a full third of Carl's health bar had been whittled away. Simultaneously. Bleeding. Burning. Slowed. Electroshocked. In a single breath, all 4 elemental states had been layered upon him. He paid them little mind, for the hell-black flames granted extraordinary resistance and suppression against aberrant elemental conditions. But Carl still could not fathom what had transpired. Before him, the target he had locked onto remained there. That youth was still pressing his assault, never ceasing, nor could he possibly have moved without Carl noticing. Moments ago that boy had not summoned any clone skill. He could not have attacked from another angle, even pushing the matter to its absolute limit. Even if the boy had employed some other means to conjure a clone and successfully deceive Carl, allowing an ambush from a different direction, his hell-black flames were a power that no mortal upon the eternal continent could ever hope to wield, a supreme gift unattainable even in dreams. In offense, the damage was devastating, and it could inflict prolonged burning that scarred the soul itself. In defense, it could not only nullify tremendous amounts of damage, but also granted an extraordinary capacity for automatic evasion. Why then did he shroud his entire body in black flames? Precisely because his physical position could shift freely within those black flames. This was the proof that he had clawed his way back from the very depths of hell. It was also the trump card upon which his invincible confidence rested. Thus, what were a few measly arrows? So what if he slipped? So what if his opponent's strength was truly formidable? Could such attacks truly land upon him? Even if one or two connected, what of it? Could he be struck with every single shot? Impossible. For his evasion rate cloaked within the hell-black flame stood at no less than 70%, utterly surpassing the master tier and drawing infinitely close to that of the saints. Yet why? How had that youth landed every single one of his consecutive strikes? And all of them critical hits at that? HSSS. In the distance, Nolan too stood stunned, equally bewildered by what he had witnessed. Opening with a feint to obscure the opponent's vision, then suddenly repositioning to unleash a devastating strike from the flank. Such tactics, though well-worn, were undeniably effective. The Blue Moon Legion, as the kingdom's primary fighting force, needed no elaboration of its might. Commander Nolan had likewise risen through the ranks one battle at a time. The battles he had endured numbered far beyond 1,000, far beyond 10,000. If even I have been deceived, then that boy must possess a clone nearly indistinguishable from reality. That would explain it. He possessed a clone to begin with, and after the second awakening its efficacy was elevated. Nolan had pieced together part of the mystery, yet he could not help but inwardly marvel at its sheer absurdity. A clone indistinguishable from reality, one capable of deceiving even himself. Such a skills tier must surely exceed the legendary, must it not? Epic. Surely it could not be higher still. Thud. Nolan now gazed upon those devastating damage numbers, and found them all the more incomprehensible. Moments ago the boy's strength and damage had amounted to perhaps tens of thousands at most. Now it had surged tenfold. No, it far surpassed even that. This damage had been wrought against the hell-black flames themselves. Beyond raw damage, he now possessed extraordinary armor break and penetration. HSSS. Nolan drew a sharp breath. That was the hell-black flames. Although he was not intimately versed in every facet of its capabilities, he was absolutely certain that such a supreme gift from hell itself would never grant offense, without also granting evasion, parrying, and defense. Why then? Just as Nolan remained lost in thought, a sudden flash exploded at the corner of his eye. Damn, crescent slash. A veteran of countless battles, he instantly recognized an ambush. But the speed. It was blindingly fast. Though he reacted on pure instinct, cleaving forth his crescent slash, he could not parry them all. Thwack thwack. 2 arrows punched straight through his armor, piercing clean through his waist. -12110 critical hit. Armor break. Pierce. -137200 critical hit. Armor break. Pierce. 2 arrows. Just 2 arrows. They carved away 70% of Nolan's health bar in an instant. In the span of a heartbeat, his health bar had plunged to nothing. It was beyond terrifying. It was nothing short of absolute horror. Goodoo. Nolan downed the finest legendary elixir from his pack in a single gulp, his health bar stabilizing instantly as he gripped his blade with both hands and let out a thunderous battle cry. Moon's Guardian. Ding ding ding. Several arrows were deflected by the protective barrier of lunar magic. Lin Ye had no way to mark 2 targets simultaneously, nor did he have time to attend to him now. Earlier it had merely been a passing opportunity. After all, an idle afterimage might as well try its hand. That try nearly became his demise. The power of the afterimage was beyond anything a mere clone could match. Lin Ye's afterimage. A distortion born from the fabric of time and space. Currently at the second awakening. A maximum of 2 afterimages. When activated, the 2 afterimages can separate. When dormant, the afterimages remain upon his person. Simultaneously, the 2 afterimages can also overlap. As just moments ago, Lin Ye appeared to have sent forth but a single afterimage, when in truth it had been 2 afterimages fused seamlessly together. At first he had only been assaulting Carl, but upon noticing Nolan in a daze, he had flung an afterimage over his shoulder, without hesitation launching an attack. Such a maneuver was something no one could anticipate, nor could anyone defend against it. A single man, concentrated in relentless offense, unleashing his full might without pause, when suddenly a devastating strike erupts from any direction. How could such a thing not be terrifying? At this moment, Lin Ye's afterimage struck out without result, returning and merging once more. Nolan had gathered all his strength in defense, yet after watching for what felt like an eternity, he still could not discern where his foe even stood. He knew the arrows had come from that direction, yet no matter how he searched, he could see nothing nor fathom how his adversary had attacked. For a moment, he even believed he had encountered a ghost. Arg! Carl could endure no longer and let loose a maddening howl. After his fall into corruption, his body had become inhuman. His health bar was naturally far longer than Nolan's by no small margin. Yet no matter how hardy and resilient his flesh, it could not withstand the continuous piercing onslaught of Lin Ye's attacks, dealing damage in the hundreds of thousands. Damnable! Hellfire detonate. Boom! The hellfire erupted from within Carl's body, sweeping across a radius of several hundred meters in an instant. Even the entire abyssal canyon trembled beneath the terror of that explosion. Think you can escape? Lin Ye smiled. Though the state of the eye of time and space had failed to one-shot him, the mark had already been placed. If one wished to conserve skills, a single-time theft now would suffice to end the battle. No matter, conserving them was still the wiser choice. After all, he had only just emerged from the ruins and had no idea whether these fellows might yet have something hidden behind them. He must reserve his durability as a safety net. Within his sight, the erupting hellfire failed to conceal Carl's figure. Lin Ye's storm of arrows pursued him like a relentless shadow. You wretched fools, why don't you attack? Carl contorted continuously within the hellfire, slashing forth a dozen searing whirlwinds in succession, yet still could not stem the arrows assailing him from two directions. His state had descended into something like madness, and he reached out to seize a member of the Shadow Order. With a resounding crash, that wanted fugitive's head burst like a watermelon, yet the blood did not spray outward. Instead, it was all swallowed in a single gulp by Carl's gaping maw. In the blink of an eye, Carl's health bar began to recover. Brother Knight, it appears we have a slight problem. Carl's degree of corruption has exceeded expectations. His body has grown nearly demonic, capable of slaying and draining blood to rapidly regenerate. Princess Isolde cautioned from the side. A trifling inconvenience, nothing to worry about. Though Lin Ye's arrows never ceased their assault, his afterimage vanished in a flicker. In terms of speed, Lin Ye's afterimage was in no way slower than his true body. Moreover, the afterimage carried his full equipment and full skill set. Dragon Shadow Dash, the maximum level displacement skill granted by his boots. Whoosh! A flicker. The afterimage had already carved its way into the midst of the Shadow Order members. Two afterimages manifested simultaneously, each summoning an illusion. No need to aim. Unleash everything. Boom. In a single instant, hundreds of arrows erupted forth from the hands of the afterimages and illusions alike. Two afterimages. Two illusions. Each strike loosed 6 arrows. And Lin Ye's current attack speed neared 300. Stacked thus, the number of arrows Lin Ye could unleash within a single second was truly terrifying. Full firepower, nearing 10,000 per second. Even with his quiver fully stocked at 1 million arrows, such a barrage could only sustain 100 seconds of full eruption, let alone now when it was far from full. However, the effect of full firepower was equally devastating. The arrows erupted from the very center of the Shadow Order members. In an instant, 4 of the nearby Shadow Order were obliterated on the spot. High evasion and full deflection were the hallmarks of legends, techniques of peak masters. These were merely wanted fugitives of the second or third awakening. Though possessing some strength sufficient to evade the Empire's pursuit, they lacked the ability to withstand such a catastrophic eruption of arrows. Boom! A tremendous shock. Dozens of Shadow Order members were simultaneously blasted into dust by the arrows. 10,000 arrows in flight. Within a single second, the Shadow Order, utterly annihilated. Ding! You have defeated Shadow Order member Assassin Hubert. You have gained 23000 experience points. You have gained 23000 personal reputation. You may carry proof of kill to claim bounties at any main city of the Moon Shadow Kingdom. Not the Empire's. All the better then. Lin Ye appeared unable to claim bounties from the Empire. After all, his name and likeness were most likely posted at the very top of their wanted lists. Ding! You have defeated Shadow Order member. You have gained 370 experience points. You have leveled up. You have gained 600 free attribute points. In an instant, a flood of notifications cascaded forth. Lin Ye had no time to read them. He casually patted Lulu. Let's end this quickly. Click. Lulu unfurled a spatial corridor to trap Nolan behind them, while Lin Ye devoted his full strength to slaying Carl. In truth, ever since being wounded, Nolan had maintained a state of pure defense. He dared not move, not even a single muscle. He was terrified, genuinely terrified. Those 2 arrows that had struck him from behind had sent a chill straight to his spine, his soul nearly fleeing his body. If he had reacted even a fraction of a second slower, deflected 1 fewer arrow, suffered 1 additional wound, then he would already be a corpse. He was no fallen one, nor did he possess the fathomless health pool of a half-human, half-demon hybrid. He truly could not withstand an ambush. Who knew whether the bastard before him had deliberately exposed his back? If he rushed forward, and a few arrows materialized behind him, would he not perish on the spot? Elsewhere, within the maelstrom of 10,000 arrows, Carl had merely paused for a heartbeat lost in but a moment's distraction, when every Shadow Order member present had been utterly annihilated. The plans he had prepared, the Hell Magic Array, had not even been deployed in time. He had not even the chance to snatch some unlucky soul and drain their blood. Far too swift. How could he have foreseen that this whelp would emerge from an inheritance ruin that had never once appeared within mere minutes? How could he possibly have known that the boy's combat prowess after emerging would rival that of a demon king himself? Time, space, and clones indistinguishable from reality. Which among these was not of mythological caliber? Which among these was not something he would never dare dream of possessing? You treacherous wretches. For 3 whole years Princess Isolde has been aware of our plans, hasn't she? She has been deceiving us all along, hasn't she? Yes, it must be so. You despicable villains daring to scheme against a reaper from hell. I shall remember this. One day I shall make you taste suffering beyond death. Fool. Lin Ye could not be bothered with his ravings. He raised his hand and loosed an elemental burst arrow. Boom. The 4 elements detonated in unison. Unfortunately, status ailments had little effect upon Carl, whose entire form was cloaked in hellfire. Otherwise, given Lin Ye's consecutive strikes, he would have frozen him dead long ago. Yet now the difference hardly mattered. Carl had nowhere left to flee and no spare blood bags at his side. Ignorant fool, do not push me. Otherwise we shall all descend to hell together. Huh. Lin Ye's 2 afterimages exchanged a glance and burst into laughter simultaneously. Today I shall push you. What of it? Carl froze the black fire within his pupils, flickering to a halt. You. Damnable wretch, since you force my hand. Perish. Obliterate hellblack, fire. Carl's health bar could endure no longer. With one final maddening roar, his hands tore open his chest. Boom. The hellfire within instantly lost all containment, transforming into a wave of black light that erupted upon the spot. Rumble, rumble. Lin Ye's 2 afterimages were completely engulfed in the instant the destructive hellfire erupted, vaporized instantly by the terrifying heat, leaving not even ash behind. -326100 critical. Penetration. -37577730 critical. Penetration. 2 crimson numerals of damage in the millions rose respectively above the heads of the 2 afterimages. Looking into the distance, Lulu had already carried Lin Ye and the others several thousand meters away. Unscathed, truly handy. Lin Ye's true body remained entirely unharmed. Henceforth, he need never again fear a boss's self-detonation. System announcement. Motion Zune has slain Shadow Order Core member world-class boss Black Prison Reaper Carl. System announcement. Motion Zune has slain a core member of the Shadow Guild, the world-class boss Carl, the Prison Reaper of the Dark Abyss. Motion Zune has achieved the first kill of a main storyline world boss. Rewards 100 personal reputation points, 1 epic treasure chest, 1 S-rank talent scroll. The instant the announcement appeared, every player was left dumbstruck. It's him again. Damn it. Wasn't he wanted by the Empire? How is he still managing to challenge bosses? What kind of garbage organization is the Shadow Guild? They call me the bane of fugitives, the Bounty Reaper. I've slaughtered enough Shadow Guild members to circle the Empire 3 times over, so why don't I get any rewards? Guild players were even more exasperated. Save it, will you? That was a core member of the Shadow Guild. Holy hell, we've been playing all this time and never even knew. How does a band of fugitives running across the continent have freaking core members? And here's the truly cursed part. This bastard was the first kill on a main storyline boss. Oh my god, you believe that? We've been playing this game for 2 or 3 months, slain so many bosses, and not a single one was part of the main storyline. They're losing their minds. The guild players have been pushed to the brink, ready to mass report the system. I refuse to accept this. Why is his boss main storyline while ours isn't? Eternity has so many nations, races, factions, and bosses. Why on earth aren't the ones we kill main storyline? Tyrant Ruins. AX had just led his team through clearing a dungeon and had been waiting for the system announcement to see what rewards they'd earned, but that's it. That's all. AX wore an expression of utter disbelief. Our dungeon involved so many hidden plot lines, and after clearing it, it isn't even worth an announcement. Or is it that those plot lines weren't important at all? What was the answer? Every member of the Noble Legion present knew it perfectly well, but no one dared speak it aloud. Fuck. They killed the main storyline boss and triggered the main storyline plot. What the hell have we been fighting for these past few months, and what plots have we been unlocking? With just one announcement. Every player who had poured fortunes into entering the game early was on the verge of madness. Months of time spent, and they hadn't even gotten a glimpse of the main storyline. Is this how you play a game? The dungeons are his, the world bosses are his too. Where on earth is he getting his information, and why have we never gotten any of it? A large model worth hundreds of billions, a professional team of 3,000 people. And this is all the intelligence you've produced for me, a dungeon that doesn't even warrant a system announcement. The entire hall fell silent. Only Wynneth spoke up. In last month's intelligence briefing there did seem to be mention of a lead on the Shadow Guild. However, the target's cover was too deep, the analytical difficulty too high, and since it fell under NPC faction rather than monster territories, you decided not to prioritize the investigation. Thud. AX was thoroughly deflated. After a long pause, he finally said, "Send word immediately. Launch the investigation into the Shadow Guild at once. If its main storyline, there certainly won't be just one boss. Also step up the analysis on the next main storyline, lad. We cannot afford to be led around by the nose." Meanwhile, the forces of every nation had been left just as stunned by the announcement. The beautiful nation. World bosses are divided into main storyline and side storyline. How did I not know this? Months, and we haven't even located the world main storyline. Fine. If you lot are too incompetent to find Eternity's main storyline, then get me the real world main storyline instead. Mo Tianzuan. Remember, he's your main storyline from now on. Find him, capture him, take him down. I don't care how. Any way will do. Just don't tell me there's no main storyline. Do you understand? The Sakura Nation. A mere Shadow Guild member turns out to be tied to a world main storyline. The system can never be wrong, so it must be that our understanding of the main storyline has been incorrect. No, what we've been pursuing are also main storylines, just national level ones. But the core member of the Shadow Guild that Mo Tianzuan took down belonged to an organization spanning multiple nations. So good, that makes sense. Continue. While the Shadow Guild may not be powerful, it is an organization spread across eternity. Only such an organization could possibly become a world-class main storyline. That's all it takes. Then why didn't we think of this before, and how did he get to it first? Everyone, there's no need to panic. The fact that Mo Tianzuan took down one main storyline boss hardly changes anything. The key lies in what follows. If we move quickly enough, we can penetrate deeper into the Shadow Guild and slay its leader before anyone else, completing this true world-class main storyline quest. Sugoi. Notify the 4 major guilds at once to commence the assault on the Shadow Guild. Objective. Complete the main storyline. At any cost. Huaxia. Lin Ye dialed Bian Yuerong's number. Weren't you supposed to be tailing Lin Ye? What kind of tailing was that? Bian Yuerong was equally speechless. Director Ling, isn't the current mission to grind for merit points? Those S-rank talent scrolls. Grinding. Yes, of course we still have to grind. Lin Ye paused. But when he ran off to tackle a world-class main storyline quest, something this significant, you should have followed along to check on it. Bian Yuerong thought to herself. He didn't tell me in advance what quest he was going after. And besides, just now, Lin Ye was still in the Forgotten Lands playing management and construction with some NPCs. In just a few minutes, he'd gone out and downed a world-class boss, and a main storyline one at that. Lin Ye murmured thoughtfully. Yuerong, this storyline is world-class and extremely important, but the matters in the Forgotten Land can't be neglected either. Tell me what personnel you need, and I'll arrange them for you. Bian Yuerong truly couldn't handle it all. Once she had believed that tailing and surveillance was the simplest and most leisurely task there was. Now she knew she was wrong. Hard, far too hard. As for requesting more personnel, who could they possibly send that could keep an eye on Lin Ye? Unless you planted some beauty by his side. Even then, that guy might still. Bian Yuerong's eyes lit up. Director Ling, I'm requesting to have Commander Ao Shui of the Dragon Squad transferred over to assist. Her. Ling Wei's expression instantly soured, the corner of his eye twitching uncontrollably. That girl is a handful. No, I mean impossibly difficult to command. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle her. It's fine. As long as someone can handle her, that's all that matters. Bian Yuerong insisted. Ahem. Ling Wei cleared his throat, his expression sobering. Since you're so insistent, contact her yourself. Reach out to me again if you need anything. The moment Bian Yuerong hung up the phone, she immediately reached Shangwan Aoshua. Little Yuerong, missing your sister again. Aya, in that last mission, your dear sister only happened to save your life in passing. There's really no need for you to dwell on it. But if it truly weighs on your conscience, and you insist on offering yourself to me in gratitude, well, your sister wouldn't want to disappoint a beauty. How about tonight, Bulgari Hotel, you get a room ready, and make yourself squeaky clean, and your sister will absolutely be there. You. Silence. Dark lines covered Bian Yuerong's forehead. Given even the slightest alternative in life, she would never have contacted this pervert. His ha. Bien Yuerong took a deep breath and briefly outlined the mission. Commander Aoshua. Call me sister. Sister Aoshua, I really do need your help this time. Mo Tianzuan has been making a huge name for himself lately, flooding the announcements day after day. And in reality, he's just some doe-eyed college kid. Little Yuerong, with your abilities, surely you can handle even this, can't you? If Sister Aoshua is so confident, then come try for yourself. That guy, he's truly impossible to pin down. Of course, since our little Yuerong has asked, how could Sister possibly refuse? Shangwan Aoshua chuckled lightly. Then hurry and prepare yourself. Sister will arrive tonight. Remember to get squeaky clean. Eternity. Fierce Wind Canyon. Lin Ye selected his rewards. Ding. You have gained 1,000 personal reputation points. You have obtained 1 mythic treasure chest. You have obtained 1 SS rank talent scroll. Nolan has fled. Once the explosion subsided, Lin Ye immediately noticed one person missing. After searching several rounds without finding any trace, he deduced that the target must have employed a spatial ability or artifact. Otherwise, escape at such speed would have been impossible. The cooldown of Lin Ye's eyes of time and space was rather lengthy, making pursuit difficult. Isolde drew out her tarot cards and casually plucked one from the deck, only to find its surface shrouded in a veil of gray mist, revealing nothing whatsoever. He had failed. It must be because we didn't kiss. Huh, is she really that casual about it? Lin Ye could not help but laugh at the sight. You still have moments of failure. Indeed I do. Before it was quite easy to fail. But ever since I met Brother Knight, my success rate has risen considerably. And with a kiss it would be even higher, Princess Isolde declared as she threw her arms around him. Enough of that. Let me escort you back first. Lin Ye spoke casually. Although Nolan's level was not low as an NPC faction leader, the rewards he offered surely paled in comparison to those of a world-class boss like Carl. Once the quest concluded, placing his name on a bounty list might just transform him into a boss to be hunted down. Just like Carl. A world-class BOSS after all. The bonus rewards from a first kill were already delectable enough. A mythic treasure chest and SS tier talent. Beyond this, the scorched earth left behind by the explosion still bore remnants of kill credentials. One could collect the bounty's equipment and weapons, though whether they had been destroyed remained uncertain. Yet one weapon alone had survived. Ding. You have obtained an epic grade weapon. Epic grade. Then with doubled quality. Ding. You have obtained a mythic grade weapon, Prison Flame Sword Destroyer. Prison Flame Sword Destroyer. Quality mythic. Durability 5000. Requirement level 200. Prison Flame damage 300. Physical attack 300. Health 300. Deals prison flame damage equal to 700 of your physical damage, incapable of dealing non-prison flame damage. Prison Flame Mastery, complete mastery over Prison Flame equivalent to skill proficiency level 30. Prison Flame Destruction can channel Prison Flame into a state of devastation. Damage, area penetration, and burn effects all increased by 100 across all domains. While active Prison Flame scorches the wielder, consuming 5 of maximum health per second. Cooldown 360 minutes. Hiss. Lin Ye fell into contemplation. With this sword, does that mean anyone can wield Prison Flame now? Isolde cast a glance at it and gave a slight nod. Indeed, however, while Prison Flame incinerates souls, it also corrodes the soul of its wielder. One may hear the whispers of the Dark Lord while bearing it. It is an immensely powerful weapon, but equally perilous. Lin Ye had never shown her the weapon, yet she knew everything. Was this prophecy? Your Highness, what exactly is your talent? Isolde tilted her chin upward with a touch of playful pride. Brother Knight, my talent is quite formidable. Look. Fate's Gaze. Quality SSS. Class change unavailable. Level up unavailable. Unable to master any offensive skills. Can gaze upon fate itself. Cursed by fate. SSS tier. Lin Ye clicked his tongue in secret admiration. NPCs possessed talents too, and their grades were not necessarily inferior to those of players. Especially one such as this. A talent that touched upon the very threads of fate. Outrageously overpowered at first glance. And yet, the restrictions were equally severe. The mere inability to change class or level up would have players filing complaints in no time. But that doesn't add up. You're supposed to gaze upon fate, so why does it feel as if you've hacked the system, knowing every piece of information? Lin Ye questioned. One cannot gaze upon fate so freely. It is far too dangerous. Only occasionally, and in secret, may one peek. Isolde produced her tarot cards with a radiant smile. As a seer of fate, this princess knew long ago that she would meet Brother Knight. Moreover, this princess prepared herself well in advance. Look, eyes of insight. Isolde removed a pair of violet lenses from beneath her eyes, revealing the true form of her gaze. Upon closer inspection, it was a flawless pair of pupils traced in silver blue filaments with countless flowing runes rotating within like constellations. Stare a moment longer, and you would be drawn within. In a daze one drifted through an ocean of knowledge. Here every scrap of knowledge one yearned for seemed attainable with effortless ease. Lin Ye forcibly shut his eyes only then returning to his senses and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this a skill? A mythic grade 1 at that? With Brother Knight by my side this princess no longer needs to hide herself. So exhausting." Isolde tossed aside the violet lenses in cheerful abandon. The Eyes of Insight is a skill that transcends mortal boundaries. No matter who wishes to learn it, the path is arduous and grueling. In those days seeking the light of knowledge, I truly gazed upon fate countless times bearing several curses until at last I caught that slender thread of opportunity for success. Lin Ye had truly broadened his horizons today. Fate's gaze. No combat abilities could be learned, but knowledge certainly could. Yet who could claim that mastery of knowledge was not itself a form of combat prowess? From what had just transpired, knowledge was not merely combat strength. It was formidable strength indeed. Then if you can know anything, why earlier? At this Isolde immediately puffed out her cheeks in protest. It's not that simple at all. The Eyes of Insight itself carries many limitations. Even when used it doesn't guarantee you'll see what you hope to see. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and at times all you get is a blur. Furthermore, a mythic skill naturally has an extended cooldown. It relies entirely on fate's gaze to find gaps and forcibly activate it. If mishandled, curses will still descend. That much was true. Mythic skills possessed lengthy cooldowns and numerous restrictions. Lin Ye's own Eyes of Time and Space was devastatingly powerful in use, but its cooldown was equally lengthy. Her Eyes of Insight could not only perceive knowledge, but at times even uncover secrets unknown to anyone. Its effects seemed even more heaven-defying than the Eyes of Time and Space, and so its restrictions were naturally severe. Ila, who had remained silent all this while, could not help but interject, "The princess does not casually perform glimpses of destiny for others. The curses are too numerous. For instance, one might likely trip while walking, suffer nightmares, while sleeping encounter danger when going out. Wasn't that just plain bad luck?" Lin Ye felt. This curse was admittedly somewhat unlucky. Isolde paid it no heed, instead smiling as she clung to Lin Ye's arm. "It's all right. As long as I'm by Brother Knight's side, these minor curses pose no problem at all. Only the lifespan curse I incurred in pursuit of the Eyes of Insight is a bit troublesome." Ila suddenly froze. "Your Highness, you never mentioned a lifespan curse before." Isolde waved her hand dismissively. "You didn't need to know. At the time, the light of knowledge determined that I likely wouldn't survive past my 18th birthday." "What?" Lin Ye started slightly. "How old is the princess this year?" 18. Isolde beamed sweetly. "No need to rush. My birthday is still over a month away." Good grief." Lin Ye was thoroughly impressed, and he helplessly rubbed his brow. "With a death curse deadline barely a month away, how can you still smile so happily? If this were reality, such a curse could simply be dismissed outright. But this place, however, was a world of fantasy and magic. She could even peer into fate itself. The light of knowledge said. "Wait, who exactly is the light of knowledge?" "A naughty old man who loves playing hide and seek. Back then searching for him wasted so many of my glimpses." Isolde wrinkled her nose in obvious displeasure at the light of knowledge. "Did he say how to break it?" Lin Ye thought. Having finally taken on a hero rescues beauty quest, he couldn't very well let it end in failure. "I don't know," Isolde replied with an expression of pure innocence. "That wicked old man told me to find the answer within fate itself. But I cannot see my own fate, so let's just leave it be." "Princess, what magnanimity. Even a death curse could be so casually disregarded." Ding. You have learned of Princess Isolde's death curse. You may choose between two quest directions. 1. Disregard the curse and let events unfold as they will. Lin Ye had finally figured it out. This type of hidden quest line in Eternity required explicit confirmation from the player before it would grant the quest. Conversely, this also implied that quests requiring such confirmation were undoubtedly of staggering difficulty. Moreover, merely accepting the quest already meant facing tremendous danger. Take the Princess Rescue quest from before. Its description clearly stated there would be no penalty for failure. But in reality, if he had simply charged ahead without a care in the world. A world-tier boss, a mentor-tier legendary combatant. They were both lying in wait. There was indeed no penalty for failure, because failure meant certain death. And death beneath the hell-black flame, with one's soul immolated and forever barred from resurrection. The outcome was no different from having one's account deleted. Ding, you have obtained a new quest. Lift the death curse upon Princess Isolde. Objective: Death Curse 01. Reward: Unknown. Penalty: None. Lin Ye had absolutely no idea where to even begin with this. Isolde, noticing Lin Ye's troubled expression, offered tentatively. "Is Sir Knight worried about E? You barely have a month left to live. If I'm not worried now, then when exactly am I supposed to start worrying?" Lin Ye quipped lightly. "It's all right." Isolde clung tightly to Lin Ye, beaming as she said, "The death curse born of fate doesn't simply kill you once the time is up. It's more likely triggered by some unforeseen accident, right? So it's fine. As long as Sir Knight is by my side, he will surely make it safely past her 18th birthday. This seemed like a straightforward protection quest. Good, that simplifies things considerably. Lin Ye vastly preferred matters that could be resolved through direct action. Re-examining the quest now, Lin Ye had a fairly clear picture of where the danger lay. The Shadow Order. They hadn't come to kill him. They had come to kill the princess. It appeared they had taken on a contract from Count Kalrin. But honestly, did Count Kalrin truly possess the means to hire a world-tier boss of Karl's caliber? Moreover, for this assassination plot, they had even bribed the kingdom's Blue Moon Legion. Such an elaborate arrangement could hardly be the work of a mere imperial count alone, could it? Therefore, even if this assassination attempt failed, it did not signify the end. Not to mention the Nolan who had escaped. He didn't appear to be cut from the same cloth as the Shadow Order, and even Isolde's inside eyes had failed to discern his background. It was all very complicated. Within the Moon Shadow Kingdom alone, there were at least 2 factions intent on killing the princess. However, Lin Ye's protection quest itself was uncomplicated, so long as his combat prowess was sufficient. After a brief deliberation, Lin Ye resolved to proceed in his own manner, simply leveling up and bolstering his strength as usual. Let's go, I'll escort you back to the kingdom first. Isolde immediately buried her face away, protesting, No, I don't want to go back. He doesn't want to be a princess at all. I just want to stay by Sir Knight's side. Haha, I'm only escorting you back. I never said I wouldn't bring you along. Lin Ye patted Lulu. The crystal throne rose into the air and set course directly for the Moon Shadow capital. Along the way, Lin Ye finally had a moment to bring out the mythic treasure chest. Time to open it. Reaching the capital didn't necessarily guarantee smooth sailing either. He'd opt for the upgradable variant. Ding, you have obtained mythic equipment Helmet of Time. A time-based piece as well. Then again, that makes sense. I'm a time-space class myself. Opening a time-based item isn't exactly surprising, is it? Lin Ye opened the attributes panel. Helmet of Time, quality mythic, durability 1000, upgrade time crystal 0500, space crystal 0500, requirement none, all attributes 10 following light upon activation consumes 1 of maximum HP per second, physical and magical damage, ignores 10 of armor. Reversed light foresees the location of lethal attacks within the next 30 seconds, successful foresight consumes 50 durability. Light theft consumes 10 durability to glimpse an enemy's after image 1 seconds in the future. Light distortion consumes 10 durability to warp the targeted area of an enemy skill by 1 seconds. Time stacking, the time properties of this item can overlay with other equipment of the same category. It's actually a set piece. The moment Lin Ye saw that final attribute, he understood at once. He equipped it immediately. The 10 attribute boost didn't seem like much right now, but once upgraded further, its potential would be truly staggering. The real prize lay in its special skills. Reversed light. It foresees lethal attacks in advance. But how does it determine what constitutes a situation where I would surely die? How does it know that I absolutely cannot dodge, cannot evade, that I must certainly perish? Hiss. If that's truly how it works, it seems rather similar to Yi's prophetic abilities. First, it foresees the inescapable fatal situation in the future. Then within that 30-second window, one finds a way to break out of that doomed scenario. The exact capabilities would need to be tested in practice to know for certain. On second thought, perhaps this death foresight is better not invoked too casually. As for the rest, both light theft and light distortion were quite practical skills. One grants an advanced glimpse of enemy movements while the other forcibly obstructs enemy skills, and it's an area of effect skill at that. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A gentle tremor stirred within Lin Ye's arms, Avignia's paper crane. Upon retrieving it, he found a line of crisp, clear text printed upon it. Count Kalrin appears to be quite furious and is issuing decrees to utterly eradicate the Demon Lord's forces from the continent of eternity. Did your mission succeed? Erase my forces. What forces could I possibly? Lin Ye started, then stiffened slightly. The novice village. Precisely. The Count's target should be that small floating landmass that recently returned from the temporal maelstrom. You know about it too. The Empire has inexplicably gained a sizable parcel of land. How could I possibly miss such momentous news? Had Count Kalrin not suddenly appeared, I would have gone there to investigate today. Investigate what? Looking back through ancient history, only one being possessed the ability to carve away a portion of the continent of eternity and have it remain intact through the ages before returning it. The most likely candidate, of course, is that forgotten emperor. Lin Ye discerned her line of thinking, but something was off. If it weren't from the Forgotten Lands, the novice village couldn't have returned either, so her conjecture didn't seem to be wrong after all. That can wait, I'll take you there later. First, the important matter. Do you know how to break a death curse? Isolde wielded the inside eyes and could perceive much knowledge, but that didn't make her wiser than Avignia. As an archmage versed in the mysteries of time and space, she might have some insight. Is the curse an instantaneous damage type or an unknown prophetic type? Now that's professional. Lin Ye stated directly, it's a prophetic type. a prize for using abilities. The adjudicator is the light of knowledge. Thump far away in the association of Astra Vignia, nearly tumbled head over heels. The light of knowledge. That is a being that stands above even the mythical. A herald of omniscience, the guide who in myth and legend led humanity out of ignorance. Whether they exist at all, or in what form they manifest, is a secret unknown to anyone in this world. Trembling. From her voice to her body, every single cell of Avignia's being quivered faintly. As a scholar, her yearning for knowledge had never known an end. To her, the light of knowledge was not a god, but her sole dream, her only aspiration. You couldn't possibly have met them, could you? I've never seen it, Lin Ye affirmed. Come to think of it, no matter how one might speculate, the light of knowledge could not possibly resemble an ordinary human nor an ordinary NPC. From Isolde's account, it seemed more like a special NPC hidden in extraordinary depths. We'll discuss the specifics later. It's impossible to find the light of knowledge again now, so faced with this prophetic curse, he has confirmed. Is there any way to break it? In her excitement, Avienia's thoughts remained sharp. You mean someone has actually found it, seen the light of knowledge, and made a judgment about the prophetic curse? That's right. Hiss. Avienia drew a sharp breath. After years of research and anticipation, at this moment, she finally felt that there was to be a truly meaningful breakthrough. The light of knowledge, a being whom all the arcanists of the Empire could neither fully believe in nor refrain from secretly seeking. The mere possession of evidence of its true existence would be enough to unleash a sweeping academic storm across the Empire's arcane community. Avienia took a deep breath and pressed down the excitement in her heart. If a curse is confirmed by the light of knowledge, then it cannot be false. And if a prophetic curse is genuine, it must mean the other party possesses abilities related to fate. Exactly, that's how it is. As an Imperial Arcanist, Avienia had not really believed in such a thing as fate before today. Princess Isolde. Legend has it that she possesses the talent of prophecy and is quite accurate, though the Empire's arcane community has never been particularly convinced. If it is indeed her, then this should be the backlash arising from the use of her prophetic talent, shouldn't it? This is wisdom. Lin Ye had thought the matter was too complicated to explain easily, but since she now understood, it would be much easier to discuss. The situation is probably roughly as you describe, but time is very short. Setting aside methods of fate, is there any way to find a solution through time and space to break it? After a moment of contemplation, Avienia finally said, there isn't, unless your time skills can reverse infinitely. 1 year, 10 years, a century. But even so, it would be impossible to escape a prophetic curse, because fate is a special existence that pierces through time and space. Even if time were reversed, it might be in vain. If you truly wish to break this kind of curse, the best method is to directly change fate. Of course, this is also the most impossible method. Avienia added, furthermore, I do not recommend forcibly using temporal, spatial, or other means to stall, because that would not solve the problem. Instead, it would trigger the backlash of fate, dragging those who try to help into an inescapable death ordained by destiny. Understood. We'll talk more when there's time later. Lin Ye carefully stored away the paper crane, for some ideas had already begun to take shape in his mind. His own time-space skills were insufficient to alter something so distant, but the Forgotten Lands could. The temporal storms there could even achieve a reversal of several decades. The prophecy foretold death at 18. If the princess remained 3 years old forever, what could even fate do about it? However, the backlash of fate that Avienia had mentioned, the price of defying destiny, seemed to grow ever heavier and even to spread. This demanded careful consideration. He could not make such a simple decision so hastily. In any case, there was still a little time. He would try first, and see if it did not work, he would think of another way. The crystal throne flew remarkably smoothly. As a mount, Lulu's professionalism was truly exceptional. All the way across the kingdom, Isolde, with the familiarity of an old hand, introduced to Lin Ye the local customs and culture of each region they passed. The Moonshadow Kingdom. It was utterly different from the Empire, which revered knowledge, truth, arcane arts, and martial prowess. Magic. The magic bestowed by the azure moon above was their sole pursuit. Even swordsmen, knights, warriors, archers, and assassins, these melee classes, all focused on magical skills. The most powerful faction within the Moonshadow Kingdom was not the king, but the Magic Association. If one had to divide good and evil among the 3 great powers of the Eternal Continent, the Crimson Sect had an obvious inclination toward the extreme and evil. The Order Alliance, meanwhile, pursued absolute fairness and demanded complete righteousness. And the final power, the Magic Association, was not entirely neutral. It was completely indifferent to both righteousness and evil. Magic was their sole pursuit. They did not require their members to uphold justice, nor did they concern themselves with fairness. However, excessively extreme magics were also classified as forbidden arts, prohibited from being learned or mastered by members and everyone alike. In Eternity, a player's starting village was determined by region. Even when designating a starting village for an alt character, the range could not exceed a single city. Moreover, when players left their starting villages and were teleported to the main city, the same rule applied. Astra was the teleportation hub for players from Haizhou and its surrounding cities, so players from Huaxiao were all located within the Astra Empire. As for the Moonshadow Kingdom, the composition of its players was somewhat more complex, corresponding to players from the real world in Hanguk, Inghua, Aozhou, and even parts of the Bears region. Both the Empire and the Kingdom were situated on the eastern continent of Eternity. Conversely, players from Europe, the Americas, and Africa were all concentrated in the numerous theocracies and small principalities of the western continent of Eternity. Due to the vastness of Eternity's map, although the game set no barriers at national borders, traveling across them demanded an extraordinarily high cost in both finances and time. And between the eastern and western continents lay the eternal night Dead Sea. Even with wealth and time, one could not necessarily successfully cross it. Had it not been for Lin Ye, traversing over 10,000 kilometers in this manner would have been utterly exhausted. Even now, sitting here felt distinctly awkward. The main reason was the princess in his arms, who was simply too restless. She could not stay still for a single minute. We finally arrived. In the distance, a magnificent magical light screen, the likes of which could only be described as grand, enveloped an entire supersized cluster of magical cities spanning hundreds of miles. The Moonshadow Kingdom's capital, Hermes. It was also where the Magic Association's headquarters on the Eternal Continent was located. Within the city, the most expansive complex of buildings was the Academy of Magic. The tallest tower was the Magic Association's headquarters. As for the Royal Palace, it was situated on an island in the center of Star Moon Lake. Because of the light screen's presence, Lin Ye could not simply charge in with Lulu. The crystal throne descended to the ground, preparing to enter the city. ASSIBA. What is that thing? A throne forged entirely from crystal? It can even fly? No need for, seems like it really does fly. But how could such a thing possibly be a flying mount? Look, that flashy guy is holding a beauty in his arms, so envious. If I had a flying mount like that, I could definitely snatch up several girl group members, right? Before Lin Ye could speak, the surrounding players had already erupted into an uproar. Although the words spoken were not in Chinese, Eternity provided automatic translation, making them directly understandable. Moreover, since Lin Ye's crystal throne had flown over everyone's heads, it had stirred considerable anger among the players. Bagayero. This is the royal capital. All flying mounts must be dismounted. Don't you know that? TCH. Lin Ye's brow furrowed. This gibberish is truly annoying. How do you even tolerate it? Isolde smiled gracefully. It seems the newly arrived adventurers have mastered many strange languages and knowledge. The moment she spoke, she immediately drew the attention of the gate guards. Princess. Crash. In their shock, a group of guards dropped to one knee in unison, saluting, Captain of the Royal Capital Guard, paying respects to Princess Isolde. At these words, the surrounding players were all dumbfounded. Princess. SSIBA. That's a princess. It seems she really is. It's just that Her Highness looks even more beautiful today. I didn't recognize her. Wait, Shutamada. How could our beautiful princess be in a man's arms? And that guy is a player, isn't he? You bastard. How dare you embrace the princess? Who gave you the courage? Damn him. He truly deserves death. A throng of players from the Han Nation and Sakura Nation had been driven to madness by jealousy, their gnashing teeth and fierce expressions suggesting they would tear Lin Ye apart limb from limb. You bastard. Get down from there at once. Any player who dares defile our beautiful princess must suffer the most severe punishment. Ha ha ha! Lin Ye sat upon his throne, laughing uproariously toward the heavens. Then with a casual sweep of his hand, he drew Isolde directly into his embrace. A wicked, unbridled gleam ignited in his eyes as he swept his gaze across the gathered players. Come, speak louder. Tell me, who does the princess belong to? Gasp! The assembled players froze in an instant. Only then did they truly comprehend the oppressive weight of that towering figure before them. They seemed at last to understand just what level those arrogance-laden dragon scales, shimmering with legendary golden light, truly represented. And that crystal throne suspended above them all. What grade of flying mount could it possibly be? With but a single glance and a single word, the assembled players felt themselves crushed beneath an unbearable pressure. Even the act of swallowing required every ounce of strength they possessed. The disparity. Though they were all players, such a chasm existed between them, one an ordinary person could never bridge in a lifetime. Even gazing upward from below felt impossibly distant, hopelessly beyond reach. Who are you? One player stepped forward from the crowd, his entire equipment gleaming with golden light. I am Mitsui Satoshi. Whether it be the four great families or the financial conglomerates of the neighboring Han nation, I may not dare claim knowledge of every expert among them, but I can say with certainty, your name is not among them. A crooked smile curled at the corner of Lin Ye's lips. A mere worm like you is hardly worthy of knowing my name. Even before the words had finished leaving his mouth, a flicker of an afterimage suddenly darted past Lin Ye's side. A bow was drawn, an arrow knocked, and then instantly vanished. Boom. Mitsui Satoshi's head exploded on the spot before the eyes of all present right before the magic gates of Moonshadow Capital. 484400. The crimson damage figures rose slowly into the air, yet Mitsui Satoshi's corpse remained standing ramrod straight. Silence. The city gates that had moments ago teemed with bustling, clamoring players now stood as quiet as a library. Gulp, even the sound of someone swallowing could be heard. More. Murder. The NPCs of the Moonshadow Kingdom were the first to react, shouting in panic and alarm, hoping to draw the attention of the garrison soldiers. But the garrison captain remained half kneeling on the ground, his eyes glazed with bewilderment. He looked at the slain player, then at the princess cradled in the murderer's arms. The murderer? Is that who he is? He truly had not seen clearly how the other had struck. He had only glimpsed a shadow flicker, and then a man's head had exploded before him. But beyond him, was there anyone else who could have struck? Damn. He had no idea what the situation was. He couldn't even be certain who the killer was, let alone contemplate how to handle it. The Sakura Nation players beside Mitsui Satoshi stood dumbfounded for a long moment before finally realizing their young lord had been slain. Bastard, do you even know who you've killed? You've offended the Mitsui family. We will reduce you to less than a rat in the Moonshadow Kingdom. Boom. The Sakura player who had spoken had his head explode on the spot. Then, a rapid succession of crimson blossoms burst forth. Every Sakura Nation player wearing the Mitsui Guild badge dropped dead as one. It all happened in the blink of an eye. And from beginning to end, Lin Ye had not moved so much as a single finger. After all his hands were occupied, he still had a princess to hold. Does anyone else wish to speak? Gulp. Every player present was utterly dumbfounded with terror. In truth, they had known there was a gap between them. But who could have imagined that the gap would be this vast? Mitsui. That was one of the four great families of Sakura Nation. Those household name Sakura companies, Sony, Toshiba, Panasonic, the Toyota Group, and the banks. The Mitsui family held major stakes in all of them. The moment Eternity launched, the Mitsui family had mobilized in force, even vowing to stake everything they had to achieve victory. And the results had proven. The current Mitsui Guild in Moonshadow Kingdom was absolutely among the top 10, with the strength to break into the top 3. The surrounding players dared not move, nor did they dare cast more than a single glance at such a major guild. Who was this person? How dare he? Damn it, crazy. Before the few players could finish speaking, Lin Ye's shadow drew back his bowstring and picked them off one by one. In an instant, the entire venue fell deathly silent. Not a soul dared speak another word. Lin Ye, however, wore a benevolent and affable smile. Go on, speak. Have you nothing more to say? The very next moment, the terrified players clamped their lips shut, forcing themselves to hold it in until their faces flushed crimson. Not one dared even release a breath. Terrifying. This man was simply not human. A madman. He killed on sight. And he killed anyone regardless of who they were. Regardless of where they stood, he would kill them still. God above, heavenly deities. Buddha, whoever you are, please descend and save us. The garrison captain's forehead gleamed with cold sweat as he forcibly pressed his own head downward. Don't look. So long as he didn't look, then the princess and her friend had not killed anyone. Very good. Lin Ye, seeing the crowd had fallen silent at last, settled upon his crystal throne and entered the capital. Hold. Suddenly a sharp cry pierced the ears of all present. They turned to look. The figure wore a legendary mage's robe woven in purple, blue, and gold, inscribed with crescent moon runes that flickered subtly beneath the sunlight. The gemstone atop his staff radiated brilliant light. His face remained obscured beneath his hood, yet the magical ripples emanating from his person were terrifyingly powerful. Archmage Azrael. A player recognized the newcomer, and hope immediately gleamed in his eyes. The pinnacle existence among legendary mages, a fully awakened magic user and simultaneously the inspector of the Mage Association. He will surely reign in that bastard. Boom. Lin Ye's afterimage instantly cut down the player who had just spoken before turning to face the Archmage with an enigmatic half-smile playing at the corner of his lips. So the Archmage himself. What business do you have with me? You. Shock flashed through Azrael's eyes. This man's madness and evil were utterly unprecedented. He had dared to kill wantonly right before his very face. If not for the princess still cradled in the man's arms. Damn it. Magical light surged in Azrael's eyes, and the magical fluctuations around him grew so violent that the surrounding players were pushed back one after another. May I ask Her Highness the Princess, whether the capital's rule that no flying mounts are permitted within the city still stands? Isolde, hearing herself addressed, finally raised her gaze and replied with a smile. Lord Osriel, this is a rule established by your own mage association. Surely you are more familiar with it than I, your highness. Since it is a rule, then everyone must abide by it without exception. Osriel declared sternly. Within the kingdom, any who commit murder must face punishment. Even the kingdom itself must comply. Today, all these corpses littering the ground, are they all people her highness the princess wished dead? Oi. Isolde had barely opened her mouth to respond before Lin Ye pressed her back into his embrace. Ha ha ha! Lin Ye burst into laughter. On the way here, He had mentioned that the Mage Association ran rampant throughout the kingdom. But now it seemed, the Mage Association didn't merely run rampant. They were practically defecating upon the king's very head. A frigid glint of killing intent flashed through Lin Ye's eyes. Today these people offended the princess. They must die. Osriel raged, about to speak when Lin Ye continued. If the kingdom had no such rule before, then I shall tell you now, from this day forward within this kingdom, this is the rule. Do you understand? What? You come here to lay down rules for us. Who do you think you are? Had the gathered players not feared for their lives, they would have started cursing him on the spot. Though the noble princess deserves reverence, the omnipotent magic is far more sublime. All who pursue the sublime art of magic deserve respect. The reason the Moon Shadow Kingdom has stood unshaken upon the eternal continent is precisely because of its reverence for magic, upheld through the enlightened laws decreed by the Magic Association. If magic is not free, then the kingdom is not free. Azrael spoke with measured cadence, each syllable heavy with conviction. What right does a violent marauder possess to strut about in this place? One who dare not even declare his name, practices no magic, holds no seat in the cabinet, and is no member of the royal house. And what right has he to alter the laws of the kingdom at will? A cold glint flashed through Lin Ye's eyes, yet the corner of his mouth curved upward ever so slightly. My word is law. My name is my qualification. Now you need only understand one thing: from this day forth in the Moon Shadow Kingdom, no one shall stand above the royal house. Not even magic itself. And you? Certainly not. Out of consideration for your station as the kingdom's grand archmage, kneel now, and I may yet pardon your insolence toward the princess. Crack, boom. Ripples of magic burst around Azrael as sparks of electricity crackled into existence. The fury in his eyes could no longer be restrained. How dare you? No magician is required to kneel even before the king. Since you dare not reveal your identity, you can only be a treacherous villain seeking to overthrow the kingdom, a criminal corrupted by evil. Even as he spoke, Azrael had already begun his incantation. Mana overload. Conductivity. Might of thunder. With his chant rising ever higher, every ripple of magic surrounding him transformed into lightning. In an instant, at the great gates of the capital, bolts of electric serpents writhed and thunderous vipers danced. Rumble. A peal of thunder pierced the heavens. The lightning gathered in Azrael's palm at that instant, condensing from azure blue into a radiant golden brilliance. Sky-splitting over-limit thunder vortex. Azrael thrust his palm forward, launching a golden thunder orb several meters in diameter straight toward Lin Ye upon the crystal throne. At the very same moment, a flickering afterimage of Lin Ye surged forward in kind. Man and orb collided head-on. Boom. The golden thunder orb unleashed terrifying waves of electricity. The surrounding air seemed to evaporate and vaporize beneath its dreadful might. The over-limit condensed magic. Even a single glance at it left the surrounding players feeling as though they might suffocate. This is the Grand Archmage Azrael, the true might of one blessed with magical awakening. Any who dare to underestimate this golden thunder vortex shall surely be drowned within the golden lightning, reduced to naught but dust. Die. What the hell are you daring to take the Grand Archmage's legendary magic head-on? Fool. Ha, I thought he was some big shot, but turns out he's just a lunatic. Naive creature. The Grand Archmage of the Magic Association is hardly one of those common mages you've seen out there. You ought to know. Magic too has its grades. What rank is your magic anyway? Siba? This guy must be a foreigner. He doesn't understand magic at all. Soga? He must have used some evil sorcery to bewitch the princess to control her. Everyone attack together. Slay him. Save the princess. Ha, this must be a hidden quest, right? At that very moment, the golden thunder vortex, crackling and roaring with bursting lightning, began to twist and contort before the eyes of all present. What? Azrael felt his own magic slipping beyond his control, cold sweat instantly breaking across his back. The fellow on the opposite side was with the princess. He could not simply unleash a wide area spell to obliterate him directly. The advantage of the over-limit thunder vortex lay in its concentrated mana. While devastating in power, it could still be controlled with precision. Once he forced this marauder to release the princess, he could blast him to oblivion. But now, The lightning-type overlimit thunder vortex, reputed among magics as the element whose force could be most readily concentrated and whose destructive power reigned supreme, could actually be twisted by his opponent. Is that all? Lin Ye's afterimage pressed a single palm against the overlimit thunder vortex, one brow lifting with supreme contempt. Is this all the strength the kingdom's grand archmage possesses? What has the magic association been carefully cultivating all these years? A bunch of swine. Bang! His words fell. The overlimit thunder vortex snapped back from its distortion and detonated upon the spot. In that instant, a wave of golden lightning shocks swept across the entire field. Every player within 100 meters was directly blasted into ash by the golden lightning. In the blink of an eye, the field was cleared. The players who had just moments ago crowded forward to watch the spectacle had now dissolved into specks of black ash drifting through the air. Oh, how could this be? Azrael himself remained unharmed, yet the crushing blow dealt to his spirit proved far more agonizing than death itself. Because this had completely transcended everything he understood about magic. Lightning magic. Could it be twisted? What kind of power could accomplish such a feat? Space. Time. Azrael's mind went utterly blank in that moment, incapable of thought. After the explosion, Lin Ye still sat perfectly composed upon the crystal throne, as though he had never moved at all. But every surviving player now saw the truth with perfect clarity. Just now, it was he who with a single flash stepped forward and crushed the Grand Archmage's overlimit thunder vortex with one hand. Hiss. Terrifying. Is he even a player? Which player could possibly be this monstrous right now? Absolutely crushing the Grand Archmage. Crushing a legendary magic with one hand. One hand. I don't think so, unless he's a god, unless he's that demonic heavenly venerable who could speedrun dungeons and one-shot world-class bosses. Wait, this guy. Could he be the demonic heavenly venerable? His appearance may look a little different, but that bearing. The surviving players seemed at last to have caught on. Siba, I knew it. I kept thinking his way of speaking was so strange. Turns out he's from Huaxia. He's the demonic heavenly venerable. Baga Yuru. Demonic heavenly venerable, how dare you, a Huaxia player, come to our lands to kill people? You actually dare hold our princess in your arms? It can't be. They've gone mad. Every Korean and Sakura player present now wished their eyes could spit fire, trembling with rage. Everyone charged together. Moon Shadow is our nation, the princess is our princess. If we let a single Huaxia player carry our princess away, then every man present today had best prepare to take his own life in penance at the capital's plaza. We may die, but we cannot lose face. The princess may be carried away, but never by a foreign player, never by some Huaxia pig. Bang! Players 100 meters away had not even begun their charge before arrows blasted their heads apart. Immediately following, thousands of arrows rose from level ground like peals of thunder. Boom! Every player within several hundred meters was shattered by the volley of arrows before they could even react. If the golden thunderstorm earlier was astonishing in its power, then this 10,000 arrow volley was nothing short of world-shattering. 10711120 critical. Armor break. Pierce. -550004 armor break. Pierce. -118100 critical. Armor break. Pierce. Damage filled the entire screen, a deluge of critical hits. Blood flew in all directions. Everyone's health bar proved as fragile as paper, instantly emptied. A single move. Total annihilation. Even Grand Archmage Azrael failed to endure the arrow rain for a single second. Dozens of arrows struck precisely at the weak points of his magical barrier. Clink, clink, clink. Crack. The moment the magical barrier shattered in response, Azrael's body became riddled with arrows as well. -102020 critical. Armor break. Pierce. Beneath the eye of time and space, the very first arrow's critical damage had already drained Azrael's health bar completely dry. Until death, Azrael never understood why his most confident magical skill could be twisted and crushed by a single hand of his enemy. Why must it be this way? Azrael, who had just emerged from the capital's resurrection point, still wore a look of bewilderment in his eyes. But, in but a moment, he came to his senses. I must notify the association. The demonic heavenly venerable has come. He's coming for the magic association. Sakura Kingdom. The Cabinet. The Eternal Operations Committee. Chief Cabinet Secretary Noda Masanobu clutched the report in his hands, his expression as though he had beheld a ghost. The demon sovereign has come to the Moon Shadow Kingdom, and he's at the royal capital. Mitsui Takeo ground his teeth as he spoke. Just now, even now, he's holding Princess Isolde and has been massacring people at the capital gates. The scene is practically drenched in blood. Every player was slain in a single strike. Not even the Grand Magister Azrael was a match for him. This. Noda Masanobu truly could not bring himself to believe it. Holding a princess while massacring people. Can Can these words even coexist? What kind of monster is he? But, if this is true, shouldn't this be good news for us? Noda Masanobu narrowed his eyes as he spoke. The demon sovereign is far too arrogant. Even if he has the strength, he shouldn't have taken action in our country, should he? Does he not know that once you cross national borders, your resurrection point binding becomes invalid? If we can kill him just once, we can completely zero out his level at the capital. No. We should imprison him in the Magicians Association's dungeon, so he never sees the light of day again. Mitsui Takeo nodded heavily. I think so too. Besides, I suspect that the demon sovereign suddenly appearing with the princess is likely tied to the world's main quest line, and the key to this mission may very well lie within the Moonshadow Kingdom. Exactly. That's exactly right. That's how it is. Noda Masanobu burst into wild laughter at once. National fortune. This is national fortune, Mitsui-san. Notify all members of the committee immediately. Move out. Eternal. Moonshadow Royal Capital Hermes. You? How could you kill so many people? The maid Ella gazed at the corpses strewn across the ground, utterly petrified with terror. It's over. Even the Grand Magister is dead. If we've offended the Magicians Association, our princess won't be able to protect you either. Though Isolde didn't particularly care, she couldn't help sticking out her tongue and saying awkwardly, Well, the Magicians Association is very powerful. Why don't we run away together? I think you're the one who wants to run away, aren't you? Lin Ye replied with a smile. What's so bad about the royal palace? Why are you so reluctant to return? Isolde shook her head, repeatedly explaining, The palace is wonderful. His Majesty is wonderful. Big sister is wonderful. Little sister is adorable too. Everything about it is wonderful. But there's just no Night Brother. Seeing her so worried, Lin Ye couldn't help but tease. Don't you have prophecy yourself? Take a small peek into fate and see whether I would ever abandon you in the future. Isolde fell silent at his words. She shook her head, slightly unwilling to answer, only clutching Lin Ye tightly and refusing to let go. All right. Seeing her so earnest, Lin Ye decided not to waste any more time. In the distance, the Grand Magister seemed to have dropped a necklace, and the other players had also dropped some equipment, but all of it was junk, without even a glimmer of luster. Use the afterimage to pick them up. To be honest, this ability is truly far too convenient. Whatever the clone can do, the afterimage can do. Whatever the clone cannot do, the afterimage can still do. Equipment quality enhanced. Ding. You have obtained the epic necklace Thunder's Fury. No need to check the stats. Toss it into the bag for now. Lin Ye headed straight into the city. Where do I collect the bounty from the wanted poster? Night Brother, the Magicians Association is indeed very powerful. Let's head to the palace first. That way the Magicians Association should think twice before acting rashly. As for the bounty reward, you can collect it directly from the Minister of Internal Affairs. Isolde suggested. That works. The crystal throne cut a path through the cluster of magical structures, arriving at the lakeside plaza before the palace hall of Starmoon Lake. The guards at the entrance recognized the returning princess and bowed in unison. Lin Ye leaped down from the throne with the princess in his arms, while the maid Ella hurried off to make the announcement. Having arrived here, Isolde was clearly still a touch shy, but her grip on Lin Ye's hand refused to loosen. Before them, the Starmoon Palace was not particularly extravagant, but it was constructed of starstone, moonstone, and vast quantities of magic crystal, conjuring the image of a lunar palace nestled within a sea of stars. They ascended the stone steps. Beneath their feet, the painted river of stars stirred into ripples with each step they took. They entered the grand hall. The queen stood beneath the vaulted dome of starry heavens, her raven hair cascading like a waterfall. The royal robes woven from azure moonlight shimmered with an elegant, yet chilling magical radiance. I warned you long ago about the danger. I told you not to run off. Why must you never listen? Isolde hesitated for a second before finally releasing Lin Ye. Instead, she took a few quick steps forward, threw her arms around the queen's arm, and said coquettishly, Mother, the prophecy said nothing bad would happen. Look, I'm perfectly fine. And besides, I've found my Night Brother. So you are the demon sovereign my has been pining over, the one she has been chattering about for years. The queen inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. Between her crescent moon brows, she revealed little emotion, yet her gaze, the color of scattered diamond stars, lingered for a lingering moment. Lin Ye smiled faintly. Your Majesty is too kind. The queen's gaze shifted and a chill crept into the expression between her brows. No need for false modesty. You are indeed somewhat different. At the very least, anyone who reaches the capital would not choose to first slaughter civilians, let alone slay the Grand Magister of the Magicians Association along with them. Lin Ye paid no heed to her accusatory tone whatsoever. Instead, he answered with righteous conviction, My mission is singular, to deliver the princess back safely. Although we have reached the capital, we cannot yet consider it safe. After all, the kingdom's guards are remarkably capable. If even the commander of the Blue Moon Regiment could betray the crown, who knows whether those brazen enough to offend and obstruct the princess might not also plot assassination. Lin Ye dared to act, and naturally he did not fear the consequences. Seeing him so unrestrained and pointing out the kingdom's flaws, the queen's brow eased somewhat instead. Very well. You have done splendidly. Killing a few people is nothing at all. Nothing could matter more than Yi's safety. Ding. Moon Shadow Queening Yu Yao has gained 3000 friendliness toward you. Ding. Your friendliness in Hermes and Star Moon Palace has increased by 3000. Demon Sovereign, since you are aware of the Blue Moon Regiment's betrayal and have witnessed the Magicians Association's arrogance, this queen wishes to know. Can you guard the princess without fail? The queen's gaze softened considerably as she spoke. Ding. Would you like to accept the designated quest from Queen Yu? Lin Ye stepped forward without hesitation and declared resolutely, Please rest assured, Your Majesty. I shall guard the princess until eternity itself. Very well. A glimmer of gratification surfaced in the queen's eyes, and the corners of her lips curved into a smile that was sweet, yet tinged with sorrow. My daughters can be quite the handful. From now on I shall have to trouble you greatly. You still have official duties today, so I shall not introduce them one by one. You shall meet them all at tomorrow's family banquet. What? Princesses? They? Lin Ye was stunned. Am I not only protecting one Yi? Wait. How many daughters do you actually have? Your Majesty, please don't joke around. Just Yi's death curse alone has already given me a massive headache. Lin Ye was about to inquire further. The queen had already begun issuing her decree. Effective immediately, the Demon Sovereign is hereby appointed Chief Advisor of the Privy Council, acting Minister of Military Affairs. He is granted the title of Marquis of Stellar Glory and awarded a fief of 3000 li in Hellerkinshing. He is permitted free passage throughout Star Moon Palace without need for announcement and is not bound by its barrier formations. What? Lin Ye was certain he understood every word, but he simply could not grasp the meaning. There are many matters, and the situation is rather hasty, but this king believes you are fully capable of handling them. Facing the queen's sincere, ardent gaze with a hint of expectation, Lin Ye found it truly difficult to refuse, so he could only accept. Ding, you have become the chief advisor of the Privy Council of the Moon Shadow Kingdom. You have been appointed as the acting Minister of Military Affairs of the Moon Shadow Kingdom. You have been granted the title of Marquis of Xingyao of the Moon Shadow Kingdom. You have obtained the right to freely move within the Star Moon Palace unrestricted by defensive formation arrays. You have been granted nearly 1,000 miles of fertile land near Hierkinson as your marquisate fief. Excellent. The queen gazed deeply, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. The day of Xingyao next month coincides with Yi's 18th birthday. Shall we hold your enfeoffment ceremony and her engagement banquet together? Isolde's cheeks flushed faintly as she retreated half a step and offered an elegant curtsy, murmuring, Thank you, mother. Lin Ye felt an urge to cough up blood at the thought of backtracking. Was it still possible to withdraw now? Could it be? I merely came to complete the quest and claim my reward. But, is this what they call a reward? Do you seriously consider this a reward? Lin Ye fell silent for a moment before finally asking, Does the chief advisor position come with a salary? Advisory roles do not receive compensation, though a monthly allowance may be provided. Reply came from Iris, the Queen's Minister of Internal Affairs. Then the Minister of Military Affairs should have a salary, right? Lin Ye frowned. Those who serve as ministers holding titles of count or higher do so through selfless devotion to the kingdom, without salary or subsidy. Minister of Internal Affairs Iris adjusted her magical spectacles and replied with composure. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Lin Ye understood perfectly and ground his teeth in frustration. So the mother and daughter had this planned out from the start, determined to exploit me completely today, were they? Knight brother, Your Grace Marquis of Xingyao, you do possess a fief. Hierkinson, situated right beside the capital, one of the most fertile territories in the entire kingdom, Isolde explained. Indeed. Minister of Internal Affairs Iris flipped through the ledger in her hands. Hierkinson was formerly a royal estate, encompassing a 1,000-mile region dedicated to grain and medicinal herb cultivation, 3 mineral deposits, generating an annual output of 10 million gold coins. Within the territory lies a royal summer palace, a city housing 1 million residents, along with subordinate towns and villages with trade revenues totaling approximately another 10 million gold coins yearly. 20 million gold coins. What does that amount to? Roughly 40 billion. Annually. Considering the territory's returns would double, that translates to 40 billion per year. TSK, not bad actually. Lin Ye felt somewhat reassured, barely able to accept this arduous assignment. However, Lin Ye harbored a nagging suspicion that earning this money wouldn't be easy. Minister of Internal Affairs Iris turned to the Queen and respectfully stated, Your Majesty, if there are no objections, I shall issue the decrees and announce them throughout the kingdom. Very well. The Queen agreed, adding, Additionally, escort the Marquis of Xingyao to familiarize himself with the cabinet and the duties of the Minister of Military Affairs. My Lord Marquis, please follow me, Iris invited, turning to lead the way. Meanwhile, Isolde appeared unsteady on her feet, as if she desperately wished to accompany them. You two are to be wed next month. For the time being, remain within the palace and diligently study proper etiquette, Her Majesty the Queen commanded without granting her any chance to object. Lin Ye mused internally. So the princess had foreseen this fate all along. No wonder she resisted returning. Why didn't she speak up sooner? Had she mentioned it earlier, I wouldn't have come either. Lin Ye exhaled heavily within, flashing the princess a reassuring glance. Don't worry, I'm ready to flee at any moment. And Isolde instantly understood Lin Ye's expression and happily rose onto her tiptoes. Taking her leave of the queen, she departed the grand hall. Iris guided Lin Ye through the Star Moon Palace, allowing him to become familiar with its layout. At the heart of Star Moon Lake stood the largest island, the royal palace itself, where the queen resided and conducted state affairs, while the princesses occupied separate palaces across 9 smaller islands encircling it. Lin Ye furrowed his brow in surprise. The queen has 9 princesses. Yes, your grace. However, only 3 remain in the capital at present. I shall introduce them to you at the forthcoming banquet. Iris continued her explanation. Beyond serving as the royal residence, the palace housed the essential governmental offices, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the Military Affairs Department, and the Privy Council, while also concealing the kingdom's treasury and the confidential archives of its library. Regarding security, aside from the hereditary magic formations passed down through generations, all guard duties fell to the Blue Moon Legion. My Lord Marquis, henceforth the safety of the royal palace rests under your responsibility. I implore you to attend to this matter diligently and protect Her Majesty and the princesses. Overwhelmed with other duties, Lin Ye had no inclination to dwell on such matters and dismissed the concern with a casual remark. What became of the previous Minister of Military Affairs? Iris dead. Lin Ye's interest piqued. He pressed further. When? Iris, yesterday. Lin Ye had suspected this assignment wouldn't be entirely safe. How did he die? Suicide. Iris showed slight surprise. How did you know? For such a critical position as Minister of Military Affairs, any sudden death must inevitably be suicide. That's the unspoken rule, understand? Lin Ye asked no further questions, for there was no need. Had she known who murdered the former minister, the queen would hardly have hurried to recruit Lin Ye as his replacement. Granted, the affinity system played a significant role. However, with a full 3,000 affinity points, there was no logical reason for the queen to recklessly sacrifice herself to such a deadly position. One could only conclude that the queen herself was in peril. Should death come, it seemed they would all perish together, fulfilling their bond in the most absolute sense. Life and death confidence. Wait, 3,000 affinity points. That must be it, right? Lin Ye opened the interaction interface and located the queen Inuao. Affinity bonds of 3 lifetimes, I see. I owe you from my past life. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. If it were truly only 1,000 points, someone like Avinia would never have sent him into such danger. Now at 3,000 points, their bond had indeed deepened. Yet the queen showed not the slightest restraint in using him. Perhaps she truly believed he owed her from a past existence. Half an hour later, having toured the entire palace, Lin Ye now possessed a general understanding of the current situation when he suddenly recalled there was still official business to attend to. As Minister of Internal Affairs, I trouble you to settle the bounty on the wanted poster for me. Iris examined the kill certificates in Lin Ye's possession. The Shadow Legion, this many. Nothing significant, merely a small matter. Lin Ye chuckled and offered his services. From now on, whenever you wish to eliminate someone, simply send me the bounty order. In this regard, you should trust an expert. I provide complete service from assassination to burial to clean up all under one roof. Iris was deeply shaken. The Shadow Legion is no easy target. Many bounty hunters now dare not touch this organization due to their excessively high mortality rate. It appears Her Majesty's decision to entrust you with the Minister of Military Affairs position proves to be truly prudent. At the very least, you will not fall victim to the Shadow Legion's assassinations. Ding Minister of Internal Affairs, Iris's affinity toward you has increased by 1,000 points. However, Iris flipped through the documents, her expression steeped in apology, as she said, among the members of the Shadow Guild, many are wanted criminals in other nations. On our bounty list, there are only these few. Calculating the rewards, it amounts to approximately 3 million gold coins. 3 million it is then. What I want is the quest rewards doubled. Lin Ye did not haggle, deciding on the spot. That sum works perfectly. No objections. Yet Iris found herself in a quandary. I'm sorry, but the royal treasury is truly in dire straits at present. At such a critical juncture, surely you wouldn't abandon me. Lin Ye truly wished to ask, does this affinity system have some sort of malfunction? The relationship has certainly reached a favorable level. But when bonds grow too close, these women show absolutely no restraint when freeloading off him. He looked once more at the Minister of Internal Affairs, Iris, who possessed exquisitely classical features. Though not quite matching the princess or the queen, she was undeniably a great beauty. Her bearing carried a certain frostiness further accentuated by the arcane spectacles perched upon her nose, rendering her somewhat aloof and unapproachable. Finance ministers, though, after all, tend to wear their coldness as a matter of profession. Lin Ye reasoned that since this woman managed the treasury, future transactions of a cooperative nature would prove considerably more convenient. With that thought, he resolved not to quibble over the numbers. Settle it as you see fit. But surely a kingdom of this stature cannot fail to scrape together even a few 100,000 gold coins, eh? Upon receiving confirmation, Iris exhaled a long breath as though a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Truth be told, the kingdom's finances have long been riddled with countless gaping wounds. For ages the kingdom's bounty notices have ceased to be honored. Though the previously issued bounties were never formally rescinded, they remain unredeemable. I have been suppressing the records all this while. The accumulated sum stands at approximately 10 million gold coins, none of which has ever been disbursed. Such destitution. Lin Ye was utterly astounded. This is the Moon Shadow Kingdom, is it not? A realm spanning 10,000 leagues, its arcane prowess flourishing. Even when measured against the neighboring empire, it should stand as an equal contender. No, not even a few tens of millions in gold coins. Whoever hears such a tale would never believe it. Besides, weren't the territories bestowed by the queen earlier said to generate annual revenues in the tens of millions? Iris offered a bitter smile. We cannot even pay the Minister of Military Affairs his salary. What do you imagine the queen could possibly bestow upon you? Herkinsing may nominally belong to the royal domain, but it has long since slipped from our grasp. Not only did it fail to remit a single coin in taxes throughout the entire previous year, but plagued by banditry and mayhem, it brazenly petitioned the kingdom for a subsidy of 1 million gold coins. Good heavens! Lin Ye had assumed reality itself was but an enormous shabby troop. Little did he anticipate that this so-called kingdom of magic within the game would prove even more woefully incompetent than the shabbiest of troops. The Azure Moon Legion, sworn protectors of the royal palace, harbored traitors of commanding rank who turned their blades upon the very princess they were sworn to defend. The Minister of Military Affairs, occupying a position of supreme authority as a cornerstone of the kingdom, met an inexplicably mysterious demise. In short, you're all riddled with holes, aren't you? Penetrated by your enemies without so much as a flinch. Wait. You cannot possibly mean to tell me that the Azure Moon Legion's guards haven't received their salaries either. Iris shook her head gently. As the kingdom's elite guard legion, their base salaries have certainly been paid, though bonuses and various quest incentives have been suspended. Lin Ye contemplated this for a moment. His own quest rewards would undoubtedly be doubled. Salaries were the same. However, he could not possibly channel his own funds directly into the kingdom's coffers. Doing so would only cause the doubled gold to flow right back into his own hands, forever depriving him of those precious doubling bonuses. Iris, do you trust me? Without the slightest hesitation, Iris nodded firmly and declared, the queen trusts you. The princess trusts you. I too place my trust in you without reservation. Good. Lin Ye's brows arched slightly. How much capital can you still redirect without disrupting essential operations, eh? Iris's eyes swirled thoughtfully for several moments before swiftly delivering her answer. 1 million gold coins at most. That is the absolute ceiling. It serves as reserve funds for the queen's necessary bestowals and any unforeseen emergencies. Disperse it all as bounty rewards to me. Whatever remains, log it as owed. I shall collect when funds become available. The moment Lin Ye finished speaking, Iris did not waver, immediately transmitting the rewards. Ding, you have received bounty quest rewards, 100 gold coins. 100 million. Upon beholding the doubled fortune, Lin Ye's heart was instantly fortified with newfound confidence. These coins could not be handed directly to the kingdom, but they could certainly be put to use. Once the kingdom's fiscal crisis was resolved, his future salaries and quest rewards could all be maximized through favorable arrangements with Iris, thereby activating an infinite money-grinding mode. Now this is the true exploit. I truly am a genius. Lin Ye followed up by asking, what is the salary ceiling for the Minister of Military Affairs? 100,000 gold coins. That stands as the historic maximum, Iris replied. And the chief advisor. The bonuses for that post also cap at 100,000. Done. Lock in those two positions for me immediately. Then I shall secure several additional sinecure posts from the queen, and you shall proceed to maximize my salaries accordingly. Lin Ye had already uncovered his infinite money-making strategy. What remained was but the singular challenge of resolving the kingdom's financial crisis. Territories. Those belonged to him. Whatever profits they generated flowed into his own coffers with no bearing on the kingdom. Taxation. Immediately imposed taxes upon the players. Were this the empire, Lin Ye would have paused for consideration. But here in Moonshadow, the players in this realm all speak gibberish anyway. Whether they perish rage or persist in their enjoyment, What concern is it of mine? Therefore Lin Ye sheared them without the faintest tremor of compunction or hesitation. Issue this decree: all players. Know all adventurers newly entering the capital city must pay a 10 gold coin head tax to the kingdom. Iris was stunned. Had her nose not been so perfectly proportioned, her arcane spectacles would have crashed straight to the floor. A head tax of this nature. Is such a thing even permissible? Your sole duty is to announce it. And no, I truly possess no such authority. Iris was thoroughly alarmed. She promptly seized Lin Ye's hand and entreated earnestly. Taxation falls under local jurisdiction. The crown has no authority to meddle in such matters. Fear not. I shall ensure the Queen's approval. Iris tilted her head with a rueful smile. Even the Queen's approval would be insufficient. All taxation legislation must first pass through parliamentary ratification. Parliament. Lin Ye seemed to recall mention of this body earlier. But this institution existed solely to circumvent the Queen's authority, did it not? Tell me first, does the Queen possess the means to abolish Parliament outright? Cough. Iris was genuinely terrified now. Each declaration from Lin Ye grew more alarming than the last. He not only sought to enact decrees by force, he also wished to abolish Parliament entirely. Impossible. The Arcane Association would never consent, nor would any members of the cabinet support such a measure, and militarily. We command merely the Azure Moon Legion alone, and enough. Lin Ye pressed her to cease nodding. In essence, everything stems from a lack of power. That much was simple to resolve. He need only grow powerful enough. He would commence with the Azure Moon Legion. Just as Lin Ye prepared to embark upon his grand ambitions, a system notification chimed. System announcement. The Demon Lord has been invested by the Moon Shadow Queen with the title Starry Marquis, appointed Chief Advisor of the Privy Council of the Moon Shadow Kingdom and Acting Minister of Military Affairs. The Governor of Herkensing has publicly declared the Demon Lord to be an emissary of hell, claiming that he has bewitched the Moon Shadow Queen and plunged the kingdom into mortal peril. He now summons legions from across the Moon Shadow Kingdom to march upon the capital and exterminate the hellish fiend. System announcement. All prerequisite conditions for the world's main storyline have been fulfilled. The inaugural epic main storyline chapter of Eternity, Shadows Envelop All, commences immediately. System announcement. Eternity will immediately enter a server-wide update without downtime. Estimated update time approximately 60 minutes. Update contents: 1. New faction-wide main questline Shadow Investigation. 2. All core members of the True Shadow faction have been upgraded to world-class bosses. Defeating them grants a chance to obtain talent scrolls corresponding to your level. 3. New mechanics added: Hellfire Blaze, Soul Drain, Temporal Exile, Absolute Seal, and other related abilities which can cause player death without resurrection, permanent account suspension, and other special effects. 4. New Mythic Series equipment added. Players are encouraged to discover the details themselves. 5. New special talents added. Players are encouraged to discover the details themselves. 6. New affinity levels added. Intimate Bond, 300 points. Lifelong Sworn Friend, 1,000 points. 3 lifetimes of bondage, 3,000 points. Intertwined Destinies, 1,000 points. And Soul Covenant, 1,000 points. 7. Secondary Profession System, now open with new hidden secondary profession series added. Players are encouraged to discover the details themselves. 8. New Territory System added. Players are encouraged to discover the details themselves. 9. Other new content added. Friendly reminder: once the world main quest line is open, Eternity will officially enter a new chapter. The quest system has been completely revamped, allowing players to choose their own quest lines, influence the world's landscape, and forge their own eternity. Epic level main quest line. Epic level update. Holy moly, is Demon Venerable stirring up trouble again? How dare you? He's a noble lord now. You should address him as his lordship the Marquis. What the hell? Others grind for months just to become a baron and strut around like they own the place, but Demon Venerable jumped straight to Marquis. That bastard's insane. I can't accept this. Shouldn't titles be earned layer by layer, step by step? Why the hell did he start as a Marquis? Well, you'd have to ask the Queen about that. Ask my ass. I'd bet my head that Demon Venerable is definitely hooking up with the Queen. Right? Didn't some governor say in the announcement that Moon Shadow Queen was bewitched by Demon Venerable? Holy shit. He actually is hooking up with the Queen. I can't accept this. This is hilarious. Everyone check the overseas forums. The Princess of the Moon Shadow Kingdom was also taken away by Demon Venerable. Those little weebs are losing their minds, ha ha ha. Huh. This. Players from the Huaxiao region were instantly dumbfounded. Oh, so Demon Venerable is playing with other countries' queens and princesses. Then never mind, it was all a misunderstanding. Go Demon Venerable. Demon Venerable causing trouble across borders. Why isn't he streaming it? Damn, doesn't he see my gossip soul burning with passion? The melon is so big, I'm so impatient. What's the situation over in the Moon Shadow Kingdom? Are their governors planning to come to the queen's rescue? Huffed. What a demon bringing ruin to the nation. I've seen this episode before. Demon Venerable, with his overwhelming talents, endured humiliation in the palace and finally became the queen's favored consort, granted the title Marquis of Chongqing. No wait, Star Brilliance Marquis. And then various regions raised armies to rescue the queen, launching a campaign to cleanse the realm. Tisk Demon Venerable is in danger now. Wouldn't he end up being torn apart by chariots like Lao AI? Players were frantically devouring the gossip with no mind to pay attention to the update content. However, the major guilds and various nations' departments were shaken to their cores by the update. The beautiful nation. Intelligence Agency Headquarters. Hunter's expression was extremely unsightly. Every contour of flesh on his face seemed to curve downward. Gentlemen, the main quest line has now opened on Eternity's eastern continent. How am I supposed to explain this to the president? The crowd exchanged uneasy glances. Sir, this is the main quest line. It doesn't matter where it opens. We have shadow investigation missions here too. We can do the same things. Moreover, Demon Venerable is already done for. According to intel from Sakura Nation, their players and NPCs have united together and will absolutely not let him survive today. Yes, the Moon Shadow Kingdom may have been the first to open the quest line, but it's also the first to fall into internal chaos. We're unaffected here on Eternity's western continent. It's literally the chosen land for us. As long as we push the main quest line forward quickly, we'll be the ones to complete it in the end. That makes sense. The expression on Hunter's face eased slightly. Monitor the intel coming from Sakura Nation. At any cost, take down Demon Venerable in the game first, but don't halt the plans in reality either. Advance on both fronts. This man, no matter what, we cannot allow him to develop any further. Huaxia, Eternity's Special Operations Department. Director Ling, this epic level update, why does it feel like it's all Demon Venerable's doing? The group of staff officers said, scratching their heads. The boss was killed by him, the war was started by him, and those special mechanics were probably also from Shadow Guild members. I bet Demon Venerable definitely has mythic equipment. Ling Wei's mouth twitched at the corner. And then, how do you explain the special talents? How much is one person supposed to take? The staff officers replied. Even if it wasn't him who got them, I still feel it has to be related to him. My guess is the hidden forces of the Moon Shadow Kingdom. No, it should be the Moon Shadow Royal Family. Right? Although we don't know much about our neighbors, the Moon Shadow Royal Family is an extremely special existence even within Eternity itself. There are all sorts of mysterious legends about them, like that prophecy-making princess. Also, the secondary profession system opening was expected, but the newly added hidden series should be targeting the Forgotten Lands. Even the territory, we tried everything we could and only managed to take a few small villages, but Demon Venerable just got the biggest piece right out of the gate. Alright. Ling Wei didn't want to listen to their conspiracy theories any longer. Let's get to business. First, advancing the main quest line. Besides Demon Venerable, do any of you have another way? Second, Demon Venerable may be doing well among those little weebs and little sticks, but when faced with the enemy's counterattack, if he can't handle it, how are we supposed to protect the fruits of victory? The staff officers were instantly at a loss. Wait, Director Ling. Are you assuming the Moon Shadow Kingdom is already ours? It's so far away. We could go bankrupt sending supplies and only manage to get a few tens of thousands of people there. Tisk, Demon Venerable struck too early. The server just opened, we're still in the development phase, and he's going solo to fight a national war. How does one even play this? Bang. Upon hearing this, Ling Wei slammed the table and stood up, angrily rebuking. You little brats. Have you all lived too comfortably and forgotten how to write the word poor? Come on, tell me. Is Demon Venerable a Huaxian? He is. Then isn't his territory Huaxia territory? Yes. Since it's Huaxia's territory, shouldn't we take responsibility for it? That definitely. Yes. That's over 1,000 li of land. Eternity will eventually cross over, and the two worlds will eventually merge. So 1,000 li of land in Eternity is 1,000 li of land in reality. Ling Wei's gaze blazed like torches, grinding his teeth as he said, if your ancestors knew that you just opened your mouth and threw away over 1,000 li of land, do you believe they could leap out of their graves and smash your skulls to pieces? Damn it, you good-for-nothing brats. Don't give me any damn excuses. Since that territory has been taken, you must hold it for me. I don't want casualty numbers. I just want that. Hell. What was it called? Doesn't matter. Hold it at any cost. Understand? Meanwhile, Star Moon Lake, the Queen's chambers. That's enough. All of you may leave. Before the dressing mirror, the Queen caught sight of Lin Ye's figure and immediately waved away the surrounding maids. Your Majesty summoned me. Lin Ye had just finished reading the announcement when a maid had summoned him over. It seemed the kingdom's situation was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Lin Ye, this lord, hadn't even assumed his post. yet hadn't lit a single fire of his three, and the governor of Helkinson had already raised the banner of royal rescue and rebellion. Come here. The queen did not turn around, speaking softly to her reflection in the mirror. Lin Ye stepped forward. The queen reached back and lifted her cascading waterfall of hair, revealing a cool, fair back along with the ribbons that the maid had not yet had time to untie. What are you staring at? Aren't you going to untie them for me? In the mirror, the smile that curved at the queen's lips was mischievous like moonlight. No, that's not right. It was as bright as the moon. Hiss. Lin Ye sharply drew in a cold breath. Your Majesty, this might not be appropriate. How about I call a few maids in? Hearing the queen's words, the smile at the corners of her lips grew even richer. There are no outsiders here, there's no need to be so reserved, damn. Lin Ye truly wanted to say. Precisely because there are no outsiders, that's why I'm being reserved. If word of this got out, my reputation. Seems like I don't really have much of a reputation anyway. In the announcement, the governor of Helkinson had already publicly claimed that I had bewitched the queen. Did I? This black pot I've been saddled with is truly unjust. In the end, every problem that arose in the kingdom became my fault. But I've only just arrived. If he could, Lin Ye truly wished to drag that governor's head over and let him open those beady eyes to see clearly just who was actually bewitching whom. Of course, not even a dog would believe the words in the announcement. It's too absurd. It's nothing more than an excuse to justify the rebellion. While Lin Ye was contemplating, his hands worked by habit, smoothly resolving the queen's predicament. After all, he couldn't just leave Her Majesty the Queen hanging awkwardly in silence, could he? Lin Ye was on the payroll. Take the money, do the job. However, the scene after the queen's robe fell to the ground left Lin Ye unable to help secretly click his tongue in amazement. Smooth as jade, bright as the moon. No, the moon, if you look closely, still has craters. But the queen's back. Even with a magnifying glass, you absolutely couldn't find a single flaw. In the jewelry industry, this would be a flawless high-grade ice variety, a pinnacle perfection of top-tier quality. Gulp. Lin Ye couldn't help but swallow, and looking again into the mirror. Your Majesty the Queen, if you don't get cupping therapy for this back, that would truly be a waste. Fire cupping. The queen pressed one hand against the moonlit robe across her chest to keep it from slipping, turning her head slightly, with a puzzled expression. Precisely, wellness fire cupping. Lin Ye replied with a smile. The royal palace is built at the center of the lake, so obviously the dampness here is considerable. In that case, I'll look into it later and craft a special set of glass fire cups exclusively for your Majesty. You'll understand once you give it a try. The queen pondered for a moment. Though she didn't entirely comprehend, she nevertheless gave a gentle nod, a hint of anticipation in her voice, as she said, Very well, I shall look forward to it. As for Helkinson's rebellion. Lin Ye had barely begun to speak when the queen shook her head, gently cutting him off, her diamond-bright crescent eyes revealing a note of apology. I'm sorry, I never imagined things would grow this grave. Lin Ye was speechless. Not a single coin had been collected from the granted territory, yet it had already risen in revolt. What was the point in saying any of this now? Sigh. The queen heaved a soft breath, a touch of sorrow creasing her brow. Earlier did Elise brief you on the state of the kingdom? Lin Ye couldn't help but frown. Your Majesty, I tend to speak plainly. Given how utterly rotten the kingdom has become, surely you as its sovereign cannot escape responsibility. The queen gave a slight start, clearly not having expected to be called to account the moment they sat down. It seems you already know everything. I don't know much, but given how thoroughly rotten things have become, learning more would hardly serve any purpose. Lin Ye remarked calmly. Phew. The queen exhaled a long breath before raising her gaze to meet Lin Ye's eyes in the mirror. Actually, you've misunderstood. This country was never ruled by the sovereign. The Lunar Council, the Shadow Cabinet, and the Arcane Association, they are the true masters of this nation. A bitter smile crept unbidden to the queen's lips as she spoke. In the end, I, the sovereign, am nothing more than a temp worker summoned at will. When needed, I answer their summons. When no longer required, I can only slumber within the cold confines of the Stellar Palace. What did she mean? Lin Ye didn't quite follow. If the sovereign is merely a temp worker, then what does that make me? A minister? Uffed. The queen pressed a hand to her chest and let out a soft, coquettish laugh. You, dear minister, are of course temp as well. Lin Ye couldn't help but roll his eyes. After a brief pause, the queen continued. The matter is exceedingly complex and cannot be explained in a single sitting, but the temp worker part is true. The Moon Shadow Sovereign only appears at extraordinary moments to confront impending crises that might engulf the entire nation. Lin Ye was beginning to feel dizzy. The sovereign can just be summoned and dismissed at will. You're joking, right? Go where? You're called the Moon Queen. Does that mean you actually have to take a vacation on the moon? Uffed. The queen let out a delicate laugh, casting Lin Ye a coquettishly enchanting sidelong glance. Once the Moon Shadow Queen completes her mission, of course, she slumbers here within the Lunar Palace. Thump. Lin Ye's heart jolted. Immortality. The queen shook her head. Not immortality, more like reincarnation. But the memories of past cycles cannot be retained, so each awakening is a fresh new life. Understood. A tool. Lin Ye couldn't help but muse. Then what about Yi? Are the princesses the same? The princesses are only born after the sovereign is born. The queen turned her gaze toward the window. We can live no more than a century before we must slumber for another century within the stellar moon palace awaiting the next awakening. This is reincarnation. The beginning and the end of each cycle are not ours to decide. Each cycle is a new life's journey awakening different abilities and talents. Compared to ordinary people, our innate talents are of a higher caliber and their affinities remain fixed. Take Yi for instance. No matter how many cycles she reincarnates, she will only awaken fate-related talents. Only the quality and specific manifestations differ. Excellent. Truly a pure tool. The Moon Shadow Kingdom keeps them around solely to handle crises. The mechanics of their birth and slumber needn't be dwelled upon. In a world of magic, anything is possible. Lin Ye concerned himself only with what mattered. For instance, since the Moon Shadow Kingdom summoned you to confront them, it should grant you corresponding authority. Alternatively, if the caliber of your awakened talents is high enough, you should wield enough power. The queen nodded gently in acknowledgement. That should be the case, and it once was. The association has always been supportive, the council rarely opposes, and the cabinet has even sworn allegiance. So, all these years I devoted myself to nurturing my daughters and amassing strength to face potential future crises, never bothering to seize control of the nation itself. By the time I realized what was happening, it was already too late. Within a few years, the Arcane Association completely reversed its stance, opposing me at every turn. The council and cabinet seized control of the state and treasury, obstructing me at every step. The only post I could command, Minister of Military Affairs, saw 3 successive holders die, all permanent deaths beyond resurrection. In the end, all that remained was a Minister of Internal Affairs who held no claim to any national revenue, yet bore an enormous burden of expenditure. At this point, the queen turned her gaze back toward him, her eyes sincere. Dragging you precipitously into this crisis, I truly had no other recourse. Those I can trust are limited to my own daughters and a handful of people within the Stellar Moon Palace. The kingdom has completely slipped beyond my reach. I cannot even meddle in its affairs. I had pinned my hopes on seeking aid abroad, but to this day nothing has come of it. Lin Ye now saw the picture clearly. Yi's diplomatic mission to the empire, was that to seek external allies? Yes. The queen's smile carried a tinge of bitterness. Unfortunately, the empire only believes in knowledge and truth, and pays little heed to prophecies of impending doom. Lin Ye gave a subtle nod. Such closely guarded secrets wouldn't be casually disclosed unless goodwill had been maxed out. All right, leave the matter to me. You needn't worry, you just continue being the magnificent queen you are here. Edge. The queen turned back in surprise, then slowly spun around. Her bearing instantly shifted from the forlorn, delicate air of moments ago to one of lofty arrogance. An imperious sovereign commanding all beneath heaven. Hell Kingston is your fief. Suppressing the rebellion is your duty, she added. The queen's icy fingertip lifting Lin Ye's chin. Remember, you are Yi's betrothed. To protect her is the eternal oath you swore with your own lips. Huh, Lin Ye smiled. The fief is mine, so how I manage it is hardly the kingdom's concern. As for Yi, he added. Lin Ye seized the queen's hand and drew her in with a sweep, and the queen tumbled straight into his arms. Off. The queen's other hand, still clutching at her moonlit robe, was instantly pinned by Lin Ye, rendering her immobile. Lin Ye leaned close to her ear, his gaze drifting over that luminous figure reflected in the mirror, a rogue's grin curling his lips. Quite right. Protecting Yi is my duty. But Yi's mother hardly falls within my purview, does she? Oomph. The queen bit her lip and let out a soft hum, a crease forming between her brows, yet not the slightest trace of retreat flickered in her beautiful eyes. If you've already taken my daughter into your heart, how can you refuse her mother? Have you forgotten? I told you earlier. Mother and daughter are born together in response to the Moon Shadow crisis. We have always been one. If I were gone, do you truly believe Yi could survive alone? Lin Ye gave a slight start. Having regained the upper hand in the exchange, the queen no longer restrained her precariously slipping moonlit robe, letting it flutter down onto the jade floor. Her freed hand wound around Lin Ye's lower back, giving it a light tap. Clang. The dragon-scale heavy armor was shed in an instant. Lin Ye's pupils trembled. He was utterly dumbfounded. After playing so many games, this was the first time he'd realized that properly equipped gear could actually be unequipped. The queen's rich, magnetic, low voice suddenly whispered in his ear. Demon Sovereign, do you know why those people never come to assassinate me? Lin Ye offered no reply, but the queen's slender fingers wandered across his form, tapping lightly here and there. Clang, clang. Helmet vambraces, belt greaves. Each fell to the ground in succession. As long as the stellar princesses have not been utterly annihilated, the Moon Queen can resurrect infinitely within this lunar palace. No method, no matter what, can truly kill her. I see. Lin Ye had wondered why simply killing the queen would have made rebellion easier. Looking at it now, the Shadow League strategy was flawless. Isolde, who commands prophecy and can glimpse fate, would unquestionably occupy the top position on any assassination list. And one more thing. This is a secret even the Arcane Association is unaware of. The queen's twin gazes met Lin Ye's, a smile laden with unspoken meaning curling her lips. That is, the stellar princesses and the Moon Queen are at all times and in all places eternally one. Between princess and princess, and between them and myself, no matter the distance, no matter the time or space, we can share everything with one another at every moment. Remarkable. Lin Ye had to admit it was truly remarkable. But the queen had not yet finished. Now upon that incomparably beautiful and imperious face there bloomed a hint of cunning triumph. Now tell me, Sir Knight. Throughout your journey, Yi asked for kisses so many times. How many of those do you imagine did she request on her own behalf? Lin Ye nearly spat it out. The information overload was overwhelming. His CPU was about to crash. No. Lin Ye shook his head quickly, insisting this was impossible. How about you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. The Moon Queen's crescent brows arched, her red lips parted, and she commanded coldly, "Call me your majesty." You? Lin Ye was not someone to be trifled with. What did he care about any of that? Even though the queen stood nearly 2 meters tall, her figure exquisitely curved and mesmerizing, radiating an aura that overshadowed all others, to Lin Ye, she was merely a woman. Snap! Lin Ye pressed her firmly against the mirror, gently tilting her chin upward, the pale moonlight from the window tracing the breathtaking contours of her face. Woman, you are playing with fire. The Moon Queen showed no sign of panic in her eyes, but rather a hint of melancholy as she spoke. Yi is an obedient child who has stayed by my side in the palace. But she is so innocent and naive, understanding nothing of the world. She only wishes to share all the good things with her sisters and with me. How could I bear to see her suffer? Heh! Lin Ye slowly approached, a wicked smile curling his lips. Why don't you focus on saving yourself first? How dare you? The Moon Queen's voice cut through the air, her eyes blazing with the proud arrogance of absolute power. The next instant, layers of azure moonlight erupted from within her, resonating with the blue moon visible through the window, and in a flash the radiant energy coiled around Lin Ye, enveloping him completely. Time disruption. Lin Ye instinctively activated his skill. But the scene before him remained unchanged. Had his skill failed on its first use? His heart sank. Lin Ye opened his equipment menu and realized it wasn't a skill failure. The chrono-reversal gauntlet was gone. Earlier the queen had simply reached out and stripped him of even his legendary artifact. No way. What level of skill was the queen using? Stripping armor on first contact. And she could remove gear regardless of its tier. Was she cheating? Who could even compete against her? Lin Ye's stats were off the charts now, and even without the chrono-reversal gauntlet his power remained formidable. But all those impressive attributes paled in insignificance before the Moon Queen, whose level and combat prowess remained shrouded in mystery. There was no means of resistance. Lin Ye couldn't even break free from the moonlight binding. Lin Ye sighed inwardly. How careless of me, without a single chance to dodge. The Moon Palace. That was her territory after all. Although he was not bound by the formations, they were still her creations. She could alter them however she pleased. Moreover, her combat strength within the Moon Palace was likely amplified considerably. Otherwise, with the Magic Association's strength and the numerous powerful figures lurking within the Shadow Group, yet to reveal themselves, they wouldn't have passed up such an opportunity to eliminate him entirely. Lin Ye had already suffered a setback with Awaken once before. He never expected that he would endure the same humiliation twice in a single day. Your Majesty, doesn't what you're doing here constitute unauthorized access to another's territory? The Moon Queen tapped her fingers rhythmically. The starter gear Lin Ye wore should have been permanent and irreplaceable, yet not a single piece could withstand her touch. Speak not foolishness. The Moon Queen's brows furrowed as she retorted indignantly. I merely sample everything. Lin Ye nearly choked back his laughter. Lin Ye truly couldn't hold it back and shot back. Very well, Your Majesty says it's sampling. Then it's sampling. Giggle, giggle, giggle. The Moon Queen smiled triumphantly at Lin Ye's helpless expression. Fear not. Though all connections between the star and moon are shared equally as queen, my authority outweighs theirs. For instance, whatever I do now, they remain unaware. Yet whatever they do, I know it instantly. So she could admit it outright, stealing bites. More like you're doing it in broad daylight. The Moon Queen before him now. She'd been so adept earlier, but now she fumbled clumsily, barely able to set the knife and fork properly. Lin Ye couldn't help but sigh at the irony. Wait. Do you even know how? If not, just let me. The Moon Queen showed no embarrassment, her gaze sharp and defiant. Just because I'm unaccustomed doesn't mean I can't learn gradually. Besides, I'm putting in this effort now to build up knowledge I can pass down later. Right, that actually makes sense. Lin Ye found himself unable to argue. For a moment Lin Ye had no rebuttal. This seems right this time. The Moon Queen's brows furrowed deeply. Indeed, your majesty is remarkably astute. To uncover a hidden solution on your very first attempt today, truly impressive. Lin Ye, despite his nature, held back from exposing her. Hidden, so it's wrong, eh? The Moon Queen inwardly cursed, realizing why things fell off all along. Silence. I don't need your instruction. With one misstep behind her now, how far could she be from getting it right? Excellent, this time it should be correct. The Moon Queen felt confident in her intelligence as she reveled in her progress, when suddenly faint starlight began gathering at Lin Ye's chest. Chrono reversal star key. Lin Ye had no control over it, nor could he fathom why it manifested now. A soft click echoed. The sound emerged from the Moon Queen herself. In that instant, time itself seemed to halt, and the moonlight outside erupted into brilliant radiance. It was that blue moon. The gloom shrouding the capital vanished in an instant. So overwhelming was its brilliance that the other two moons were completely obscured. The azure moon blazed across the heavens. Citizens of the capital poured from their homes, gazing upward in utter astonishment. It's the blue moon. Is this real, eh? No doubt about it. Observe how all the blue moonlight concentrates toward the Moon Palace at Starfall Lake. How could there be any other explanation? Indeed, it is the blue moon. After all these years, the legendary radiant blue moon has finally returned. The blue moon has never forsaken us. We have always dwelled beneath the blue moon's protection, in the past, in the present, and always in the future. Overcome with emotion, many residents of the capital wept openly. On the day the blue moon shines, the queen awakens. Our queen has finally awakened. This is wonderful. No matter what trials await, our queen will surely guide us through safely. The Magic Association. The council chamber. A gathering of grand mages deliberated on how to address the slaughter at the city gates. I have said it before. Awakening the queen based solely on a prophecy was a grave miscalculation from the very start. The Magic Association of today bears no resemblance to the one of 1,000 years past. I trust we now possess the capability to confront any crisis upon the eternal continent. Your warnings fell upon deaf ears when they mattered. And now, behold the consequences. The illustrious Moon Shadow Queen has been bewitched by a demon from the abyss. Without the council's sanction, she has appointed a minister of military affairs, and like one possessed, she has bestowed upon that murderous fiend the title of Marquis. Does our queen possess even the faintest shred of royal dignity? And her daughter princess Isolde, such shameless impropriety. Embracing that mysterious ruffian in broad daylight, casting the honor of the Moon Shadow Kingdom into disgrace within mere minutes. I propose an immediate recall of all star princesses, a total lockdown of the Star Moon Palace, and the forced return of the queen to her slumber. At these words, a considerable number of grand mages displayed expressions of accord. Their gazes then drifted upward. The seat of the president stood empty. Vice President Chrono rose decisively, his countenance grave. The president remains unreachable within a special ruin. It appears we shall reach no consensus through deliberation alone. Let us therefore proceed to a vote. Before the words had fully left his lips, azure moonlight flooded through the windows, instantly overwhelming the lamplight within the chamber. What? The blue moon manifests. The grand mages wore expressions of profound astonishment. Chrono's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. How could the queen awaken at this hour? In a flurry of motion, all present flashed toward the windows, raising their heads skyward, then turning their gaze toward the Star Moon Palace. There is no doubt. This is indeed the blue moon's manifestation. The queen must have awakened. When was the last recorded manifestation of the blue moon? A single question nearly silenced the most learned grand mages of the Moon Shadow Kingdom. Well, the exact timing escapes me. Perhaps 1,000 years past, or thereabouts. At the very least, approaching 2 millennia by my estimation. Throughout the millennium, the queen has been summoned forth 3 times. Though no great catastrophe befell the realm, the queen herself has never once awakened. Why has she awakened now? All present wore expressions of bewilderment. Come to think of it, does anyone know the conditions required for the queen's awakening? Silence descended once more. Might the president know? That remains uncertain. The Star Moon Palace was not constructed by the Magic Association. Indeed, it has stood since the very founding of the Moon Shadow Kingdom. It may well be that the queen herself does not comprehend the conditions of her own awakening. Then what has brought this about? The Marquis of Stellar Glory, the demon sovereign, a herald of the abyss, a demonic subspecies, an executioner, a ruffian, a mass murderer, a fugitive from justice. Though his countenance turned ashen, within his heart Chrono was already cursing the Shadow Legion into oblivion. What preposterous true shadows! killing anyone they dare, anyone at all. A princess with no combat prowess whatsoever, yet 3 years of attempts have failed to claim her life. They had spoken of perfect coordination between insiders and outsiders of absolute certainty. And the result? She escaped back here regardless. Useless wretches. They should never have been contracted. Had they acted otherwise, this matter would have been resolved long ago. We would never have reached this point where even the queen has awakened. What might the queen's strength be following her awakening? Upon careful deliberation, Chrono realized he possessed no answer. 4. The queen had never once engaged in combat. No one even knew what her capabilities had been in days gone by. Moreover, no records within the Magic Association documented the nature of the queen's awakened talents. For previously, none had ever troubled themselves with such matters. The queen's purpose was never that of a warrior. It was to nurture the princesses, the primary source of combat strength through which the royal lineage confronted calamity. However, the queen maintained absolute secrecy over their gifts and abilities, a tradition observed through the ages. Throughout the kingdom, from the cabinet to the parliament to the Magic Association, none could possibly know. In the records, the most recent awakening of the queen. The Moon Queen had single-handedly vanquished 5 demon lords and alongside her princesses joined the Continental Alliance to repel the 3 great legions of the Abyss in open battle. With such a record of valor, her peak following awakening must surely transcend the sanctified, possessing a complete mythic grade might, perhaps even higher. Of course, these chronicles weathered by the ages differ little from fables and legends. Their veracity hovers near zero. Yet Chrono could not discount the possibility. No more. He could wait no longer. The queen must not be permitted to continue her growth. Esteemed colleagues, the queen's awakening was an error from its very inception. Thus, even should she now awaken, it remains an error. And consider, why does the queen awaken neither sooner nor later, but precisely at the moment that Herald of the Abyss entered the palace? Haha, can you truly assert that no malevolent influence of the Abyss lurks behind this awakening? If the Abyss truly orchestrated her awakening, then is she still our queen? A few sentences immediately sent chills coursing down the spines of all present. Indeed, if the Abyss has truly intervened, then the Moon Shadow Kingdom may well crumble from within. Upon reflection, this crisis had shown no portents whatsoever. Yet now it appears that a queen subjugated by the Abyss may well be the greatest source of peril we face. Let us vote. I propose at the very least the lockdown of Star Moon Palace. Agreed. At the Star Moon Palace. Mother has awakened. Isolde, who had been engaged in her study of courtly etiquette, suddenly raised her head. A contemplative gleam flickered in her eyes as she reached out toward her mother, hoping to glean some inkling of information, but received nothing in return. Dearest Isolde, do not be alarmed. Mother is in the critical moment of her awakening. We ought not to disturb her. The voices of the other star princesses resonated within Isolde's mind. Quite right. The kingdom's crisis grows ever more grave, yet those fellows at the Magic Association act as though naught were amiss. The pressure upon Mother is immense. Let us all remain still and silent. By the way, little Isolde, where is your knight brother? Courtly etiquette is hardly his forte either. Summon him to study alongside us. Indeed, indeed. Your elder sister has yet to make his acquaintance. After careful deliberation, Isolde ultimately shook her head. No, knight brother must aid mother in matters of state, and furthermore, he has concerns of his own aplenty. Regret. The more Isolde brooded, the deeper her regret grew. She had known full well how fraught the kingdom was with troubles, yet she ought never to have brought her knight brother back here. The threads of peril already wound about him were already numerous. And now with the kingdom's crushing weight appended to them, can he possibly bear it still? The queen's bedchamber. The radiance of the blue moon poured entirely upon Lin Ye and his companion. I gain experience too. Lin Ye was stunned. 100,000 points, after the hundredfold bonus that amounted to 10 million. Not a trivial sum. Is there more? Ding, you've acquired 1,000 experience points. 3 times. So much. Lin Ye watched the experience value surge with each passing second. Level 100. Second transformation max level achieved. All that remained were monster kills and materials for the third transformation. No need to estimate. Let me ask ye later for the specific requirements. A minute passed. The moonlight continued to shine. Lin Ye's experience points had accumulated to nearly 10 billion. Almost forgot. Right away convert to proficiency, he thought. With such a great opportunity before him, how could he not seize the chance to improve his skills? Ding, your skill proficiency increased by 1,000 points. Skill level up. First, enhance the aura. Lin Ye's aura had a maximum level of 25 and could provide substantial elemental damage. Most practical for daily combat. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. The moonlight's glow persisted. Most of it illuminated the queen while Lin Ye received only a small fraction. Yet even this small portion might exceed what the queen received. After all, Lin Ye had a hundredfold bonus. Unless she possessed a similar talent, she could never gain more than him. Ding, your arcane blazing flame ring has reached max level. He opened the panel. Arcane blazing flame ring. Quality epic. Requirement, 3000 wisdom retained. Level 25 max. Active skill. Costs 600 mana per second. Unleashes an arcane aura granting 300 flame damage to himself and nearby allies. Flame damage increased by an additional 300. Aura range expanded by 300. Scorching effect boosted by 300. Duration extended by 300. 30,000 damage with triple enhancements. Fierce. Lin Ye muttered in awe. One aura dealing 900 pure damage. Activating all four would double that, exceeding 1,000,000. 1,000,000 damage from elements alone. More terrifying than his physical output from tens of thousands of strength. Impressive. A level 25 epic skill is no joke. Normally one would need to reach the 4th transformation and become a legend before learning such an epic tier skill. Previously, not only was acquiring it difficult, but the upgrade requirements were so high that 2nd and 3rd transformations simply couldn't handle it. Even with Lin Ye's hundredfold bonus, he struggled to reach max level. How much harder it must be for others was obvious. Moreover, proficiency requirements doubled with each level. Later upgrades demanded more than all previous efforts combined. Here Lin Ye gained 10 proficiency per second, yet still needed minutes to advance one level. If other players relied solely on their own practice, reaching max level would take years. However, max level auras required even more wisdom. Lin Ye checked. Adding the attribute points from his recent level up would definitely suffice. Ding, your arcane frost ice ring has reached max level. Excellent. The 2nd aura was complete. Looking ahead. Bathed in moonlight, the queen appeared incredibly translucent like glaze, brilliant and crystalline, beautiful as the moon goddess herself. If this world lacked a moon goddess, she would be her. And if one existed, she would surpass even the deity in beauty. Half an hour later, the luminous moonlight gradually faded. Lin Ye's 4 aura skills were fully maxed, with remaining proficiency points reserved for enhancing elemental domination. As for what remained, those were myth-tier skills belonging to the king of space-time. The 1st level's proficiency requirement already exceeded what late-stage level 20 auras needed. Take it slow. There's no rush. Only after the moonlight fully dissipated did the queen, still immersed, finally let out a low murmur from deep within. Before Lin Ye could speak, the moon queen seized the moment, pressing close to seal his lips with an aggressive, penetrating kiss. What the? Just because you're a queen doesn't mean you can act recklessly. Snap. Lin Ye shifted slightly, and the moonlight encircling him shattered instantly. Freed once more, Lin Ye chuckled naturally and turned to pin the queen against the mirror again. This time he wouldn't give her the chance. Your Majesty, didn't you want to learn it? Go ahead. This time I'll hold nothing back and teach you everything. Master every aspect, and you'll be speechless after learning. Time passed swiftly into night. The moon set, and the sun rose. When morning light filtered through the window onto the queen's bedchamber, she remained lost in her studies. Tsk, Lin Ye muttered in admiration. The queen's eagerness to learn is truly commendable. But time is short. If we don't move now, the villainous forces will likely reach the capital. That night, Lin Ye heard constant noise outside. As the Moon Queen gradually regained consciousness, her first action was to bite Lin Ye fiercely. Damn you, since you possess the temporal star key, why didn't you say so from the beginning? Lin Ye was surprised. How do you know about this thing? The Moon Queen turned around with an imposing manner. Do you really think the sovereign above all stars, the emperor who wields eternity, would lack power connected to stars and moons? It made sense. Lin Ye finally realized. I thought only time-related abilities mattered. Time is naturally one of the emperor's powers. The Moon Queen explained, if you didn't possess time abilities, how could you be the one he prophesied? But I never expected you to have something as important as the temporal star key. Lin Ye blurted out, how important? The item. After obtaining it from the novice village, he only used it to open one forgotten land, and had no idea what else to do with it. Beyond teleportation, its main functions were as a quest item, a symbol of identity for gathering the scattered subjects of the Eternal Empire. How important? The Moon Queen was about to answer when she paused, slightly stunned. Specifically, I'm not entirely certain myself, but it must be very important. It's something etched into my memories. As descendants of the eternal remnants, our identities, abilities, and talents are all absolutely hidden secrets. All related information must be protected by any means necessary. Even so, we cannot live normally. We can only rely on reincarnation as our last resort. Under these circumstances, our condition is fundamentally abnormal, and we cannot follow the ordinary path of awakening to any profession. To awaken, we can only pay an enormous price, sacrificing reincarnation and life itself. However, now that you have your temporal star key to unlock this, we can directly begin our awakening. Lin Ye roughly understood. The Temporal Star Key was not merely an initial quest item, but the key to the entire Eternal Empire's quest chain. Your Majesty, have you successfully awakened? Yes. Peak 4th transformation. Beyond that, the Moon Queen's lips curled upward, her solitary and proud aura returning. Lin Ye was about to rise for another lesson when a knock sounded at the door. Your Majesty, the Magic Association requests an audience. Humph. The Moon Queen let out a soft snort from her nose, her expression suddenly growing cold. Good, I was just looking for them. Star Moon Palace. The Moon Queen, attended by her handmaidens, adorned herself before the mirror. Lin Ye watched the entire performance from beginning to end, only then remembering to ask. You said earlier it was beyond legendary peak. What level of power is that? 5th revolution. A saint. Theoretically. Yes. The Moon Queen turned gracefully radiant and resplendent from head to toe. Every inch of her skin radiated a luminous, mesmerizing brilliance capable of ensnaring the senses and plunging one into rapture. And in reality, Lin Ye pressed. The Moon Queen approached him and, heedless of the attending maids surrounding them, bent down to bestow a light kiss. In reality, we are a rather special existence. Because our class is fixed, we have no need to undergo class advancement. In terms of combat power, I am equivalent to a saint, but I am not counted as one, nor do I need to become one. The only issue is that my combat power can only be fully unleashed within the domain of Star Moon Palace. Once I stray too far, my strength will be drastically diminished. Lin Ye inwardly marveled at the wonder. So there are those who need no class advancement. What is your class? Moon Queen. Lin Ye. Well, what a class for a queen. No need to ask about her talent either. Most likely Moon Queen as well, I suppose. And at the very least SSS rank. Under such circumstances, yesterday's awakening combined with her class and talent would yield absolutely terrifying growth. The advantage was quite evidently extraordinary, but the drawback was equally staggering. If your combat power only works within Star Moon Palace, then it doesn't hold much practical significance. Lin Ye finished speaking. The Moon Queen snorted softly and bit down sharply on Lin Ye's earlobe. Who told you that the influence of Star Moon Palace is confined solely to Star Moon Palace itself? Will it never end? The weaker the person, the greater the bravado. Lin Ye arched a brow, reached out to cradle the Queen's cheek, and smirked wickedly. If you have serious matters to discuss, then discuss them. Don't force me to discipline you again and again. I have already learned my lesson. I shall not require your teaching henceforth. The Moon Queen wore a haughty expression, her eyes brimming with confidence. As for the domain of influence, in a single phrase, wherever the subjects of Moon Shadow dwell, there lies the domain of Star Moon Palace. Lin Ye had to admit, this domain of influence was indeed formidable. But I have a question. Pardon me, our incomparably magnificent Queen Majesty, but where exactly are your subjects now? In the capital, or within the kingdom? The Moon Queen's expression instantly froze in place. The haughty, confident gaze for moments before seemed enchanted, utterly petrified. Lin Ye truly could not contain himself and burst into laughter on the spot. So the Queen Majesty's subjects are only within Star Moon Palace. Tisk, impressive, truly impressive. The Moon Queen's beautiful eyes rolled, her gaze practically wishing to tear Lin Ye apart on the very spot. Before it was all the doing of treacherous ministers. Now that I have awakened with overwhelming power, it won't take long. The Queen let out a cry of alarm as she was suddenly lifted into Lin Ye's arms, waist encircled by his arm. I'll let go. What do you think you're doing? A ripple passed through the depths of the Moon Queen's eyes as she immediately began to struggle, rebuking him with fury in her gaze. Lin Ye laughed freely. Your Majesty, henceforth you shall be responsible for being as beautiful as the moon, and I shall be responsible for bringing prosperity and strength to the realm. What say you? The Moon Queen's delicate frame trembled, and she was instantly stunned. Snap! Lin Ye snapped his fingers, and Lulu flew to their side, in an instant transforming mid-air into a crystal throne. The Moon Queen's gaze was immediately drawn to it. One could tell. She had no resistance whatsoever to crystals or to thrones. Silence shall be taken as consent. Lin Ye did not wait for her reply, and carried her directly up onto the crystal throne. When the Moon Queen finally came to her senses, struggling was already useless. All in vain. Last night, she had already exhausted every trick she could think of. The truth had been proven. Every one of her moves was rendered ineffective against Lin Ye, who possessed the Time-Will Star Key. Meanwhile, outside Star Moon Palace, the plaza was filled with a sea of people. Residents who had come to pay homage to the Queen's awakening, and players who had come to hunt the Demon Lord. The chaotic clamor rose like war drums pounding against their ears. The Blue Moon Legion, responsible for the palace guards, was utterly incapable of managing such a situation, because the kingdom's senators, ministers, and even the counselors and vice presidents of the Magic Association were all present, though they could fly, sparing them the need to crowd among the commoners and players below. Honorable ministers, senators, and counselors, No matter what pressing matter brings you to see the queen, shouldn't you first ask the commoners and the uninvolved to disperse? Captain of the Blue Moon Legion, Commander of the Royal Guard, Emil Hutton addressed the crowd in a deep, commanding voice. Who says they are uninvolved? Mitsui Satoshi summoned his flying mount and approached. As citizens of the Moon Shadow Kingdom, how can we stand idly by while Her Majesty the Queen is bewitched by a demon? If Commander Hutton still harbors loyalty to the kingdom, you should withdraw your guards and let us in to slay that demon. At these words, the plaza instantly erupted into chaos. Players from the 4 major guilds of Sakura country joined in chorus denouncing him. Her Majesty the Queen is no longer our queen. She has fallen. Kill the demon lord. That man is the envoy of hell, a demon. Only by slaying the demon lord can we rescue Her Majesty from the bewitchment of hell, and only then might our Moon Shadow Kingdom know peace once more. Emil Hutton looked up at the crowd hovering in the sky. Honorable ministers, grand magicians, do you also share this sentiment? The chief minister of the cabinet, Grigori, deliberated. Commander Hutton, you had cause to bar us entry last night during the Queen's awakening, but what about now? A full night has passed. What matter could Her Majesty possibly have that she would leave all the kingdom's most important ministers and her citizens standing outside the palace completely ignored? Has she truly been bewitched by a demon? Is she still truly our queen? When he finished, Hutton's expression remained unmoved, as though he had not heard a single word. Chrono, seeing him unmoved, inwardly cursed. Were it not for the barriers of Star Moon Palace still being maintained, were it not for the Royal Guard commander still holding authority over the palace's formations, they would have charged in last night and ended this farce. Who would have waited until now? Now, Chrono had no patience left to wait. Commander Hutton, open your eyes and look at who has come today. They are the kingdom's most virtuous citizens. They are the kingdom's most loyal ministers. They are the kingdom's most wise mages. Are you suggesting that everyone here today is blind? Are you suggesting that everyone here today harbors ill intentions toward the queen? Chrono's voice, amplified through magic, instantly drowned out the clamorous chatter. Commander Hutton, if you possessed even a shred of loyalty to the kingdom, you should have led us in the moment the Queen's awakening concluded last night. Now I urge you one final time. Do not let the joy of the Queen's awakening cloud your judgment, for that joy is nothing but an evil machination of hell. Chrono's words were so righteous and stirring. Every player, commoner, minister, and member of the Magic Association present was moved beyond words, inflamed with righteous fury. Across from him, Emil Hutton finally showed a reaction, but it was tinged with anger as he pointed directly at the Magic Association. President Chrono, you should know that whether the Blue Moon Legion or the Royal Guard, we have always had only one object of loyalty, Her Majesty the Moon Queen. You need not tell me how evil hell is. That is not my concern. Even if the Queen were truly a demon of hell, it would not change my loyalty. Foolish. Utterly, impossibly foolish. Chrono's dislike for Hutton was not born of today. The man was like a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. He was nothing more than a wound-up clock. On duty he guarded, and off duty he rested. Never did he step beyond the bounds of Star Moon Palace, nor did he ever heed the whispers of others. Reasoning with him for an entire night. Still the same. Enough. Chrono truly could not wait any longer. Whether the Queen has matters to attend we shall set aside for now. But today the demon lord, that envoy of hell, must be eradicated. Step aside or else. Before the words could finish, a solitary, icy, imperious murmur instantly reverberated throughout Star Moon Palace. Or else what? At these words, everyone immediately knew the Queen had arrived. Mitsui Satoshi and the others, seeing this, immediately led all the players in a thunderous chorus of veneration. For the Moon Shadow Kingdom, we humbly beseech Her Majesty the Queen to slay the demon. Whoosh. A great swath of the kingdom's citizens and cabinet ministers in the square dropped to their knees in an instant. Demon Sovereign Emotion, this man is nothing but a murderous fiend, the very harbinger of hell's evil. So long as he remains, the kingdom shall never know a single day of peace. For the kingdom, for the sake of our countless subjects, we beg Her Majesty to issue the order, slay the demon and restore peace and tranquility to our Moon Shadow Kingdom. Minister of State Affairs Gregory, his hair a stark white, his eye sockets deeply hollowed, his face a landscape of furrows and creases, spoke with righteous indignation, now his denunciation nearly moving him to tears of passionate grief, rousing the entire square to a boiling fury. So long as the demon lives, the kingdom shall know no peace. We beg Your Majesty to execute the fiend. The kneeling citizens bowed their heads in unison. However, Chrono, who had been shouting the loudest all along, had suddenly fallen silent. In the distance, the Sakura players gathered around Mitsui Tomo stood utterly dumbfounded, because, descending upon them along with the Queen's voice, was that familiar crystal throne. Upon the throne, there were but 2 figures in total. The Queen. Mitsui Tomo did not recognize her. but Demon Sovereign Emotion. He knew him all too well. It's you. Mitsui Tomo's eyes blazed with murderous fury at the sight of his nemesis. Demon Sovereign Emotion, you dare show yourself again, you wretched bastard. Release the princess at once and kneel to meet your death. What princess? Isn't that the queen herself? Chrono jolted awake, his eyes wide with disbelief. Your Majesty, you are an illusion. I did say the queen had fallen from grace. But your Majesty, surely you couldn't truly have fallen. Chrono rubbed his eyes and looked again. The queen, who had always been composed and aloof as the distant moon, now radiated a sacred luminescence from head to toe, more beautiful than ever, possessed of an even more divine grace. And yet, that air of solitary pride was nowhere to be found, because their Majesty the Queen was now leaning against a man's chest like a shy demure maiden, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Chrono saw clearly, and confirmed it, but for a moment, he could not tell whether he ought to rejoice that the Queen had truly fallen or rage that she had truly fallen. Beside him, Minister of State Affairs Gregory, upon witnessing this scene, trembled so violently that the wrinkles on his face quivered. Demon, you truly are a demon. Meanwhile, the Sakura players present felt as though they were losing their minds. That is the Queen. Impossible. Yesterday he had the princess in his arms, and today he's holding the Queen. This has to be fake, right? There's no way this can be real. Our Majesty the Proud Moon Queen. How could she possibly be embraced by a man from Huaxia? It must be fake. I refuse to believe it. At least half of the Sakura players present went mad with disbelief, preferring death over accepting this truth. As for the other half, one could practically see blood welling in their eyes. Damn it. I'll kill him, I'll kill him. Thunderstorm, heavenly thunder flash. Mitsui Tomo had lost all reason. He chanted his incantation, lightning coalescing upon his staff. But, before his magic could be unleashed, his own head burst apart in the heavens above. Kill. Demon Sovereign Emotion is a demon. Waste no words on him. Kill him. The Sakura Nation players roared as one. They had come for the sole purpose of slaying Demon Sovereign Emotion. Of the four great guilds, virtually every player who had no missions and was within reach of the royal capital had answered the call. Were it not for the crowded square that could hold no more, the sheer quantity of them would have been enough to fill the entirety of Star Moon Lake. Lin Ye remained utterly silent. After images flashed to either side, summoning forth phantom clones. A rain of arrows descended upon the square without warning. In the span of a single breath, over 1,000 arrows surged forth. Bang, 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 bang. All those struck by the arrows were pierced through, instantly bursting apart on the spot. The Moon Shadow Kingdom had the greatest number of mages of any nation. Yet today the vast majority of mages present did not even have time to raise their magic shields before being pierced through by the arrows, dying on the spot. -1370000, -1320045, -2771100 critical hit. Terrifying damage. Every blow exceeded 1,000,000. However, neither the players nor the kingdom's officials present had any mind left to dwell on how dreadful the damage truly was, because the true horror of the explosions had already begun to spread amongst the crowd. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of void detonation shockwaves obliterated everyone within their range without exception. None survived. Even those with magic shields could not withstand the onslaught of continuous explosions. Death. In the span of merely a few breaths, more than half of those in the skies had been slain or wounded, and the ground wiped clean. The entire square was a crimson wasteland. Not a single standing figure could be seen anywhere. Players, residents, officials, members of the Magic Association annihilated. Not one survivor. Blood rained down from the heavens. The Star Moon Lake, once so clear one could see its depths, a mirror reflecting the sky, now found itself bathed in a rain of blood. The carnage was so horrific that even Hurden, the guard captain who had witnessed countless battlefields, felt a chill crawl down his spine, cold sweat beating on his brow. A magical barrier suddenly unfurled before them. Clang, clang, clang. The violent rain of arrows was finally held at bay beyond the barrier. Ha! Chrono gasped for breath in great heaving gulps. Terror, astonishment, panic, all flickered simultaneously within his eyes. Had his equipment not automatically activated its protective ward, he too would have perished. The demon Sovereign Emotion before him was no mere demon, yet was far more terrifying than any demon. Demons slay without rhyme or reason. He does the same. Demons kill without number. He kills even more. Demons act without restraint. If he is not a demon, then what is he? Damn it. Could he be a being even more terrifying than the demons of hell itself? Your Majesty, wake up. Look at what this demon is doing. Chrono screamed out in desperation. The Moon Queen heard him, but merely cast a sidelong glance and replied coldly. When you have need of her, how sweetly the Queen's name rolls off your tongue. But when you have no need of her, you would forcibly send the Queen into eternal slumber. Your magic association is truly formidable. The Moon Queen had never thought to defend against this before, but that did not mean she understood nothing of self-preservation. Now, even if every person here perished, not a shred of regret would flicker in her gaze. Ever since I awakened, I believed that whether it be the cabinet, the council, my subjects, or the magic association, all were the most exemplary of our own people. It was you who awakened me. We should have been united in confronting this crisis. But what happened? The treasury hollowed out royal authority, gutted an inside job to assassinate the princess. As if that weren't enough, now you would force me to abdicate and send me into eternal slumber. Having said this, the Moon Queen paid him no further heed, merely speaking softly to Lin Ye. Chrono is the vice president of the Magic Association. His strength is considerable. That wide area spatial defensive magic of his. If you're unable to handle it. Unable to handle it. Lin Ye nearly laughed in spite of himself. Cease fire. It's not that I can't. I've simply run out of arrows. Thank you. Oh. The Moon Queen nodded with a knowing half-smile, then extended her hand, her fingertip tapping lightly in the void. The very next instant, the waters of Star Moon Lake reversed their flow and surged skyward. Moonlight blossomed, lunar radiance crystallized into frost. The lake water fused with the moonlight, condensed in the blink of an eye into arrow after arrow. Frost Moon Arrow. Quality legendary. Requirement level 100. Attack adds 1,000 points of frost elemental damage. Frost damage increased by 100. Frost damage penetrates 30 elemental resistance. Enemies afflicted with the chill effect can be shattered as though frozen. Well done, my queen. Lin Ye's heart leaped with joy. Frost Moon arrows, plenty to go around. With a single strike, the queen unleashed 1,000,000 arrows. Mua. Lin Ye immediately rewarded the queen with a hearty kiss. If there's plenty to go around, then give me more. The more the merrier. At the same moment, the surviving archmages on the opposing side were thrown into utter panic. The Demon Sky Sovereign alone was terrifying enough. Now, he was backed by a fully awakened queen as well. Vice President, can your spatial barrier still hold? Chrono's eyes were bloodshot. Are you all fools? Fight back. If we don't slay this demon today, the Magic Association is finished, and so is the Moon Shadow Kingdom. Having said this, Chrono did not forget to bellow furiously at those below. Commander Hurton, do you still not understand? The queen has completely fallen into depravity. We had already surmised this last night. The kingdom's crisis this time lies neither from outside nor from hell. It is right here within the palace, within the queen herself. She is the greatest threat to our Moon Shadow Kingdom. Can you still not see it? Hurton's face remained wooden, utterly unmoved. My oath of loyalty belongs to Her Majesty the Queen alone. If any of you dare cast magic here that threatens the queen, I will kill you with my own hands. The archmages who had just been preparing to retaliate with magic faltered upon hearing this. The Star Moon Palace's defensive magic formation is an ancient relic. It's no laughing matter. Someone stammered. Perhaps. We should retreat for now. Since Her Majesty has fallen, we should summon the President back, summon the Law Saints back, and then deliberate on how to handle this. Chrono was somewhat swayed, but before him, a phantom of Lin Ye suddenly materialized. What? What are you doing? Lin Ye merely smiled faintly, offered no reply, and simply swept his left hand outward. Light warped. In an instant, the spatial barrier before Lin Ye twisted and distorted. Crack. The warped shield instantly revealed several fissures. Lin Ye's figure flickered. He breached the spatial barrier's defense and appeared before Chrono. Dirge Bow. Frost Moon Arrow. Pressed directly against his face. Boom. The elemental arrow detonated instantly. -277000 critical hit. Penetration. Instant kill. Ding. You have slain Chrono, Vice President of the Eastern Continent Magic Association. Your favorability with the Magic Association has decreased by 300 points. Ever since slaying that archmage yesterday, relations with the Magic Association had already become those of mortal enemies. Now taking another look. -12,000 points. Relationship fated adversary. Huh. So this is what a fated adversary means. Lin Ye smiled faintly in his heart, though his hands never slowed for a moment. Arrows spread forth. Frost Moon pierced the void. Bang bang bang. The magical shields of the archmages were like paper before Lin Ye's eyes of time and space. Truly worthy of being a fated adversary. I really do counter them rather too well, ha ha ha. Lin Ye laughed inwardly. A mage's greatest strength lies in their damage output, followed by their defensive shields. However, every magical shield below the mythic tier was powerless against the eyes of time and space's weakness perception. Combined with his arrow's pinpoint accuracy and devastating damage, it was a complete point-to-point counter. When it comes to killing mages, it is generally believed that assassins are most effective. Stealth approach, close-range shield break, and a combo to finish them off. But now, Lin Ye's method was the highest efficiency for point-eliminating mages. Long-range shield break, one arrow to take them away. 1 second. Just 1 single second. The eyes of time and space's skill duration had not even expired. The final dozen surviving archmages were all blasted apart mid-air by frost moon arrows. Retracting his phantom, Lin Ye then lifted the Moon Queen's chin with one hand, raising an eyebrow. So how about it? Is your Majesty's Minister of Military Affairs up to the task, or not? Humph. The Moon Queen turned her face away and rolled her eyes. Just passable, barely adequate. This queen could have handled it just as well. While speaking, she caught sight of the severed limbs scattered across the ground below. The blue moon, which should have been reflected in the Star Moon Lake, was now stained the color of blood. Moments ago, this plaza had been filled with tens of thousands. All dead, not a single one spared. And all of this had occurred within the span of a single minute. Moreover, most of that time had been spent waiting for the Demon Sky Sovereign to replenish his arrows. At this, the Moon Queen felt no regret, yet harbored some hidden concern. Killing like this, aren't you afraid you'll truly be seen as a demon? Ha ha ha. Lin Ye burst into hearty laughter. If I'm afraid, does that mean they won't see me as a demon? Thump. The Moon Queen's delicate frame trembled slightly. That's right. Even if you had held back, you were already a demon in their eyes. Lin Ye had no interest in discussing this further. Speaking of which, given these people's strength, was it that you didn't dare kill them, or that you couldn't? The Moon Queen rolled her eyes once more, then replied with a proud, cold snort. That's because they had never been this brazen before, all gathering together in a united siege against the throne. The truth was, the cabinet had its own official residences for handling affairs, and the Council and Magic Association were no different. They had no need to flood into the palace all at once. In the past, there had simply been no such opportunity. As for now, the Moon Queen was not particularly optimistic either, and murmured, "The truth is, I didn't refrain from killing because I couldn't. I couldn't kill them." The Cabinet Prime Minister, the Magic Association President, and a team of 3 Law Saints are all exploring a special ruin at the moment and are temporarily not in the royal capital. Even with my current strength, I must mobilize the full power of Star Moon Palace itself to contend with them. In the past, she truly had neither today's opportunity nor today's strength. Unable to act, and not daring to act. Then, the Moon Queen added, and there's another problem. These people who died today will eventually resurrect. When that time comes, and we're thoroughly at odds, what we'll face is the entire Moon Shadow Kingdom. No, the Magic Association's influence across the Eternal Continent is immensely powerful. Although Moon Shadow's royal capital serves as the association's headquarters, it does not represent the association's strongest forces. Do you understand? The Moon Queen had originally only wanted to seize power while the opportunity presented itself. While the Law Saints were away, combined with her newly awakened strength, she should have been able to reclaim a portion of her authority. At the very least, she wanted to reclaim part of the financial authority. Ideally, she would obtain control over the royal capital and the entire Blue Moon Legion. Now, more than half of the cabinet ministers were dead. Nearly all of the Magic Association's Archmage counselors were dead. Unless there's a way to kill these people permanently, then we won't just fail to reclaim anything. We'll be left with an entirely hostile Moon Shadow Kingdom. Lin Ye read both the worry and the expectation in the Queen's eyes. But there was nothing to be done. Lin Ye himself possessed no means to permanently slay NPCs and players. The finishing arrow could be used, but that was a one-time affair. The best I can do is kill them a few more times. The Moon Queen's eyes flashed. She lifted her chin slightly and taunted. Is this Queen's Minister of Military Affairs perhaps inadequate? Lin Ye truly wanted to teach her another lesson, but now was clearly not the time. After a moment's thought, he said, Hell Black Flame Soul Drain Spacetime Banishment Absolute Seal. Surely you must possess some skills capable of permanent death, right? Hand over the skills and leave the rest to me. The Moon Queen shook her head slightly. We only possess one such method, Star Moon Exile. But that requires all my daughters to be present, and the target must be within Star Moon Palace's sphere of influence. Given the current situation, even summoning all the daughters back would be useless because Star Moon Palace's sphere of influence truly only covers Star Moon Palace itself. At this point, the Moon Queen suddenly recalled something. Didn't you obtain the Hellfire Sword from that member of the True Shadow? Lin Ye was momentarily startled. How do you know? The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Ye understood why. He immediately resolved. He would have to give Yi a stern lesson later. This princess truly hides nothing from her mother. The Hellfire Sword has no class restriction. I can use it, but it requires a level 200 4th tier advancement. Do you have a solution? The Moon Queen shook her head slightly. I don't understand class advancement, and there's certainly no way around level 200, but equipment that requires level 200 doesn't necessarily mean only a level 200 character can use it. Level 200 equipment can be used. Lin Ye was instantly energized. Your Majesty, might you elaborate? Yes. The Moon Queen cast a glance backward, the corners of her lips curving into a subtle smile, as she tactfully remarked, However, surely we cannot discuss such matters out in the open. Lin Ye considered her words prudent and promptly turned to retrace his steps toward the palace chambers. Very well, shall this suffice? The Moon Queen gently pushed Lin Ye aside, her luminous eyes flickering with bewitching grace as she murmured, "Patience, dear. Wait until my daughters have all arrived." Oh. Lin Ye's pupils contracted violently. Are you truly intent upon this course? Very well, very well. How utterly befitting of a queen. Whatever she does, she must involve her daughters. Magnificence personified. Words would only diminish it. At that very moment, the doors swung open. The four princesses appeared before Lin Ye one after another. Isolde was the swiftest among them. From the threshold to where Lin Ye stood required but 3 strides before she hurled herself straight into his embrace. Knight brother. There. Lin Ye gently tousled her hair. Isolde immediately feigned displeasure, swiftly tilting her chin upward and puffing out her little lips. Huh. Lin Ye pressed a tender kiss upon her cheek, and only then did Isolde's face blossom into a smile. Clasping Lin Ye's arm with evident delight, she proceeded to introduce them. Third sister Lariana. Her gift is the wellspring of life, and she stands at roughly level 150. Fifth sister Dalakali. Her gift is the guardian of stars at level 130. And lastly, sixth sister Velradia. Her gift is the weaving of dreams at level 100. Lariana possessed a cascading waterfall of ice blue hair complemented by a flowing gown in a slightly paler shade of aquamarine. Her gaze was tender, her bearing exquisitely elegant. Beside her, Dalakali, clad in knightly armor with cropped chestnut hair, exuded the most composed and steadfast temperament among the princesses. And finally Velradia, swathed entirely in a black mage's robe, her visage concealed beneath a dark veil that revealed only her fathomless gaze. Even in those few fleeting seconds of eye contact, one felt as though she could peer straight into the depths of one's soul. While Lin Ye scrutinized the 3 princesses, they in turn were appraising him. Logically speaking, between the queen and her daughters there existed no secrets worth hiding, nor was this their inaugural encounter with Lin Ye. Yet still they could not entirely suppress the curiosity glimmering in their eyes. Ahem, shall we address the matter at hand? Having endured their gazes for some time, Lin Ye inevitably felt a twinge of bashfulness. The infernal flame blade. How is the level 200 requirement to be fulfilled? The Moon Queen shook her head ever so slightly. Meeting the requirement is easily accomplished. The question lies in how you shall endure the searing torment of the hellish black flame. Infernal Flame Blade Destroyer. Quality Mythic. Durability 5000. Requirement level 200. Infernal Flame damage increased by 300. Physical attack 300. Life 300. Deals infernal flame damage equal to 700 of your physical damage, incapable of inflicting non-infernal flame damage. Infernal Flame Mastery. Complete mastery of the Infernal Flame equivalent to skill proficiency level 30. Infernal Flame Destruction, capable of channeling the infernal flame into a state of devastation. Damage area penetration and burning effects universally elevated by 100. While sustain, the infernal flame scorches the wielder, consuming 5 of maximum life per second. Cooldown 360 minutes. Lin Ye retrieved the weapon and perused its attributes once more. Having confirmed there were no errors, he finally spoke. There's nothing here stating I must endure the burning, is there? The Moon Queen turned to regard him, sidelong, a note of astonishment coloring her voice as she replied, were mastery attainable, without suffering the burning, would not every demon lord in the netherworld have learned it? Isolde nodded in affirmation. Mother speaks truly. The hellish black flame is an exceedingly perilous force, perilous to others and perilous to oneself. Even within the depths of the netherworld, not every demon lord can withstand its backlash, for it inflicts torment upon the soul, an unceasing perpetual conflagration. Once the infernal flame is mastered, it can never be extinguished. It must be sustained at every moment. And the only fuel it accepts is the soul itself. Therefore, the Dark Lord would never permit such a flame to run rampant unchecked within the netherworld. It must be contained. And any being who masters this flame must inevitably venture into the mortal realm, through endless slaughter, harvesting souls to feed the black flame. Lin Ye grasped the general meaning. If other souls suffice as fuel, then why? Before the sentence could be completed, Isolde shook her head. It won't work. No matter how many souls are sacrificed to feed the hellish black flame, it can only diminish the flame's hunger for its host's soul. It does not render the damage null. For the hellish black flame to manifest within weaponry is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Only equipment of mythic grade or above can bear its presence. However, there exists a hidden condition. First, the user must master the hellish black flame at a transcendent level upon the weapon's initial equipping. Second, once the black flame is mastered, the weapon must be bound to the wielder and perpetually fed. The flame must never be allowed to die. Otherwise, upon reclaiming the weapon, the black flame will fail to ignite anew. TCH. Lin Ye could not help but furrow his brow. In plain terms, The moment I take up this blade, the hellish black flame will scorch my soul at transcendent level 30 intensity. And should I ever wish to wield it again thereafter, I must endure its relentless, soul-consuming torment indefinitely. Isolde turned to gaze at Lin Ye, her eyes brimming with unconcealed anguish. Knight brother, shall we abandon this ability? Even if we must vanquish our enemies, surely other means exist. Wouldn't you agree, mother? The Moon Queen's expression grew solemn. Within the Arcane Association there should exist practitioners versed in soul drain, though I cannot say who nor where they might be found. Temporal exile is the sovereign prerogative of the Eternal Sovereign. Across all ages scarcely any have mastered it, and even should you possess the star key of time, the likelihood of learning it remains slim. As for absolute seal, that requires the aid of arcane formations. The Empire next door should possess such knowledge, though it fails to address our predicament. All considerations laid bare, the hellish black flame remained unequivocally the optimal recourse. It was simply that the price exacted was immeasurably steep. The Moon Queen too appeared reluctant to part with it. Her gaze settled upon Lin Ye as she murmured, should you deem it unfeasible, there is no shame. We may shift to a defensive posture. The Star Moon Palace lies beyond their current capacity to breach. Unfeasible? You must be jesting, Lin Ye declared without hesitation. Simply ensure the requirement is met. Leave the rest to me. A flicker of helpless resignation crossed the Moon Queen's gaze. She reached out and received the infernal flame blade, her luminous eyes darting sidelong as she intoned softly. If nothing else were required of me, why then would I have summoned all my daughters? Let us make ready. Isolde glanced between her mother and Lin Ye. Upon receiving confirmation, she reluctantly released Lin Ye's arm, retrieved her tarot cards, and appeared poised to consult the arcane whims of fate. Smack! Lin Ye pressed his hand over hers, exuding confidence. No need to consult. Success is certain. Isolde's eyes widened in astonishment. After a brief pause, she actually sheathed the tarot cards, countless enigmatic knowledge runes flickering through her irises. Thereupon, she produced magical crystals along with sundry materials and began inscribing a magical formation about Lin Ye. In the blink of an eye, a mystical formation unlike any Lin Ye had ever encountered materialized, etched into completion at his very feet. It's complete. Isolde clapped her little hands and immediately began directing. Brother Knight, don't move. 1,000 each of crystals of space and crystals of time. Place them all here. At critical moments they can be used to delay and suspend. Sister Lariana stands on the east side, responsible for replenishing brother's health and soul. Sister Dualikali takes her place here, responsible for providing stellar guardian protection. Sister Veladia stands over there, constantly monitoring brother's mental state. This is the most crucial part. The hell black flame has the greatest influence over soul and mind. It can easily drive one to madness, plunging them into the abyss of depravity. Mother takes the central position and must provide a vast reservoir of mana. Having finished her instructions, Isolde walked to the last position herself, puffing out her chest with confidence. I have a feeling. This time it will definitely succeed. Such complexity. Lin Ye inwardly clicked his tongue. But he surely had no reason to make things difficult deliberately. It could only mean the difficulty of mastering the hell black flame was absolutely not as simple as merely picking up a weapon. Think about it. This was a power that Eternal only released a full 3 months after its launch, the absolute pinnacle ability of the current version. Moreover, Lin Ye had only been able to unveil this power before the players through the extraordinary means of interrupting the background story. Otherwise, Eternal truly had no idea how many months it would take before unleashing such a heaven-defying ability. For NPCs, permanent annihilation. For players, 1 kill min account deletion. Resurrection, one of the most fundamental rules of the world of Eternal, was about to be completely rewritten by the emergence of this ability. And beyond that, among the many abilities capable of altering resurrection conditions, the Hell Black Flame remained the most useful, the most convenient, and the most terrifying of them all. It could be said